Zioxiu, are you okay? In Bei Yongxiu's room, Tang Ero hugged the desperate Bei Yongxiu, feeling distressed. It was the first time she had seen Bei Yongxiu show such an appearance since she had known each other more than 10 years ago, so haggard. At the door, Wang Feng was leaning there, looking at the two of them. This time, he really blamed himself. Fortunately, he had arrived at the last moment. Otherwise, he would not forgive himself for the rest of his life. Bei Yongxiu was obviously too frightened, so Tang Ero's words had no effect at all for her. On the contrary, being held by Tang Ero, her eyes still fell on Wang Feng at the door. Seeing her hollow pupils, Wang Feng only felt his heart suddenly start. Throwing away the cigarette in his hand, Wang Feng came to the bed and rudely pushed Tang Ero to the side. Wang Feng gently embraced Bei Yongxiu in his arms and said, "Sister Shui, don't worry, as long as Wang Feng is still alive in the future one day, you will never be hurt even a little bit." Wang Feng's voice was very solemn, and Tang Ero, who had originally cursed him, shut up immediately. She found that she seemed to be a little bit unable to see through Wang Feng, as if there were layers of mist on his body, making her not clear where the real Wang Feng was. This person looked like a rascal to herself, and even kissed herself forcibly more than once, making her so angry that she wanted to kill him on the spot. But he was surprisingly good to Bei Yongxiu, even hurting someone like that, indescribably cruel. And now he was talking so softly, and she couldn't help but a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. She shed tears for Bei Yongxiu, and any woman would be like this when she encountered such a thing. Fortunately, Wang Feng arrived. Otherwise, Bei Yongxiu might have been ruined in her life. She was stupidly looking for clues outside, but she didn't expect that her good sister would almost be killed. Thinking of this, she also has endless hatred for that murderous madman. Since he has been arrested now, then absolutely don't want to run away. Even if she uses all the relationships, she has to bring him to justice. In Wang Feng's arms, Bei Yongxiu didn't say anything, but Wang Feng felt a moist feeling in his chest, and when he looked down, he realized that Bei Yongxiu was already crying. "Sister Shui, it's okay. I promise that nothing like this will happen in the future. I will use my life as a guarantee," Wang Feng said, then gently patted Bei Yongxiu's back with his palm. It didn't take long before Wang Feng found that Bei Yongxiu's sobbing stopped. Perhaps because of excessive sadness, Bei Yongxiu had fallen asleep at this moment. Putting Bei Yongxiu gently on the bed, Wang Feng looked back at Tang Ero and said, "You will accompany her here first. If anything happens to her, I can only ask you." After leaving this sentence, Wang Feng took a heavy step and walked in his direction. This time, he used the most limited perspective in history, so at this moment, his head was indescribably fainted. Before, the reason why he was able to run around and deal with all kinds of things calmly was because he was supported by a willpower. Now, after Bei Yongxiu's crisis is removed, he feels indescribable after he relaxes. His exhaustion enveloped his body. Pushing his own room, Wang Feng felt his feet slip and fell to the ground before he even had time to get on his bed. This time, the overdraft was more serious, and he didn't have any energy to move. He woke up, and he didn't know how long it was afterwards. When he opened his eyes, he only felt a bit of pain in his eyes, but the sun outside hit his face, making it difficult for him to adapt for a while. Now, although his head is still heavy and powerful, he moved his hands and feet slightly and found that he has a trace of strength. Struggling to get up from the bed, he immediately saw Tang Ero who had just opened his door. He stared at Tang Ero blankly, and Tang Ero also looked at him strangely. Wang Feng fell to the ground. In the end, Tang Ero found him and put him on the bed. Moreover, Wang Feng's trip was even worse than Bei Yongxiu's trip, which was 3 days old. If it were not for her to find that Wang Feng was still breathing, she would doubt whether Wang Feng had already died. "What's the matter? Come in and talk." Looking at Tang Ero, Wang Feng was too lazy to get up from the bed and lay back. The most annoying, all the crimes have been accounted for, and the sentence will be pronounced soon. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Moreover, the police department decided to issue you a courage of righteousness for your bravery in the robbery last time. Medal, I have brought this one back. Would you like to see it? Don't read it. How is Sister Shui now? Wang Feng didn't care about the medals at all. Now, he only cares about Bei Yongxiu's condition. She has been in a trance for the past 2 days. I just fed her some calming medicine. You can't stimulate her anymore. Tang Ero said threateningly. Don't worry, I know what to say and what not to say. After speaking, Wang Feng struggled to get up from the bed and walked upstairs with heavy steps. After he disappeared from Tang Ero's sight, Tang Ero showed a trace of thought and incomprehension. The most annoying is indeed to explain all the crimes, but what he said was to shock the police station. This abnormality, before committing the crime, turned out to be a special soldier in the army, because of a mission he killed by mistake. He was arrested because of his own person. However, with his tyrannical methods, he finally escaped, never returned, and became a villain ever since. Because he was a member of the army, he was extremely careful in committing crimes, and each time he did not leave any traces of committing crimes. This time, he was also very lucky and met the terrifying Wang Feng. Otherwise, he could continue to commit crimes. A special soldier was subdued by Wang Feng and wounded like that. How did Wang Feng do it? Regarding Wang Feng, Tang Ero couldn't see through. She found that this person—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Was a secret, but she didn't know how to inquire. When he came upstairs, Bae Yongsu's door was not closed, so Wang Feng suddenly saw Bae Yongsu who was staring at the outside of the villa by the window. Bae Yongsu's back looks very bleak now, and that weak figure makes Wang Feng's heart tingle slightly. Without making much noise, Wang Feng came not far behind her and accompanied her to watch the scenery outside the villa. I'm sorry. It took a long time before Wang Feng made such a voice. Hearing what he said, Bae Yongsu slowly turned around and put her gaze on him. Her eyes were still a bit hollow, and even her movements seemed a little dull. Only in the next second, she suddenly opened her hands and threw herself into Wang Feng's arms. The sudden hug made Wang Feng a little at a loss, but he didn't say much. Instead, he held Bae Yongsu's fiery body with his backhand. It is impossible for him to let go of this woman. If he is still alive, he will guard Bae Yongsu forever. Wang Feng, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Bae Yongsu spoke and said something that made Wang Feng a little confused. It was just that he hadn't waited for him to respond. Suddenly, he only felt a cold on his lips, but Bae Yongsu didn't know when she stood on her toes and kissed his lips. At this moment, Wang Feng's head couldn't turn around a bit, his eyes widened. Sister Shui actually kissed herself proactively. Wang Feng is not someone who has never experienced anything, so he quickly responded and kissed Bae Yongsu's lips fierily. At the door, Tang Ero stared blankly at the two people kissing crazy together, her eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe it. Bae Yongsu, who has always been conservative and even refused to communicate with men, actually kissed Wang Feng proactively. Oh my god, this world is really crazy. But soon, she reacted back, blushing and ran away from here. Touching her lips, she thought of her experience of being strongly kissed by Wang Feng many times. Although that guy was very rude to herself, the feeling seemed very wonderful. Pooh! Suddenly, Tang Ero sipped fiercely, and ran back to her room with a flushed face, and stopped coming out. How could she have such a shameful thought? After a passionate kiss, they slowly let go when they both felt that they were not breathing well. Looking at Bae Yongsu's blushing face, Wang Feng also felt his heart beat violently. He didn't know why Bae Yongsu wanted to kiss herself proactively, but seeing her face that seemed to be bleeding www.wuxiaspot.com, Wang Feng was still relieved. He knew that Bae Yongsu should almost return to normal. Sister Shui, you believe me, I won't let you do anything in the future. Whoever wants to hurt you, unless it's from me, step over. Wang Feng's words were very solemn, with a smile no idea. Well, I believe you, Bae Yongsu said, and behind Wang Feng's chest buried her face flushed red. Wang Feng, let me be your girlfriend, okay? I don't know how long it has passed. In Wang Feng's arms, Bae Yongsu's somewhat timid voice came out, and Wang Feng's eyes were staring wide, and he couldn't believe him. What I heard is true. Wang Feng, even though he wanted to make Bae Yongsu his girlfriend, he was doing his best to care for and protect her, but what he didn't expect was that Bae Yongsu actually confessed to himself. Pinching himself fiercely, Wang Feng almost cried out in pain. At this moment, he believed that he was living in reality, and Sister Shui actually confessed to her. The goddess in the dream, now she confessed to herself. Wang Feng has a feeling of being in a dream, and which man in the world doesn't want to own a woman like Bae Yongsu who is all-powerful? It's just that such luck hit his head now, but it made him a little dizzy, and it was difficult to respond for a while. Aren't you willing? Bae Yongsu's voice was already trembling. No, I'm just too excited. Suddenly, ecstasy appeared on Wang Feng's face, and then he took Bae Yongsu into his arms and hugged her off the ground. Sister Shui is such a beautiful beauty. If I don't want to, I would be a big fool. I just feel that I seem to be the happiest man in the world at this moment. Wang Feng laughed, like a child, dancing with excitement. There is no doubt that the relationship between the two people has been finalized in this way. You must know that this crisis has truly opened Bae Yongsu's heart to Wang Feng. Before she died, everything she thought of was related to Wang Feng, so Bae Yongsu would confess her personally because she didn't want to leave this man by herself. A marriage that was finally obtained, if missed, she will regret it for a lifetime. In the rest of the time, the two people were truly together. This was still Wang Feng's first girlfriend since being abandoned by Jia Xinjing. Jia Xinjing used to undeniably fascinated Wang Feng a little, but since the moment she abandoned Wang Feng, the two of them have been truly strangers. Now that they are with Bae Yongsu, Wang Feng discovered that Jia Xinjing had been what a correct decision to abandon yourself. Without her abandonment, Wang Feng would not leave Zhuhai City, nor would he encounter the old liar, nor would he encounter Bae Yongsu on the plane, nor would there be any subsequent things like this. It is destined to be the same, and it is unpredictable. Looking at Bae Yongsu who was smiling like a flower, Wang Feng was truly relieved. He was also worried that it would take a long time for Bae Yongsu to recover. He didn't expect it to be so fast. He has been with Bae Yongsu for a while, walking with her, going crazy with her, and doing everything she wants to do with her. The two people who fell in love didn't seem to notice the passage of time, and soon it was a week. 1 week, the repair work of Bae's jewelry was completed and it could be opened again. On this day, Wang Feng and Bae Yongsu drove to the jewelry shop early, and the two of them had to be there. With this robbery, some employees of the jewelry shop chose to leave their jobs. After all, they were almost killed by the robbers last time, and they really don't want to stay here and work. Compared with their lives, they would rather change jobs. For their departure, Bae Yongsu did not keep them, but gave them a large sum of cash, which was regarded as compensation. This time, no wonder, but as the owner of the jewelry store, Bae Yongsu knew that he could no longer stay. They had to be let go. Of course, although there have been great changes in personnel, several people have left, but some still remain, among them, Zhang Dekhan, who suffered a gunshot wound last time. Zhang Dehan, this honest man is really fierce. When the robbers attacked, he was the first to stand up, but it was precisely because he was the first to stand up, so he almost let him the robber shot to death with a gun, and recovered a life. Today, the jewelry store opened again, and his injury was still not healed. He still came here early and put on a security uniform. In his mind, since he was already the security guard of the jewelry store, he could not be absent. After all, he took the money. Looking at him, Wang Feng also smiled slightly, and walked towards him. Handing a cigarette, Wang Feng smiled and said, "Brother, don't stand up with your feet, sit down." Wang Feng could see that although his wounds are slowly recovering, he still has to really get better. It takes a month no matter what, the gunshot wounds are not so fast or easy. After receiving the cigarette, Zhang Dekhan was also a little flattered. Although the last time he was shot and fainted, he later heard about Wang Feng's deeds and watched the video. So watching Wang Feng at the moment, he is also full of admiration, and can even say I was a little excited. Ignoring his gaze, Wang Feng stood up on the ladder at the door and said, "Brother, after today, you cannot use it here." What? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Zhang Dehan's face suddenly turned pale. His family is very poor. He was able to get this job. I don't know how many people would envy him. But now, Wang Feng has to quit. After leaving Bei's jewelry store, where would he go to find a job? Seeing that Zhang Dehan seemed to have misunderstood what he meant, Wang Feng was also taken aback, and quickly said, "I didn't mean to fire you. I mean, after opening the business today, you will take care of your injuries at home. As for the salary, it is considered you don't have to worry about paid vacation." Call? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Zhang Dehan's complexion finally slowly returned to normal. He thought that Wang Feng was going to fire him. Thinking of this, he was a little embarrassed, scratching his head, showing a simple and honest expression. "Sit down." Wang Feng pointed to his side. Zhang Dehan did not hesitate and sat beside Wang Feng. "Brother, this time you are willing to stand up for the jewelry store, indicating that you truly regard yourself as a part of this place. Therefore, I am going to wait for you to get better and promote you." Wang Feng said calmly, but Zhang Dekhan was shocked. "No, I just watch the door and can't take on the heavy responsibility." Zhang Dehan's head shook like a rattle, making Wang Feng a little speechless. This was the first time that he saw someone promoted and wanted to refuse, so his liking for Zhang Dekhan couldn't help but rise by another point. "Our jewelry store is going to open a branch. When I arrive, I will assemble a security team and prepare you to be the captain in the past. I know you will not sell, so you must be competent for this position," Wang Feng said, but it was in the first few days. Heaven already had this idea. The jewelry shop was robbed this time, and there is definitely no way to prevent it. Therefore, when the branch is opened, he must form a security team, not to ask for their skills, at least to stand up like Zhang Dehan in danger. Just out. Zhang Dehan feels good for him, let him be the captain, and Wang Feng can rest assured. "Don't think about rejection first, letting you be the team leader is the result of my careful consideration. I can see that your family is not good, so you need this job." Seeing Zhang Dehan want to speak, Wang Feng directly he blocked his mouth with words first. Although Zhang Dehan is wearing a brand new security uniform outside, through perspective, Wang Feng can see that the shirt inside him has been worn out and has not been thrown away. It can be seen that his life is very difficult. Give him a job can be regarded as helping him. Seeing Wang Feng's persistence, Zhang Dehan didn't refuse either. He just nodded and solemnly said, "I will definitely do it well." Wang Feng is right. His family life is very difficult. There are bedridden mothers, and even high school girls. All of this depends on his salary to make ends meet. He often cannot make ends meet. So, if you can accepting Wang Feng's job helped him a lot. For Wang Feng, Zhang Dehan is not only respectful, but also deeply grateful. He knows that Wang Feng will not lie to him. "Thank you," Zhang Dehan said, a man who was dignified. His eyes were a little red. "Hehe, we are all people who eat a pot of rice. Don't be so polite. As long as I have Wang Feng's bite, I will naturally have your share." Wang Feng patted Zhang Dekhan on the shoulder and stood up. Of course, what Zhang Dekhan didn't know was that when Wang Feng slapped him on the shoulder, he had already penetrated a force into his body. This force could not help him heal his injuries immediately, but it could shorten the time for him to recover. The last thing Wang Feng can do for him. The jewelry store opened as scheduled, and there are already many reporters waiting outside, as well as many onlookers. When the door of the jewelry store opened, many people rushed in, almost not breaking the threshold of the jewelry store. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng was a little dumbfounded. It is reasonable to say that the last time the jewelry store suffered a robbery, the business should have been deserted a lot. How could it be such a scene? Don't read it, all this is your credit. Seeing Wang Feng's somewhat silly face, Bae Yongsu chuckled lightly, and said, "The last time you showed great power here, it attracted the attention of many people, so many people are here today for you." Amount? After hearing her words, Wang Feng turned around and saw the people who came in. Most of them looked at him, and reporters kept taking pictures with their cameras. Regarding the reporter's photo, Wang Feng did not refuse, because it was an opportunity to do free advertising without spending money. With a grin, Wang Feng said to everyone, "Thank you for coming to our opening ceremony today. Starting today, it will continue for a week. Everything will be sold at a 20% discount. Welcome to our store." Hearing what he said, the people who came in cheered for a while, and then they chose what they liked and sold them at a 20% discount. This is a good opportunity to sell. If they wait until the discount is no longer available, they will spend more to buy. Money out. On the side, Bei Yongxiu naturally understood Wang Feng's meaning and did not say much. Although the 20% discount was Wang Feng's own intention, she also understood that once the news came out, it would definitely attract more people. The profit may be relatively small, but if you sell a large amount, you can still earn it back, and you can also earn a reputation. Many people came to Beth's jewelry shop that day. Almost everyone who came here would buy some of their favorite items, and some bold female customers also asked for a photo with Wang Feng. Wang Feng didn't refuse the request for a group photo, because if he refused, who knows if these people will suddenly lose things and don't want it. But every time he took a group photo, Bei Yongxiu would be staring at him fiercely, making Wang Feng a little speechless. One day's sales results came out. Finally, when everyone saw today's sales www.wuxiaspot.com, they couldn't help but be surprised, because today's sales alone can match the previous one. 2 or 3 months of turnover, a net profit of at least 50 million. This result surprised and shocked everyone present. Well, today, everyone will start with a bonus of 20,000 yuan. As for the dinner celebration, it will be eliminated. Bei Yongxiu said, making everyone in the store cheer. 20,000 yuan, which is several times more than their monthly salary, plus the commission for every piece of jewelry they sell. Today's income alone is enough to cover their past years, even want more. Looking at Bei Yongxiu with admiration, Wang Feng also admired her a little, and he has won the hearts of the people so quickly. I am afraid that they will not want to let these people go in the future, right? TMD, how could this be? There was cheers at the Beixian jewelry store, but at the Hualian jewelry store, it was a sad cloud at the moment, because today they sold less than 10 pieces of jewelry, and all the customers were sold to Beixi snatched it. Even the news broadcast on TV is exactly what Wang Feng said in the shop during the day. It is not difficult for Hualong to figure out that anyone who sees this news can't help but make a move. Huashao, what should we do? It was a younger brother of Hualong who said. His face was a little pale, he was frightened by Hualong. Fuck, I don't want to see you, and immediately disappeared from my eyes, or else, I will interrupt your dogleg. Hualong shouted, and the whole person was in anger. Bei's deals with products at a discount, should we also cut prices and lose weight? The manager of Hualian jewelry store was talking. Although Hualong is a bit scary now, as the store manager, if things cannot be sold, it is his responsibility, so he had to bite the bullet and speak. You don't need to lower the price. You don't need to worry about everything, I will take care of it myself. Hualong said with a sullen face. Hualong came to the store and took out his mobile phone, and said viciously, Wang Feng, I don't believe you can beat me. After speaking, he made a call directly. Without knowing the viciousness of Hualong, Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu had already drove back home at this moment. The house was in darkness. Tang Ero did not come back and was very silent. After a busy day in the store today, the two of them almost didn't even have time to sit. Therefore, when they got home, Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu both fell on the soft sofa together, their faces tired. I'm really tired today. Bei Yongxiu kicked off the crystal high heels on her feet, and she was lying on the sofa. Seeing her superb figure and her high buttock, Wang Feng couldn't help swallowing. His mouth was dry. Through his sight, he could observe the looming spring light in Bei Yongxiu's skirt, which was really tempting. The scent that belonged to Bei Yongxiu continuously penetrated into his nostrils, causing a reaction immediately below him. He groaned in his heart, and quickly turned his eyes away, and almost couldn't help but rushed forward. Although Bei Yongxiu was already his girlfriend, he would not mess around without Bei Yongxiu's consent. What are you looking at? Suddenly, Bei Yongxiu's shy voice rang in Wang Feng's ears, making Wang Feng's face immediately show embarrassment, and said with a dry smile, I didn't see anything. Humph, don't think I didn't see your wretched eyes, but I will let you see enough in the future. Bei Yongxiu blushed and said, how long will it be after? Wang Feng was also energetic when he heard this, his eyes lighted up. While going, I'm going to take a bath and rest. Pushing Wang Feng away fiercely, Bei Yongxiu ran to the bathroom barefoot, his face flushed. Hee. When Bei Yongxiu ran into the bathroom, Wang Feng laughed hee, his expression very wretched. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Bei Yongxiu had already begun to bathe, but he had not waited for a minute. Suddenly, an exclamation and a painful sound came from the bathroom. Hearing this sound, Wang Feng couldn't bother to smoke. He threw away the cigarette and ran to the bathroom. Sister Shui, what's the matter? Wang Feng asked loudly at the door. I'm fine. Bei Yongxiu's voice came from the bathroom with a trace of pain. The voice was painful, and he said it was okay. How could Wang Feng believe her? So Wang Feng couldn't take care of that much now, so he pushed the bathroom door open. In the bathroom, the rich fragrance and mist filled the bathroom, but on the ground, Bei Yongxiu was sitting naked on the ground with a pain on his face. Bae Yongsu's figure is very good, and now he is covered with drops of water, which adds endless temptation. The two big white rabbits are unreservedly exposed to Wang Feng's sight, making his mouth dry. Especially those two blushes stimulated Wang Feng's desire to soar. Why did you come in? Bae Yongsu's voice rang out in a panic, and hurriedly blocked the key place with her hand. Her voice was so shy that she wanted to find a crack on the ground to get in. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng reacted and then hugged her to the ground and said, "Don't wash it anymore. Your foot has been injured. Let me take a look." After talking about Wang Feng, he didn't avoid suspicion. He picked up Bae Yongsu carelessly and walked to her room. Wang Feng likes Bae Yongsu pretty well, and even is obsessed with her superb body. However, although he is a bit romantic, he will not be indecent, so he took her back to the room. He immediately put her on the bed and covered it with a quilt. "It is good. Sister Shui, your foot seems to be a muscle strain. I'll show it to you." While speaking, Wang Feng sat on the side of the bed and took Bae Yongsu's injured foot in his hand. Bae Yongsu's feet are very beautiful, flawless, crystal clear, and even very fragrant. Wang Feng has no foot fetish, but at this moment he can't help but want to kiss him. Finally, he woke up in Bae Yongsu's slightly painful voice. Although Bae Yongsu's feet were beautiful, they were already red and swollen at the moment. Using fluoroscopy, Wang Feng found that there was no problem with her ankle bone, just the muscles. "It's just a strain. Sister Shui, I will rub it for you, so bear with me." As he said, Wang Feng's hand had fallen to the red and swollen place, and bursts of power used his hand to penetrate into Bae Yongsu's feet, causing Bae Yongsu's body to become stiff suddenly. Feet is a sensitive place for a person, and Bae Yongsu is no exception. Even as Ji Ping's hands continued to rub her feet, her mouth still made waves of panting, her face flushed. "Sister Shui, take a good rest, and I will go down to rest." 2 minutes later, after putting Bae Yongsu's hand in the bed, Wang Feng also escaped and went downstairs. Bae Yongsu's voice is too tempting. Staying there is a great mental torture. No one knows how intolerable Wang Feng was just now, and he couldn't help but want to jump on it many times. "I'm ashamed." In Bae Yongsu's room, Bae Yongsu's complexion was flushed, and she quickly covered her face with a quilt. She understood why she just made such a shameful voice, which was too embarrassing. However, Wang Feng's hands seemed to have a strange magical power. Her feet no longer had that kind of pain, and there was a feeling of warmth. Returning to his room, Wang Feng's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't expect that the voice made by Sister Shui was so alluring, like the voice of a demon, guiding him step by step towards the abyss. Just when Wang Feng felt upset, suddenly his phone rang, and the number displayed was unfamiliar, and he didn't know who was calling. I connected the phone, there was no sound inside, but when Wang Feng was about to hang up, suddenly, a scream came from inside. "Wang Feng, come and save me. I'm in an abandoned warehouse in the north of the city." Inside. After speaking, suddenly there was a sound of smashing, accompanied by screams. At this point, the phone was hung up, and only the blind tone was left. His complexion changed slightly. Wang Feng couldn't remember who called him for a while. He didn't remember the number, but soon, a woman appeared in his mind, and his heart was tight. If this voice is right, it should be Xia Xiaomei's. Although this little nurse had only met with Wang Feng 3 times, he never thought that she would ask for help now. Before he could take a shower, Wang Feng rushed out of the villa without saying anything. "Brother, do you know where the abandoned warehouse in the north of the city is?" Wang Feng asked when he came to the security room at the entrance of the villa area. "Sir, do you have anything to do? There has been a change of person in the security room, a middle-aged person." "Let me ask, do you know where the Jinbei warehouse is?" Xia Xiaomei said about a Jinbei warehouse, and the ghost knew where it was. The city of Zhuhai is home to millions of people, and the city is amazingly large. This makes him look for an abandoned warehouse in the darkness, which is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, from the phone, Wang Feng could hear that Xia Xiaomei seemed to have let someone be arrested, and she might have been in danger. "There are several abandoned warehouses in the north of the city. I don't know which one my husband is referring to," the middle-aged man asked, seeming to know the place. "Do you have a car? Lend me a ride." Wang Feng asked without hesitation. "I don't have a car, I only have a motorcycle," the middle-aged man said in embarrassment. "Like security guards like them, where they can afford a car, it seems that others drive it. Lend me the motorcycle too." "Mister, please wait a moment, I'll get you out. Those who can live here are rich people, and this middle-aged person is not afraid that Wang Feng will steal it from him." About half a minute later, a motorcycle drove up to Wang Feng's, and the middle-aged man was sitting in the car. Looking at this motorcycle, Wang Feng felt a little painful. It was obvious that this car had been driving for a long time and was very broken. It is estimated that it is a bit faster than the bicycle, but now he can't take care of that much anymore. Pushing the middle-aged man to the back, Wang Feng immediately sat in the driving position and said, "You show me the direction." After finishing talking, Wang Feng pushed the throttle to the bottom, and the motorcycle rushed out with a loud roar. "What?" On the back seat, the middle-aged man was so scared that his face was pale, and he almost fell. A huge wind came from the front, and the middle-aged man couldn't open his eyes. "Brother, slow down, the car will fall apart," the middle-aged man yelled, and immediately grabbed Wang Feng's clothes. "I'll pay you if you fall apart, and sit firmly and show me the direction." As he said, Wang Feng controlled the motorcycle and rushed out at a whirlwind speed. Fortunately, it is night and there are fewer cars on the road. Otherwise, if Wang Feng is so fast, it would be a strange thing to not have a car accident. You reading www.uukangsha.com. Wang Feng slowly used his clairvoyance ability to observe the road conditions ahead. It is 20 or 30 miles away from the north of the city, to say nothing. Even if Wang Feng took various shortcuts, it is not easy to catch up in a short time. The car, moving at full speed, almost fell apart. It took almost 20 minutes, and they finally came to the north of the city, which is different from other directions in Zhuhai City. It is very desolate, many factories have been abandoned, and the lights are much less. It's like coming to the suburbs. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Wang Feng quickly came to the first abandoned warehouse. Without getting off the car, Wang Feng swept his eyes inside and drove away immediately. Here, there is no Xia Xiaomei. Afterwards, Wang Feng found several warehouses one after another, but they were all empty and there was no ghost shadow. Just when Wang Feng was about to drive away again, suddenly, his complexion condensed and he rolled over from the car. Uncle, go back by yourself, don't wait for me. After saying that, Wang Feng went straight in along the dilapidated iron gate. His movements were very sensitive, and the middle-aged man who looked at was stunned. However, after sweeping away the desolate surroundings, there was not even a street light. This middle-aged man did not dare to stay here for more, and drove away quickly. In these places, he might be robbed from time to time, but he didn't want to be the unlucky person. In front of me, it is indeed an abandoned warehouse. I don't know how long it has been abandoned. Inside the warehouse, there is a dark area with no people, but there is a basement under the warehouse, and Xia Xiaomei was surrounded by a group of people. In this basement, if it weren't for Wang Feng's perspective, he really couldn't find anything. With a gloomy expression, he slowly walked into the warehouse. Huh, stinky woman, I kindly pursued you. You refused me for a year, and even let people insult me. If I didn't get on you today, you really think I am so good at Mengdong? In the basement, Meng Dongxiu roared loudly, his expression distorted. Originally, with his status, it was not difficult to find a woman, but he single-mindedly wanted to find Xia Xiaomei to marry, but he was rejected every time, especially after being stimulated by Wang Feng last time. He went crazy. He originally wanted to find someone to gamble on Wang Feng, but in the end he thought about it and let it go, because his goal was only Xia Xiaomei, and he couldn't get any benefit from Wang Feng. Xia Xiaomei was in his pocket. Originally, he was planning to go to Xia Xiaomei to confess, but what he didn't expect was that he was rejected again, so he finally came up with such an extreme idea. As long as he occupied her body, he didn't believe that Xia Xiaomei would not follow him. Go away. Xia Xiaomei was forced to a corner at the moment, her whole body was stained with mud, her clothes were disheveled, pitiful, and some blood stains appeared on her snow-white arms. Humph, don't be shameless, I have been pursuing you for a full year. If it were other women, I would have been tough. Since you are so uninterested, I have to put you on first. With Xia Xiaomei's pitiful face, Meng Dongxiu's animal heart was even more violent, and her eyes were almost red. If you treat me like this, my father will definitely kill you. Seeing the already maddened Meng Dongxiu, Xia Xiaomei was terrified and shouted. Huh, what is your father? He doesn't deserve to carry shoes to me. If it weren't for you, I would have destroyed your company. Hearing Xia Xiaomei's words, Meng Dongxiu sneered and didn't care at all. If you defile me, Wang Feng will kill you for me. Xia Xiaomei held her chest and backed away, almost despairing in her heart. Haha. Not to mention Wang Feng, it's okay. When I said Wang Feng, Meng Dongxiu's heart began to twitch again. He thought of Wang Feng who insulted himself in the hospital last time. The man, who looked like a poor man, even pretended to be a big money. When he thought of this, he felt that his chest seemed to be pressed against a stone, no matter what. Don't worry, when I get your body, I will definitely find someone to abolish that kid, but he is just a poor kid from the countryside, this young master hasn't paid attention to it yet. Meng Dongxiu shouted, his face completely distorted. Really? I'm here, you come and try to destroy me. Almost when Meng Dongxiu's voice just fell, a voice suddenly came from the door. It was Wang Feng with a sneer on his face. This Meng Dongxiu actually wanted to destroy himself, which made him laugh, but he was just a second-generation rich, and he didn't look in the mirror. Wang Feng. Looking back, Meng Dong saw Wang Feng after learning, and was shocked. But soon his face showed a wild smile again, saying, you just came, your woman is in my hands now, I will her in your face now, I see you can what about me. You guys abolished him for me, and killed me. Meng Dongxiu yelled, and suddenly, the few gangsters who were still around here suddenly walked towards Wang Feng with grinning faces. And as they moved around, Meng Dongxiu also rushed towards Xiaomei Kaoxia as if going crazy at this moment. Court death. There was a cold snort in Wang Feng's mouth, a few punks, he hadn't paid attention to him, not to mention that Xia Xiaomei knew him, even if he was a woman he didn't know, he couldn't watch being ruined at this moment. Boom, 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 a few punks were not Wang Feng's opponents at all, and almost only needed his kick. These punks fell to the ground slantingly. They either had their legs broken or their ribs were broken, and they could not stop Wang Feng. What? Meng Dongxiu was also dumbfounded when he saw the thugs he invited hit people all over the floor in a single encounter. Only then did he remember the news he saw on TV the other day. Urban Superman, isn't it just Wang Feng in front of him? Thinking of this, he didn't dare to ruin Xia Xiaomei, and turned around to flee. However, trying to escape in front of Wang Feng was a joke. Before he ran out of the gate, he felt that his shirt was grabbed by someone, and then turned around, he fell to the ground by Wang Feng. Trash. Looking at Meng Dongxiu who was holding his stomach in pain, Wang Feng sneered, and then walked towards Xia Xiaomei. Taking off her clothes and putting them on Xia Xiaomei's body, Wang Feng asked, "What are you going to do with them, Guru?" Xia Xiaomei swallowed hard and looked at Wang Feng with a sneer. She only felt unreality. Isn't it making a movie? It's up to you to decide. Xia Xiaomei turned her head, not wanting to see Meng Dongxiu's ugly face again. Okay. Hearing Xia Xiaomei's words, Wang Feng didn't say much, but walked to Meng Dongxiu's front. You said that you want to abolish me, then I will abolish you now. While speaking, Wang Feng's feet stepped directly on Meng Dongxiu's arm. He only heard the sound of a click. This Meng Dongxiu's arm had been smashed by Wang Feng's foot, and his face turned pale. Don't let me see you again in the future, or it won't be as simple as abandoning you, and I will provoke Xia Xiaomei again. I promise that you will not see the sun tomorrow. I will do what I say. Wang Feng said calmly, but frightened Meng Dongxiu stupidly, and even dared not make a scream. Wang Feng can even beat a robber with a gun to the ground. What is he like, a young master? Okay, we can go. Wang Feng beckoned to Xia Xiaomei. Wow, husband, you are so handsome. Xia Xiaomei yelled, trying to run towards Wang Feng, but before she could run, her feet were staggered. If Wang Feng was not fast enough, she would have fallen into a shit. What's the matter? Looking at Xia Xiaomei with a painful look, Wang Feng's brows were also slightly wrinkled. My foot seems to be twisted. Xia Xiaomei said, her face flushed when she was held by Wang Feng. Forget it, I'll carry you on my back. Seeing that Xia Xiaomei really couldn't leave, Wang Feng didn't say anything, and directly carried her on her back. Thank you, husband, you are so kind. Xia Xiaomei yelled sweetly, hearing Wang Feng's face all black lines. Nima. Seeing the two people look close, Meng Dong's intestines are almost green. Master Meng, what are we going to do now? Revenge. After Wang Feng and the two were gone, a younger brother crawled to Meng Dongxiu's side and asked grinningly. Pop. A slap on the head of this little brother, Meng Dongxiu said, if you are not afraid of death, you can take revenge and send this young master to the hospital. Oh. This time, Meng Dongxiu really frightened Wang Feng. What Wang Feng said before did not seem to be false. If he were to retaliate, it would not be a problem to kill him with Wang Feng's skill, so he was scared. Paying a small life for a woman is really not worth it. This time he has fallen into a big mess. Where is your home? I will take you back now. Wang Feng asked after walking out of the abandoned warehouse. No, I can't go back now. I don't want my parents to worry about me. Xia Xiaomei on her back shook her head, her arms tightly around Wang Feng's neck. Fuck, you crazy woman, quickly let go, you want to strangle me. Xia Xiaomei was so tight that Wang Feng felt almost suffocated. I'm sorry. Seeing that Wang Feng really seemed to be strangled too badly, Xia Xiaomei quickly let go and spit out her little tongue. Where do you want to go if you don't go home? Do you still want to go to my house? Wang Feng said, rolling his eyes, but quit. Half an hour later, in a hotel that did not require an ID card, Wang Feng sat on the sofa with a tired look, smoking a stuffy cigarette. This woman didn't want to go home, and Wang Feng couldn't take her to Zukan number 1, so in the end Wang Feng had to settle her down in the hotel first, and now Wang Feng can still remember the ambiguity that the waiter gave him when he opened the room. Look. There was a sound of water coming from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, Wang Feng could see a beautiful figure in it bathing. Wang Feng, bring me a bathrobe, I forgot to take it. Xia Xiaomei's voice came from the bathroom, as if Wang Feng was her servant. Forget it, I'm going back, you can come out and get it yourself. With that, Wang Feng pinched out the cigarette and stood up to go out. However, before he could open the door of the bathroom opened first, and Xia Xiaomei came out of the bathroom limpingly. Looking at her, Wang Feng was stunned, his eyes almost didn't fall to the ground, because Xia Xiaomei was wearing nothing at the moment. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com just ran out of the bathroom naked. Why don't you get me a bathrobe? Xia Xiaomei's eyes widened, her expression uneasy, as if she didn't know she was wearing nothing now. Looking at her, Wang Feng felt that even his breathing became hurried. Could this girl have a muscle missing? I have to say that Xia Xiaomei's figure is very good, her fair skin is pink, and her two slender thighs are limping, so Wang Feng can see her private parts at a glance, without reservation. Moreover, her twin peaks are very strong, without sagging. Although he spied in the hospital last time, he did not come directly like this. Cough cough. Wang Feng pretended to cough twice, and then said with a smile, did you not find yourself wearing clothes? I know. After hearing Wang Feng's words, Xia Xiaomei not only didn't mean to avoid suspicion, but stared at Wang Feng in a daze, and said, isn't it normal for my husband to see my body? Her words were taken for granted, but they almost made Wang Feng fall to the ground. When did he become Xia Xiaomei's husband? Xiaomei, it's not that I said you, we were just acting last time, you don't have to take it seriously. Wang Feng laughed dryly, and then said, and I also have a girlfriend, that's the girl you saw last time. Humph, I don't care if you have a girlfriend or not. Anyway, you are my person today. Since you have entered the door, then I cannot let you go back. As she spoke, she limped towards Wang Feng. Wang Feng was shocked. What are you doing? Holding on to Xia Xiaomei, Wang Feng quickly turned away, not daring to look at the spring light on her chest. What not to do is to do what should be done between husband and wife. Xia Xiaomei hung herself on Wang Feng's body, exhaling like blue. No, we are not suitable, and I also have a girlfriend. I love her very much, so you should put on your clothes quickly. Wang Feng shook his head, never looked back at Xia Xiaomei. Although the spring light in front of him was stimulating his desire, Wang Feng knew in his heart that all he loves now is Sister Xue, and he doesn't want to do things that are sorry for Sister Xue. It's not appropriate. Why are you hard underneath? Suddenly, Xia Xiaomei's humming voice sounded in Wang Feng's ear, and Wang Feng's body became stiff at this moment. At this moment, Xia Xiaomei actually grabbed something under him with her hand, which shocked Wang Feng. Don't worry, I won't steal you from your girlfriend, and I don't need you to be responsible. Xia Xiaomei's voice kept ringing, and Wang Feng's heart was almost broken. Come on, I belong to you tonight. Xia Xiaomei's voice was full of endless temptation, and when he heard this, Wang Feng only felt a thump in his mind. Then, he held Xia Xiaomei and went to go to the bedroom. It's all like this, if he doesn't act, then he doesn't deserve to be called a man. Moreover, before going out at night, he was tempted by Bei Yongxiu again, and there was nowhere to vent his worries and desires. Now, Xia Xiaomei voluntarily came to the door, but hit the gun. After slamming Xia Xiaomei on the bed, Wang Feng also let go of her restraints completely. Come on, love me well. Looking at Wang Feng, Xia Xiaomei stretched out her arm, endless temptation. When Wang Feng entered Xia Xiaomei's body in a low growl, Xia Xiaomei's mouth made an unconcealable painful sound, and even her brows were completely frowned, almost shedding tears. Wang Feng's entry was too violent. Even if she was prepared, she almost fainted due to the sudden pain. You are a virgin. Seeing Xia Xiaomei's reaction and the feeling of obstruction that she felt when she first entered, Wang Feng immediately responded and was stunned. Don't move. From below, there was a tearing pain, and Xia Xiaomei also hugged Wang Feng tightly, looking very painful. Hearing her words, Wang Feng also stopped all his actions and let him hold him. How could he never imagine that Xia Xiaomei who seduced him was still a virgin? Is there anything crazier than this? Okay, you can move. About 2 minutes later, Xia Xiaomei's brow slowly stretched out, and she writhed restlessly under Wang Feng's body. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng knew that the time was ripe and immediately started a new round of offensive. Now he has no choice but to send his arrow on the string. This is already the case, and regret has no effect. The feeling of compactness swept through Wang Feng's nerves. At this moment, desire occupied all of his mind. He had only one thought, and that was to possess the woman under him. In the dark night sky, the gasp in the room lasted for a long time. It took more than half an hour before Wang Feng injected his strong essence into Xia Xiaomei's body. Does it worth? Looking at Xia Xiaomei lying quietly in his arms, a wry smile flashed across Wang Feng's face, which was refreshing, but when he thought that Xia Xiaomei was still a virgin, he felt a chaos in his head. If he had known that Xia Xiaomei was still an unmanned girl, he would definitely not dare to mess around. This time it would be a mess. Needless to say, this is my voluntary. In her arms, Xia Xiaomei did not look up, but said quietly, but I already have a girlfriend, and I can't leave her. Wang Feng said, with some pain in his heart. Bei Yongxiu would never let go, unless Bei Yongxiu took the initiative to leave him. But now, he occupies Xia Xiaomei's body, and the other party is still a virgin, which is difficult to deal with. You don't need to leave your girlfriend, and I won't ask for this anymore. I just need a little place in your heart that belongs to me, so that I am satisfied. Xia Xiaomei said, and then put her head on Wang Feng's chest above. The words are already here, what else can Wang Feng say? I can only say that Xia Xiaomei is too stupid. So confused, he got into a virgin, and the other party was willing to be his underground lover. Although he refused, he couldn't talk about it. Wang Feng was not the kind of person who would not admit it after eating dry. I slept with Xia Xiaomei all night, and the next day, under the biological clock, Wang Feng woke up early in the morning. In his arms, Xia Xiaomei was still asleep. Her mouth was pouting and she was very cute. It's just that when Wang Feng lifted the quilt and saw the blush on the bed, he felt very confused in his head. How should I explain to Sister Xue from now on? Without waking Xia Xiaomei, Wang Feng didn't even know how she went back to Zukan number 1. Opening the door, Bei Yongxiu had already bought breakfast, and she was watching TV on the sofa in the living room. Looking at Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng felt warm in his heart, but he felt sorry for her. It was only just now that he was sure that he had a woman outside. It was no human being. I'm back. Looking at Wang Feng, Bei Yongxiu smiled and sat up from the sofa, and said, hurry up and eat breakfast, it's almost cold. Seeing her like this, she didn't seem to be ready to interrogate Wang Feng what he did last night. Sister Xue, why didn't you ask me what I did last night? Wang Feng asked cautiously. Huh. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu turned around immediately, looked at Wang Feng suspiciously, and said, could it be that you did something shameful last night? No, how could it be possible? Seeing Bei Yongxiu seemed to be asking, Wang Feng shook his head quickly and righteously said, yesterday my eldest brother fell apart and was in a bad mood, so he asked me to go out for a drink. Something happened, so I fell asleep at his house. What a joke, how could Wang Feng say what happened last night? So at this moment he pushed his eldest brother into the fire pit without hesitation. Big brother, it's not that the little brother is not righteous, but that he really needs help. Since it's okay, hurry up and have breakfast. Yesterday, our store accepted an interview. I think the business might be better today, so we will go to the jewelry shop in a while. Bae Yongsu said, and then sat down and started eating breakfast. Seeing that Bae Yongsu seemed to no longer question this matter, Wang Feng slowly let go of his heart, and had breakfast with Bae Yongsu. By the way, Sister Shui, do you know someone named Meng Dongxiu? Wang Feng pretended to ask inadvertently while eating. Yeah, what's wrong, is he embarrassing you? Bae Yongxiu glanced at Wang Feng, which seemed very strange. No, this kid abducted my elder brother's girlfriend, which is really hateful. Wang Feng shook his head and pushed Gu Ping into the fire pit again. It's okay, it's just a vice president of a small real estate, don't worry. Bae Yongxiu seems to have not put this Meng Dongxiu in his eyes at all, which makes Wang Feng quite relieved. After dinner, the two rushed to the jewelry shop. Bae Yongxiu expected nothing bad. After yesterday's report, today the jewelry shop has reached a peak. From morning to night, the guests never stopped, almost break the threshold. By the time it closed in the evening, almost everyone in the store was so tired that they couldn't stand still, but today's business was also very profitable, almost 3 times as much as yesterday, which made them cheer. After dinner, Wang Feng and Bae Yongxiu went home, but before Wang Feng got in the car, his phone rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, Wang Feng answered the call immediately. He didn't speak, but just hung up the phone after a while, his expression a little gloomy. What's the matter? Seeing Wang Feng's ugly expression, Bae Yongxiu also seemed to know what had happened, and quickly asked. It's okay, Sister Shui, go back by yourself first, I have something to do, you don't need to wait for me. After saying that, Wang Feng turned around and left, and soon disappeared from Bae Yongxiu's sight. It was He Tian who called him, and what He Tian said also made Wang Feng's heart a little murderous, because they had found the nest that instigated those robbers to rob Bae's jewelry store last time. If it hadn't been for He Tian to call him, Wang Feng would have almost forgotten about this incident. Last time, Bae Yongxiu and him almost had an accident. Therefore, he would not be polite to the instigator behind this. If you die, you die. Wang Feng's character originally meant that people didn't offend me and I didn't offend. This time, the robber hit the Bell's jewelry store with his idea, and he naturally couldn't let it go. Hiring a taxi, Wang Feng quickly came to the door of Xiniang building, where He Tian had been waiting for a long time and was ready. More than a dozen black cars stopped here neatly, and the little brothers in black stood in front of the cars. The momentum was frightening, and it seemed a little conspicuous in the dark night sky. Seeing such a scene, the taxi driver who had brought Wang Feng drove away hurriedly, so scared that he didn't even dare to collect the money. How many of them are there? Seeing the battle in front of him, Wang Feng frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. He didn't want to be connected with these underworld elements in the heart. But since these people are He Tian's subordinates, he can't say anything. He can't always say that he doesn't need a helper. Preliminary estimates are 5, but there may be some people hidden in secret. He Tian said, throwing away the cigarette in his hand, in the posture of a gang boss. Aren't they getting in the way? Wang Feng scanned the people in black standing around and asked www.wuxiaspot.com. Don't worry, these people are carefully selected by me, although they are not as good as you. My skill is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. He Tian said, making Wang Feng completely relieved. Well-trained is enough. If you take a gang of mobs, you might as well just act alone. Let's go, get in the car before talking. With that, He Tian had already gotten into the exclusive Bentley first. Behind him, Wang Feng did not hesitate, and followed him on the Bentley. Why doesn't the master make a move? If he makes a move, I am afraid that the 3 of us will be able to clean up the scene. In the Bentley, Wang Feng asked casually. Brother, as a master, he will never take action. If we can't handle such small things properly, I am afraid that he will lose the face of his old man. So this time he will not only take advantage of this opportunity. Come and test us. He Tian said with a wry smile. Then it's okay. Wang Feng nodded, then said nothing more. He didn't know exactly how big the energy of the ghost is, but since even the chief has to ask him, maybe he really disdains to take such a small thing. This is the same as killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. He will not surrender his status. With more than a dozen cars, Bentley drove on the road, and it was a magnificent landscape. Along the way, most of the drivers who met them chose to avoid them, secretly guessing who these people are, and they are so big. Those people live not in the city, but in an abandoned plastic factory outside the city. The Bentley stopped before the plastic factory. In order to avoid the grass and startling snakes, we can only walk over. He Tian spoke, and got out of the car. Wang Feng also understood this truth, so he got out of the car immediately. On a piece of grass, there were more than 20 people in black who came with Wang Feng and them. At this moment, they all stood neatly in front of Wang Feng and He Tian, without squinting, and obviously well trained. A sturdy aura rose from their bodies, making Wang Feng a little frightened. When he was alone, Wang Feng couldn't see anything, but they were all standing together at the moment, and their momentum was not weak. This is just like an army. One soldier has no effect, but when countless soldiers stand together, you can feel the oppressive force from the depths of your soul. For a while, if any of you dare to make a sound to me, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Catch one alive, reward 100,000, kill one, reward 50,000, let go, you can solve yourself by yourself. He Tian said. The tone was cold. At this moment, he seemed to be a different person, with no smile on his face, only the extremely cold breath. Understood. More than 20 people spoke together, their voices were neat, but not loud, more like a low growl. Okay, let's all go away. He Tian waved his hand, and immediately the people in black in front of him dispersed and got into the dense bushes nearby. With these bushes, they can provide them with good cover, and they can get closer to the plastic factory more easily. Let's act too. He Tian said, then took off his coat and sneaked into the bush quietly. Later, Wang Feng also followed. Although he was able to play in college, his real social knowledge is obviously not at the same level as this day. After all, his real experience in society is only 1 year. Brother, control the qi in your body and gather it in your legs and heart. This can help you better hide your breath and reach the level of light as a swallow. He Tian whispered beside Wang Feng. So Wang Feng was taken aback. But soon Wang Feng responded, daring to feel that He Tianze taught him some skills. Soon Wang Feng was done according to what he said. I have to say that after doing what he said, Wang Feng really felt that his body seemed to be lighter in an instant. Although he couldn't fly, he could walk as fast as he could. And in his current condition, he wouldn't have any problems even if he didn't breathe for half a minute, even the heartbeat became slow. It was about 1,000 meters away from the abandoned plastic factory, and after spending about 5 minutes, 2 people finally sneaked to a place very close to the plastic factory. The plastic factory is very dilapidated, and even the walls are decayed as if it is about to collapse, but it is very quiet here, even terribly quiet. In such an environment, such a quietness, there is no sound of small creatures' activities, and the quietness makes people panic. As the saying goes, something abnormal must be a monster. Using the ability of perspective, Wang Feng was shocked at once, because he unexpectedly saw that there were no less than 20 people hidden in these dilapidated buildings. These people, like the devil in the dark night, are lurking and there is no sound at all. In the entire plastic factory, there is almost one person hidden every short distance. The security work can be described as airtight. No wonder it is so terribly quiet. Senior brother we are in trouble this time. There are at least 20 people hidden in it. In He Tian's ear, Wang Feng whispered, shocking He Tian. The news he received is that there are at most 10 people here, which is still hidden. But now Wang Feng said as soon as he opened his mouth that there were more than 20, how could he not be surprised? How did you find out? He Tian asked in a low voice. This senior, don't ask me anymore. Let's think about what to do now, Wang Feng said, his expression gloomy. Fortunately, he has a perspective, otherwise they rushed in, they were afraid it would be difficult to rush out. Being able to hide so quietly without moving for so long is enough to imagine that these people are definitely not ordinary people. Since we are all here, of course we can't go back anymore. In this way, you and I will go aside and solve these people secretly. He Tian said in a deep thought. No problem. Upon hearing He Tian's suggestion, Wang Feng naturally did not have any objections. Although these people are hiding well inside, he has perspective. There is actually no difference between hiding and not hiding these people. He has some worried about He Tian. Then are you in danger? Wang Feng held He Tian, who was about to move, a little worried. Don't worry, your senior brother's realm has almost reached the inner strength. There is no big problem with dealing with a few cats and dogs. You should worry about yourself. With that said, He Tian broke away Wang Feng's hand and sneaked towards the other side alone. He Tian had done it. Wang Feng naturally wouldn't be idle, adjusting his strength well, he didn't make any sound, and touched the hidden killers. The dark night sky was quiet and terrifying, but in a place where others could not see, there was a very small muffled sound. It was Wang Feng who grabbed the outermost person and severely twisted his neck. These people are obviously here waiting for them to come. Since this is the case, he is still polite. Anyway, this battle is either you or I. There is no second way to go. Although this person made a little movement, but fortunately, the second hidden person was about 10 meters away from here, but there was no discovery. Perhaps these people did not expect that they would become the target of other hunters, waiting for others to rush in. Letting go of this person, Wang Feng showed no mercy at all, and continued to slowly approach the next goal. Using the same method, Wang Feng quickly got rid of the second hidden person. There were more than 20 people in total, and there were several more behind. But when he looked at He Tian through perspective, he was shocked, because He Tian had already solved 6 people now, and there was no sound. Now his strength has not yet reached the external power, this gap is immediately revealed. His face was calm, Wang Feng was like a ghost in the night, coming and going without a trace, harvesting the cheapest life to his heart's content. Number 5, what's the situation on your side? Just when Wang Feng killed the 5th person, a voice suddenly rang, but it was the next person Wang Feng was about to deal with. Seeing that the other party seemed to have reacted, Wang Feng's expression also changed slightly, because when he killed this person, he made the other party struggle for a while, and did not kill him with a single blow, causing a movement. It's okay, Wang Feng replied, turning his voice slightly hoarse. However, his words obviously did not have any effect, because this person had already walked towards him at this moment, his palms were sweating slightly, and Wang Feng was also ready to give the opponent a fatal blow at any time. Seeing the people walking towards him in the dark, Wang Feng was fully focused, his fists clenched together. It was just that he hadn't waited until he shot, and suddenly he felt a flower in front of him, and then saw the Dark Knight man's body leaning to one side weakly, and behind him, he was standing with an indifferent face. Junior brother, we can go to catch the principal offender, just leave it to my person here. He Tian came to Wang Feng's front and immediately pulled Wang Feng from the ground. He Tian's strength is too terrifying. As far as his movement speed is concerned, Wang Feng can only see a phantom with perspective. Is this the strength of inner strength? When he thought of this, his heart couldn't help but become a little hot. The principal culprit is here now, and is still sleeping. Using perspective, Wang Feng can see all this clearly. Therefore, at this moment, he and He Tian went directly to the place where this person slept. No one stopped. Later, He Tian's people had already rushed in, and the remaining few people, if they were not worried, they would be able to solve them. One kick kicked an iron door open, and the light inside came out. What appeared in front of Wang Feng and the two of them was a temporary wooden bed with 5 men lying on it. Of these 5 people, 4 are younger brothers, and the one in the middle is the master behind the scenes that Wang Feng wants to find. The sound of the iron door being kicked open was not small, so the 5 people on the bed woke up all at once. Seeing the 2 people blocking the door, their complexion changed greatly. Obviously, they did not expect to be under such strict precautions. Someone still broke in. You don't need to look outside, we have already disposed of the rubbish. Seeing their eyes look outside, He Tian couldn't help but sneer. My friend, we don't seem to have any hatred, the man sleeping in the middle said. His body with strong muscles and tattoos does not look like a good person. And beside him, the 4 younger brothers also immediately blocked in front of him, obviously acting as cannon fodder. You are that he has no grudges, but you and I can't say no grudges, can you? Hearing this guy's words www.wuxiaspot.com Wang Feng behind He Tian came over with a sneer on his face. You. Seeing Wang Feng, the man's expression changed obviously, because he knew Wang Feng and it was precisely because of Wang Feng and their mission that they would fail, so he had already longed for Wang Feng to be killed. My friend, how could I know you? Did you admit the wrong person? Although he wanted to kill Wang Feng in his heart, the man didn't dare to say it at this moment, because he could see that it was clearly a bad person. Acknowledged the wrong person. Hearing his words, Wang Feng smiled slightly, but said, I guess you must want to kill me right now? If you don't know me, why do your eyes flicker so hard? In a word, tell the real messenger behind you, I might still let you go, Ji Ping said, looking at them with cold eyes. However, under his gaze, none of the 5 people spoke, as if they were dumb. Only soon, a sneer appeared at the corner of Wang Feng's mouth, and then he used perspective to see that the man who was blocked at the end grabbed the 4 people in front of him. Wang Feng didn't know whether there was an envoy behind them. He just wanted to swindle them, but what he didn't expect was that this matter was obviously not that simple. There was definitely a real envoy behind them. When he thought of this, his face immediately became cold, and Pei's jewelry store also had his share. Other people's delusion of the jewelry store would be like grabbing his job. The beast would beat his head for food. Now since others want to grab his Wang Feng's job, then he dare to kill him? Brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? The man hiding at the end said, looking like he didn't admit it. Brother the people outside have been taken care of by us. At this moment, the younger brother who followed Wang Feng and them came, and they were carrying a few people with more air intake and less air. The last few people left. Seeing the miserable appearance of the people outside, Wang Feng and the few people in front of them also changed their faces. 2 people, Wang Feng, they have a chance to escape, but now, such a large group of people, unless they have wings, otherwise, or wait here to die. Thinking of this, despair flashed across the faces of several of them. I originally wanted to catch a turtle in the urn once, but I didn't think that I would become the turtle in the urn. Let's talk about it. Who is the real messenger? Looking at the desperate people, Wang Feng slowly spoke, but he was not afraid that these people would escape. Right now, there is only one exit, and it is still blocked tightly by them. These people have nowhere to escape. There is no main messenger anymore. I planned all of this. All the people who saw that he arranged it were finished, and the last strong man knew that he had come to an end and said loudly. If it was before, Wang Feng might still believe what he said, but now, how can he believe it? After snatching a person from a little brother, Wang Feng directly held his neck like a chicken, and said, I know there are people behind you. If you say, the end will be the same as him. While talking, only a click was heard, and the man in Wang Feng's hand was broken his neck for life, and he couldn't catch his eyes. The crisp sound of bone fracture caused everyone present to shudder. Killing a person, Wang Feng's eyes did not blink. This heart is really too cruel. Say, who else? Wang Feng's voice suddenly became the boss, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. No one is gone. Seeing Wang Feng's horror, the strong man still gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Really? Hearing what he said, Wang Feng laughed, and saw him flash up, came to a little brother, picked him up, and said coldly, as long as you tell me who is behind you, Lord, I can promise to let you leave here alive. Hearing Wang Feng's words, this little brother was also very frightened. You must know that Wang Feng didn't blink. He was afraid that he would end up in the same way if he hesitated. The atmosphere here is so depressing that this person is about to collapse. Seeing that this person's will was about to collapse, Wang Feng also increased his voice again. It's Bai's. Unable to bear the terrible feeling of depression, this person finally let go. It was just that when his voice just fell, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his eyes flashed. Turning white, it was so breathless. Realizing that this person was killed instantly, Wang Feng also looked behind him instantly. Behind this person, the strong man didn't know when he rushed up, and his 2 hands clamped the person's waist tightly, pinching him to death. Through the perspective, Wang Feng could see that the internal organs of the person he was holding were squeezed alive, and his life was instantly lost. If you want to inquire about the news from our mouths, dream. The strong man yelled, with his claws in his hands. He immediately grabbed Wang Feng, looking for death. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Feng's expression was cold and he was about to make a move, but someone made a move faster than him. He Tian just heard the crisp sound of bone fracture, and He Tian had already twisted the man's palm, causing his veins to violently. Say, who instigated buys? He Tian said coldly while holding this person, not much weaker than Wang Feng. Haha, I want to get the news from my mouth, delusional. Being caught by He Tian, the man did not resist, but his body trembled, and then his eyes widened and his breath was lost. In his mouth, there was a jet of dark blood flowing out with a stench. Is it hung up? He Tian's eyes widened as he saw this man die like this. But soon he responded, and it was too late to throw this person down to stop the 3 remaining. I saw that the 3 people he was still alive were all staring at the same time, with dark blood on the corners of their mouths. Shocking. All 5 people have been killed now, incredibly fast. How could this be? Wang Feng couldn't help but slap his tongue when he saw this scene. If what I expected is not bad, they all have a fang to end their own lives. He Tian said with a gloomy face, and then opened the mouth of the sturdy man, and there was a crushed tooth in it. Several other people are the same, they all bit their fangs and poisoned themselves to death. These people are really cruel to themselves. If they are ordinary people, they really dare not commit suicide. It's just a pity that the person Wang Feng captured hadn't waited until he finished speaking, and he had lost his life. If this were not the case, Wang Feng might have received the news he wanted. There really were people behind these people. What Wang Feng didn't expect was that the main messenger was actually from Pei's, but there was probably no way to know who this was. This made Wang Feng very upset. Bei Yongxiu was originally from Bei's, but now Bei's people are actually going to deal with her in turn, and Wang Feng's expression becomes ugly when he thinks of this. You guys will deal with it a little bit, don't leave any evidence. He Tian gave the order, and then took Wang Feng out of the plastic factory. Junior brother, don't worry, as long as you are within the scope of Zhuhai City, my people can be used as eyeliners, and this will not happen again next time. Seeing Wang Feng's expression ugly, He Tian said slowly. Hearing what he said, Wang Feng also reacted immediately and smiled reluctantly, saying, you don't need to care about this. Bei Yongxiu's safety is naturally responsible for me. It's just that there seems to be a traitor in your team. Wang Feng said the last words in a low voice, with a hint of coldness. I already know, don't worry, I will deal with this person by myself when I go back. Needless to say, He Tian already knew that there was a traitor in his team. It was originally said that there were 5 people, at most 10 people, but I didn't want to rush out more than 20 people. If it weren't for Wang Feng's reminder, they might be in danger. By the way, how did you find them lurking inside, junior brother? He Tian thought of Wang Feng's previous reminder, a strange color flashed across his face, and asked. Senior brother, don't ask, this is my secret. You will understand it later. Wang Feng waved his hand, unwilling to say more. Okay. Seeing Wang Feng, he didn't want to say more. He Tian didn't ask any more. Everyone has his own secret, and he also has his own secret. Rather than keep asking him to make Wang Feng unhappy, he might as well pretend that he doesn't know anything. In the Bentley, the 2 of them did not wait for others, but He Tian personally drove Wang Feng to the gate of Zukan number 1. By the way, junior brother, you have been practicing hard recently. I am watching you take action today. I am afraid that you are not far from the outside force. If you continue to work hard, your skill will make a qualitative leap sooner or later. He Tian said, and then drove the Bentley. Leave without returning. Hey, brother. Just as Wang Feng was about to enter the villa area, a person ran out of the security room. It was the person who borrowed Wang Feng's car last night. What's the matter? Wang Feng asked slowly, looking at the middle-aged man. It's okay, I just want to ask brother, do you have time? After that, the middle-aged man still showed an eager expression, and Wang Feng had goosebumps all over his body. Could it be you and I have to pay for your car? No, no. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man shook his head quickly and said, I want my brother to teach me how to ride a car. Last night was really exciting. Hearing this person's words, Wang Feng doubted whether his hearing had a problem. You should know that this person was scared to death yesterday. When he parked, he kept retching. I mean, brother, can you teach me bioke? Don't worry, I will definitely pay you the tuition. As if afraid that Wang Feng would not be willing, the middle-aged man patted his chest and said, unexpectedly, you are still a drag racing party. Wang Feng laughed, and then said, that's okay, wait until I have time. With that said, Wang Feng strode into the villa area, leaving only a back view of the middle-aged man. At home, the lights were still on, and when he opened the door, Wang Feng immediately saw Bei Yongxiu sitting on the sofa. Looking left and right, Wang Feng was a little suspicious. She was still up at this late hour. Why did you come back? Looking at Wang Feng, who was suspicious, Bei Yongxiu stood up and said in a delicate tone, "Hehe, something was delayed, so I came back late." Wang Feng gave a dry smile. "Do you know I'm worried? I almost thought something happened to you." Bei Yongxiu gave Wang Feng a sideways glance and said, "Fortunately, you are back now. You reading www.uukangsha.com or I will have to call the police." "Haha, it's okay." Seeing Bei Yongxiu's worries, Wang Feng also felt heartbroken. There is a woman in the family who is worried about her. Even after the night is late at home, she is still waiting for her to come back. Where can I find such a good woman? It is my blessing to have a woman like Sister Shui be my girlfriend. Stop being sloppy and tell me quickly, what happened? You look so ugly today. There must be something that is hiding from me. Bei Yongxiu said, as if he was ready to ask the end. Okay, I'll tell you. Knowing that the main messenger behind him is a person of Bei's, but Wang Feng doesn't know anything about Bei's, so he really wants to ask Bei Yongxiu. I caught the master behind the jewelry robbery today. Wang Feng opened his mouth, making Bei Yongxiu a little startled, and then asked suspiciously, "Aren't those robbers for the money? Why are their leaders behind?" This can't help but she doesn't doubt that ordinary robbers rob jewelry shops and banks. Aren't they just for money? Hehe, the robber is just of others, and the envoy behind him is a terrible person. Wang Feng shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Then are you injured?" When Wang Feng said that there were a few powerful people behind him, Bei Yongxiu's face immediately showed concern and grabbed Wang Feng's shoulder. "What can I do? If I have something, I can't come back now." Wang Feng smiled bitterly. "What about that person? Dead?" Wang Feng said with a shrug. "Dead?" Bei Yongxiu's expression changed. In this society, killing means paying for life, and she was taken aback. He committed suicide by himself. "I did not kill him." Wang Feng seemed to know Bei Yongxiu's worries and replied with a smile. "By the way, Sister Shui, do you have any enemies in your clan?" Wang Feng said, making Bei Yongxiu stunned, looking a little unclear. "That's the case. Before he died, that person said that there was a messenger behind him, and the people of your Bei family who really dominated all of this." Wang Feng's eyes flashed slightly, but Bei Yun was shocked. Shui got up from the sofa all at once. "How is it possible?" Bei Yongxiu exclaimed, obviously not believing it. "Don't get excited. This may be a smoke bomb released by that person. We don't know whether it is specific or not. You can imagine that when you were in the family, who had targeted you, or who had the greatest motivation for committing crimes." Wang Feng's words sounded in Bei Yongxiu's ear. "I don't know." Bei Yongxiu hugged her head and sat down on the sofa in a decadent manner. Obviously, what Wang Feng said was a big blow to her. People from her family have to deal with her, even at the mercy of others. Who can do such a vicious incident? Don't think about it if you don't know. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you. Avella's hair. Seeing Bei Yongxiu's pain on his face, Wang Feng also gently embraced her in his arms, said sonorously and forcefully, "Wang Feng, do you say that some people really don't recognize the 6 relatives for profit?" In her arms, Bei Yongxiu made a voice, as if she had already thought of something. But when he heard what she said, Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, and said, "Human desires are endless. Therefore, there must be people who do not recognize it for the benefit of the 6 relatives, but it depends on the degree." What Wang Feng said is right. Ordinary people don't recognize them. At most, they will be strangers in the future, and they will not communicate with each other in old age. And the truly terrifying ones are those who dare to kill. In the family, I always abide by the rules and never provoke others. If there is only one person who has really targeted me, that is the person you saw last time, that is, my second uncle. Bei Yongxiu spoke, her voice a bit painful. After all, she was a blood relative, she was unwilling to say such a thing. How to say? It's like this. In the past, when I was not in college, I was assassinated once in my family. That time, I didn't die, but was seriously injured, and the person my father suspected was my second child. Uncle. Bei Yongxiu said slowly. After that, she continued to say something related to her second uncle, and Wang Feng did not bother. About 10 minutes later, Bei Yongxiu finished everything, but his face was exhausted and his eyes were a little red. It turned out that the reason why this middle-aged man was suspected was because he and Bei Yongxiu's father fought for the position of the head of the house. In the end, Bei Yongxiu's father succeeded in taking the position, but he became the second in command. He has huge motives for committing crimes. Even since Bei Yongxiu was born, his attitude has been extremely bad, which is already known to everyone. Because according to the family rules of the Bei family, the direct children of the patriarch are eligible to inherit the family business. Although Bei Yongxiu is a woman, he is equally eligible to inherit. Moreover, the last time Wang Feng saw him, he had also seen his arrogance. He was totally defiant, thinking that the whole world belonged to him. If he said that there was no hatred in his heart, Wang Feng would not believe it. Moreover, after Bei Yongxiu's account, Wang Feng also understood how the wound on her lower abdomen came from, and it was the one left after the assassination. Although the wound healed and Bei Yongxiu also saved her life, the hidden wounds left to her have been with her for several years, and it still hasn't healed today. After that, because there was no real evidence, the matter was slowly delayed, and there was no result. Sister Shui, don't worry, as long as we are in Zhuhai City by my side, I will protect you. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to step on yourself. Wang Feng said, and then held Bei tightly. Yongxiu held her in her arms. This beautiful woman will need his protection from now on, and he can't let Sister Shui suffer even the slightest harm. In his arms, Bei Yongxiu's body was twitching slightly, obviously crying, but Wang Feng had no comfort, because he knew that it must have touched her sadness, and it might be better to cry. It didn't take 5 minutes, Bei Yongxiu in his arms slowly stopped crying, but fell asleep. He carried her upstairs and covered it with a quilt. Then Wang Feng left her room and took out his cell phone to call He Tian. The call was quickly connected. He Tian's voice. Brother He, I have one thing I want to ask you. Wang Feng said, straight to the point. Let's talk, what's the matter? He Tian's voice came, with a trace of fatigue. He might have fallen asleep. That's it. I want to investigate the vice president of Bei's group. I need all his information. Do you have any difficulties? Oh, just this little thing. Don't worry, I will send it to you tomorrow morning. After that, He Tian hung up the phone. Holding the phone, looking back at Bei Yongxiu's room, Wang Feng walked into the bathroom, took a casual shower, and then went back to his room. Today he has seen He Tian's strength, so he desperately wants to improve his strength, and only when he is strong can he protect the people he wants to protect. Wang Feng spent the whole night in cultivation. Even without sleeping, Wang Feng still felt refreshed when he woke up. It was more refreshing than a comfortable sleep. Even Wang Feng is now considering whether or not to pass this qi gathering technique to Bei Yongxiu. If she practices this qi gathering technique, I am afraid she will be able to protect herself in the future. In the living room, Bei Yongxiu had bought breakfast early. This has become a habit of her, getting up earlier than Wang Feng every day and preparing breakfast. Walking out of the room, Wang Feng walked in the direction of the kitchen without even washing. Sister Shui, you don't want to go out to buy breakfast by yourself in the future. I'm afraid that something will happen to you. Looking at Bei Yongxiu with a smile on his face, Wang Feng said helplessly. It's okay, I have developed a habit, and the bad guy was caught by you last time, it's okay. Bei Yongxiu shook his head, then glanced at Wang Feng and said, you go and wash your face, then time to eat. Okay. Seeing that he couldn't say anything to Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng sighed in his heart, and then rushed into the bathroom to wash his face. It seemed that I couldn't get up behind her in the future, otherwise Wang Feng would really regret what happened to her. Sister Shui, I won't go to the jewelry line with you today. I want to see my elder brother. Wang Feng said while eating. Let's do it. Bei Yongxiu knew that Wang Feng wanted to comfort Gu Ping, so she didn't say much. After all, it is easy for people who are broken in love to have emotional breakdown. It is better to have personal comfort. By the way, you can also take a bottle of red wine in my room, as a gift to your elder brother. Bei Yongxiu said, making Wang Feng stunned. Obviously Bei Yongxiu had a wrong understanding. Wang Feng really wanted to see his elder brother, but it was not a consolation. After all, the jewelry store still has such a long time to open, and Wang Feng hasn't seen him for a long time. I don't know. What are you doing? When he was in college, Gu Ping often took care of him, and even helped him wipe his many times. Otherwise, whether Wang Feng can finish university safely is still a matter of two things, so Wang Feng is still grateful for his big brother. I made up an excuse casually a few days ago, but I didn't think that Sister Shui would remember it. This made Wang Feng a little ashamed. Finally, Bei Yongxiu and Wang Feng drove away from home, and Wang Feng's hand was holding a beautiful box at the moment, exuding a strange fragrance, which seemed to be a box made of sandalwood. This rich person would just enjoy it. Even drinking a wine-packed box was so particular about it. Wang Feng couldn't help but smile. On the way, Wang Feng was put down by Bei Yongxiu, and after getting out of the car, Wang Feng dialed Gu Ping's number. The phone was connected, and Gu Ping's dim voice came, as if he had not yet woken up. Wang Feng, what's the matter? Big brother, don't sleep. Tell me where your home is, and I'll come to find you. Wang Feng said with a weird expression on his face. In his impression, his eldest brother has always been very diligent and takes more time to get up than him. It's still early. It may be that he hasn't worked for a while, so he has become so decadent. Come on, then, my home is. After reporting the address, Gu Ping hung up the phone. When a taxi broke randomly on the side of the road, Wang Feng said, Master, please go to number 20, Hangzhou District. Hangzhou District. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the driver was obviously taken aback and turned around. Is there any problem? Seeing the driver's weird face, Wang Feng was a little strange. It's nothing, I'm seeing the husband dressed appropriately, not like a poor man, how could he live in Hangzhou District? The driver's eyes scanned Wang Feng's body and said slowly, why, is it possible that only poor people can go to Hangzhou District? After hearing the driver's words, Wang Feng rolled his eyes and took a ride. The driver seemed unwilling to do business. No, I mean Hangzhou District is a well-known slum in Zhuhai City. It is messy and there are even murders. I think you should stop going, right? The driver said. His face was somewhat in embarrassment. Although he is a driver within Zhuhai City, he is really unwilling to go to Hangzhou District, like Hangzhou District. Many of his colleagues had accidents in it. They were robbed in broad daylight. It was a common occurrence. Some people were even chopped into the hospital by the gangsters inside. They have not yet come out. There is a trivial area, and the Zhuhai City police will not easily enter as long as it doesn't happen in a big way. Therefore, seeing where Wang Feng is going, he was willing, and also kindly reminded Wang Feng, drive with confidence. If anything happens, I will be responsible. Wang Feng said, and then took out 200 yuan from his pocket and said, is this enough? That's it. Seeing that Wang Feng had thrown away 200 yuan unceremoniously, the driver was too lazy to say, but directly started the car. After driving for almost half an hour, Wang Feng was finally taken by the driver to the so-called Hangzhou district. Before, Wang Feng thought that the Hangzhou district was full of high-rise buildings, but when he came here, he found it. The driver was right. Here, all of them are dilapidated houses. These houses seem to collapse at any time. They are all dilapidated houses. Even the roads here are bumpy, making people feel that this place does not belong to Zhuhai City. Brother, I can only drive you here, go in by yourself. The driver stopped the car and didn't want to go in again. Then you go. After speaking, Wang Feng directly opened the door. Thank you, the driver said, then turned around and left. He didn't want to stay here in this ghost place. Strange gazes continued to pass from all around him. Now, all Wang Feng is wearing are world-famous brands, and he looks like a rich man. Therefore, as he walked around, many people cast their gazes. Even in their looks, Wang Feng could feel their envy of himself. Does your elder brother live in such a place? Had it not been for Gu Ping himself, Wang Feng would not believe that Gu Ping would actually live here. They used to study in Zhuhai City, and they were not in this direction, so they didn't know that Zhuhai City had such messy mess. Local. Not far away, high-rise buildings are towering, full of modern atmosphere, but all around are dilapidated houses, which I have to say is a great irony. I don't know where the 20th is, so Wang Feng quickly took out the phone and called the eldest brother. Brother, I'm at the entrance of the red light district. The driver put me down. Come out and pick me up. Wang Feng said, and then hung up the phone. Not long after, at the end of the road, a young man walked towards Wang Feng. It was Gu Ping who was good. Looking at him, Wang Feng only felt his nose sore, and he almost cried. His eldest brother actually lives in this place. If it weren't for him insisting on coming today, he wouldn't even know that he lives in a villa every day, but Gu Ping lives in such a place. He feels very unhappy in his heart. Gu Ping's family knows a little bit about it. Even if his monthly income is only 3,000 or 4,000, he doesn't live in such a place, right? There are everywhere here, no one handles them, exuding foul smells, living here for a long time without getting sick, that's the strange thing. Big brother. Looking at Gu Ping, Wang Feng quickly greeted him, his voice choked. Just let me know if you come. I'll just pick you up and make you laugh. Gu Ping said. Shame flashed across his face. Go to your house. Wang Feng naturally saw the shame flashing across his face, presumably his arrival made him feel uncomfortable. Let's go, Gu Ping said, and then led the way. This is where you live now. Wang Feng's eyes widened as he looked at the dilapidated little bungalow in front of him, his expression unbelievable. Yeah, do you think I'm quite useless? Let you watch a joke. Seeing the shock on Wang Feng's face, Gu Ping was even more ashamed. As Wang Feng's elder brother, he lives in this place. I am ashamed to speak. Say a fart. Hearing Gu Ping's words, Wang Feng immediately yelled and said, even if I am not a human, Wang Feng will never look at his brother's jokes. Brother, if you told me earlier even if I don't eat or drink, I will definitely help you. Wang Feng's words were loud, but they made the shame on Gu Ping's face more intense. Hey. With a sigh, Gu Ping walked into the bungalow for himself and said, come in and sit down. The appearance of the bungalow was already very dilapidated, but when Wang Feng walked in, he found that it was even more broken. In the room, there was no furniture and appliances except for a bed, and there were even puddles on the ground under his feet. Obviously it was caused by a rain leak. He never thought that his eldest brother would live in such a place. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Just sit down, the place may be a little broken, but it can still live in. Gu Ping gave a wry smile, and then sat down on the bed. Brother, honestly, if you have encountered any difficulties at home, tell me, I will definitely help you. Sitting next to Gu Ping, Wang Feng asked solemnly. With Gu Ping's income, no matter how bad he was, he would definitely not live in such a place, so Wang Feng immediately guessed that something might have happened in his home. No, don't think too much, I'm fine at home. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Gu Ping's gaze was a little dodged, and then he turned his head directly away. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng smiled in his heart, everything has been understood. Brother, if you still use Wang Feng as your brother, tell me what's wrong with your family? If you don't tell me, I will leave immediately. Wang Feng said, then stood up and moved away. Oh, since you want to know, then I will tell you. At this moment, Gu Ping turned around and glanced at Wang Feng, then there was sadness in his eyes, and said, my mother has leukemia, all my family's savings have been spent. What? Hearing Gu Ping's words, Wang Feng was shocked. Of course, he knew what disease was leukemia. This disease can be cured, but at least it will cost more than 500,000 yuan, so much money, ordinary family simply can't afford it. Then you are also sending your monthly salary to your home, so you are compelled to live here. Wang Feng asked, his expression a little ugly. My eldest brother had even kept it from him when such a big incident happened at home. If he didn't come today, he would definitely not know. Yeah, I don't have anything to do now. Gu Ping nodded, and then grabbed his lowered head with both hands, looking extremely painful. After his mother discovered leukemia, all their family's money could not be used to make up for the huge gap. Even if they even borrowed a lot of things together, it was still a lot worse. If it weren't for his mother's death, he would have sold his kidneys. Without a kidney, he can continue to live, but the mother has only one. Big brother, here is 1 million. You can take it to cure your aunt's disease first. Seeing Gu Ping's painful look, Wang Feng didn't say anything, and directly took out a bank card. If it was before, he was worse than Gu Ping, and he had no money, but now, money is not that important to him. Even if he is willing, he can become a billionaire with a net worth of over 100 million in a day or two. He is not short of money, but the eldest brother was forced to be like this by money. Thinking of this, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to take out the bank card. Bei Yongxiu gave him more than 3 million yuan, and he is not bad now. 1 million. Gu Ping raised his head when he heard Wang Feng's words. His face showed an incredible color. As the saying goes, a penny is hard to die of a hero. When there is no accident, you don't care about how much money is. However, you can only discover how important money is when something happens. In order to treat his mother, he has been very frugal, but even so, it is still a lot worse, and he has no way to make up for it. Hundreds of thousands are not tens of thousands, and even relatives would not borrow them, so he was truly stunned when he saw the bank card given by Wang Feng. He never thought that Wang Feng would even give out 1 million without saying a word. At this moment, he looked at Wang Feng like a stranger. No, my third brother, I can't ask for your money. A full minute passed before Gu Ping responded and pushed Wang Feng's hand aside. What nonsense are you talking about? Is money important or your mother's life important? If you don't want you, good mother, you can also not want my money. Seeing that Gu Ping seemed unwilling to accept his own money, so did Wang Feng after a sneer. He threw the bank card onto the bed. He could see that Gu Ping really needed the money, but he might not want to accept it because of face. Don't worry, I lent you the money, not just as a gift. You will pay me back in the future. Wang Feng hurriedly added the money, fearing that Gu Ping would not want the money. Such a big thing has happened, and the money has been spent. It is true that saving lives is true. In today's society, it is not uncommon to see a doctor, so if you have no money, you have to wait for death. So why can't Wang Feng watch Gu Ping's mother sit and wait for death? Well, I will pay you back the money in the future. After a long time, Gu Ping took the card away carefully as if he had made a major decision. This is life-saving money, even his mother's life is in this bank card. This is like my eldest brother. Seeing Gu Ping finally collected the money, Wang Feng's face showed a smile. Patting Gu Ping on the shoulder, Wang Feng said, "Let's go, today I brought a bottle of good wine." Our brothers got together and talked. Then, Wang Feng lifted the red wine box on the bed. Okay. Knowing that his mother's illness has been saved, Gu Ping is also in a good mood, and gradually let go, and he can see that Wang Feng doesn't look down on him. If it weren't the case, Wang Feng would not give him money. In a small restaurant in Hangzhou district, Wang Feng and Gu Ping got in. "Aunt Cai, fry a few small dishes that I usually like to eat, and put a little more meat," Gu Ping yelled after sitting in the seat. "Xiaoping, is this your friend?" Hearing Gu Ping's words, a middle-aged woman soon came to the table of the two of them and looked at Wang Feng with kindness. "Yeah, this is my good brother. I finally came here today," Gu Ping said with a smile on his face. "Then please wait a moment, I'll get you some food right away." www.wuxiaspot.com. This middle-aged woman, known as Aunt Cai, smiled, and then walked towards the kitchen. "Brother, it seems that you are very familiar with her," Wang Feng asked when the middle-aged woman left. "Yes." Gu Ping nodded, and then there was a bitter smile on his face, and said, "Auntie is really a good person. Many times when I was poor and had no money to eat, she let me eat for nothing. Otherwise, I would starve to death. It's on the street." Gu Ping's words were very relaxed, but when he heard his words, Wang Feng felt as if his chest was pressed against a large rock, and his elder brother was facing the dilemma of starving to death on the street. "Big brother, don't worry, since the two of us are together this time, I won't let you have this situation again," Wang Feng said with a firm voice. "Okay, let's not talk about this today. Take out the wine and let's take one." Gu Ping smiled, and then opened the red wine box that Wang Feng had brought. However, after he opened the box, his expression was dazed, and his whole person became stiff. "What's the matter?" Wang Feng asked very strangely when he saw his elder brother all at once. "Wang Feng, do you know what wine you brought?" Gu Ping raised his head and glanced at Wang Feng, his expression a little shocked. "I don't know." Wang Feng glanced at the red wine in the box. He really didn't know what it was. He doesn't have any research on red wine. He drinks the most, that is, ordinary white wine. Red wine is used by high-end people. He rarely drank it before. "I really don't know." Gu Ping asked again. "I don't know, Bei Yongxiu gave this to me, saying that I should bring it." Wang Feng shook his head, and was a little speechless by Gu Ping. "Isn't it just ordinary red wine? What is shocking?" Seeing that Wang Feng didn't really know what kind of wine it was, Gu Ping gave a wry smile and said, "This is the real Lafite red wine of 82 years the above." Huh. Hearing Gu Ping's words, Wang Feng almost got up from his chair. He had heard of Lafite wine, but he didn't know it. If it hadn't been for Gu Ping, he wouldn't have known that what Bei Yongxiu asked him to bring was a bottle of red wine worth more than 200,000 yuan. Is this still drinking? This is simply drinking money. Thinking of the last time he drank a bottle of red wine like this with Bei Yongxiu at home, Wang Feng couldn't help but smashed his tongue. This red wine was so expensive. No wonder he had so much aftertaste last time. Brother, I care about him so much, but it's just a bottle of red wine, and I should still have it at home after drinking. Seeing the shock on Gu Ping's face, Wang Feng couldn't manage so much, so he took out the red wine directly. The lid opens. A smell of wine quickly permeated the room. Just smelling the smell was already a very wonderful enjoyment. After all, there are more than 200,000 things where ordinary people have the opportunity to drink. Gu Ping saw the Lafite red wine that his previous boss had drunk, and he never thought that he would have the opportunity to drink it. Taking out 2 bowls, Wang Feng quickly poured most of the red wine, and said, "Big brother, since this wine is so valuable, it can't be wasted. Let's drink one by one before talking." Wang Feng said boldly. Gu Ping was so shocked that he almost sat on the ground. Wang Feng used a bowl to drink more than 200,000 red wine. It must be said that it was very strange. However, Gu Ping couldn't help smelling the strange smell of wine, and finally had to hold up the rice bowl in front of him and have a drink with Wang Feng. Wine is a good wine, and it is endless after drinking, but if you drink it in this sip, I am afraid that there is no more money. The dishes are here. At this moment, Aunt Cai had already fried the first dish and brought it up. The dishes are ordinary home-cooked dishes, but looking at the greasy and fragrant dishes, Wang Feng is also moved his index finger. Since living in the villa, Wang Feng eats almost all the delicacies of the mountains and seas every day. He really missed it. It's not that there is a good saying, drinking and eating meat, this is the real life. What kind of elegance is all used to fool people? Aunt Cai, you have a sip of this wine and try it. At this moment, Gu Ping spoke and pulled the middle-aged woman. This, isn't it? Aunt Cai has actually already smelled the wonderful fragrance of wine, knowing that they might not be drinking cheaply, so naturally she is not as embarrassed. There is nothing wrong with it. You gave me food when I was at my worst. If it weren't for you, I might have starved to death on the street now. I don't think my brother would mind. Gu Ping said. Yes, madam, this wine is just a bargain for dozens of dollars outside, so it's just drinking water. At this time, Wang Feng also agreed, laughing. Well then, as he said, but the two of them couldn't be helpless. This Aunt Cai took a sip of the wine bowl. Wine is definitely a good wine, so after taking a sip, Aunt Cai put down the bowl immediately and put a strange look on Wang Feng. She opened a shop here and knew a lot about wine, so when she tasted the taste of wine, she knew that this was definitely not what Wang Feng said. It was a precious red wine. You two eat first, I see if the other dishes are ready. After saying this, Aunt Cai walked towards the kitchen. Brother, are you particularly grateful to her? At this moment, Wang Feng asked. Yes, the aunt is not only a nice person, but also a person worthy of respect. Gu Ping said, with a look of reminiscence on his face. Oh, what do you say? Auntie's husband died of illness in her early years, leaving her with 2 children. She is a womanly family, and she supports this small shop by herself, and she has to take care of 2 children. It is really admirable. Gu Ping, when he spoke, his face really showed admiration. Unexpectedly, there are such strong women in this world. Wang Feng said, with some admiration as well. Old lady, get out of here. Almost just when Wang Feng's voice fell, there was a loud cry outside the store. Hearing this sound, it seemed that the people were very arrogant. Hehe, it was brother Huang Mao. Aunt Cai ran out of the kitchen quickly when she heard the shouts outside, with a slight smile on her face. Xiao Tiam is here to have a relationship with me. I am not your brother. Have you collected the protection fee I said a few days ago? The yellow-haired young man opened his mouth, very arrogant. Hearing his words, the people who were still onlookers also avoided, seeming to be very afraid of this Huang Mao brother. Brother Huang Mao, didn't the protection fee used to be 1,000? Why is it costing 2,000 this time? Aunt Cai said, embarrassed on her face. When you open a shop here, you have to pay the protection fee to this man named Huang Mao every month. If you say that it sounds good, it is the protection fee. If it sounds bad, it is blackmail. It's just that because of the strength of this Huang Mao brother, the people here dare to be angry and dare not speak, and they have a lot of power. Let's stop talking nonsense. I said 2,000 would be 2,000. If you can't get the money today, then you don't have to open this shop anymore. I am a perfect person with yellow hair. The yellow-haired brother raised his eyebrows and said, then a little brother behind him also immediately yelled, Brother Huang Mao has accepted your money. Naturally, you will be guaranteed to open a good shop here. This is for you. You guys. Looking at these poppy rascals in front of her, Aunt Cai was anxious to cry. Opening a shop here, her monthly income is only more than 2,000, plus herself and 2 children. This little money can barely subsidize the family. If they take it all away, how will she live? Stop talking nonsense, just tell me whether to pay. Seeing Aunt Cai look like this, the Huang Mao brother also yelled arrogantly. I have no money. The other party was really forced to die, so Aunt Cai also called out, not wanting to be persecuted anymore. Snapped. A clear slap in the face sounded, and Aunt Cai let the Huang Mao brother fall to the ground with a slap. Old lady, you can count on you when I charge you, don't shame you. Huang Mao yelled, arrogantly arrogant. TMD. Not only Wang Feng couldn't help seeing this scene, but Gu Ping also stood up at this moment and rushed out of the hotel. Stop it, you guys. Gu Ping yelled, and then helped Aunt Cai from the ground. At this moment, half of Cai Auntie's face was almost swollen, enough to imagine how ruthless this yellow-haired person just started. Even women don't let it go, this is simply not human. Oh, don't you think you still have a helper? Huang Moj glanced at Aunt Cai, then Cai looked at the weak Gu Ping, and said, it's okay if you want me to stop, give me 2,000 yuan, I leave immediately. You. Hearing his words, Gu Ping was obviously very angry, and he was blackmailing here in broad daylight. Is there any law in his eyes? Brother, you don't have to get angry with this kind of garbage, let me deal with it. Grabbing Gu Ping's shoulder, Wang Feng walked out. When he came, the driver said that robbery happened in broad daylight here. Wang Feng didn't believe it at that time, but now he saw it for real. Some elders don't go to work hard and collect protection fees here. For such scumbags, you are not welcome. Some people cannot reason with them. Since they are going to be cruel, you must be more cruel than them. Use violence to control violence. Although it is not advocated in this era, sometimes this kind of handling can be more effective. Which green onion are you? Looking at Wang Feng, the Huang Mao brother didn't put Wang Feng in his eyes at all. Can you tell me one more thing? A smile appeared on Wang Feng's face, harmless to humans and animals. You are going to die. Seeing Wang Feng talking to himself like this, the Huang Mao brother was also angry. In this scene, he is the boss and everyone has to be controlled by him. So when he heard Wang Feng's words at the moment, he also felt his own face. He was damaged, and he would hit Wang Feng with a fist. However, before his fist hit Wang Feng's body, he felt his fist hit a wall of flesh. Crack. The sound of broken bones sounded, and Wang Feng's palm was slightly hardened, and this Huang Mao brother's wrist broke for life. It is simply impossible for such to harm him. What? The wrist was snapped alive, and this Huang Mao brother also let out a scream like a pig, and then shouted at the younger brothers around him, what are you doing in a daze? I will abolish him. When the younger brothers heard what Huang Mao said, they didn't hesitate at all and rushed up instantly. It's just that, with their three-legged cat skills, they almost don't even have the qualifications to get close to Wang Feng. www.wuxiaspot.com. It's like a few sandbags, and a few fierce and wicked people have made Wang Feng beat up in the blink of an eye. It's not that the bones here are broken, that is, the bones there are cracked, and they are all making a terrible cry. You're called Brother Huang Mao, right? While talking, Wang Feng lifted up the young man with yellow hair lying on the ground. The 100 caddies of yellow hair was picked up by Wang Feng like a little chicken at this moment. Imagine how amazing Wang Feng's arm strength is. UTM, let me go. Huang Mao yelled, panicking in his heart. He could see that the young man in front of him was definitely not something they could fight against, and even true gang members would definitely not have such a terror. You can let go, and I apologize to Auntie Cai, otherwise, I will break your neck. Wang Feng said coldly, and then he pressed his palm slightly, almost strangling the yellow hair. I apologize, I will apologize immediately. Feeling the threat of death, the yellow hair almost peed his pants in fright and shouted, go. Throwing Huang Mao to the ground, Wang Feng didn't bother to look at him. I'm sorry, I'm not a human being. Huang Mao didn't dare to run away while crawling on the ground, pulling Aunt Cai's trousers, not to mention how pitiful it was, tearing his nose and tears. This. Aunt Cai was also surprised when she saw this scene, and she turned her gaze to Wang Feng. Okay, go away, don't let me see you again in the future, otherwise, I will kill you. Wang Feng said, his voice extremely cold. Yes, I don't dare to come again. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Huang Mao was pardoned and quickly got up from the ground. Wait for me. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Huang Mao. When he was about to leave here, suddenly, Huang Mao turned around and put down a cruel word. Okay, I'll just wait here. Hearing Huang Mao's threat, Wang Feng didn't care at all, but he was just a street gangster. He hadn't paid attention to it yet. And today this Liangzi has been taken, then he will completely destroy the people behind him, and truly avoid future troubles. You guys get out of here too. Looking at the few punks who were still wailing on the ground, Wang Feng yelled. Yes. Hearing Wang Feng's words, these people dared not hesitate, and they all rushed out as if they were running away. Wang Feng, are you okay? Watching Wang Feng beat up a few arrogant punks in the blink of an eye, Gu Ping also walked up with worry. This Huang Mao brother was not easy to provoke at first glance, but he was afraid that Wang Feng might not be able to cope with the situation. Yes, this little brother, you should go quickly. This yellow hair won't give up easily. At this time, Aunt Cai also walked up and said to persuade. Then I'm leaving, what do you do, madam? Are you letting them bully? Wang Feng sneered, and didn't mean to leave at all. Hey. Aunt Cai also darkened when she heard Wang Feng's words, and said, provoke them, I don't have a foothold here, I will go back to pack things now, and then leave here forever. Hehe, Aunt Cai, you don't have to do this, but just a few punks, leave it to me. After saying that, Wang Feng walked into the hotel without looking back, and said, Auntie, I remember we still have the dishes are not ready yet, so get us this. She was really in trouble when she heard Wang Feng's words. After living here for so many years, she had known how powerful that Huang Mao was. I am afraid that there are no fewer than 20 thugs under him. They are all social idlers who bully honest people like them. But seeing that Wang Feng didn't seem to be going to leave, she was also heartbroken and walked into the kitchen. The big deal today is that she is fighting her own life, and she has to fight Huang Mao and the others. Paying such a large amount of protection fees is simply killing her, so she will definitely not compromise again. These people are really too tight and push her to a dead end. My third brother, if it doesn't work, we'll call the police right now. When he returned to his seat, Gu Ping still took out the phone with some worry. Seeing him like this, he seemed to be ready to call the police. Brother, you don't need to call the police. It's just a group of punks. Don't you believe my skill? Wang Feng held Gu Ping's hand and said, I'm not even afraid of robbers with guns. He's a few bastards, so don't worry. That's right. Gu Ping's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Feng's words. Only then did he remember the news he saw not long ago. Isn't the hero in it the same as Wang Feng? When he thought of this, he was also extremely shocked. In the video, Wang Feng really showed his power. It was like making a movie again. When he was in college, he knew that Wang Feng could fight, but he was not as scary. My third brother, did you go to the army 1 year after graduation? You have practiced your skills so terribly. At this moment, Gu Ping suddenly asked, with a face full of doubts. You said you should serve as a soldier. Anyway, I didn't do any illegal activities. Wang Feng grinned, then picked up the bowl of red wine and said, come on, continue drinking. Drink. Seeing that Wang Feng's expression was relaxed, Gu Ping's heart slowly relaxed. He knew what kind of temper Wang Feng was, so he wouldn't fight an uncertain battle. One dish after another was brought up, Wang Feng as if nothing had happened, talking and laughing with Gu Ping. His expressions were very relaxed. This scene was extremely shocking when I saw Aunt Cai. Huang Mao personally said that he would go back and ask for the rescue. This Gu Ping brother is still here. Isn't he afraid of being beaten? Okay, brother, you can stay here for a while, I'll go out and take care of the trouble. Wang Feng, who was drinking, suddenly put the wine bowl down and walked slowly toward the outside of the hotel. He used perspective and saw that Huang Mao came here with a large group of people. In order to avoid the restaurant here from being smashed, Wang Feng would naturally not choose the place of battle here. Are they here? Seeing Wang Feng standing up, Gu Ping also quickly stood up, his face very worried. After all, Wang Fengzhe was alone, and he was still afraid that he could not beat the opponent. You can stay here, or I'll be shackled for a while. Without looking back, Wang Feng strode to the street in front of the hotel. There was a smile on his face, and he had no consciousness of being beaten up. After eating and drinking, let's do some activities. Big brother, that kid beat us. At the end of the street, Huang Mao led at least 20 people to come here with a fierce expression on his face. He is a shame in front of so many people today, so he has to find this place no matter what. Which kid doesn't open his eyes and dares to hit my brother Kun's little brother? Do you want to live? Another fierce voice sounded, but a full-faced man pushed away from the crowd and squeezed out of it. Brother Kun. Seeing this man, the more than 20 people in his ear, including brother Huang Mao, showed respect. Say, who the is, in this red bamboo district, no one dares to make trouble on my sight. This brother Kun's tone is even more arrogant than Huang Mao, and their big posture scares no one onlookers. It's him? Seeing that brother Kun was about to give himself a head, the yellow hair also pointed his finger at Wang Feng immediately. Who? Brother Kun was arrogant with a cigarette in his mouth, and then turned to look at Wang Feng. When he did not see Wang Feng, he was full of anger. After all, this Hangzhou district is his site. If anyone makes trouble here, he will have trouble with him. Although this is a slum area, he is the leader of so many people. His income is still very impressive. However, when he saw Wang Feng's face clearly, he was immediately silly, and even the smoke in his mouth fell to the ground. Wipe. Brother Kun shouted, then couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Until this brother Kun rubbed his eyes a little red, this was the flattering color on his face, leaving behind many younger brothers all the way to Wang Feng, and respectfully said, Master Feng, how are you? Is it here? Huh. Seeing this scene, the group of younger brothers brought by brother Kun widened their eyes one by one, revealing unbelievable colors. The person they were about to beat, even their boss ran over and showed such a look of bowed head and waist, almost shocked their eyes to fall to the ground. What is going on with this TM? Do you know me? Unlike this brother Kun's little brother, Wang Feng couldn't help but feel very strange when he saw him being very afraid of himself. No, no. The Kun smiled awkwardly, and then respectfully said, I am Long's younger brother. Do I know any of your dragon brothers? Wang Feng's heart was even more confused, and he didn't know what the man was doing in front of him. This little brother is not clear, but Long Ji once showed me your picture, and said that you must be treated as if you saw him. The Kun smiled on his face, but he already cursed Huang Mao in his heart. A dog with head. Isn't this TM cheating me? Brother Long personally confessed to the guests who needed to be treated well. This Huang Mao even wanted him to hit him. Fortunately, he didn't have a look beforehand today. Otherwise, if the grade in front of him was beaten, he suspected that he might not see the sun tomorrow. I don't know what Long brother you are talking about, and I have never heard of it. It seems that your posture today is to trouble me? If so, then come on, I will take it all. No more continue to talk nonsense with this person, Wang Feng said lightly. Master Feng, just let me go, I really didn't know it was you. Seeing Wang Feng's attitude slowly getting colder, brother Kun was also scared to death. Being able to get to his position has no worries about eating and drinking. He doesn't want to ruin his job because of today's affairs. Come here, bring me Huang Mao this dog R. As if afraid that Wang Feng would do it to himself, this Kun screamed quickly. Poor Huang Mao didn't even understand what was going on, so he was escorted to Wang Feng and brother Kun by two younger brothers who were also confused. Brother Kun, what's going on, what's the matter? He was escorted over, and this yellow hair also showed a dead mother's expression, even his tone of voice was a little flustered. You said, how did you provoke Feng Ye? Brother Kun said, with a bit of gritted teeth, wishing to slap the Huang Mao to death. I was questioned by Brother Kun in such a tone. Huang Mao was aggrieved to death. How could the helper he had called become the other's helper in the blink of an eye? He wanted to cry without tears. Forget it, don't need him to say it, let me say it. This scumbag is here to collect protection fees, and it costs 2,000 to open it. If you don't pay, you not only hit people, but also want to hit the shop. What should you do? Seeing this Brother Kun seemed to be really afraid of himself, Wang Feng was too lazy to do it, but said lightly, Nima. Hearing Wang Feng's words www.wuxiaspot.com, Brother Kun immediately became angry, and he slapped Huang Mao's face with a slap, hit Huang Mao's mouth and nose with blood, and let out a scream. Huang Mao, how did I tell you? The protection fee here is not more than 500. I don't think your courage is fattening up. You even ask for 2,000. Why don't you grab it? Brother was furious, it didn't look like it was fake. There are no rich people who live in Hangzhou district. Although they are street gangsters, they also have principles. People who collect protection fees can't afford to eat, so they still work for J8. A fool would do this kind of killing a chicken to get an egg. Brother Kun, Huang Mao was really frightened now. He could see that Brother Kun was really angry this time. He blamed his temporary greed and didn't want to expose it now. Fuck off, I'm not your brother. Brother Kun spit on the ground fiercely, and then said to his little brother, give me a punch first. Yes. These little brothers also know that Brother Kun is really angry, so now they have no affection at all, and the yellow hairs are constantly screaming, which makes people feel oozing. After beating for a full minute, Huang Mao fell to the ground, with blood dripping from his mouth, and his whole body was convulsed. He had no appearance of prestige. With his miserable appearance, I am afraid that the beggars are better than him. Feng Ye, what do you want to do with him? I will do what you say. At this time, Brother Kun put his gaze on Wang Feng's body, and his face was once again replaced with a respectful look. Without the slightest sympathy on his face, Wang Feng said faintly, break his legs and throw me on the street. This yellow hair is simply a scum, so Wang Feng naturally doesn't have to be polite, that is to say, he dare not kill people in broad daylight, otherwise, this yellow hair must die now. In the end, Brother Kun complied with Wang Feng's words, interrupted Huang Mao's leg, and threw it to the garbage dump on the street. No one cared. When Wang Feng was provoked, Brother Kun certainly didn't dare to collect Huang Mao to be his own little brother. Moreover, he once said that the maximum protection fee should not exceed 500. This actually needs to collect 2,000. The extra money, don't think about him. I also know that this yellow hair was corrupted. Therefore, he really doesn't have any pity for such a subordinate. Wang Feng's approach, he very much agrees. Dealing with people who are rich in their own pockets, it should be like this, it is what he deserves. It's just that, although Wang Feng looks like a scholar on the surface, the order this time is really ruthless. Everyone looks like that, and his legs will be broken. Okay, it's nothing for you, let me go. Without seeing the Kun group, Wang Feng turned and walked into the hotel. But soon he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and stopped Brother Kun and said, from now on, the person who called you will not be collecting the protection fee for this hotel. Even, you have to send people to look after this place frequently. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Wang Feng's voice was a little cold, so scared that Brother Kun shed cold sweat on his forehead, he quickly bent over and nodded. Don't worry, I will never come to this store again. No, I will never accept this street again. Protection fee. Okay, nothing is wrong with you, let's go. To this Brother Kun, Wang Feng has no good attitude, and his voice is a little unhappy. If it hadn't been for this Brother Kun who had always been very respectful to him, he might have started hurting people now. Brother Kun, why are you so respectful to that young man? Does he have any powerful background? Leaving this street, a younger brother of Brother Kun asked cautiously. Slap. The little brother just finished speaking. He directly met Brother Kun's slap, and then heard the cold voice of Brother Kun, and said, who will inquire about him in the future? He is not something we can provoke. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying you. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing what Brother Kun said, the little brother who was slapped didn't dare to say anything more, but he felt a little wronged in his heart. He just said a word and got a slap, which was not worth it. It wasn't until the distance of almost 500 meters that Brother Kun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that Lord Feng would not deal with him anymore, and they didn't know how afraid they were just now that Wang Summit would catch up. He still remembers the solemn expression when his elder brother confessed that he paid attention to Wang Feng. He rarely saw this expression, and it could almost be said that he had never seen it before. This shows that it is possible that his elder brother would not dare to provoke him. That young man. Remember, don't come to this street to collect protection fees in the future, or don't blame Laozi for breaking your legs. As the threatening voice of Brother Kun sounded, they took the people away slowly. Third brother, I find that I can't see through you more and more now. In Aunt Cai's restaurant, Gu Ping looked at Wang Feng with surprise, as if he wanted to see something from Wang Feng's face. Big brother, don't look at me with such a look. I don't get involved and don't have any special hobbies. Wang Feng said helplessly, but it made Gu Ping, who had just drank a sip of red wine, spout all the wine in his mouth. These 3 of my own brothers are really the best, and these words can be said. A few thousand yuan, it was so extravagant that it was sprayed out of my mouth like this. Thinking of this, Gu Ping's face also flashed with fleshy pain. Little brother, those people won't bother you. At this moment, Aunt Cai came up with an apologetic expression. What happened today was entirely because of her, but Wang Feng was innocently implicated. Anything, don't worry, those people will not bother you again in the future, and will not charge you any more protection fees. You can open a store here with peace of mind in the future. Wang Feng said with a smile. Really? Aunt Cai was obviously a little excited when she heard Wang Feng's words. When she opened a shop here, she could barely support her family. If she was harassed by this little mob from time to time, her business might really not go on. Although she didn't know what Wang Feng came from, she believed most of what happened outside just now. Okay, my auntie, we are already too full to eat, so let's say goodbye. Then, Wang Feng took out all the money in his body, which was more than 3,000. Wang Feng was a little sympathetic to Aunt Cai's life experience, so if he could help him, he would help him as much as possible. After all, his eldest brother survived with her help when he fell. Ah, this money is too much, I can't charge it. With a large stack of money, this Aunt Cai was also surprised and quickly refused. However, when she wanted to return the money to Wang Feng, she discovered that Wang Feng had already left with Gu Ping. Looking at their leaving back, Aunt Cai was very emotional. She knew that she would be terrified in the future. I can't see Wang Feng either. Brother, you can't live here anymore. After returning to Gu Ping's bungalow, Wang Feng said, his tone is beyond doubt. Why? Didn't I live well here, and the rent here is also cheap, only 100 yuan a month. Gu Ping smiled, and didn't mean to move out. What shit, with me, I will definitely not let you live here anymore, and you don't have to worry about your mother's condition anymore. 1 million is enough for her to treat. Now, I will take it out first. I'll talk about finding a house. As he said, Wang Feng dragged Gu Ping to go out. Then you wait a moment. While speaking, Gu Ping ran to the bed, bent over and pulled out a box from under the bed. The box was very heavy. The contents should be the clothes Gu Ping usually wears. Opening the box cautiously, he took out a suit that was almost whitewashed and put it on. Brother, why do you still keep your clothes? Wang Feng was also stunned when he watched Gu Ping put the torn suit on him. He didn't mean that he looked down upon Gu Ping in wearing this dress. It was because the dress had some origins, and it was a birthday present from Gu Ping's former girlfriend. It's just that the woman has already run away with the rich now, and what is she doing with the torn clothes? Hehe, the clothes are not bad, you can make do with them. Gu Ping grinned reluctantly, but his smile was very bitter. Brother, don't miss the things you lost anymore. We must always look forward to the future. Listen to my words and throw away this dress. That woman is not worth your memory. Of course, Wang Feng saw Gu Ping's face. The bitterness of the above, said earnestly. You don't need to say much. Gu Ping stopped Wang Feng from saying what she was going to say next, and said, when I really put her down, I will personally burn the clothes. Oh, whatever you want. Wang Feng shrugged indifferently, then dragged Gu Ping into a nearby ATM and took out some money. In Zhuhai City, housing prices are very expensive, even renting a house is not affordable for ordinary people. It's just that Wang Feng is not short of money now, and Gu Ping will not be short of money in the future, so he directly brought Gu Ping to a quiet community. This community should have not been built for a long time, and it looks very new on the outside. When I asked about the rental price, Gu Ping was stunned, because the rent here actually costs 10,000 yuan a month. 10,000, that was his salary for 2 or 3 months before, so when he heard this price, he immediately retreated. Brother, don't go, you will live here in the future. Don't worry about the money. I will pay you half a year in advance. Later, you can find a solution by yourself. After that, Wang Feng called the landlord and said all the rent for half a year was given to him. The location here is good, and it is not far away from the future jewelry store branch, and the transportation is very convenient. Thinking of the convenient transportation, Wang Feng remembered that he had always wanted to buy a car, but he had not had time some time ago, so after solving Gu Ping's housing problem, Wang Feng immediately pulled him out, saying, Brother, go, accompany me to buy something. What to buy? Gu Ping showed a strange look on his face. I'll know when you go. Wang Feng pushed him into a taxi without any explanation. About 20 minutes later, Wang Feng and Gu Ping got out of the taxi at the entrance of the largest Ford's shop in Zhuhai City. Third brother, you want to buy a car. Coming here, Gu Ping already understood what Wang Feng was going to buy, and couldn't help but envy him. Just 1 year after graduating, for many people, buying a car is too far away. After all, it's very good to be able to solve their food and clothing problems. Yes, I've always wanted to buy a car some time ago, and I just have time today. Wang Feng smiled. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com then noticed the envy on Gu Ping's face and said, Big brother, you too. Don't envy me. I'm not here today to buy my own car. You will also choose one for transportation later. Huh. Gu Ping was startled when he heard Wang Feng's words, and hurriedly said, I'll just take the bus. Brother, I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. Wang Feng glanced at Gu Ping, really speechless. What's the situation? Wang Feng's words really made Gu Ping startled, not knowing what Wang Feng meant. You know, you will be the manager of our jewelry store in the near future. If you don't even have a car, what would others think of you? So you don't need to pay for the car today. I will help you out. It is the car that our jewelry store rationed to you, Wang Feng said with a smile on his face. You have this right. Gu Ping was even more strange, looking at Wang Feng. Of course there is. Wang Feng smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. In short, our purpose of coming today is to buy a car. Whatever you want, just buy it. Then, Wang Feng pulled Gu Ping in the Four's shop. Two gentlemen, I don't know what you need. At this moment, a beautiful waitress came up with a professional smile on her face. It's okay, let's take a look at it first. Wang Feng waved his hand, and then took Gu Ping and walked towards the store. Cut, 2 dumplings. Taking a look at Gu Ping's whitewashed suit, the waitress curled her lips slightly, too lazy to chase them. Working here, they will get a high commission every time they sell a car. At first glance, Wang Feng and the two are not like rich people. She doesn't bother to serve. The customer bought a cheap car, and she couldn't get a lot of money, so she didn't want to bother with Wang Feng. This Four's shop is the largest car dealership in Zhuhai, so it sells everything from super sports cars to ordinary private cars, which is very large. There are many people walking back and forth in the shop, all of whom are choosing their favorite vehicles. Wang Feng and Gu Ping appear to be very ordinary inside. Big brother, just speak up when you see a car, you're welcome. Wang Feng smiled and said, not caring about the money at all. Haha. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Gu Ping knew he couldn't hold back him, and his eyes slowly fell on those ordinary private cars. With his income, he wants to buy a car. It's a long way off. It's not even that Wang Feng wants to pay for him. He can't afford it. He now has a million bank card, but there is his mother's life-saving money. He dared not move at all. I don't know much about cars, or you should choose one for me. Gu Ping said, really don't know what kind of car to buy. There are too many types of cars here, and the people who see it are dazzled. I don't know anything about cars, I can only drive. Wang Feng smiled awkwardly, and then continued, I feel good anyway. Two gentlemen, I don't know what kind of car you want to buy. At this moment, another waiter came up, still with a professional smile on his face. What good cars do you have here? Tell me about it. Wang Feng asked. Mister, I really can laugh. There are so many cars here. I just don't know which one you want to buy. What price? The waiter looked at Wang Feng with a smile in his eyes. Then look at those below 500,000. Wang Feng said, but he didn't have much pursuit for cars. The car is just a means of transportation. Then you two come with me. The waiter nodded, and then led them to the C area of the car dealership. The car dealer is the same as the Hualian jewelry store that I have been to. There are 4 districts, A, B, C, D. The price in Area D is below 200,000, while the price in Area C is between 200,000 and 500,000, which is in line with the price mentioned by Wang Feng just now. As for Zone B, the price is 500,000 to 1 million, and Zone A is the luxury car class, which is more than 1 million. Sir, how about this car? The waiter pointed to an Audi A4, and said, this car has various hardware measures, and it is suitable for urban white-collar workers like you. Brother, do you like it? Wang Feng turned to Gu Ping, ignoring the waiter. The car is more than 300,000 yuan, and it is not expensive. Wang Feng bought it without any problems. Then this one. Gu Ping nodded, not picky. For him, having a car is an extremely extravagant thing. 2 soil buns. Just as Wang Feng and Gu Ping were discussing, a very discordant voice came from not far away. The speaker was a young man wearing a luxurious suit with a gorgeous woman. At this moment, the man was looking at the two of Wang Feng with disdain, and more often than not, he would look after Gu Ping. As for the woman next to him, she was like a little bird lying on the man's chest, looking extremely cute. What are you talking about? Looking at this man who didn't know him at all, Wang Feng's complexion immediately turned cold, and he was despised for no reason. This is really very uncomfortable. It's a shame to buy a car without money. The man gave Gu Ping a disdainful look, and then walked to Area A with his arms around the gorgeous woman. Grass? Looking at this man, Wang Feng immediately became angry. What kind of thing? When he went out to buy a car, he would be looked down upon. Third brother, let's forget it. Gu Ping knew that the person who looked down on them just now must be because he was wearing a whitewashed suit, so he immediately stopped Wang Feng. Let's go over and take a look. Wang Feng said, and then broke free of Gu Ping's hand and walked to Area A. Sir. Seeing that Wang Feng might be going to make trouble, the waiter immediately called. What are you doing? Wang Feng asked after a glance at the waiter. Sir, don't make me embarrassed. The waitress showed an apologetic smile, and then Wang Feng understood what she was going to say. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble in the past. I will buy a car. Are you not the waiter here? You will introduce me later. Wang Feng smiled slightly, and then walked to Area A without looking back. The young man mocking them seemed to be here to buy a car, so Wang Feng and Gu Ping saw him as soon as they arrived. Tisk tisk, 2 buns, do you have to beat me? The young man saw Wang Feng and Gu Ping, and he was not afraid, and still ridiculed. There is nothing to care about with the dog. Wang Feng smiled indifferently, but it made the young man's face change immediately. What did you say? The young man said. A cold light flashed across his face. Did you not hear clearly what I said? Do you want me to say it again? Wang Feng said, his eyes narrowed slightly. Shaoqi, don't quarrel with him. Let's buy our own car. At this time, the woman next to the young man pulled the young man's clothes corner to tell him not to make trouble. This young master doesn't have the same knowledge as you, a bunny. You can't buy a car here for a lifetime of struggle. The young man took a sip on the ground, then took the woman and turned away. At first sight, Wang Feng and Gu Ping were poor, and they were generally familiar with them. They really lost their identities. Waitress, I want to buy this car. The young man said to a waitress next to him, referring to a sports car worth 1.5 million. Okay. Hearing this young man's words, the waiter also showed a smile on his face. If the car is sold, she can get a lot of money. Soil buns. Looking back at Wang Feng's two people with disdain, the young man's eyes were all proud of himself. I bought this one. Feeling the other party's provocation, Wang Feng smiled slightly, and directly pointed his finger on an Audi R8 not far away. The car looks good, but the price is not cheap, marking 2 million. What? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the waitress standing next to them seemed to wonder if she had a hearing problem. I want to buy this car, is there a problem? Wang Feng asked, his voice flat. Sir. The waitress showed a bitter look on her face, but didn't show any excitement. Don't worry, it's only 2 million. I still took it out. Knowing what the waiter was worried about, Wang Feng took out his bank card without saying a word and said, there are 2 in the card. Millions, there is nothing wrong with buying this car. Really? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the waiter's eyes lit up and seemed to have believed Wang Feng's words. Before, they were wandering around in Zone B. She didn't believe that Wang Feng could afford a luxury car like the 2 million class, but now that the other party's bank card has been taken out, she has to believe it. The person who brought him was wearing a cheap suit, even whitewashed, but now he took out 2 million in the blink of an eye without hesitation. Could it be that this is still a hidden handsome man? Thinking of this, a heart of her couldn't help beating a little bang bang. If she sells a 2 million luxury car, she can get a lot of commission, even more than the salary she earns for working here for half a year. Damn it. Seeing that Wang Feng was going to pay for a 2 million sports car, the young man's expression also changed. Before he saw Wang Feng and the others slightly ridiculed him, but he didn't want Wang Feng to be so rich. 2 million luxury cars, you just buy it, even without blinking your eyes. Miss, I don't want this car anymore, I want to change it. Feeling the threat from the other side, the young man immediately gave up the luxury car he saw in front of him and set his sights on a Maserati sports car. This sports car is hundreds of thousands more expensive than the Audi R8 that Wang Feng just photographed. Looking at this posture, this young man seems to be deliberately embarrassing Wang Feng. Intentionally. Wang Feng also smiled when he saw that the other person's face was replaced with a proud look on his face. Miss, I don't want this car anymore. I'll change it. While talking, Wang Feng stepped to the front of a red Ferrari and said, I think this car is good, so I need this one. This Ferrari, with a streamlined appearance full of power and exquisite workmanship, is a fine product among sports cars. The price is much more expensive than that of the young man, which has exceeded 3 million. Grass? Seeing this scene, the young man was so angry that the corners of his mouth were shaking. He had already seen that Wang Feng was also going to fight him. Stop this, I want this. While speaking, the young man pointed his slightly trembling finger at another sports car www.wuxiaspot.com, which is Aston Martin. This car is more expensive, more than 4 million. At this moment, the two waiters who followed them are already stupid, but they are buying a car, and now it is more like fighting for money. This posture is really horrible. It's just 1 million plus 1 million at every turn. How rich is this? Haha. Wang Feng smiled, not feeling sorry for the money, and walked directly to the front of a car that was full of power. Sir, you still don't want to be arrogant. The other party is arrogant, which is a good thing for the waiter, but at this moment, the waitress next to Wang Feng spoke. He could see that Wang Feng was going to fight the young man, but whether Wang Feng could spend so much money was a matter of two things, and she didn't want to watch Wang Feng become the bully. It's okay, to me, money is nothing more than a number. Wang Feng said, still walking towards the car he was fancy. The price of the car was enough to make ordinary people discouraged. Even Gu Ping's heart at this moment was tightly grasped. He doesn't know how much Wang Feng has, but the price of the car he is heading for is really outrageous. 7 million? It was a Lamborghini, a world-famous car. Even people who can't drive know this world-famous car. I'll buy this car, Wang Feng said, then cast his gaze on the young man and smiled slightly. This young man should be a rich man. The price of wearing a suit is probably no longer under 20,000. It's just that this time he went out to buy a car. His father gave him 5 million, within 5 million. You can buy any car, but if it exceeds this price, he can't spend so much money. If he and Wang Feng continue to fight, it will definitely be him who will be ashamed. Forget it, this young master is not as knowledgeable as you. After a full minute, this young man was like a discouraged ball, and he was instantly relieved. His total money is only 5 million. If he buys nearly for tens of millions of cars, his father had to break his leg, so he didn't dare to fight Wang Feng again. But soon, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said in a cold voice, this Lamborghini is worth 7 million yuan, can you get it out? What he meant was very obvious, that is, Wang Feng couldn't spend so much money. I can't figure it out. That doesn't seem to be something you need to care about. Wang Feng smiled, and then called Bai Yongxiu. This young man's words are correct. Now he has a total of 2 million cards. If he wants to buy a top luxury car of 7 million, that's a big difference. The call was quickly connected, and Bei Yongsu's voice came, Wang Feng, are you okay? Yes. Wang Feng said, and then said lightly, I need 10 million now, you can turn me around. His tone was very flat, but it fell in the ears of all the people present to make their complexion changed. This Wang Feng, at first glance, was a student who had just graduated, and he even paid 10 million for a phone call. What? Then wait a minute, I'll be transferred to you in 10 minutes at most. On the other end of the phone, Bei Yongsu asked nothing, and then hung up. Wang Feng didn't doubt her words, so he put the phone in his pocket with peace of mind. Humph, the ghost knows if what you said is true. At this moment, the young man spoke again with a look of disdain. Is it true? I'll know in a few minutes at most. I hope you don't cry then. Wang Feng smiled without arguing with him, and returned to Gu Ping's side. Third brother, are you crazy? Looking at Wang Feng with a smile on his face, Gu Ping only felt his body trembling slightly. He was scared by Wang Feng. 7 million luxury cars, you just bought it? This is something he couldn't imagine. Of course I am not crazy. I buy a car anyway. Since I want to buy it, I have to buy a good one. Anyway, I like sports cars in my heart. Wang Feng shrugged and didn't care about 7 million. Well, I'll take you. Gu Ping was already speechless. Before Wang Feng gave him 1 million, he still said that he couldn't accept anything. But now, Wang Feng can even start with 7 million luxury cars, enough to imagine the 1 million he gave himself, and he never thought about going back. The sound of the phone message soon rang, and when he took out his cell phone to look at it, Wang Feng suddenly smiled. 10 million, the call has been made, and the time is less than 5 minutes. Seeing the smile on Wang Feng's face, the young man's instinctive heart flashed bad, because he had already thought of something. Beauty, go and call your manager. Wang Feng said to the waitress beside him. Sir, do you really want to buy? The waiter asked a little uncertainly as if he was afraid that Wang Feng would tell lies. Of course you want to buy it. The money has already been paid and you can swipe your card right away. Wang Feng nodded, and then the waiter stopped asking more questions, but excitedly called their manager to go. For a luxury car of 7 million, she can get a lot of dividends, which is a full hundreds of thousands. For a young girl who has just entered the business, what a huge fortune. Which gentleman is buying a car? Soon, a middle-aged man ran over, his face also a little shocked. 7 million luxury cars are rarely bought by even the wealthy people in Zhuhai City, because it is not worth it. The hardware measures are almost the same, and what you sell is just a reputation. If you are not a real super rich, no one will spend the money stupidly. I bought it. Wang Feng nodded and smiled. There is enough money in it. When you swipe the card, you also swipe the Audi R8 in it. I bought it together. Wang Feng said, then took out the bank card. Yes. Respectfully received the card from Wang Feng. The middle-aged man did not doubt, but said, Mr. bought more than 5 million cars at a time. According to our car dealer's rules, we will call you 50% off. Whatever you want. Wang Feng waved his hand, not caring about the discount. Since he has the ability to see through, he has a lot of opportunities to make money, but he hasn't put millions in his eyes. Soon the middle-aged man came back by swiping his card, returning the card to Wang Feng, and took out another gold card with hot stamping, and said, the 2 cars have the property under your name. This is the VIP gold of our car dealer. Card, as long as you come to buy a car in the future, you can enjoy a 5% discount. Oh, taking the 2 cards, Wang Feng said afterwards, bring me the 2 cars first, I'm in a hurry. Yes. After speaking, the manager respectfully turned and called for someone to go. Wang Feng, why did you buy 2 cars? At this time, the shock in Gu Ping's heart has slowly subsided, because the car has been bought, and the money has been given to others to regret it. Then the Audi R8 is naturally driven for you. Wang Feng said, unable to deny it. Let's go out first, and the car will be brought up after a while. Wang Feng said, and then led Gu Ping to walk outside. However, when passing by the young man, Wang Feng said coldly, if you don't have any money in the future, don't pretend to be everywhere. Forced, or be careful of being struck by lightning. After speaking, Wang Feng turned around and left, leaving behind the stiff young man who stayed in place. This young man never thought that he had kicked an iron plate today, and he bought a 7 million luxury car as soon as he said he bought it. Even he could only look up to such a car. Before, he satirized Wang Feng, but he didn't expect that Wang Feng would use facts to satirize him severely. This time, was it because he was struck by lightning? Outside the car dealership, 2 luxury cars were quickly brought up. When the 2 luxury cars appeared, they immediately attracted a lot of envy. Especially some people who were selecting vehicles in the car dealership couldn't help but ran out, looking at the 2 Wang Feng enviously. This kind of car is worth millions at a glance. They simply can't afford it, and they can only envy the 2 of them. How is it possible? In the car dealership, the waitress who laughed at the 2 Wang Feng first showed an unbelievable look. Before, he said that Wang Feng and 2 of them were dumplings, but now they have directly bought millions of luxury cars, letting her beat her chest, and cursing that she missed such a good opportunity. A dispute of spirit came to an end in this way, and Wang Feng spent more than 8 million yuan in less than half a day, faster than burning money. Welcome you two to continue to visit our store next time. Behind Wang Feng and the others, the manager spoke respectfully, and then handed over the keys of the 2 cars to Wang Feng. No need to give it. Wang Feng said, and then threw the Audi key to Gu Ping, saying, brother, go, let's go out for a while before talking. When you get a luxury car, you have to feel it before talking about it. Okay. A luxury car is something that Gu Ping would not have dared to imagine before, but now this Audi R8 has belonged to him, so, without Wang Feng, he also wants to go up and feel it. After getting into the Lamborghini, Wang Feng quickly started the car. The rumbling sound spread in all directions, and then, Lamborghini directly rushed out like an angry bull. The characteristic of a luxury car is that it starts quickly and drove steadily. Just after it was started, the speed of this car has already exceeded 100 miles, which is not known how much faster than ordinary cars. Moreover, sitting in this car, Wang Feng also felt very comfortable, without any bumps. Behind, Gu Ping drove the Audi R8 to catch up. They were all luxury cars, and the speed was not much worse. When they were in college, the four brothers once saw others driving luxury cars, and they were unspeakably envious. Now they finally drove their own luxury cars. Parked the car on the side of the road, Wang Feng bought 2 cans of beer, and took Gu Ping's Audi R8 directly onto the viaduct around the city in Zhuhai. On the viaduct, there are a lot of cars but they are not blocked because there are no traffic lights. Once on the viaduct, Wang Feng drove the speed of Lamborghini above 200 miles. The speed was frightening. Along the way, those car drivers saw the Lamborghini driving so crazy, and they were so scared to avoid them. At the same time, they envied the other party's wealth and could buy such a luxury car. Not far away, Gu Ping's Audi saw Wang Feng's speed suddenly increase, and he was also fierce, exploding the performance of the Audi R8 luxury car. Young man, who is not arrogant in his heart. This car is just right for them, with a public personality. The two cars ran wildly on the viaduct, both at speeds above 200 miles, which shocked many drivers. These are two lunatics. I really don't worry about a car accident. After getting off the viaduct, Wang Feng drove up the Huanhai Highway. Zhuhai City is a coastal city. Since he graduated from Zhuhai University, he has not been to the beach for a long time. From behind, Gu Ping still followed closely, and didn't fall far. At an observatory, Wang Feng stopped the car, and less than 5 seconds after he stopped, Gu Ping also slowly stopped the car. Wang Feng, the performance of this car is really good. Reading www.uukangshu.com is indeed a luxury car. A smile appeared on Gu Ping's face as he walked off the car. Obviously, he was very concerned about the car he was driving. Satisfaction. Satisfaction is fine. Wang Feng nodded, and then threw a can of beer in his hand into Gu Ping's hands, while he himself sat on the edge of the cliff, looking at the endless blue sea in front of him. Next to him, Gu Ping also sat down slowly, and watched the endless sea with Wang Feng. The sea breeze is oncoming, and the person blowing it is very comfortable. After taking a sip of wine, Wang Feng slowly said, Big brother, I wonder if the second and fourth brothers are doing well now. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Gu Ping's eyes darkened and said, I have been disconnected from them since I graduated, and they have never contacted me, and I don't know them now. Where is it? You don't even know where they are. Hearing Gu Ping's words, Wang Feng was obviously a little unexpected. Even if he couldn't contact them himself, he didn't expect that the older brother would not be able to contact them either. Before they graduated, they said in the dormitory that if anyone develops in the future, they must support the other three. Now, Wang Feng has settled his eldest brother, but he doesn't want the other two people to have completely lost contact. Where can I find two people in the vast crowd? Have you asked them about other things? Wang Feng asked again. Other classmates. Gu Ping smiled, but his expression was a little bleak. You saw it at the last party. Those people didn't look down on us at all, so why would I ask them? Forget it. I don't know if I don't know. I believe we will meet again one day in the future. Wang Feng patted Gu Ping on the shoulder, and then took a sip of wine into his mouth. After bidding farewell to Gu Ping, Wang Feng drove home directly, because the day was swaying and it was already dark, and he didn't bother to go to the jewelry store. At home, quietly, Tang Ero's violent policewoman did not come back. This made Wang Feng a sigh of relief. When staying with this woman, there would be no quiet moments and could always provoke all kinds of incidents. After taking a shower, Wang Feng sat on the sofa and began to practice qi gathering technique. After practicing for so long, he has never touched the threshold of external energy. It can even be said that he doesn't even know what to count as external energy. Strength. It seems that you have to find some time to ask brother he. Time didn't know how long it had passed. Just when Wang Feng felt that his hungry stomach was groaning, Bei Yongxiu came back. Bei Yongxiu looked tired. In the past 2 days, the jewelry store was too busy. The departure of the clerk made them overwhelmed, and even her behind-the-scenes boss had to act as a salesperson. Wang Feng, who owns the car in the garage. Seeing Wang Feng, Bei Yongxiu also sat down beside him and asked, Oh, I bought that car today. Wang Feng said without concealing it. I remember that the price of that car seems to be 7 million yuan, you are really willing to start. Bei Yongxiu rolled his eyes, but didn't mean to blame. For her, 7 million is nothing, it is completely affordable. In fact, let alone 7 million, even if Wang Feng wants to buy it, she will pay 70 million. Haha, today I met a stupid who didn't open his eyes. I had to fight with me, so in the end I bought the car back in a bewildered manner. Sister Shui won't blame me. Wang Feng said, with a look on his face. Apology. It's okay, it's just a sports car. Bae Yongsu shook his head, and then said, have you had dinner? Not yet, I'll wait for you to come back to eat together. Wang Feng said truthfully. Then wait for me, I'll take a shower. Bae Yongsu was about to pull up from the sofa. But before she stood up, Wang Feng held her shoulders. Sister Shui, I think you are so tired today, let me massage you to relax. Wang Feng said, and then sat behind Bae Yongsu. Do you still massage? Bae Yongsu's face was a little surprised, and she didn't seem to believe it. You have learned two hands when you are bored. You will know if you are uncomfortable first. After saying that, Wang Feng's hands began to massage her shoulders, and he slowly injected his own qi. Okay. Being massaged comfortably by Wang Feng's hand, Bae Yongsu couldn't help making a panting voice, making her face flushed all of a sudden. Hearing her voice, Wang Feng's heart was actually shaken, but he didn't do anything wrong, and was still massaging Bae Yongsu honestly. I went out for a day of fun today, leaving her to be busy in the store alone. Naturally I would relax for her. Okay, don't press it, I'll take a shower, and then let's go out for dinner. Bae Yongsu broke free of Wang Feng's strange hand and rushed into the bathroom. She was afraid that she would be massaged again, and her whole body would have to melt in Wang Feng's arms. It felt so comfortable that she almost made a shameful voice several times. It didn't take long to take a bath, that is, Bae Yongsu walked out of the bathroom a few minutes later. Bae Yongsu after bathing was undoubtedly the most beautiful moment. The silk pajamas couldn't cover her hot body at all, and her wet hair added endless charm. Wang Feng was a little dry when she watched. Although it is not the first time Wang Feng has seen Sister Shui go out of the bath, every time he sees it, Wang Feng feels his heart is throbbing, and Bae Yongsu can give him a different kind of temptation. If Wang Feng is asked to say the reason, it can only be said that Bae Yongsu is too beautiful, like a fairy falling from the sky, flawless and perfect. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes. Seeing Wang Feng staring at him in a daze, Bae Yongsu also blushed and ran upstairs. Not long after, she changed her clothes and came down. She didn't have any makeup, but her natural undressed makeup could already explode all women. Now, what she was wearing was a purple dress with a bunch of crystals and gems hanging around her neck, shining with brilliance, beautiful and indispensable things. On her feet, she stared at a pair of crystal high-heeled shoes, revealing her delicate feet, and above them were two long snow-white legs, a piece of white flowers, which made Wang Feng's eyes a little flowery. Her hands, her fingers are now crossed between her legs, and said, Wang Feng, don't I look good in this outfit? No. Wang Feng shook his head, and then said, Sister Shui, you are so beautiful today, you are like a fairy. Wang Feng's words are extremely serious, because Bae Yongsu is indeed very beautiful at the moment, especially after wearing that series of crystal gems. It is even more radiant, and the temperament is completely set off. Bae Yongsu not only it is a beauty in appearance, and a beauty in temperament at this moment, without fault. Xiaopoor mouth. When she heard Wang Feng's words, Bae Yongsu's heart was first happy, and then she looked at Wang Feng angrily and said, then let's go. With a smile, Wang Feng rushed into the garage and drove out the Lamborghini he bought today. This car, at least 7 million, is much better than Bae Yongsu's Audi TT. Beauty, please get in the car. Wang Feng ran out of the car and opened the door for Bae Yongsu, and Bae Yongsu laughed out loudly. Sister Shui, where are we going? You have the final say. Wang Feng asked in the car. Well, I haven't really taken you to a meal for a long time, let's go to the green restaurant on the riverside. Bae Yongsu said, his face slowly returned to normal. Then you show me the way, I don't know where it is. Wang Feng said, and then drove the Lamborghini out like a whirlwind. Lamborghini is worthy of being a top luxury car. Along the way, just this car alone does not know how many people's attention has been attracted. These eyes are all envious. More than 7 million things, even the average rich second generation can't afford it. It took nearly 20 minutes before Wang Feng and Bae Yongsu finally came to the gate of Bae Yongsu's so-called green restaurant. The restaurant is not very big, but it is very emotional. At this moment, there is soft music coming out of it. As soon as I got off the bus, a small servant rushed up at the restaurant with a professional smile on his face. Park the car for me. Taking out the car key, Wang Feng also took out 200 yuan and handed it to the young man. Good sir. Xiao Si said, and then honestly stopped for Wang Feng, but when he got into the car, he cast an enviable look at Wang Feng's back. Driving a luxury car with beautiful women is something that many people admire, but he doesn't have the strength of Wang Feng. The arrival of Wang Feng and Bae Yongsu quickly attracted the attention of many people in the restaurant. In particular, the stunning eyes of some male animals fell on Bae Yongsu, including some middle-aged people. As for Bae Yongsu's outfit today, it's all about killing the young and old, and it's impossible to control it. Do you have an appointment? At this moment, a waiter walked up and asked respectfully. Sorry, don't you have a place here? Bae Yongsu said, her voice turned softly. Oh, yes, please come with me. The waiter looked at Wang Feng enviously, and then led the two of them to a position near the window. This is the menu. The waiter put the menu in front of Wang Feng and Bae Yongsu, and then stood aside respectfully, taking a peek at Bae Yongsu from time to time. When I opened the menu, all of them were Western food. Just looking at the price, Wang Feng was a little surprised. The things here are really ridiculously expensive. For any steak, there are thousands of marks. This is a steal. However, he would never say this. Instead, he continued to scroll down the menu. But soon, his complexion became weird, because behind the menu, all were set meals for couples. Taking a look at Bae Yongsu with a calm face, Wang Feng no longer chooses. Instead, he pointed to the couple set meal marked 15,000 on the menu and said, "Bring me a copy of this." "Okay, do you need red wine, sir?" the waiter asked. "Then just bring a bottle of red wine worth about 10,000 yuan. Wang Feng said, but did not order anything worth hundreds of thousands. "Okay, please wait a minute, please." The waiter smiled ambiguously, and then he took the menu and prepared to go. "Sister Shui, didn't you think you were kind of affectionate?" Wang Feng said with a smile on his face. "Go, what are you talking nonsense?" Bae Yongsu gave Wang Feng a white, his face flushed unconsciously. Under the dim light, Bae Yongsu was really beautiful at this moment, a little ethereal. "Hey, hello, beauty." Just when Wang Feng was lovingly staring at Bae Yongsu, suddenly a fat man came to the table of the two of them, put his elbow on the table, and faced Bae Yongsu, said. His voice is very light, and you don't need to think about Wang Feng to know that this fat man must be showing a squint look. With him blocking here, Wang Feng couldn't even see Bae Yongsu. Anger flashed in his heart, and Wang Feng said coldly, "This gentleman www.wuxiaspot.com please leave here." "Cut, do you think this restaurant is yours? Where do I go? This is my freedom." The fat man turned around, his face was very ugly, and the fat on his face almost covered his eyes. With regard to the look of sorry parents, Wang Feng was a little disgusting. "Please don't disturb our meal," Wang Feng said, very polite. Unexpectedly, when he heard what he said, the fat man immediately became angry and pointed at Wang Feng and said, "What are you? You dare to talk to me like this?" Hehe. Wang Feng laughed, but he was very cold. He had warned the fat man to leave, but he didn't know that he was still like this. Sitting here by himself, a living person, he even came to strike up a conversation with Sister Shui. Does he really treat him as a transparent person? I'll say it again, where to come and where to go, don't affect our meal. My grass, the woman I like you is your conviction, you are looking for death. The fat man was furious, waving the fat man and greeted Wang Feng. However, before his fist hit Wang Feng's hand was already easily controlled. His hands were slightly hard, and the pain caused the fat man to tremble immediately, his body almost kneeling on the ground crookedly. "I don't want to say it again. Give me where you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your wrist." As he said, Wang Feng threw away the fat man's hand and his face slowly recovered. "Calm down. Okay, you're cruel." The fat man's hand almost broke Wang Feng just now, so at this moment the fat man's complexion was a little pale, obviously he was afraid of Wang Feng. "Go away," Wang Feng yelled, and then the fat man ran away dingy. For a meal, there is still a shameless person who came to strike up a conversation, and it was light without beating him. It won't cause trouble, right? Seeing the fat man leave, Bae Yongsu was also relieved and said to Wang Feng. The fat man spoke to her just now, but almost fainted her. Not only did this fat man's appearance be sorry for his parents, but he also had an unpleasant tone when speaking, which was really unacceptable. "It's okay, it was he who provoked us first. Even if it is pursued, it is his problem. Don't worry." Wang Feng smiled and didn't put the fat man in his eyes. Soon, the Western food ordered by Wang Feng was delivered with the red wine he wanted. "Sister Shui, hurry up, I'm already hungry." Wang Feng didn't use a knife, so he ate with his fork, without elegance. Not far away, some guests couldn't help shaking their heads when they saw Wang Feng's eating appearance. This person looked like he hadn't eaten in a few lifetimes. After eating a Western meal, he looked like this, starving to death. Ghost reincarnation. "Wang Feng, eat slowly, don't choke." On the other side of Wang Feng, Bae Yongsu couldn't help but swallowed a spit. Wang Feng couldn't even flatter Wang Feng's food. How long has it been since she had eaten? It was true that Wang Feng hadn't eaten for a long time. He had eaten lunch with Gu Ping early in the morning, and went home to practice until Bae Yongsu came back. He was already hungry. Although he is a little uncomfortable with this Western food, it can fill his stomach anyway. It's okay. Wang Feng picked up the goblet and drank the red wine in it as water. "Sister Shui, why don't you eat? What do I do?" Wang Feng asked strangely. "Okay, I'll eat." She wanted to say that she was full when she saw Wang Feng eating, but she didn't say that. Compared with Wang Feng's crazy eating, she is undoubtedly much more elegant, and Wang Feng even wondered whether she could finish the food on the plate after eating like this for an hour. Soon, Wang Feng finished the Western food on his plate, wiped his mouth with a napkin in satisfaction, and he let out a long sigh, and finally he was full. "Sister Shui, why don't you eat?" Wang Feng glanced at Bae Yongsu who was staring at him, and asked strangely. "Have you finished?" Bae Yongsu asked, her tone a little shocked. "Yeah, you hurry up and eat, we can go back after eating," Wang Feng said, and then lay on his back on the leather chair, staring at Bae Yongsu in a daze. "What are you doing looking at me like this?" Bae Yongsu asked, feeling a little uncomfortable with Wang Feng's eyes. "It's okay, I'll just watch you eat." Wang Feng didn't take his gaze back, still staring at Bae Yongsu in a daze. "Forget it, you can watch it if you want." Seeing Wang Feng continue to look at herself, Bae Yongsu stopped talking, but began to eat elegantly. "It's him, beat him." At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the restaurant, and then Wang Feng saw that the fat man who had been scared off by him had returned and brought several people with him. The few people who were brought, dressed in black, looked like the underworld on TV, but scared everyone in the restaurant out of the restaurant. Those who can eat here are all rich people, so they are afraid that they will get hurt a little bit. Therefore, they would rather not watch the excitement and now all run away. In the shop, all the people ran away, leaving Wang Feng, Bei Yongxiu and the people brought by the fat man. At this time, even the waiters did not dare to stop them, because they didn't want to cause trouble. Wang Feng, seeing a group of people gathered around, Bei Yongxiu also couldn't care about eating, and went straight to Wang Feng's side, sat down next to him, and put his arms around him. Don't worry, it's just a few punks, I can handle it. Wang Feng said calmly, patted Bei Yongxiu's hand gently. Weren't you sturdy before? The girl I fell in love with was your blessing, now I see how you can prevent me from taking your girl away. Tisk tisk, just that body and face. The fat man opened his mouth, and his eyes were full of fascinating light, making Wang Feng's face gloomy immediately. He was still upset when he was insulted, and this fat man dared to hit Bei Yongxiu's idea, which can be said to have touched his bottom line. He didn't twist this fat man's wrist before, it seems he didn't remember the lesson. You guys, grab him for me, the fat man said. His eyes didn't move away from Bei Yongxiu for a moment. Yes, the men in black said, they should be like bodyguards. Several people all shot at this moment, reaching out to grab Wang Feng. It's just that they have almost just started, and one of the people in black uttered a scream. Because at this moment, his hand was slammed into the table with the steel fork that Wang Feng used to eat Western food, and the flesh and blood were completely penetrated. What? Wang Feng's ferocity was beyond their expectations, so at this moment all of them couldn't help but back up a few steps, with horror on their faces. Originally they thought that dealing with Wang Feng was a matter of hand, but now, one of their companions was stuck on the table by a steel fork, and could not be pulled out. Isn't this too cruel? Come up if you have the kind, and I will take them all. Wang Feng said. His expressions were all indifferent, and he could see that these bodyguards are probably just a little better than ordinary people. For him, these people are no different from ordinary people, and he can deal with them at will. These people have to pay the price if they want to fight Bei Yongxiu's idea. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up, or I'll fire you when I go back. The fat man was shocked when he saw Wang Feng crippling one of his bodyguards in his face, and hurriedly shouted, yes. When several bodyguards heard that the fat man was going to fire them, they had to bite the bullet at this moment. Wang Feng did give them a very terrifying feeling at the beginning, but they couldn't. Afraid of him. Go, one of the bodyguards said, and the next few people all rushed up. Humph, overwhelming. Wang Feng let out a cold snort, then he got up directly from the chair, picked up the leftover plate from the Western food he had just eaten, and hit one of them on the head. The plate suddenly shattered, and the person who was hit by Wang Feng stepped back a few steps. The last one was unstable and fell to the ground. At this time, there was blood flowing down his forehead, his teeth were grinning in pain, and he let out low growls in his mouth. Boom! Several bodyguards faced Wang Feng. There was no comparison at all, just a few blinks of an eye. All the few rushing up kicked Wang Feng out. And he didn't have much mercy when he started. Even if these people weren't dead, I'm afraid they would be abandoned. At least in a short time, I can't think of fighting again. Help! Seeing that the bodyguard he brought over knocked Wang Feng to the ground with 3 blows, the fat man was also scared at this moment. Also called help. A sneer passed over the corner of Wang Feng's mouth. Then, his speed was like a phantom, and he caught the fat man in his hand in the blink of an eye. It is estimated that the big fat man who weighs more than 200 catties, at this moment, was lifted up by Wang Feng with fear on his face. Spare, please spare. Being caught by Wang Feng, the fat man was also crying anxiously. He didn't expect Wang Feng to be so terrible. He knocked his bodyguard to the ground at once. It was terrifying. Spare. The smile on Wang Feng's face was even stronger, and then the other hand he freed directly grabbed one of the fat man's arms and broke his arm bones with force. How could it be possible to fight Bei Yongxiu without paying any price? You should never hit my woman's idea, so. Wang Feng's voice was very cold, and then his fists hit the fat man's eyes directly, making them red and swollen. Throwing the wailing fat man on the ground, Wang Feng also squatted down and said, you gave us the loss here, including our meal money. Do you have any comments? No, no. Although the fat man wailed because of his broken arm, he knew that he should be softened at the moment. He didn't want to lose his life here. Don't let me see you again, otherwise, I will take your life. A trace of murder flashed across Wang Feng's face, and the fat man was so scared that a yellow liquid flowed out immediately underneath the fat man. Sorrowful. Frowning slightly, Wang Feng also beckoned to Bei Yongxiu and said, Sister Shui, let's go home. Yeah. Bei Yongxiu nodded, her face a little pale, obviously she was a little startled by the sight in front of her. Walking out of the green restaurant, Wang Feng let out a long sigh. Just now, he really had the urge to kill. Bei Yongxiu is now a completely forbidden zone in his heart. If anyone dares to touch her half of her hair, then just poke his heart with a knife. So, instead of killing this fat man, Wang Feng was forcibly enduring at www.wuxiaspot.com. Let's go home. Receiving the car key from the guy who parked before, Wang Feng carried Bei Yongxiu and left without looking back. This fat man is nothing but the poor second-generation ancestor. Wang Feng is not afraid of him coming to retaliate. This time, he didn't kill anyone, but if the other party still finds it dead or alive, then he won't have the slightest hold on. Wang Feng, you are just terrible, it's like changing someone. In the car, Bei Yongxiu said, gently stroking her chest, and said with lingering fear. Then Sister Shui is afraid of me. Wang Feng stopped the car on the side of the road, turned his head and said to Bei Yongxiu, no. Bei Yongxiu shook his head firmly, then smiled and said, I know that even if you lose your sense, you will never hurt me. Bei Yongxiu's words were very powerful, and Wang Feng's heart was relieved to hear. If Bei Yongxiu said he was afraid, he might get out of the car immediately and never return. Fortunately, Bei Yongxiu didn't say that she was afraid, but made Wang Feng happy. It seemed that her status in Sister Shui's mind was not low. Let's go home. Wang Feng said, and then drove the car again, heading for Zukan number 1. Today's meal was very unpleasant, but Wang Feng was in a good mood, because Bei Yongxiu's words made him feel very heartwarming. Back home, Tang Ero, a violent female force, has returned. She hasn't seen her for many days. Her face is all exhausted. She doesn't even have the strength to fight with Wang Feng. She just glanced at him sideways, and then looked at Bei Yun. Snow glanced. A fool could see that the two must have gone on a date, so Tang Ero really became more and more ruthless with Wang Feng, not to mention bullying herself, and now even her girlfriends are taken away. This Wang Feng is absolutely complete thorough bastard. You two will talk first, I'll go up and change my clothes, Bei Yongxiu said, and then walked upstairs. Rogue, did you do anything bad to Xiaoxiu? After Bei Yongxiu closed the door, Tang Ero immediately turned up from the sofa, looking at Wang Feng with alert. Being stared by her with such gaze, Wang Feng was a little bit dumbfounded, and then said, what did I do with her? It seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Does your police even take care of this? Yes. Tang Ero nodded, and then said to Wang Feng in a threatening tone, I don't care what you do to me, but if you dare to do things that I'm sorry for Xiaoxiu, I will definitely catch you in and shut you down forever. Don't you care what you do to you? Wang Feng moved when he heard Tang Ero's words, and then swept over Tang Ero's body with a light gaze. Tang Ero's face turned red immediately. Obviously, she has also found out her speech problem just now. Retract your gaze, otherwise, I will gouge your eyes, Tang Ero said fiercely. You come to dig one and have a try. Wang Feng didn't take his gaze back, but leaned against the sofa with a smile. Do you really think the old lady dare not? Tang Ero was also angry when he heard Wang Feng's words. He was in a bad mood. Now after Wang Feng's provocation, she immediately rushed towards Wang Feng's body. Her hands quickly rushed towards Wang Feng's face, causing Wang Feng's expression to change. She didn't expect this woman to actually start poking his eyes. It's just that her speed is faster, and Wang Feng's speed is even faster. Almost less than 0.1 second, Wang Feng's hand had already caught Tang Ero's hand, and she couldn't break free. Asshole, let go. Tang Ero yelled, almost facing Wang Feng. The fragrant wind sprayed on Wang Feng's face, which made him enjoy it for a while. He remembered the days when he kissed Tang Ero forcibly. The red lips are very close to him at the moment. As long as his head is pushed up, he can kiss Tang Ero's wonderful lips. However, now Bei Yongxiu is upstairs. He didn't dare to mess around, so he said coldly, Tang Ero, you are enough. Is it enough? A coldness flashed across Tang Ero's face, and then she bit towards Wang Feng's shoulder with one bite. Right now, Wang Feng was wearing a thin piece of clothing, so he was bitten by her fiercely. He only felt that the flesh of his shoulder was about to be bitten off, and the pain made him grin, and his mouth was low. Screams. Pushing the mad woman Tang Ero aside fiercely, Wang Feng also covered his shoulder with his hand, with a painful expression on her face. This woman is like a dog, and she bites at every turn. Let me play less of this lady's idea in the future, otherwise, I will kill you. Tang Ero glanced at Wang Feng, but her heart was extremely comfortable. Looking at Wang Feng's pain, that is what she thinks is the happiest thing. This is all about building her own happiness on the pain of others. You have the ability to kill me now, don't use this to talk about things. Wang Feng said, feeling very upset. I'll kill you. Tang Ero yelled, then rushed towards Wang Feng's body. What are you two doing? At this moment, Bei Yongxiu's voice came from the corridor, very speechless. How long was this time before the two of them pinched up again? Seeing that the two of them were blushing with a thick neck, Bei Yongxiu didn't know what to say. You can't drive either of them out of the villa, right? Sister Shui, this woman has become a dog, and she is biting people everywhere now, Wang Feng said, and then pushed Tang Ero aside. Xiaoxiu, don't listen to him talking nonsense, it's this rogue who is talking nonsense. He actually hit my mind again. Can you say I can bear it? Tang Ero said, not to be outdone. Cut, you don't take a mirror to look at yourself, and I won't hit you with anyone else's idea, right? Wang Feng squinted at Tang Ero and said in a wrong way, you. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Tang Ero was also greatly stimulated again, and she was about to rush forward again with her teeth and claws. He is a magnificent beauty, but he didn't hit her with any idea. Is this Wang Feng a blind man? Airo, you hurry upstairs and go to bed. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Bei Yongxiu's expression was also a little gloomy. Tang Ero said, her expression aggrieved. Don't worry about me, this is an order. Bei Yongxiu said unquestionably, as if she had transformed into a strong woman, with a domineering aura of dominating the country. Huh, stinky rascal, wait for me, don't let me hold your handle, Tang Ero said, and finally stumped her feet bitterly and walked to the second floor. Okay, Wang Feng, it's not too early now, so go and rest early, Bei Yongxiu said, being a little speechless by the two of them. After saying this, she also turned and walked to her room. Okay, go to sleep, Wang Feng said to himself, and then he was about to turn off the TV and return to his room. However, before he turned off the TV, he was attracted by the news inside. In the news, it is said that there is now a murderer in Zhuhai City who has escaped from the prison. Now the police are looking for this fugitive under martial law throughout the city. Behind the picture is the portrait of the fugitive. The news here comes to an end and enters the advertising mode. Shaking his head, Wang Feng had roughly thought of where the exhaustion of Tang Ero, a mad woman, came from. The whole city was under martial law, and she must be busy looking for fugitives everywhere. By the way, it is not easy to be a policeman. I often deal with such horrified cases. With millions of people in Zhuhai City, how easy is it to find someone? It is estimated to be similar to finding a needle in a haystack. Turning off the TV, Wang Feng returned to his room. Still practicing the qi gathering technique silently, Wang Feng slowly entered the air and light realm of colorlessness and selflessness, without being disturbed by outside influences. Bursts of white enveloping light revolved around Wang Feng's body, and then penetrated into his body from all over his mouth and nose, continuing to strengthen his body. After such a long period of training, the true qi in his body has accumulated a certain amount, and his physique is far stronger than ordinary people, but Wang Feng still doesn't know how to count as a master of external power. One night passed quickly, and early the next morning, Wang Feng finally received a belated phone message. The text message was very simple, that is to say, the second Uncle Bei Yongxiu's message had been found, and the number showed He Tian. After going out to buy breakfast for Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng left a note and drove his Lamborghini to the Xiniang building. At the entrance of Xiniang building, Wang Feng handed the car to a younger brother, and he went to the top floor of Xiniang building. Presumably He Tian was already waiting for him there. Sure enough, when Wang Feng's elevator door just opened, he already saw He Tian with a tired face, his eyes were a little red, and he obviously didn't sleep last night. Brother He, you didn't sleep last night? Wang Feng asked when he walked out of the elevator. Yes, because of the fugitives who escaped recently, many of my younger brothers were searched and taken away by the police. Now I am thinking about how to get them out, He Tian said, his voice a little tired. Originally, the fugitive had nothing to do with him, but he was the underground emperor of the entire Zhuhai city. Some of his men might have dirty hands and feet, so the police who handled the case happened to see him. Forget it, let's not talk about the frustrating words. I finally collected all the information you asked me to inquire. These are the information of that person. You can take a look at it yourself. As he spoke, he gave it to him. Wang Feng had a folder, while he himself sat aside and began to practice silently. Without disturbing He Tian, Wang Feng opened the folder silently by himself and watched it. He knew what he wanted to know might be all there. There may be dozens of pieces of paper, and almost all the materials of Bei Yongxiu's second uncle are recorded in it. Even if he has several young wives outside, they can find it clearly. This had to make Wang Feng admire He Tian's methods, and even these could be obtained. Bei Yongxiu's second uncle, named Bader, is 43 years old, and is now the second in command of the Bei's group and a real power figure. From his birth to the present, all the things that happened to him have been recorded on the paper, from the major events of the group to the trivial things. After reading it for about an hour, Wang Feng finished reading the words on the folder, and there was nothing missing. Although this Bader has been bad for Bei Yongxiu since he was a child, his methods are indeed very clever. He has lifted the crisis of the Bei's group many times and has considerable prestige among the Bei's family. Even though there was something about him taking care of his little wife in this document, there was none of it related to crime, which made Wang Feng a little strange. According to what Bei Yongxiu told him before, this person should be extremely coveted as the patriarch. How could there be no movement? This made Wang Feng a little confused. Moreover, Wang Feng also understands one thing. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. This person is so clean. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com is really unreasonable. Do you think he is too clean? At this time, He Tian regained consciousness, and he was already full of energy. Obviously, he had almost recovered after more than an hour of meditating. Yes, living in a high place, and treating Bei Yongxiu badly since childhood, and even fighting with his elder brother when he was a teenager, how could it be possible that there hasn't been any movement for decades? Wang Feng said, really puzzled. That means you suspect that he was the messenger behind this robbery, He Tian said with a calm voice. Yes. Wang Feng nodded, and then said, I have seen this person. He is definitely narrow-minded. There is no reason why he has such a clean background. Is your information inaccurate? I don't know this. Anyway, I have recorded everything we know. If there is anything that we haven't found, I can only say that he did it too cleanly, and there is no evidence left. Down. He Tian said, can't say no. If the main messenger is him, it is enough to explain his horror. If it weren't for him, I really can't think of anyone from Bei's who will target Bei Yongxiu. Wang Feng said, his eyes flickered. If the main messenger is Bader, it is enough to show that this person is definitely not that easy to provoke. He has not shown the slightest horse's feet for decades, and acts without dripping water. This is like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, always there. May come out and bite you. Such a person is the most terrifying. No matter how bright the enemy is, he can strike him devastatingly, but hiding in the dark like this is the most disturbing. Wang Feng was not afraid that he would deal with him, he was just afraid that Bai Yongxiu might be harmed. In high school, Bai Yongxiu was assassinated once and almost died, so Wang Feng would never allow similar things to happen again. Then what are you going to do? He Tian asked, ready to listen to Wang Feng's opinions. Now we can't be sure if the murderer is him, so we can only stop with silence. Without evidence, we can't mess around. If we make a mistake, we have to expose it by the means of the Bai family. Wang Feng he spoke without telling lies. Although Bai Yongxiu was his current girlfriend in name, it was really strange that they killed a second-in-chief of the Bai's group and did not suffer crazy revenge. At that time, I am afraid that Bai Yongxiu's words will no longer work. How much do you know about the patriarch of the Bai's group? Wang Feng asked, wanting to know his future old man. That's an incredible figure. He Tian also took a breath when he heard Wang Feng's words, and said, the chairman of the Bai's group, from the time he took control of the family, directly showed his iron fist. In just half a month completely controlled the family, no one dares to refuse. Moreover, since he became the chairman of the Bai's group, he has carried out many reforms, breaking the old and establishing the new, and making the output value of the Bai's group more than doubled. Many groups have collapsed because of him, but they dare not retaliate. And I heard that the chairman of the Bai's group is still a martial arts expert. I am afraid that his own strength has reached the external strength, even the internal strength. He Tian said, making Wang Feng stunned. What do you say? Wang Feng asked. Hehe, this is just what I heard. I haven't met him yet, so naturally I don't know if he is a master of qi cultivation. In short, I want to tell you one thing, this person is absolutely terrifying, and the methods are ruthless. No one in the Bai family dare to refuse, this person can be regarded as a generation of heroes. Then, who is better than the old man? Wang Feng asked with great interest. He glanced at Wang Feng. He Tian naturally knew who the old man in Wang Feng's mouth was. He saw a look of fascination on his face, saying, the energy of our master is not what you can imagine now. As long as his old man is willing, it may not be a month before the Bai's group has to collapse. So, do you understand? Damn it, can't it? Just now that Bai Yongxiu's father is Xiao Xiang, when I asked, the other party directly became a waste. In He Tian's tone, perhaps the ghosts and sorrows deal with the Bai's group, and it may take less than a month to destroy the other party. The Bai's group, that is the real behemoth of China, especially recently these people have extended their paws to all walks of life, and there are few opponents. Such an empire-eyed group actually said that it could collapse in a month. If it hadn't been for knowing ghosts and sorrows, and seeing how good he was, Wang Feng would think that the person who said this was a fool. At the same time, he was also horrified by the strength of the ghosts and the sorrows, and the energy was so big. If so, isn't he invincible in the country? By the way, brother, do you have someone named Long Brother? At this moment, Wang Feng put the Bai family aside and asked, Brother Long. He Tian's face showed a bit of thought when he heard Wang Feng's words, and said, this is not very clear. I rarely take care of the underworld now, I just let the people go. Dealt with. Why, did this person provoke you? Suddenly, He Tian looked cold, revealing murderous intent. No, it's because I met a few gangsters last time. The person called by the other party actually knew me. They said that their brother Long showed them some pictures. I was just a little strange in my heart. Wang Feng smiled. Said with a smile. Khan, this is the matter. I sent your photo. Since you are my junior, of course I have to take good care of you, so as to prevent any floods from flooding the Dragon King temple later. Then I would like to thank the brother a lot for your kindness. Wang Feng replied with a smile. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. He Tian waved his hand and didn't care. By the way, brother, I feel that my current strength is pretty good. How can I count as a real master of external power? At this time, Wang Feng spoke, making He Tian's expression more serious. External Jin, there are accurate divisions, but I didn't explain it to you for a while. I'll take you to see the master first, and let him answer for you. He Tian said, making Wang Feng ponder for a moment. Opening, okay. The ghost sees sorrow, and now he lives in that quaint room, so when He Tian opened the door, Wang Feng saw ghost see sorrow all at once. Guijian's body is now covered with a faint golden color, which looks like a god, making Wang Feng's heart swaying. If it hadn't been for Wang Feng to have been involved in cultivation, he might have thought that the old man in front of him was a living god. When I was cultivating, it was covered with a faint white light at best, and Guijian Sorrow's cultivation turned out to be a faint golden color, which was too terrifying and not of the same grade at all. Master. He Tian called respectfully at this time. Master. At this moment, Wang Feng followed suit. In front of He Tian, he could call Gui Jianshao an old man, but in front of him, he didn't dare to mess around. This is simply a living god, and if one truly worships him as a teacher, the benefits are endless. Xiao Tian, you go out first. Gui Jianshao opened his eyes and said lightly to He Tian. Yes. He Tian didn't dare to ask more when the ghost was sad. He just stepped out, even standing at the door. Do you think you are going to be promoted to foreign power? At this time, Gui Jianshao's eyes fell on Wang Feng, very calm, without any emotions, sorrows, and joy. Watching him like this, Wang Feng only felt a huge pressure sweeping his body. This pressure was invisible, but it was real. This is how this ghost sees Soro. He has always had a stern face and no smile at all. I am afraid that anyone can get along with him. Yes. Wang Feng nodded, and then said, I want to know exactly how external power and internal power are divided. Qiyun Danshan, let go of your mind, you can sense the barriers of external power. Guijian said sorrowfully, his voice a little ethereal. However, Wang Feng did not hesitate when he heard what he said. He immediately closed his eyes and applied qi concentration. The faint light enveloped Wang Feng's body. After a while, Wang Feng's face was a little pale and he said, this is the entrance of Wei Jin. Yes, if you want to become a master of Wei Jin, you must use your Danshan to store your strength. This is also where the master of Wei Jin is far more terrifying than ordinary people. When you break through with you, I will teach it. The way you practice. While talking, Wang Feng also understood what the ghost was going to do when he saw the sorrow, and quickly stood up and said to him, and left the room. In the past, Wang Feng had always been in a vague state of Wei Jin, but now he finally understood clearly how to become a Wei Jin master. Without becoming external energy, Genkai exists everywhere in the body in a free state, passing extremely fast, and becoming external qi is the danshan that penetrates oneself to store Genkai. It seems a bit of a fantasy to learn this from the current science, but just now Wang Feng really felt that huge hindering force according to the operating power that Gui Jianshao said. This should be the shackles that prevent Wang Feng from becoming a master of external power. As long as he breaks through this level of limitation, he can become a master of external power. The human body contains infinite secrets. Even today, when science and technology are very advanced, there is still no way to thoroughly analyze the human body. It is like an infinite treasure that will never be developed. Junior brother, how is it? At this moment, He Tian leaned forward and asked. I'm afraid I'm still some distance away from Wei Jin. Wang Feng shook his head and his face was full of wry smiles. Originally, he thought he was about to become a master of Wei Jin, but now it seems that there is still a big gap. Hehe, brother, you can't be discouraged at all. You have to know that I had cultivated from an ordinary person to become a master of external power, but it took more than 5 years. You can achieve this kind of achievement in such a short period of time. I know how powerful it is, so I am optimistic about you. He Tian patted Wang Feng on the shoulder and said with some envy, oh by the way, since you are about to be promoted to become a master of foreign power, then I will give you some gifts. He Tian said, it seems that something has happened. You too, bring me the things I have in my collection. He Tian said, waving to the 2 younger brothers at the door. What is it? Seeing He Tian like this, Wang Feng's heart was also very strange. You will understand this after a while. He Tian said without explaining. It didn't take a moment for the 2 younger brothers to return, but the 2 of them were dragging a large box at the moment. Judging from the effort of the 2 of them, the box seemed not light. What is this? Wang Feng asked suspiciously. Haha, in this box are some aura-rich medicinal materials I have collected over the years. I originally kept it for myself to take, but I am afraid it will be difficult to improve my strength, so I will simply give it to you. He Tian said, then he winked at the 2 younger brothers. The little brother knows, and then opens the box. Inside the box, all the black medicinal materials are stored. These medicinal materials have already dried up www.wuxiaspot.com, but they are different from ordinary dry things. There is no musty smell, instead there is a fresh and wonderful fragrance. From now on, you will eat one of these plants every day. It can help you achieve your external strength even more. He Tian said, with a trace of gloom on his face. Originally, he prepared these things for himself, but his age has already exceeded the optimal age for cultivation, and it is difficult to improve even a little bit. Therefore, these medicinal materials let Wang Feng take it, and it can also help him avoid many detours in the future. How to eat this? Wang Feng asked, a little speechless. With such a large box of dark things, it is hard for him to have any appetite. It's up to you. You can stew, cook, or stir fry. Anyway, you can make it as you feel good. He Tian said, and then continued, brother, don't I underestimated the contents of this box. This is something I have collected for at least 10 years, and many of them contain real heaven and earth spiritual objects. Aren't these very valuable? Wang Feng was also shocked when He Tian said that it had been collected for 10 years. Originally, he thought that Tian was just a joke, but he never thought that he had collected 10 years of time. Don't worry about this. In short, you eat these things are absolutely beneficial to your body, they can help you rise to the level of external power in a shorter time. He Tian said, then walked to the box with one hand. He grabbed the box in his hands. Both adult men were carrying the laborious box, and He Tian even lifted it with one hand, and seeing him like this, he didn't seem to feel the weight at all. By his side, the expressions of the 2 younger brothers showed envy. With such strength, he could be called a strong man. Let's go, junior brother, I will take you down. He Tian said, and then walked into the elevator first. Back at the villa, it was only half an hour later. Looking at the iron box in front of him, Wang Feng's expression was also moved. Although He Tian didn't tell him the value of these medicinal materials, he had collected the contents of this box for 10 years. It was enough to imagine that the things in it were very rare things, at least it was hard for the outside world to get. The 2 women at home had already left, so after putting the box in his room, Wang Feng took a piece of dead wood from it and took a bite. The taste is indeed not much different from the dead wood branches, but after Wang Feng chewed the dead wood branches, he felt a strange fragrance in his mouth, and at this time he also noticed a force running along his mouth. Pass it all over the body. This was similar to the breakfast he had eaten in Xinjiang building last time. It was indeed a spiritual creature with abundant spiritual energy, allowing him to become stronger. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in silence, Wang Feng began to slowly hit the shackles of external jin. After breaking through the external force, his own strength can be improved a lot, and various functions will change, so Wang Feng is looking forward to it now. Wang Feng didn't know how long this practice had passed. In short, when he opened his eyes, he took a look at the time and found that it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. He started practicing in the afternoon, so Wang Feng immediately understood that he might have been sitting in this posture for a whole day. His stomach was very restless, and Wang Feng gave a wry smile. Then he got up from the bed with a sturdy body. He was hungry without food for a day. The two women in the family are no longer anymore. When I look at the refrigerator, they have nothing to eat except for some drinks and beer, not even Sister Shue's loving breakfast. Neither Bai Yongxiu nor Tang Ero knew how to cook, so the inside of the refrigerator was so clean. The last time Wang Feng went to the kitchen, he saw that a lot of things inside had become moldy. After going to the bathroom to wash, Wang Feng drove his car to the outside of the villa. Of course, cultivation is important, but he has to eat this meal. It is said that people are iron rice or steel, and they panicked if they don't eat a meal. Now Wang Feng hasn't eaten it for a day, and he urgently needs food supplement. The car was driving steadily on the road, and at this moment, suddenly, a harsh police car whistling came from behind the car, and then several police officers whizzed past Wang Feng's Lamborghini at a speed of at least 200 miles. I rely on. With a curse, Wang Feng also slowed down his speed slowly. The police car almost ran into his car just now. These people, with the identity of the police, simply ignore the traffic rules and are not afraid of a car accident. He cursed them for a car accident in his heart, and Wang Feng was stunned, because from behind him, there were several police cars whizzing by at an amazing speed. And behind these police cars, 2 anti-riot vehicles of special police followed. Looking through perspective, Wang Feng immediately saw that in the car of the special police was more than a dozen special police with real guns and ammunition. Could something big happened? Doubts flashed in Wang Feng's mind, and then he drove the Lamborghini faster, and he followed these police cars. Anyway, with these police cars clearing the road ahead, he was completely unblocked. When the speed of the car was equal to that of the police car in front, Wang Feng slowly lowered the window and beckoned to the police car. Mr. Wang. The window of the police car was slowly lowered, and a head poked out from it, asking with some uncertainty. The last time Wang Feng subdued 5 gangsters with his bare hands, this has become a good talk in the police station. Many policemen envy Wang Feng's ability. At the same time, they are very sorry that it would be a waste of not being a policeman with such skill. Do you know me? Wang Feng was also taken aback when he heard the policeman. Mr. Wang's name, who in our police station doesn't know, the policeman said, with undisguised envy in his eyes. He envied Wang Feng's skill, and he also envied the luxury car Wang Feng is currently driving. Lamborghini is a world-famous car. They are policemen who drive these hundreds of thousands of police cars. Millions of luxury cars, they also watch others drive. I think you guys are in a hurry. Could it be that something big happened? Wang Feng asked straightforwardly. Yes, the fugitives who escaped a few days ago have surrounded us, and now we are going to implement the roundup plan. The policeman spoke, without circumstance. That's it. Wang Feng said with a pensive expression on his face, how about I go and see? When he said this, Tang Ero's face appeared in Wang Feng's mind. This kind of arrest plan, this mad woman will definitely participate in it. I can't ask for it. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the policeman's face showed excitement. Wang Feng's skill, they are obvious to all. I am afraid that the special forces in the army are just like this, right? If Wang Feng can help, that is the best thing. Then you walk in the front, and I will follow behind. While talking, Wang Feng slowly slowed down the car, and finally followed the police car. Martial law had begun on the road, and Wang Feng and the others were completely unimpeded. After about 10 minutes, they came to a small hill on the outskirts of the city. At least dozens of police cars have been parked here, and the martial law is complete. Row after row of special police with live ammunition almost surrounded the entire hillside. When he got out of the car, Wang Feng also attracted a lot of attention in an instant. There was no way. The car he drove was too sloppy, and it wouldn't work if he didn't attract them. Mr. Wang. At this time, a policeman walked towards Wang Feng. This man Wang Feng had seen. He was the last time he came to Xinjiang building to catch the perverted leader. Where is Tang Ero's girl? Wang Feng glanced around, but he didn't see Tang Ero. His heart flashed badly. Let's come in and talk about it. Although Wang Feng is not a policeman, he has helped the police solve the case twice, so he is still very polite to Wang Feng. After crossing the cordon, the man slowly said, Officer Tang has taken people into search for the fugitive. Don't worry too much. Grass. Hearing his words, Wang Feng cursed directly. You big men don't arrest people, but let a woman in. Are you eating dry food? This is because Wang Feng is not angry. Tang Ero is still a woman, no matter how powerful it is. If there is any danger, it will be too late to save. Mr. Wang Feng. At this time, a fat man came to Wang Feng. It was Zhang Qinkei, the deputy director of the Zhuhai City Police Department. He was also responsible for the last robbery of Beth's jewelry shop, so of course he knew Wang Feng, a terrifying figure. Who are you? Wang Feng glanced at the fat man and asked coldly. By his side, the policeman saw Wang Feng using such a tone to speak to the deputy chief. He was shocked and took a breath. Wang Feng was so awesome that he even spoke to their deputy chief. However, Zhang Qinkei's reaction was beyond his expectation again. Zhang Qinkei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "My name is Zhang Qinkei, and I am the person in charge of this operation." Wang Feng is now worried about Tang Ero. In fact, Zhang Qinkei is even more worried. In the eyes of others, Tang Ero is a complete female Tyrannosaurus, and even ordinary colleagues dare not provoke her. However, Zhang Qinkei, the deputy chief of the police station, knew that Tang Ero actually had another identity, that is, her father was the chief of the police station. Only a handful of people knew about this news, and among them was Zhang Qinkei, so he was actually more worried than Wang Feng. If something goes wrong with that girl, his black hat may not be able to keep it. You also eat dry food. Wang Feng glanced at him with slanted eyes, and didn't care about his identity. With so many special police here, you even let a woman in and arrest someone, don't you feel ashamed? Wang Feng's voice was not small, attracting the eyes of many people. I didn't stop her, she rushed in with someone. Zhang Qinkei said. Indeed there was some shame on his face. Is there only one fugitive inside? Wang Feng asked. No, Zhang Cheng said, and then said solemnly, the fugitive didn't know where to recruit his accomplices. There are at least 5 people now. Nima, what are you doing here? Do you eat shit? Wang Feng cursed, really too lazy to talk to these people. Boom! Suddenly, a sharp gunshot came from the silent hillside. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Hearing this voice, everyone present changed their complexion, especially Zhang Qinkei's complexion changed so badly that he almost sat on the ground in fright. Give me a gun. Suddenly Wang Feng spoke and stretched out his hand. What are you doing? Zhang Qinkei responded, his eyes widened. Since you are afraid of death, I will go in for you to get people out. Wang Feng said, his tone increased a little. Mr. Wang, you are not a member of our system. You can't give it to. The policeman who brought Wang Feng in said, looking very embarrassed. Give him a gun. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng spoke, interrupted him, and said, I believe him. Yes. The director has already started. The man didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he handed his gun to Wang Feng's hands and said, this is a 94 pistol, with a total of 6 bullets. If necessary, you can kill the fugitive. By the way, do you know how to use a pistol? As he spoke, the policeman spoke with some confusion. No. Wang Feng shook his head, and then rushed into the dense forest without looking back. These policemen were so afraid of death, and when they went in to arrest people, it would be better for Wang Feng to do it himself. Moreover, the shot just now irritated Wang Feng a bit, although Tang Ero, a crazy woman, yelled at him and even bit people. But it is undeniable that Wang Feng still can't watch her die here. He has kissed and touched her. If you watch her die here, unless Wang Feng is hard-hearted. Wang Feng did not use the pistol, nor even touched it, but after seeing so many movies, the basic use is not a problem. Pinning the gun to his waist, he quickly disappeared into Zhang Qinkei's sight like a phantom. Director, is he reliable? The policeman asked after Wang Feng left. At least more reliable than you. Zhang Qinkei squinted at him, then retracted his gaze. Hearing how the chief judged this, the man's face also showed a wry smile. Yes, Wang Feng's skill has also been seen before. Although he is a policeman, he may not be Wang Feng's opponent. Therefore, he didn't dare to refute the director's words, and he could only smile wistfully. In the dense forest, Wang Feng controlled his body and made no sound. All this is due to He Tian. He was like a ghost, walking towards the place where the gunshots were emitted. With his perspective ability, he could clearly see Tang Ero and the others. At this moment, a few of them were hiding in a mountain kernel surrounded by them. One of them was lying convulsively, blood shed all over the ground. Obviously, they might not have shot the shot just now, but the fugitive wounded their person. Who? Just when Wang Feng approached a few of them, suddenly, all the black muzzles were pointed at him, causing his pores to burst. Fortunately, they just pointed their guns at him, and didn't shoot them, otherwise he would have to be beaten into a sieve. It's me, Wang Feng said, and then got out of a bush. Wang Feng. Tang Ero covered her mouth with her hand when she saw the incoming person, revealing an incredible color. SHHH, don't make a noise. Wang Feng put his hand on his mouth and made a silent motion, then he turned his gaze to the police officer who was wounded by the gunshot. Using perspective, Wang Feng could see that the bullet had been embedded in his bones, and he could not save it. However, fortunately, his organs were not damaged and would not be fatal. Tang Ero, are you crazy? When he came to Tang Ero's approach, Wang Feng pulled her aside and said in a low voice, you let me go. Tang Ero's expression changed slightly, and then she broke free of Wang Feng's hand. You don't need to take care of my affairs. I told you to come here again. Tang Ero's expression was cold, and Wang Feng sneered. I was kind enough to help her, and he got such a sentence. If he had known this a long time ago, he wouldn't have rushed in like a cheap one. Stupid women, they all have pistols in their hands. Do you really think that you can beat each other with a few of you? Wang Feng sneered, but what he said made the faces of everyone present slightly changed. They only knew that the fugitive had escaped here with someone, but they didn't even know how many guns the other party had. How did Wang Feng know? All of you stay here and don't move, I'll solve the trouble for you. While talking, Wang Feng gave Tang Ero a cold glance, and then said, "Crazy woman, this is the last time I will help you. Don't think about it later. I'll help you again." After speaking, Wang Feng ran directly into the bushes aside. His voice was extremely small, and he could even say that there was no movement at all. "It's horrible," a policeman said, his expression a little frightened. When Wang Feng spoke just now, they only felt a great pressure covering them, as if Wang Feng was a beast, giving Tatami an extremely terrifying look. Feeling dangerous, Wang Feng left. His movements were extremely small. With the ability to see through, he could see that each of the 5 prisoners occupies a place, and they are waiting to wait. Looking left and right, Wang Feng's face suddenly showed a sneer, because each of these people occupied a space and almost became an encirclement. If Tang Ero rushed in with someone, it would be impossible not to be killed. And looking at these fugitives, Wang Feng's heart slowly became gloomy, because the places where these people hide are extremely strange. They are all covered by the surrounding scenery. If it were not for his perspective, he would have to deceived by these people. This scene, just like the people he killed with He Tian last time, is definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, the fact that a fugitive can escape from the prison is enough to show that his skill must be terrifying. For others, it must be difficult to catch these few of them, but for Wang Feng, even if they are hidden no matter how clever they are, he can defeat them all. His movements were very slight, there was no sound at all, and he rushed into the encirclement of several of them like a ghost. None of them noticed the slightest. A sorrowful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Wang Feng came to the back of a fugitive. This person is lying in a big pit at this moment. If he is not paying attention, it is really not easy to find. Looking at him, Wang Feng didn't use his pistol, but grabbed his neck from behind this man like a phantom. With a fierce force, it was impossible for this person to make a sound. He was stifled by Wang Feng. He rolled his eyes and finally passed out directly. Wang Feng did not kill anyone, because these people would naturally be dealt with by the Zhuhai City police, and he did not want to commit murder. Throwing this person in this pit, Wang Feng continued to lurch towards the other 4 people. It took about 10 minutes before Wang Feng finally stunned all the people without any blood. Even if one of them discovered Wang Feng's trail in advance, it was of no avail. He was not Wang Feng's opponent at all. Clapping his hands, Wang Feng walked towards Tang Ero and the others. "No need to hide, just come out, those people have already dizzy me," Wang Feng said, and then from the bushes, Tang Ero walked out with a look of surprise. "Well, there is nothing to do with me here. This is the pistol from your police station. Return it to you." After speaking, Wang Feng threw the pistol directly to Tang Ero. To deal with a few people who are stronger than ordinary people, Wang Feng didn't spend much effort at all, and he didn't fire a single shot. "Officer Tang, these people really fainted." At this moment, a policeman exclaimed and dragged a fainted person out of the woods. "Who is this guy?" Tang Ero's face was full of brilliance when he saw the fugitive who had fainted. It's just that Wang Feng has already left, she didn't see anything. "Mr. Wang, how is the situation inside?" At this moment, Zhang Cheng asked when he saw Wang Feng coming down from the mountain. "Those fugitives have been subdued by your men. I will return the pistol to them. I will go back. Do you yourself." After saying that, Wang Feng turned around coolly, and then got into his Lamborghini. In the huge roar, Lamborghini flew out like a sharp arrow. This time, Wang Feng's mood was really bad. He kindly came to help Tang Ero, but he didn't expect to be met with cold eyes from her. It was kind of like a donkey liver and lungs, with a typical hot face and cold buttocks. With a wry smile in his mouth, Wang Feng didn't stop, and in the blink of an eye, the speed of Lamborghini soared by more than 200 miles. He hasn't eaten since he went out, it's all the woman Tang Ero confuses. Finding a small shop, Wang Feng ate a little and drove to the jewelry shop. He hasn't been to the jewelry shop for several days, and he doesn't know how he is now. The jeweler shop is still open and business as usual, and there is an endless stream of pedestrians. The last robbery not only did not affect the business of Bei's jeweler, but also took it to the next level. This is a surprise. The arrival of Lamborghini has attracted the attention of many people. After all, there are not many people who can afford to drive such a world-famous car. After parking the car, Wang Feng got off the car. Wow, so handsome. When a girl saw Wang Feng coming out of Lamborghini, she only felt the stars appear in front of her eyes, and she almost rushed to knock Wang Feng down. "Yeah, it would be nice if I could marry such a person." It was another girl who spoke with an admiring expression on her face. Cut to Nympho. On the side, a boy said with disdain after seeing these 2 sister papers. "Nima, can you tell me something more to my old lady?" The 2 sisters suddenly became unhappy when they heard the boy's words, their hands on hips, their eyes widened, as if they had changed in the blink of an eye. "Hehe, I didn't say anything." Seeing the 2 sisters who turned into tigresses in an instant, the boy also shrank his neck and laughed quickly. Ignoring the strange gazes of these people around, Wang Feng stepped directly into the jewelry store. In the jewelry shop, Wang Feng immediately saw Bei Yongxiu with a tired face. At this moment, she was being entangled by a man, and this man also supported her from time to time, which was harassing her. Unhappiness flashed in his heart, and Wang Feng also squeezed beside the man. With a slight force, the man almost made him fall to the ground. Humph, the demo still wants to harass my sister Shui. Isn't this going to die? Miss, what kind of jewelry I buy is better? Pushing the man aside rudely, Wang Feng also said to Bai Yongxiu with a smile on his face. I think this one is more suitable. Before she finished speaking, Bai Yongxiu suddenly felt that the voice was a bit familiar, and when she looked up, her face suddenly revealed surprise. Hey, I said this brother, do you know how to come first? Come first. At this moment, the man who almost made Wang Feng squeeze to the ground finally reacted and moved his body over again. What comes first and then arrives? Wang Feng put on a puzzled look on his face and said, also, do I know you? You. This man obviously didn't expect Wang Feng to be so shameless that he could hardly speak with anger. What you, don't you see that this young master is flirting with my girlfriend? Wang Feng glared at the man, then put his gaze on Bai Yongxiu www.wuxiaspot.com. This brother, you can eat rice but you can't talk nonsense. Who says this lady is your girlfriend? What evidence do you have? The man glanced at Bai Yongxiu, then pressed down the heat in his eyes, and said to Wang Feng in a low voice. Then what kind of evidence do you want? Wang Feng gave the man a funny look, and slowly reduced the coldness in his eyes. Compared to Sister Shui's plot, she also took to take a picture of herself. Unless this lady confessed herself. The man said, his voice slowly getting colder. That's it, how about let's make a bet first? Wang Feng said, and looked at the man sideways. Then what are you betting on? The man glanced at Bai Yongxiu's upside-down face, but also turned his mind to Wang Feng. Let's not bet too much, just bet on this piece of jade. While talking, Wang Feng pointed to a piece of ice-type jade pendant in the glass cabinet, and said, whether you win or lose, this piece of jade will be given to this one. How is the beauty? The beauty he mentioned is naturally Bai Yongxiu. This ice jade has a very good color. It can be regarded as a glass type, and the pendant is also very good in carving craftsmanship. The price is 1 million and 2 million. As far as the jewelry industry is concerned, this is considered a very high-end thing. How could this man want to beat Sister Shui's idea and prevent him from bleeding? In the glass cabinet, when she saw Wang Feng pitting others, Bai Yongxiu also felt a little funny, but she had been holding back and did not laugh, because once she laughed, wouldn't she be exposed? And this man has been pestering her for almost half an hour. This man hasn't bought anything since he came in. He has been talking to himself, wasting time and not talking. He has also constituted a sexual harassment to her. So since Wang Feng was going to act, she also acted with him. Hehe. Seeing the piece of emerald that Wang Feng was referring to, the man's face showed a sneer, then he glanced at Bai Yongxiu and Wang Feng who looked the same, and after confirming that they had no relationship, he sneered. Said, if you want to bet, I'm just afraid you won't be able to get so much money. Money is naturally not a problem. There are 2 million in this card. I'm worried that you won't be able to get the money. Wang Feng took out a card from his pocket and put it on the glass cabinet. Humph. The man snorted coldly, and then he took out a leather wallet from his pocket, and finally drew a bank card from the wallet, threw it on the glass cabinet, and said, there is 1 million in it, and you can overdraft 1 million. Since you have money, then I can rest assured. Wang Feng smiled, then turned around to smile at Bai Yongxiu, and said, Sister Shui, this gentleman wants to give you something. I wonder if you want it or not. What? Seeing that Wang Feng called this beauty Sister Shui, the man was also panicked and wanted to withdraw his bank card. It's just that his speed is as fast as Wang Feng. Almost the moment he stretched out his hand, Wang Feng had already grabbed the 2 bank cards in his hand, and the gambling agreement had been set. Want to go back? How is that possible? This gentleman, I'm really sorry, I am indeed his girlfriend. At this moment, Bai Yongxiu spoke with apologetics on his face. Hearing Bai Yongxiu's words, the man's complexion finally turned pale. He knew that he was cheated this time. Before, he wanted to pretend to be in front of beautiful women. Forcing it, he didn't expect him to become a complete one now. Stupid. Forced. After stepping back a few steps, the man pointed at Wang Feng with his finger, and said in a voice that almost vomited blood, you actually cheated. Which one of your eyes saw me cheating? Wang Feng smiled slightly, his voice became colder, and he robbed a woman from himself. Isn't it a death? I will never pay this money. The man shouted, coming to the bank card in Wang Feng's hand. When such a big event happened, everyone in the store attracted them, and they all looked at them with confusion. Hehe, if you can't get out, you can't do it anymore. As the saying goes, I'm willing to accept the bet. If you can afford to gamble, then it means you can also lose. While talking, Wang Feng gave the man a kicked out and said to Wu Jiyi, spend 1.2 million from this card. This. Looking at the bank card in Wang Feng's hand, this beauty Wu Jiyi was also embarrassed. He naturally saw that this card might have been forced out by Wang Feng. Don't hesitate, I'll be responsible for what went wrong. I'll take away 1.2 million from here before talking. Wang Feng said impatiently, and then put the card in front of Wu Jiyi. Okay. Now that Wang Feng has given the guarantee, what else can she say? She quickly took the bank card to the front of the credit card machine, and with one swipe, 1.2 million was deducted from it. My money. Seeing Wu Jiyi's eloquent movements, the man's heart was dripping with blood. He lost 1.2 million in vain, and he couldn't afford even a small amount of money. Because of the quarrel of spirit, he lost 1.2 million yuan at once, and what is even more hateful is that this pair of dog men and women is completely acting to cheat him for money. How can he accept this? I'm fighting with you. Suddenly, the man's face showed a hideous look, and he was about to rush to pinch Wang Feng's neck. Boom! However, relying on his three-legged cat kung fu, wherever Wang Feng's opponent was, he kicked Wang Feng out. This gentleman, you don't have to be boring anymore. Take your bank card and go out. Then, Wang Feng threw his bank card in front of him and said, my patience is limited. If you don't go, don't blame me for asking you out. What Wang Feng said was an understatement, but he was taken aback by the man. He understood how powerful Wang Feng was now. Therefore, in line with the principle that a good man does not eat his immediate loss, the man picked up his card, and then gave Wang Feng a vicious look and said, you wait for me. After speaking, he got up from the ground and ran, as if afraid that Wang Feng would come to beat him again. I'll just wait. Seeing those who fled, Wang Feng showed no fear at all, and his tone was very relaxed. Nothing will happen, right? Looking at the person who flees in fright, Bei Yongxiu asked with some worry. Although she felt a little uncomfortable being harassed, Wang Feng had cheated him 1.2 million in the blink of an eye, which was not a small sum. It's just stupid. It's just hard. Don't Sister Xue still believe my methods? Wang Feng smiled and didn't care. Then be careful. Bei Yongxiu naturally knew how powerful Wang Feng's methods were, and it could even be said to be terrifying. He used a fork to nail someone else's hand to the table. Wang Feng would dare to do such things. What else to be afraid of? Come on, I will put on this jewelry for you. Wang Feng said, and then took the jadeite worth 1.2 million yuan from Bei Yongxiu's hand, and finally put it on her body. I have to say that no matter what Bei Yongxiu wears, it's her coming to set off things again. Whether it's clothes or jewelry, it's all natural when worn on her body. Ordinary people wearing jadeite can only make people feel the strong local tyrant's aura. There is nothing else except to show off, and once the jewelry is worn on Bei Yongxiu's body, her temperament is completely highlighted. That kind of noble and inviolable sacred temperament, she is like the fairy above the 9 heavens, so that men can't look away, women will feel ashamed when they see it. This is simply a perfect woman without any shortcomings. A simple piece of jewelry made Bei Yongxiu even more noble. Almost everyone in the store looked at her. Sister Xue, you are so beautiful. Wang Feng said sincerely, with a hint of pride. No matter how beautiful Bei Yongxiu is, she is always her girlfriend. Wang Feng feels very satisfied with a beautiful girlfriend like her. Don't talk nonsense. Hearing Wang Feng praising herself in front of so many people, Bei Yongxiu's complexion also blushed slightly, and she was delighted. Husband, I also want to buy that jadeite. At this time, a beauty shook a man's arm and said coquettishly. A jadeite made Bei Yongxiu's temperament drastically changed, so these customers in the store also wanted to buy that one. This is a living example. Wife, I. Hearing his wife's coquettish voice, the man's face also showed a bitter look. It's not that he doesn't want to help his wife buy jewelry, it is really the one that Bei Yongxiu wears is too expensive. 1 and 200,000 is not 200,000. Do you want to buy it? Seeing that her husband seemed unwilling to buy it, this beauty was not happy anymore, and said, if you don't buy it for me today, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce tomorrow. Okay, I'll buy it. The man has been forced to do this by his own wife, and this man has to act, and there are so many people around him watching him, he can't lose this person. Miss, I also want to buy a jade like yours. The man brought his wife to Wang Feng and said to Bei Yongxiu, okay, please wait a moment. Bei Yongxiu was taken aback, and then took out the same piece of jewelry from the glass cabinet. Sir, do you swipe your card? Or pay cash? Bei Yongxiu asked with a professional smile on her face. Swipe your card. A tinge of pain flashed across the man's face, but he had to take out the bank card from his wallet. The card swiping process did not take a minute. When Bei Yongxiu returned the bank card to the man's hand, the man grabbed the exquisite box containing the jade and pulled his wife out of the jewelry store. If he stayed here for a while, he was afraid he would have to leave his pants here. I want to buy that one too. Just after the man left the jewelry store with his wife, these talents in the shop reacted and rushed to Bei Yongxiu, vying to buy Bei Yongxiu wares. The same jade pendant. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng also widened his eyes. He accidentally contributed to so many transactions? 1 in 200,000, for many people, is a large number, but these people seem to be vying to buy it, as if they are afraid that they will not be able to buy it one step later. But soon Wang Feng was relieved. For those who can come here, where are the poor? For ordinary people, 1.2 million is a wealth that they may not earn in their lifetime, but for people here, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, it's just a drop in the bucket. www.wuxiaspot.com. After a crazy grab, the jade pendant worn by Bei Yongxiu almost sold out all of its inventory. However, the performance is actually laid out there. In just over a dozen minutes, the sales have already reached 10 million, which means that this jade pendant worth 1.2 million has been sold. Dozens of pieces. When the mad people retreated, Bei Yongxiu breathed a long sigh of relief. These people were really crazy just now, as if they were afraid that they could not buy things with money. Hey, isn't it my greatest credit this time? At this time, Wang Feng approached Bei Yongxiu and said with a smile. Yes, you have done the most. Bei Yongxiu gave Wang Feng a white look, and then sat on the stool and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. By the way, Sister Xue, why haven't we hired anyone? Wang Feng looked around and found that there were only 5 salespersons in the store plus Bei Yongxiu, exactly the same as when it opened. Where are people so good? Bae Yongsu sighed and said, since something like that happened last time, many people are reluctant to come here to apply for jobs, and most of the people who come are inexperienced. It takes a long time to cultivate such a person, and the gains outweigh the losses. That's it. Wang Feng's face showed a pensive color, and then he glanced at Bae Yongsu with a tired face, and said, just leave it to me. Let me do it. Hiring. Can you recruit people? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bae Yongsu's face showed a strange color. There are not many jewelry shops in Zhuhai City. The bigger one is Hualian except for Bai's. Could it be that Wang Feng is going to go Hualian jewelry shop digs people? You don't need to worry about this. I will find someone in 3 days at most. A smile flashed across Wang Feng's face, looking mysterious. You can't find it in those 3 days, I can find you trouble. As she said, Bae Yongsu raised her little white fist. Don't worry, this matter is on my body. Wang Feng nodded, and then stopped struggling with this topic. Wang Feng. Suddenly, Bae Yongsu's face showed a nervous expression, and she immediately stood up from the stool. What's the matter? Following Bae Yongsu's gaze, Wang Feng slowly turned his body. He was also slightly taken aback by this look, because the flies that had been driven away by him more than 10 minutes ago have now returned, and also brought a large group of people, at least more than 20. All of them stood at the door of the jewelry shop, shocking everyone in the shop. Don't worry, I'll deal with it. A sneer flashed across Wang Feng's face, and then walked outside the jewelry store. Even if this man let himself run away, he still wanted to take revenge. Since he was so afraid of death, Wang Feng had no choice but to fulfill him. Master Feng. When Wang Feng had just walked out of the jewelry store, suddenly, a man in black who was standing in front of him spoke up, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground in shock. Huh. Wang Feng was slightly startled when he heard this person's words, and then he understood. Master Feng, why are you? The man in black came to Wang Feng's face, bent over, and looked extremely respectful. Are you from Brother He? Wang Feng said, his voice calm. Yes. The black-clothed man nodded with a more respectful expression. Originally, he had some doubts about Wang Feng's identity, but now, he no longer dared to doubt. He is just a small boss under He Tian, and he has also received photos of Wang Feng, so he will show such respect at this moment. At the same time, he also hated his brother-in-law. This Nima provokes someone bad, and actually provokes Fenjai. Are you not seeking your own death? What is your relationship with this person? Wang Feng pointed to the man who had turned pale with fright and asked calmly. This man is my brother-in-law. Although he knew that his brother-in-law was finished, the man in black said bitterly. Master Feng, he is ignorant. I am here to apologize to you for him. I hope you will put my face on. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Feng interrupted the man and said coldly, do you think your face is very valuable? It's not worth it. The man in black lowered his head with a look of shame. At this moment, he really hated his brother-in-law. Nima was a big deal, and it hurt me. Your brother-in-law is really not easy. Wang Feng sneered and said, he still wants to hit my woman with the idea. What do you think should be handled? What? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the man in black was also in a cold sweat. He only knew that his brother-in-law had been bullied and had lost more than 1 million. However, what he didn't expect was that his brother-in-law would even hit the idea of Master Feng's woman again. Fortunately, nothing irreparable had happened. Otherwise, he would not dare to think about it. Thinking of this, he also straightened his face, and stopped looking at the frightened little brother-in-law, and said respectfully to Wang Feng, Master Feng, what do you say to him? I will listen to you. That's fine, break his legs, and then throw me on the street. Wang Feng said, showing no mercy at all. Yes. Wang Feng said. The man in black didn't dare to refute the slightest, but instead he broke his brother-in-law's legs by himself, and said to the 2 younger brothers, leave me on the street. Interrupting the brother-in-law's legs, although he was a little unbearable, he can only do so now, because if he doesn't do it, his brother-in-law may not be able to save his life. Don't worry, Feng Ye, I will definitely discipline him in the future, and I won't let him out and mess around again. The black-clothed man said assuredly. Okay, don't disturb our store's business here, just get out of here. Wang Feng said coldly. Yes. A group of people didn't dare to stay here, and ran away in a hurry. Even the person who was thrown out by them was ignored. Now Wang Feng is watching them here, unless they are not afraid of death, otherwise they should run away. Without paying attention to these people, Wang Feng slowly turned around and walked towards jewelry, but he was just a few small people. He didn't pay attention to it at all. Originally, he wanted to do it, but he didn't expect the people from them to know him again. It's free of trouble. Okay, it's okay, let's do what everyone should do. Wang Feng smiled, and then walked behind the glass cabinet, ready to temporarily act as a salesperson. Wang Feng, come here, I have something to ask you. At this moment, Bae Yongxiu called Wang Feng with a gloomy face. Sister Shui, what's the matter with you? Looking at Bae Yongxiu's ugly expression, Wang Feng became a little cautious when he spoke. He didn't know where he had offended her. Tell me honestly, have you been involved in the underworld? Bae Yongxiu's tone was a little cold, which was very different from the Sister Shui that Wang Feng had seen before. However, when he heard her, Wang Feng smiled, and said, Sister Shui, do you think I am a gangster? It's not like. Looking at Wang Feng with a smile on his face, Bae Yongxiu shook her head, but soon she seemed to have thought of something, and nodded, and said, no, you are like. These few times, Wang Feng showed incredible power in front of her, and she also saw the respect of the man in black just now. So, if Wang Feng really has nothing to do with the underworld, how can it be? Where am I? Wang Feng said with a wry smile. Well, you look like everywhere. Bei Yongxiu said firmly. Why don't I know where I look like? Wang Feng rolled his eyes, feeling very speechless. If you are not like that, why are those people so respectful to you just now? This is obviously afraid of you. Bei Yongxiu said with a face of disbelief. They are afraid of how normal I am, because I know their boss, and they are afraid of how good I am. I don't need to be beaten. Wang Feng shrugged and said. Do you know their boss? Bei Yongxiu seemed to have heard something. His face was suspicious, very cute. Yeah, you've seen their boss, it was the last time you were perverted. At this point, Wang Feng quickly stopped because he was afraid of bringing up Bei Yongxiu's sadness. Oh, I see, are you talking about the man riding in the Bentley? Bei Yongxiu thought of something, and grabbed Wang Feng's arm. Yes. Wang Feng nodded, and then said, that person is the underground king of the entire Zhuhai city. All the punks and underworld elements are under his control, and I know him again. You said his subordinates are not afraid me. Really? Bei Yongxiu's face was still a little surprised. Of course it's true. I have nothing to lie to you to do anything, and I just confuse low-level things like gangsters. I don't bother to do it, fight and kill. That was done by a tasteless talent. Wang Feng said with a full face of disdain. Indeed, in his eyes, the gangster is really a very low-level thing. Although he was a small gangster when he was in college, he has been working honestly since he graduated from college. At the same time, after working for more than a year, he also realized that in this society, money and relationships are king. Money can make ghosts grind, this is absolutely true. I have already known He Tian, the gangster, and he is still a fart gangster, and he just eats too much and has nothing to do. As long as you don't get involved in the underworld. Hearing Wang Feng's explanation, Bei Yongxiu breathed a sigh of relief and already believed most of it. Indeed, although Wang Feng was very skilled, she really didn't see Wang Feng being involved in the underworld. What kind of end the gangsters will have, she naturally understands very well in her heart, but the fact that after eating today's meal, you don't know whether you can eat tomorrow's meal, it usually ends in tragedy. Sister Shui, are you caring about me? Suddenly, Wang Feng caught Bei Yongxiu's soft little hand backhand, with a narrow smile on his face. Go aside. A blush flashed across Bei Yongxiu's face, looking very beautiful. Okay, it's already noon now, let's go out for a meal first. Then, Wang Feng dragged Bei Yongxiu and walked outside the store. In the envious eyes of those in the jewelry store, Wang Feng drove a Lamborghini like an angry bull and drove out, very eager. Drive slowly, Bei Yongxiu called from the vice seat. Hey, it's okay. Wang Feng smiled, and then said, take you to a place today. With that said, Wang Feng fully activated Lamborghini's luxury car advantage and drove towards the outskirts of the city with Bei Yongxiu. About 20 minutes later, Wang Feng drove the Lamborghini to a street not far from Zhuhai University. There are many shops here, either a restaurant or a hotel. It is the main consumption place for students of Zhuhai University. Many things happened to Wang Feng on this street. What are you doing here with me? Bei Yongxiu's face showed doubts. www.wuxiaspot.com. I don't know what Wang Feng meant by carrying her here. Let's go, get off the car, I'll take you to meet someone. Wang Feng said. He had already got out of the car first. Envying eyes came from all around. It was time for Zhuhai University to finish school, so Wang Feng drove a Lamborghini here, which naturally made these students envious. For these gazes, Wang Feng is immediately immune, because once the same gaze looks too much, it is nothing strange. The arrival of the car attracted the attention of everyone on a street, and the appearance of Bei Yongxiu caused many people to make a sound of inhalation. There is absolutely no doubt about Bei Yongxiu's appearance, even Wang Feng can't help it when she sees it, let alone these college students who are often lustful. However, the appearance of Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu was too high profile, and no one dared to come up to strike up a conversation. They could afford to sit in this luxury car of Lamborghini. They would come to strike up a conversation unless they were not afraid of death. Let's go, Wang Feng said, and then took Bei Yongxiu into a small restaurant. The name of the restaurant is Zhenglin Hotel, a very common name. Even the outside of this restaurant is a bit rundown, and the interior decoration is very ordinary. Now there are more than a dozen students in the restaurant eating again, and when they see Wang Feng coming, they all cast their eyes. The male gaze is naturally full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, while the female also admires Bei Yongxiu's appearance. Uncle Li, Wang Feng shouted while standing at the door of the hotel. Who? Hearing Wang Feng's yelling, a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform walked out of the restaurant kitchen. At this moment, he is holding a spatula in his hand, it should be cooking. Are you Wang Feng? Seeing Wang Feng, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, it seemed a little unbelievable. Yeah. Wang Feng nodded, his eyes were a little moist. He graduated for more than a year. This is the first time he came here. Even if he and Bei Yongxiu went back to Zhuhai University, they didn't come here to take a look. All his heart is ashamed. Gu Ping lived in Hangzhou district and was able to meet good people like Aunt Cai, while Wang Feng was also able to meet good people like Uncle Li when he was studying at Zhuhai University. Wang Feng couldn't even remember how many times he had eaten and drank here, and even dozens of times he was beaten to blood. It was Uncle Li who helped him deal with the wound. It can be said that in Wang Feng's heart, this Uncle Li is just another relative. This is. Suddenly, Li Zhenglin put his gaze on Bei Yongxiu's body, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Bei Yongxiu's appearance is completely slaughter, and Li Zhenglin is no exception. This is my girlfriend, called Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng said, and then said to Bei Yongxiu, this Uncle Li once gave me a lot of helpers when I was studying, and I have always regarded him as viewed by my own relatives. Hello, Uncle Li. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu didn't understand what it meant, and quickly called out sweetly, haha, well, let's go, I will take you to the private room in the room inside. During the conversation, he led the way with a smile on his face. It could be seen that Wang Feng suddenly came back to see him, which made him very happy. Huh? What's the smell? Suddenly, Bei Yongxiu frowned slightly, and said, ah, my cooking must be mushy. Suddenly, Uncle Li yelled, ignoring taking Wang Feng and the others to the private room, and rushed directly into the kitchen. Let's go to the private room first, Wang Feng said, naturally knowing where the private room is. It didn't take long for Uncle Li to finish his work and came to the private room where Wang Feng and the others were. The private room remained unchanged from the past, but when he came here again, Wang Feng's mood was upset. Time flies, and the past years will never come back again. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's heart is also embarrassed. Unexpectedly, you kid didn't come back for more than a year, but you are willing to come back today, Li Zhenglin said with a smile. Hehe, I left Zhuhai City after graduation, and I only came back recently. Wang Feng smiled slightly, but he felt a little ashamed. Just come back, don't you know if you are leaving? Li Zhenglin glanced at Wang Feng and asked. I don't think I will leave this time. I will develop in Zhuhai City in the future. Maybe I will come to Uncle Li to eat with you frequently in the future. Wang Feng showed a wicked smile on his face. Hey. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Uncle Li sighed, and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat anything when you come to me in the future. Huh? Did something happen? Upon hearing his words, Wang Feng keenly discovered the problem. Yeah. Uncle Li nodded, and then said, our area was taken by the real estate business, and we will have to demolish it in a month. Isn't it a good thing to demolish? Wang Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then said, although it is not in a prime location, there is a cash cow like Zhuhai University. Developers are sure to aim here. There is a shop that occupies a place here, and it will surely get a lot of compensation. What a good thing. Uncle Li shook his head and said bitterly, the demolition funds that our merchants can get are less than 200,000. What do you think you can do in Zhuhai City? This store is far more than 200,000. What? Hearing what he said, not only Wang Feng, but also Bei Yongxiu exclaimed. The current house price in Zhuhai City starts at a minimum of 15,000. The storefront of Uncle Li is only 70 or 80 square meters. Even if it is sold, it should not be at this price. And even if the compensation is lower than the basic house price, it is far from 200,000. Among them, there must be some tricks. Uncle Li, what's the matter? How could it be possible to compensate 200,000 yuan? Bei Yongxiu said, although she does not care about the real estate in the family, she also understands that Uncle Li might let people get rid of it. It's not just me, but this one is like this, and we don't want to. Uncle Li said, the bitterness on his face thicker. He was compensated 200,000, and it would be impossible for him to continue to survive in Zhuhai City in the future, so he thought that he would return to his home county to develop himself after receiving the 200,000 compensation. Those who can't afford to offend, he can only admit his fate. What is going on? Bei Yongxiu asked. It's like this. Li Shu smiled bitterly, and then said everything out. This area of shops, including residential areas, is indeed to be demolished, and it is a large-scale demolishing, all of which must be rebuilt and built to save land area. Originally, the demolition is a good thing for users, because they can get a lot of compensation. With these compensations, you can choose to continue living here, or you can take the money to other places, so many old houses residents are also eager for developers to see where they live. However, this area is a different kind. The compensation for most people is 200,000, and in some places it is only more than 100,000. Just such a small amount of compensation is almost the same as the beggar. As soon as the compensation plan was announced, it naturally aroused public outrage from everyone. They went to the government to sue, but were told that they would not be accepted. Even after they filed, they were beaten by unidentified people. Many residents were hacked, and there are still people lying in the hospital. In the end, they can only come to the conclusion that the developers seem to have a great background, and the government and business are colluding together, and ordinary people like them have nothing to do. Then why don't you go to the police? Bei Yongxiu said. His complexion also looked a little ugly. We went, but it's useless. After we come back, we will be beaten by their thugs. Now everyone is scared. Uncle Li started, shook his head, and sighed. They are just a group of ordinary people. How can they be able to beat the wealthy and backed developers? Humph. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly slapped the table and stood up. It's not that Wang Feng, a black-hearted developer, has never heard of it, but this developer actually hit Li Shu's head with his idea. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. A store with a value of nearly 1 million has even compensated 200,000. This is too far apart. No matter how dark the developer is, it can't be so dark. What are you going to do? Uncle Li was taken aback when he saw Wang Feng's gloomy face and called out quickly. Uncle Li, what is the name of this developer? Wang Feng said with a sullen face, murderous. Wang Feng can ignore others if he is black, but Uncle Li, that is no, he will never sit back and watch. Don't be impulsive, those people are not something you can provoke. Uncle Li knew Wang Feng's impulsive temperament and quickly grabbed Wang Feng. Hehe, Uncle Li, how do you know that I can't provoke them? Wang Feng smiled, but he was very cold, and said, Uncle Li, what is the name of their real estate company? Let me hear you. Wang Feng, forget it, at least 200,000 is better than a penny. Li Shu smiled bitterly, let go of Wang Feng's hand, and then sat back on the chair. Uncle Li. Seeing how Uncle Li looked like this, Wang Feng was also a little annoyed. He was stubborn if he wasn't held accountable if he was hacked. Forget it, don't tell me, I can get the news I want as much as I ask others. Wang Feng said, then turned and walked outside the private room. Xiao Feng, come back. Uncle Li also shouted when he saw Wang Feng walking outside. If you really want to know, I just tell you, but I hope you don't stand up for me, you can't beat them, they are crowded. Let's talk about it, which real estate agent is it? Wang Feng said, but he didn't rush outside. It's Longyuan Real Estate, one of the several large developers in Zhuhai City. Uncle Li seemed to have compromised and said with a sigh, Longyuan Real Estate. Hearing Uncle Li's words, Wang Feng seemed to feel a little familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had heard of it. However, no matter what real estate it is, Wang Feng can't let go of ordinary people like this. The house of nearly 1 million has been turned into 200,000. How black should this be? Uncle Li, you don't need to worry about this, just leave it to me. Then, Wang Feng sat back to his position and took out the phone. The first call he made was Yao Chang, who hadn't been in contact for a long time. Yao Chang was not only a well-known brother in Zhuhai City, but also an official in the government. Therefore, it is more appropriate for him to deal with this collusion between officials and businessmen. The phone was quickly connected, and Yao Chang's very unexpected voice came. You know, Wang Feng hasn't contacted him for a long time. Brother Yao, I have something to ask for. Without time to deal with Yao Chang, Wang Feng directly said his problem. What? After listening to Wang Feng's narration, Yao Chang on the other end of the phone was obviously also surprisingly angry. The government was originally a place where people's lives were redressed. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com now has collusion between officials and merchants. This is simply to shame them again. You wait there, I'll bring someone over in 20 minutes. After speaking, Yao Chang directly hung up the phone. Hearing the blind tone coming from the phone, Wang Feng called He Tian again. Brother He, I don't know who your people at Zhuhai University will be responsible for. Wang Feng said straightforwardly. It's a little brother named Liang, what's wrong? He Tian's voice was a little puzzled. It's nothing, you will call him to Zhuhai University in a moment. I have something to ask him to help. After that, Wang Feng hung up the phone. He knew that He Tian would definitely get things done. This Longyuan Real Estate would hack others, and Wang Fengji would let them all spit out. Uncle Li, I don't know where the persons in charge of Longyuan Real Estate are. Wang Feng said, looking at Uncle Li who was a little dumbfounded. Uncle Li didn't know who Wang Feng called just now, but he had faintly understood what Wang Feng said. I am afraid that the people Wang Feng just notified were all people with very high status in Zhuhai City. They set up a clerk at the end of the street, and their people are there. Uncle Li said, without concealing it. That's fine, Uncle Li, you don't want to do business today. Go call those people to me. I want to see how powerful this Longyuan Real Estate is. Wang Feng sneered, then pushed the door and walked out of the private room. To the people eating in the store, he said, Dear students, there are important things to do here in a while. You all leave now, you don't need to pay. Although being kicked out of the restaurant for no reason was a bit uncomfortable for them, seeing Wang Feng's indifferent expression, these people still left the restaurant witty, and they didn't need to pay anyway. They were so happy and ate for nothing. A sign was posted to the outside world to suspend business. Wang Feng also sat at the door of the restaurant, quietly waiting for the person he was waiting for. Beside him, Bei Yongxiu also sat quietly and waited with him. Just waiting for Yao Kang to come, Uncle Li called the people from Longyuan Real Estate, because it was very close to their residence, so Uncle Li called them over, but it took less than 3 minutes before and after. Seeing these young people glimpsing, Wang Feng's brows wrinkled slightly, because these people didn't seem to be engaged in real estate at all, they were more like street gangsters. Although they were all dressed in suits and dressed up like dogs, their humiliated aura that almost emanated from their bones would never change. These few people are the people in charge you mentioned. Wang Feng looked at these little punks coldly, and didn't believe it at all. Xiao Feng, just a few of them are temporarily in charge of this piece of us, Uncle Li said, and then winked at Wang Feng. Wang Feng naturally understood what he meant, but he didn't care about it, but he was just a few gangsters, he didn't bother to talk to them at all, because talking with them was tantamount to playing the piano to a cow, and it didn't work at all. Oh, where's the kid from? Such a dick. At this moment, a person walked up, looked at Wang Feng and said, his eyes were very disdainful, it was a kind of contempt from above. But when his gaze fell on Bei Yongxiu's body, his eyes widened suddenly, almost no water came out. No matter who Bei Yongxiu is, it is an absolute beauty, like their kind of low-level punks, where can you see such a superb beauty on weekdays, so at the moment he looks at Bei Yongxiu and can't walk up. At the same time, several other people called by Uncle Li also saw Bei Yongxiu sitting next to Wang Feng, and they all showed a strong sense of adultery. Hehe. One of the people in black smirked a little, then walked in front of Wang Feng and the other two, and said directly to Bei Yongxiu, "Is this beautiful woman alone? I wonder if you would be interested in having a drink with your brother." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, just wanting to touch Bei Yongxiu's face. It's just that before his hand touched Bei Yongxiu's hand, he felt a pain in his bones coming from his hand. "Call your boss over, otherwise, leave my arm here today." Wang Feng threw away the man's broken wrist and said coldly, "Still want to touch Bei Yongxiu in front of him? Do you treat him as a transparent person? Nima." Hearing Wang Feng's words, the wrist was twisted and he shouted with a stern face, "Stop this kid for me. I don't know whether to live or die." In Wang Feng's eyes, two icy eyes were shot, and then only a few muffled hums were heard. All the people who rushed up made him kick out, and he was not an opponent at all. "Call your boss, otherwise, I will abolish you today. My patience is very limited," Wang Feng said, his voice extremely cold. At this moment, this person also knew that Wang Feng was a hard stubble, so he had to endure the sharp pain from his arm and took out his phone. "Hey, boss? Someone here is asking for our troubles, and they said they are going to destroy you. Come on, or you will collect the body for us in a while." The young man yelled into the phone like weeping, almost let Wang Feng laugh. This person is really nonsense. This performance technique might win an annual Oscar award. It's too pretentious. But he didn't stop the young man from informing them of the people behind the scenes, he just looked at them coldly. He was just a small person, he didn't bother to deal with them, and these people couldn't be the master, at most the thugs mentioned by Uncle Li. "Boy, wait, I'll see what you are doing for a while, I have to let you crawl out of here today." The young man's face showed a hideous color, a threatening tone. "Then believe it or not, I can make you not get up on your stomach now." Wang Feng glanced at the young man with a smile, but he was frightened. He had already seen Wang Feng's methods, and he was really afraid that Wang Summit would suddenly beat him violently, so at this moment he didn't dare to provoke him anymore. He could only stand here with his breath and be seen as a monkey by pedestrians. "Xiao Feng, there won't be any problems, right?" Uncle Li asked next to him. "Don't worry, with me here, I will definitely help you solve the problem today," Wang Feng said, then the old closed his eyes comfortably and waited for someone to come. Time seemed to pass slowly. The people who came in the second wave were not Yao Cheng and the others, but the boss whom the young man called before. This person, on the contrary, looks like a successful person, but when he came, he was not only one person, but also a large group of people. In breakdown, there were almost 50. This was the first time that Wang Feng came to Zhuhai City and encountered so many people who wanted to besiege him. "You said you want to abolish me." Lu Xiong glanced at Wang Feng, and finally more eyes fell on Bei Yongxiu. Since he became the little boss of Longyuan Real Estate, he has played with many women, but he has never met such a superb beauty like Bei Yongxiu, so at the moment he looked at Bei Yongxiu and felt excited. He just wondered how he would put this woman in his bed. "Are you the person in charge of this film?" Wang Feng asked coldly, feeling very upset. "What? Which green onion are you?" Lu Xiong glanced at Wang Feng, his expression showing impatience. "Since you are the person in charge of this film, it's fine." A smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. That is, as his voice fell, suddenly there was a harsh brake sound at the end of the street. As the crowd dispersed, a motorcade appeared in front of Wang Feng and the others, led by a very cool sports car, followed by at least 10 official cars. Moreover, what surprised Wang Feng was that there were 2 special police cars following behind their car. This battle was really too big. With so many people, do you want to rebel? The sports car stopped not far from Wang Feng and the others, and Yao Cheng got out of the sports car with a cold expression on his face. Before, Wang Feng said that there might be gangsters here, but what Yao Cheng didn't expect was that there are so many people here. It is simply a scene of underworld fighting. Fortunately, he had an extra heart and called the special police to help out, otherwise he didn't know what would happen. "Control all of them to me," Yao Cheng said, and then, from the last 2 special police cars, at least 10 special police officers with real guns and ammunition came down. Although the special police are small, they all have guns in their hands. Therefore, the dozens of people Lu Xiong brought with him were frightened and gave up resistance and squatted on the ground with their heads in their arms. No matter how good they are, it is impossible for them to compete with other special police officers. If they resist, they might be swept into a sieve in the next second. What? At this moment, the little brother Lu Xiong had brought was dumbfounded, and Lu Xiong himself was stunned. He never thought that things would develop into this way. "Didn't you say that there were troublemakers? Why are the special police here? Hold your head and squat down." Yao Cheng glanced at Lu Xiong coldly and said loudly, "Yes, yes, yes." Although Lu Xiong had just been arrogant, but at this moment he also confessed, squatting on the ground holding his head aggrieved. "What's the situation?" Yao Cheng no longer looked at this group of people, but came to the front of Wang Feng and asked, "Big brother Yao, if you come a little later, I might have to be beaten by them." Wang Feng smiled bitterly, completely relieved. "What nonsense, I am here, how could I let you be beaten up? Don't worry, I will catch all these people back later, and see how arrogant they are." Yao Cheng sneered, and there was no such thing as the eldest young master on weekdays. The slightest piece, as if it were a different person. At this moment, the door of the convoy that followed his car slowly opened, and many people emerged from it. These people were almost all people in high positions, and they were indeed the leaders of government departments. Unexpectedly, Yao Cheng was so terrifying that he invited all these people over. Nima, Lu Xiong, who hugged his head and squatted on the ground, saw that all the people coming out of these cars were from the Zhuhai City government department, and his face was blue with fright. These people stomped their feet in Zhuhai City. It is the person who is about to make an earthquake. Why are they all here now? Qin Mishu, please contact the boss of Longyuan Real Estate. He is limited to half an hour to come here. If he doesn't come, he will directly seal up his company. Yao Cheng said, and then a beautiful secretary who followed him hurriedly nodded, then turned to the contact. Let's wait first. Yao Cheng said, then he brought a stool and sat beside Wang Feng. Come on, let's smoke one first. Then, Yao Cheng took out a pack of cigarettes from his mouth. Wang Feng had never seen this kind of cigarettes. It should be a special supply cigarette from a government department. Things that money can't buy. You guys sit down here too. At this moment, Yao Cheng greeted your group of government officials again, which made them embarrassed. I knew that we were allowed to sit, but there was no stool here, so we couldn't sit on the ground, right? Therefore, they can only stand staring, not daring to go, and have no temper at all. Behind Yao Cheng is the city party secretary representing the entire Zhuhai city. Who dares to be angry with him? If people say something bad about themselves to their father, they will feel better. It's fine for us to stand. Many people laughed, daring not to speak. Since you are going to stand, then stand. Facing many of his colleagues, Yao Cheng was not polite, and it could even be said that his tone was cold. Because he knew from Wang Feng's mouth that some of these people were scumbags, colluding with merchants and oppressing the common people. Although he didn't know who it was, he would definitely get this person out. Master Feng. A loud cry came from the back of the crowd, but it was the A Liang that He Tian said before. Originally, A Liang was working with a woman before, but after receiving a call from He Tian, he also immediately stopped what he was doing, and came to help Wang Feng without stopping. Who is Wang Feng? As the leader of this party, he naturally understood very well that if Wang Feng had a problem, it would be strange to take his skin off. However, after he got here, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. What is going on? Why are the special police officers here? Of course, he also saw his men squatting on the ground with a gun pointed by the special police, and he immediately understood what was happening. These rice buckets are really looking for death, angering Master Feng. They deserve it. With an apologetic smile on his face, he didn't even want to plead for his subordinates, but walked through the crowd and came to Wang Feng. Sorry, I'm late. A Liang's face was ashamed, and his attitude was extremely low. Okay, there is nothing to do with you here, let's go. Looking at A Liang, Wang Feng naturally understood that this should be the person called by the senior brother, but now Yao Cheng has already made the battle so big. Is A Liang here? It doesn't matter much here. Hehe, I'll stay here. A Liang smiled on his face. How dare he go? He came here only after receiving He Tian's personal notice. If the matter is not resolved, he dare to leave here unless he is not afraid of death. It's up to you then. Wang Feng said lightly, then ignored him. It's over, it's really over. Not far in front of Wang Feng, Lu Xiong had already seen that his boss was so respectful towards Wang Feng. He still didn't understand what had happened. The young man in front of him was not something he could provoke. Thinking of how he had just thought about getting his woman into bed, at this moment, he regretted it, and really wished there was a passage on the ground for him to escape. About 10 minutes later, at the end of the street, a car drove in, and no one blocked it. It is said that Meng Yufei has been very moisturized recently, because he won a large piece of land development rights. When he was ready to raise his ambitions, he actually received a call from the secretary of the government department, saying that he would be allowed half an hour. Nei rushed to Zhuhai University, or he was conceded. With his influence in Zhuhai City, he believed that no one had dared to engage in such a prank, so he had to put aside all the things in his hands and come to see what was going on. It was just that when he came to this scene, he was very frightened, and the special police were dispatched. Could it be that life was killed here? Of course, as his car drove into the crowd, he immediately saw Yao Cheng where the old was smoking a cigarette. There was a pump in his heart, which was not good, and he didn't dare to run away at this moment. He could only bite the bullet and stopped the car and got out of the car. Yao Shinfu. Meng Yufei laughed dryly and came to Yao Cheng. Don't mess around with me, do I know you? Yao Cheng sneered and turned his eyes to Meng Yufei. Of course he knew Meng Yufei. This was a big taxpayer in Zhuhai City. However, if he colluded with the government to exploit the common people, Yao Cheng had to take it seriously. I don't know what you told me to do so far away. Meng Yufei saw the anger in Yao Cheng's heart and asked cautiously. Also ask me what did I call you to do? Why don't you ask what you did? Yao Cheng sneered, watching Meng Yufei's heart harry. I really don't know what I did. Meng Yufei shook his head, making Yao Cheng's face gloomy immediately. Forget it, let me do it. Wang Feng grabbed Yao Cheng and stood up slowly. Wang Feng, it turned out to be you. At this moment, an unbelievable voice came from behind Meng Yufei, with a wave of fear. Unexpectedly, this Longyuan real estate turned out to be your family's property, but I forgot. Looking at this person, Wang Feng also smiled, but they all sneered. No wonder he felt that Longyuan real estate was a bit familiar before, but he didn't expect it to be Meng Dongxu's company from that animal's home. Chairman Meng, you must have understood in your heart why you are here today, right? The compensation here has to be close to 1 million. Unexpectedly, you only compensate 200,000. I don't know that you are oppressing the people. Do you still look down on the government? Wang Feng said calmly, as if saying something trivial. But when he heard Wang Feng's words, Meng Yufi's face turned pale with a brush, and big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He finally knows why he was called here, and he dared to show that things have been revealed. This time he won this piece of land. He was going to make a black-hearted money, but what he didn't expect was how could this be exposed. Hehe, I don't know what this gentleman is talking about. Meng Yufi smiled dryly, not daring to admit it to death. I believe you will be a person who understands. If you don't want to sit and wear it, you should tell what you know. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that something unfavorable to you will happen. Wang Feng said, his tone of voice still plain. I really don't know. Meng Yufi's face became paler, but he gritted his teeth and refused to admit it. Okay, since you don't know, forget it. Wang Feng shrugged, then sat back and said to Yao Cheng, Brother Yao, the matter is left to you. Originally, Wang Feng wanted to let Meng Yufi admit it, but since he was going to die, Wang Feng would take care of the rest of the matter. As for what happens to Meng Yufi, he can only be resigned. Who auctioned this piece of land back then? Yao Cheng said in a loud voice. It's me, it's me. Hearing Yao Cheng's eldest brother, a fat middle-aged man who followed him came out. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Although he was hiding well, Wang Feng still saw a trace of panic on his face. Of course, this panic Yao Kang was naturally also very clever to see that there really are some social worms in this government department. I remember that you seem to be the Deputy Bureau of the Bureau of Land and Resources. Yao Cheng said, his voice calming down. Yes, the middle-aged man said, with more cold sweat on his forehead. Okay, I don't want to ask you anymore. Let me tell you what I have. Yao Cheng said, but he was so frightened that the middle-aged man knelt on the ground with a poof. Master Yao, I was blinded by the benefits given by Meng Yufi. You let me go, I am damned. Then, the middle-aged man was still slapped in the face, completely frightened. Okay, since you know you deserve to die, then you immediately go back and write a resignation letter, and I will let you leave with dignity. Yao Cheng said. His tone became a little sad. The city bureau, there are indeed many assholes. Thank you, young Master Yao. The middle-aged man kowtowed to Yao Cheng, crying bitterly, a vice bureau, colluding with merchants, and embezzling huge sums of money. If it is exposed, he will not only be double opened, but also imprisoned. Disaster, so Yao Cheng was completely deliberately letting him go again. But before you leave, you have to hand over all your embezzled money. 1 point less, you can figure it out by yourself. Yao Cheng said, and then stopped looking at him. It's not that he doesn't want to put this person in jail, but the impact would be too bad, and maybe it will cause a great change in the city council. His father has just been in the position for less than a year, so he doesn't dare make big moves. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged man smashed his head at Yao Cheng again, got up, and left, never daring to stay at all. It was already extremely difficult for him to keep his identity and leave. Although he was reluctant to let go of a position in the vice game, compared with his own life, it was nothing. Meng Yufi was also dumbfounded when his companion escaped. This middle-aged man is his greatest support. It is precisely because of his suppression that he dared to exploit and live so severely. People here. Now, people are in a hurry to run away, then he can only wait for death. Chairman Meng, do you still have something to say now? At this time, Yao Cheng turned his gaze on Meng Yufi. His attitude slowly became colder. Meng Yufi's face was pale, knowing that he was over, and the matter was completely exposed. It was no longer useful for him to cover up. Collaborating with officials and oppressing citizens, do you know what your behavior is? Yao Cheng sneered, making Meng Yufi's face paler. Meng Yufi was speechless. Forget it, our government will take back this piece of land, and you, let me go back for tea. Yao Cheng stood up, but was so scared that Meng Yufi almost sat down on the ground. Wait. Seeing Yao Cheng was about to take people away, Wang Feng spoke. What else do you have? Yao Cheng asked, rolling his eyes. Of course, he couldn't have left so easily. Wang Feng stood up, then came to Meng Yufi's face, and said, since you have admitted, then we can talk about compensation. Compensation? What compensation? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Meng Yufi's face was very puzzled. The ground was taken back. What compensation is there? Of course there is compensation. Do you think you can leave so easily? But I tell you, there is nothing so cheap in the world. Wang Feng spoke, and then pulled Uncle Li in front of him, saying, this person in front of you has been intimidated by your people before and caused great mental distress, so does this mental loss count? Wang Feng said, won the tone of deputy discussion. And Uncle Li, who was being pulled by him, was puzzled. When was he intimidated? He didn't even know what Wang Feng was going to do. Then how much money do you want? Although Meng Yufi wanted to kill, but at this moment, he never dared to offend Wang Feng, because he could see that Wang Feng and Yao Cheng were obviously people wearing a pair of pants. As far as his sin is concerned, at most, he will stay in it for a few years www.wuxiaspot.com and even come out in 1 or 2 years, but if Wang Feng talks nonsense in front of Yao Cheng, wouldn't he be a lifetime squatting inside? We are all honest people, and I will not talk indiscriminately, so let's count the mental loss cost as 1 million. Wang Feng calmly said, but Meng Yufi's eyes widened and almost fell off. Come out. The grass mud horse, one opening is 1 million, is this still an honest person? I have never seen an honest person like you. Why, is it possible that Chairman Meng is unwilling to pay this money? Wang Feng's voice fell cold, but Meng Yufi's body was shocked by fright, then he shook his head quickly and said, I am willing to compensate. In order to survive in the future, he had to agree to Wang Feng. Although he lost 1 million in vain, which made him feel very upset, it was better than squatting in it for a few years. Since we are willing to say, let's continue to talk about the next compensation. Wang Feng said, but Meng Yufi immediately yelled out, why is there compensation? This can't help but he doesn't yell, Wang Feng is obviously knocking on his stick now, as long as it is personally visible. What? If you don't want to pay, then just leave it as if I didn't say it. Wang Feng said, his voice became cold. Then you said there is any compensation. Although blood was dripping in his heart, Meng Yufi had to gritted his teeth and said, if he left, maybe he would have to be locked in and never get out. Well, the last time he was beaten into the hospital by your people, he spent 2 million in lying down for half a month, why should you pay for the medical expenses? Wang Feng said shockingly, even on the sidelines. Yao Chang almost fell to the ground. I'm a mother, you are too unreliable, right? What kind of disease is this? It actually cost 2 million. And look at Li Zhenglin, who has a healthy face, even if he seems to be sick. You are blackmailing. Meng Yufi shouted, unable to accept it. The opening is 2 million, why don't you grab the bank? Chairman Meng, we can speak with proper proportions. Believe it or not, can you sue you for slander based on what you are saying now? Wang Feng sighed, a little unhappy. My grass. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Meng Yufi only felt that his throat was sweet, and he was so angry that he spouted a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Chairman Meng, let's speak in a civilized manner. Don't just open your mouth and curse, or I won't be used to you. Wang Feng frowned, seeming to be very unhappy. I will definitely not compensate, you don't even want to get a penny. Meng Yufi's heart was overwhelmed, and finally no longer compromised. Wang Feng's blackmail was so severe that he could not accept it at all. When the money comes from the wind. Okay, you don't compensate me or force me, then you can go to jail with your son. Wang Feng said, turning around and leaving. But before he could speak, the Meng Dongxu next to Meng Yufi turned out to be Puff Tong and suddenly knelt on the ground, his face pale. At the beginning, he wanted QJ Xia Xiaomei but was captured by Wang Feng on the spot. If Wang Feng took him to court, he would really go to jail with his father, so now his heart is flustered. Dongxu, what are you doing? Get up quickly for Laozi. Meng Yufi was dumbfounded when he saw his son kneel down for Wang Feng. He didn't even know what happened. Dad, give me the money. Meng Dongxu yelled, panicking to the extreme. He was still young, and he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in the prison, so at this moment he grabbed his father, begging on his face. The color. You. Hearing his son's words in his ear, Meng Yufi finally spewed a bite of blood again, pointing to Wang Feng, unable to say a word. It's fine for him to enter the prison, but he didn't expect his son to have a handle on Wang Feng's body. Now, he is suffering from the enemy, and it is impossible not to agree. He couldn't help but watch his son being locked in like himself. Okay, I promise you, I am willing to compensate. Meng Yufi said, the pain in my heart, but he couldn't refuse to agree. He just studied this son in Meng Dong, he can't ruin the rest of his own son's life. It seems that Chairman Meng is still a reasonable person. There was a smile on Wang Feng's face, which looked like a spring breeze. However, looking at Wang Feng's smile, Meng Yufi only felt as cold as falling into an ice cellar. At this moment, Wang Feng was in his eyes, that was a living demon that made his heart chill. Okay, since Chairman Meng is willing to compensate for these 2 items, it must be easy to say the following compensation. Wang Feng said, but Meng Yufi only felt the darkness in front of him, and finally fell to the ground. He was really stimulated by Wang Feng and paid 3 million yuan. He was still not satisfied? If it weren't for worrying about his son, he would really want to rush forward and die with Wang Feng. Because your people wander around this street every day, causing others to be unable to work normally, this missed work fee is yours. And it is because your people beat me Uncle Li, which caused him to have a heart attack. You have to count your future treatment costs. And, with that said, Wang Feng listed at least a dozen compensations. The people around him took a breath, and their teeth were shaking. Is this Nima too cruel? This is no longer a compensation, but a direct blackmail. It stands to reason that it is illegal for Wang Feng to do this, but with Yao Chang, the government officials around really dare not say a word, because Wang Feng is looking at them. Well, the amount you need to compensate is about that much. If you count it up, you'll be 7 million. Wang Feng said, listening to that tone, it seemed that he was at a loss. You. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Meng Yufi, who had just woken up, almost fainted again. Li Zhenglin had no heart disease, but now he was about to be out of anger. Chairman Meng, there is nothing wrong with what I said. Do you have anything to add? Wang Feng didn't care about Meng Yufi's eyes that seemed to be cannibalistic, and he still said with a smile, I have no objection. This sentence almost popped out between Meng Yufi's teeth, and today he made Wang Feng a smash. Don't say it is 7 million, even if it is 10 million, he can get it for his son. It's okay if you don't have any comments, anyway, you have to go in soon, so just give me the money first. Wang Feng said, then stretched out his hand. Nima. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Meng Yufei shouted again. Chairman Meng, please be civilized, and everyone has heard that you are willing to lose money. Is it possible that you still want to fall back? Wang Feng said coldly. Okay, I'll give it. Meng Yufei finally stopped arguing with Wang Feng, and threw out his wallet with red eyes, and said, the deposits inside plus the credit card overdraft limit, at least 8 million, all for you? That's a lot of thanks to Chairman Meng for his generosity. There was a smile on Wang Feng's face, and he never thought that he would have gotten another million. It's easy to get the money, and it takes a lot of talking. I'm afraid there is no such good thing in this world. Master Yao, please take me away. After throwing the wallet out, Chairman Meng's face showed a begging color, and said to Yao Cheng. He really didn't want to stay here, because he was afraid that if he stayed here, he would not be off by Wang Feng for a while, that was, he would be blackmailed to death by Wang Feng. And while his consciousness was still awake, he just wanted to leave here early, because he was afraid that he couldn't help but go up to find Wang Feng desperately. After losing 8 million yuan, he admitted. Okay, let's go. Seeing Meng Yufei who was so angry that he was bleeding, Yao Cheng was also a little pitiful for him. He unexpectedly encountered Wang Feng, a smasher, and he deserved to have lost more than 8 million. In the end, Yao Cheng took Meng Yufei away. It is conceivable that when he waits for the severe punishment of the law, prison will be inevitable. And Meng Dongxiu didn't dare to stay here again after seeing his Laozi being taken away, turned around and drove away. As for the group of people Lu Xiong brought, they were taken to the police station by more than a dozen special policemen. They came here without saying a word and were taken to the police station. I'm afraid the soy saucers are the most miserable, right? Okay, there is nothing to do with you here, you can go, too. Wang Feng turned and said to a Liang. Then Feng Ye, I'm leaving? A Liang said, then turned and left. Uncle Li, it is estimated that there will be no demolition in a short time, so you don't have to worry about it. Wang Feng opened his mouth with a grin. It doesn't matter if you don't demolish it. Uncle Li nodded, and then said, I have been opening a shop here for more than 10 years. If I were to leave suddenly, it would be really uncomfortable. People have nostalgia, which can also be said to be a habit. If a life is suddenly changed, it is really difficult to adapt. Uncle Li, these are your compensation payments. As he said, Wang Feng opened the wallet. There really were several bank cards in it, as well as a large pile of red cash. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Li Shu was taken aback for a moment, and then said dumbfoundedly, these are all your money, what are you doing for me? What is my money? Wang Feng smiled, and said, I am asking you for this money. Anyway, that guy wants to demolish your store. It happens that this money can be used as compensation. You deserve it. But this is too much, I can't ask. 8 million, not 880,000, such a sum of money is a huge sum of money for everyone, so how could Uncle Li accept it? And he just saw how the money came from. It was the hard work of Wang Feng to blackmail it. It should belong to Wang Feng. Uncle Li, when I was studying here, I was able to graduate with your care. Therefore, you should regard this money as my respect for you. In my eyes, you are like my elders. So you have to accept this money anyway. Wang Feng put his wallet in Uncle Li's arms. 8 million may be a huge wealth for others, but in Wang Feng's eyes, this little money is nothing at all. Because he can make more money back anytime. This is too much. Uncle Li's face was embarrassed, and he wanted to give Wang Feng his wallet. Uncle Li, did you see the car? That's my car. That car is already worth 7 million. Do you think I will be short of money? Then, Wang Feng pointed his finger to stop. Lamborghini not far away. Is that your car? Looking at the Lamborghini that Wang Feng was referring to, Uncle Li's face also showed a suspicious look. Often dealing with college students, he naturally knows what kind of car it is. This is a luxury car of millions at every turn. Uncle Li, you just keep the money, and we'll leave first. While talking, Wang Feng took Bei Yongxiu and walked to Lamborghini. Then, in the horrified look of Li Shu, he actually saw the Lamborghini's door open automatically www.wuxiaspot.com and then Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu both got in. Uncle Li, I will see you later. With that, Wang Feng drove out a Lamborghini like a bolt of lightning, and it was impossible for Uncle Li to return his wallet to Wang Feng. But at this moment, he has completely believed in Wang Feng's words. Even if he can afford to drive millions of luxury cars, how could he still be short of money? It's just that Wang Feng threw 8 million to him like this, which still moved his heart very much. The secret path Wang Feng finally succeeded. Sister Shui, where are we going to eat? Wang Feng said in the car, feeling hungry. Originally, he wanted to come to Uncle Li to have a meal like this, but he didn't expect that so many things would happen. Until now, his stomach is still hungry. Go to Tianyu Hotel. Bei Yongxiu said casually. Tianyu Hotel is a hotel under the management of Bei's group. Going there will save you from having the same thing as the Green Restaurant last time. Wang Feng, I didn't expect you to be so cheating. Suddenly, Bei Yongxiu said, looking at Wang Feng with a smile. Before Wang Fengkeng, Meng Yufei could all see her in her eyes. This is too cruel. After a random talk, she received 8 million compensation. Is there a way to make more money than this? It's that Meng Yufei deserves it. Such a person should be severely cut. Since he cheated ordinary people's money, then I would dare to cheat him. If he is not pitiful, I must cheat him today. 10 million. Wang Feng said, his face also cold. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's go to eat first, I'm also hungry. Bae Yongsu touched her flat belly, curled her lips, and looked extremely cute. Then you sit firmly. As Wang Feng said, the speed of the car soared to more than 200 miles, and Bae Yongsu screamed in fright. After dinner, Wang Feng and Bae Yongsu stayed at the jewelry store for another afternoon, and then went home from get off work when the jewelry store closed. On the way back, Wang Feng received a call from He Tian, asking how things were going. Wang Feng answered truthfully, and then told He Tian about his desire to hire a salesperson in the jewelry store. He Tian is the real underground king in Zhuhai City, and he does not know how much business he holds. Therefore, Wang Feng promised that Bae Yongsu would find someone, but he actually wanted to use He Tian's help. Just leave it to me. Tomorrow they will come to your jeweler walk and take care of it. Just pay attention to it yourself. He Tian's voice came from the other end of the phone, and there was no problem at all. Then thank you brother He. After that, Wang Feng hung up the phone and promised to find someone for Sister Shui in 3 days, but he didn't expect it to be solved so quickly. Is the person found? Looking at Wang Feng like this, Bae Yongsu asked strangely. Of course, I have said that the people I know are the underground kings of the entire Zhuhai city. It is not a matter of helping us find a few people. Don't worry, someone will report tomorrow. Wang Feng said, grinning. He smiled, and then drove the Lamborghini into the villa area of Zukan No. 1. Inside the villa, it was very quiet. Tang Ero hadn't returned yet. She must have caught the prisoner today. She was being interrogated overnight. Thinking that he was kindly treated as a donkey today, Wang Feng's mood was not very good, and he would never want to help this woman anymore. She was kind enough to help her, but she was questioned, which was too cheap. After taking a comfortable bath, Wang Feng and Bae Yongsu reported to each other and went back to their room. Today, he really ran around a lot of places. In the afternoon and evening, he was too happy to help the salesperson with guests, so this night Wang Feng did not practice, but fell on his bed comfortably, and soon fell asleep. The next day, Wang Feng woke up not because his biological clock had arrived, and he was awakened by a cry of crying outside. Since practicing the qi gathering technique, he has felt that his sixth senses have become very terrifying. Although it is not as abnormal as clairvoyant and wind ear, it is not comparable to ordinary people. Now that he has woken up, he can't sleep anymore. Using perspective, Wang Feng looked at the outside living room, but he was stunned by this look, because at this moment there was a woman in the living room besides Bae Yongsu. Tang Ero has not returned overnight. It's just that Tang Ero seems to be in a very unstable state now, and she is crying in Bae Yongsu's arms, while Bae Yongsu is like a mother, gently patting Tang Ero on the back, comforting in a soft voice. What's the situation? A strange color appeared on Wang Feng's face, and then he got up from his bed. What's going on? Wang Feng asked when he opened his door. In his impression, Tang Ero, a mad woman, rarely cries. Could it be that she was being bullied? Thinking of this, Wang Feng couldn't help but shook his head. Just this crazy woman, others will burn incense if they are not bullied by her. Who dares to provoke this female Tyrannosaurus? SHHH. Seeing Wang Feng coming out of the room, Bae Yongsu also made a silent gesture. Oh, Wang Xingfeng said, and then stopped talking, and then sat down on a sofa next to the two of them. Tang Ero was wearing a police uniform at the moment, lying in Bae Yongsu's arms. Her buttocks were almost facing Wang Feng, which made Wang Feng's heart a happy heart. But Bae Yongsu didn't dare to go too far in Wang Feng, so she reluctantly retracted her gaze. You. In Bae Yongsu's arms, Tang Ero burst into tears again, her voice very loud. Her voice was very loud, as if she had been wronged. Ai Ro, don't worry, your father will definitely be fine. Bae Yongsu's brows wrinkled slightly, but she had to be careful to comfort Tang Ai Ro. How could a woman like Tang Ero sustain such a big event? So at the moment she is worried about her girlfriends again. What the is going on? At this moment, Wang Feng couldn't help asking. His voice increased a lot. You. Seeing Wang Feng's voice suddenly increased, Bae Yongsu also gave him a little annoyed look. Wang Feng. Suddenly, Tang Ero got up from Bae Yongsu, and fell into Wang Feng's arms. What's the situation? Wang Feng's eyes widened, and he didn't know which one was acting. Why did this woman run on her body and cry? Didn't she see that Bae Yongsu was here? At this moment, Wang Feng did not push her, nor did he not push her. All of her faces were embarrassed, because at this moment, Tang Ero was lying on the ground where his little brother was. Wang Feng, you saved my dad. Suddenly, Tang Ero raised her head, her eyes were flushed, and she was already crying red and swollen. Seeing her teary appearance, Wang Feng also felt a tingling in his heart, so he had to ask in a deep voice, what happened? My father was kidnapped. Tang Ero let out a choking sound, and then leaned on Wang Feng and began to cry. To be honest, since knowing Tang Ero, Wang Feng has never seen her such a fragile side. No wonder she cried so hard that it was her father who was kidnapped. Casting a puzzled look on Bae Yongsu's body, Bae Yongsu also sighed, and then said, just last night, Ai Ro's father was kidnapped by several unknown people. The other party now asks to let go yesterday. Those fugitives caught, otherwise they will tear their votes. Bae Yongsu said, with obvious concerns in his tone. The fugitives yesterday. Wang Feng suddenly thought of the few people he had helped to catch yesterday, but what did these fugitives have to do with Tang Ero's father? That's it. Ai Ro's father is the chief of the police station in Zhuhai City. The other party took him as a hostage in exchange for the fugitives. Looking at Wang Feng's face, Bai Yongxiu couldn't help but say, "What?" Wang Feng was also taken aback when he heard Bai Yongxiu's words. This Tang Ero's father turned out to be the director of the entire public security system in Zhuhai City. No wonder this girl is usually so arrogant. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to her, otherwise. Thinking of this, Wang Feng shook his head and didn't dare to think anymore. Since the other party wants to change the hostage, then change it. How could it be like this? Wang Feng glanced at Tang Ero who was lying on his body, still wondering. With so many police officers in Zhuhai City, it should be enough to handle things properly. How could Tang Ero cry like this? The other party not only wants to exchange hostages, but also asks for 100 million as a bonus, otherwise they will tear up the votes. Bai Yongxiu said, also worried about Tang Ero's father. Hearing Bai Yongxiu's words, Wang Feng couldn't help but a foul language. The exchange of hostages means the exchange of hostages, which is 100 million more. This is simply a lion's open mouth. It would be a real weird thing if the city police department agreed to this matter. Tang Ero, give me a clearer mind. As he said, Wang Feng grabbed Tang Ero by the shoulders and pulled her up. Do you know where they are now? Wang Feng said, his tone obviously aggravated. Although he was still vowing not to help Tang Ero last night, he couldn't just sit back and watch what happened to her family now. Not to mention that Bai Yongxiu would not agree, and Wang Feng himself couldn't stand it. These prisoners were too greedy, and they cost 100 million. They really didn't fear death. I don't know. Tang Ero shook her head, and hot tears fell in her eyes. Grass. Seeing Tang Ero's appearance, Wang Feng also knew that asking her might not be able to ask anything, so he hugged her up and said, Sister Shui, I will take her to the police station to find out the situation first. Wait for my news at home. Having said that, Wang Feng couldn't even care about washing, and directly carried Tang Ero into the underground garage. Tang Ero, why are you crying? Your father is not dead yet, please cheer me up. After sitting in the car, looking at the languid face of Tang Ero, Wang Feng directly yelled, Isn't this woman very good at ordinary times? Why now it seems to be a different person. Wang Feng, you must save my dad. While talking, Tang Ero grabbed Wang Feng's hand, all eyes were hopeful. Don't worry, if I have the ability, I will definitely help you, but can you let go of your hand now and don't affect my driving? Wang Feng said, and then Tang Ero's hand shrank as if an electric shock went back. You give me a detailed account of what is going on. Of course, if you don't tell me, it doesn't matter, I will ask your colleague. Starting Lamborghini, Wang Feng rushed out of the garage. It's like this www.wuxiaspot.com. After Wang Feng's shout just now, Tang Ero seems to have recovered a lot, at least communication is not a problem. After listening to her words, Wang Feng also fell into contemplation. Tang Ero's father lived in the government compound, where the security was very strict, even at night there were patrols. In the big evening, Tang Ero's father was taken away silently, enough to imagine that this shot was not like an ordinary person. And after Tang Ero's cry, Wang Feng immediately understood why she behaved like this. Tang Ero's mother died of dystocia when she gave birth, so she was brought up by her father. Now, her only relative has been taken away by an unknown person, and she is not worried that that is the real weird thing. Okay, don't worry too much. Since the other party has a purpose, it means that your father is not in any danger right now. Wait until I meet with your police station first. While talking, Wang Feng turned the car around. On the city viaduct, the vehicle speed increased again. Wang Feng, you must save my dad, I beg you. Suddenly, Tang Ero grabbed her hand again and almost made Wang Feng turn the car down the bridge. Crazy woman, calm down for me. If you do this, I don't care about you. Wang Feng also said coldly when Tang Ero was thrown away. Of course, although his words were very cold, he could feel how strong Tang Ero was when she just grabbed him with her hand. Maybe in her heart, she was also the hope. Thinking of this, the coldness on Wang Feng's face gradually dissipated, revealing a soft color, and said, Don't worry, as long as I have the ability, I will definitely help you rescue your father. I also hope you can cheer up a little. Well, I believe you. Suddenly, Tang Ero raised her head and turned her gaze to Wang Feng. Wang Feng, as long as you rescue my father this time, I will stay with you for one night, even if it is a reward. Okay, Tang Ero said, but Wang Feng was taken aback. His eyes swept across Tang Ero's best figure, and Wang Feng quickly retracted his gaze. He didn't believe Tang Ero's words, and he was definitely not the kind of person who took advantage of it. This kind of thing is something young people will do. Although Wang Feng has also coveted Tang Ero's body, it is absolutely impossible for him to make any unreasonable demands at this time, otherwise, he himself feels like a beast. I don't need any repayment from you, and you don't want to repay it. I am helping you free of charge, understand? When he said this, Wang Feng felt very painful. I was kindly treated as a donkey by her yesterday, and I didn't expect to come to help her again today. But seeing that Tang Ero is so pitiful now, he can only help her save people in a nasty way. Thank you. A word of thanks came out of Tang Ero's mouth, and then she stopped crying or talking, just staring out of the car window in a daze. It only took less than 10 minutes to get from Zukan number 1 to Wang Feng of the city police station. When he came here, he saw that the whole police station was now in a mess, and there were running police everywhere. Very in a hurry, The entrance of the police station was full of police cars and all kinds of high-end vehicles, and it was almost blocked. Outside, more than a dozen media and reporters were stopped here, and there was no way to get in. Go. Parked the car outside, Wang Feng called Tang Ero up and got out of the car. Grabbing a policeman by the arm, Wang Feng immediately asked, "This brother, I don't know who is in charge of your police station. The deputy bureau is now inside. If you have anything to do, just go to him. I have to be busy and go by yourself." After speaking, the policeman broke free of Wang Feng's hand and ran. It can be seen that the chief was kidnapped, and all the police officers should have stayed up all night. Just now, Wang Feng caught this person with red eyes like rabbits, obviously lack of sleep. Let's go. Wang Feng glanced at Tang Ero with red eyes, and then walked into the police station. Outside the police station, many policemen are busy, but inside the police station is naturally more chaotic. There are running police everywhere, and there are even special guns on duty in every corner. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a special policeman stopped Wang Feng and the two of them, with a look of indifference. "We are from the police station." At this moment, Tang Ero stepped forward and took out her police ID. "Please." Looking at the documents in Tang Ero's hand, the special police no longer blocked the way of the two of them, but let out one sideways without squinting. "Let's go, I will take you to meet them," Tang Ero said. The whole person has slowly become calm. Her father was kidnapped, she was worried, but what she wanted to do the most was to save her father. Pushing the door to the door, Wang Feng suddenly saw the people inside. This was a large conference room. At this moment, the conference room was covered by a faint white mist, which was very choking. When his expression was swept away, Wang Feng saw that most of the people here were smoking cigarettes with a sad expression on his face. Those who can sit here are all people with identities. Wang Feng only took a look and saw many people he saw only yesterday, including Yao Cheng, Yao Cheng's father Yao Yuan, and he once Zhang Qinkei, deputy chief of the police station who I have seen. Even in these seats, Wang Feng saw a person he never expected, He Tian. Almost all the senior officials of the municipal bureau have already sat here at this moment, seeming to be discussing something. The police chief was kidnapped, and the impact is really bad. It can even be said that the prisoner is directly provoking the entire government system of Zhuhai City. The length of the game, how high the status, these people have discussed here for a whole night. The arrival of Wang Feng attracted the ideas of everyone present, and even they did not expect that Wang Feng would come here. Of course, some people recognized Tang Ero and knew her identity. Junior brother. Seeing that the person was Wang Feng, He Tian also stood up from his seat all of a sudden and came to Wang Feng's side. "Senior brother He, why are you here?" Wang Feng asked strangely. "Oh, the chief of the police station was kidnapped, and they didn't have enough people. Naturally, they called me to help them find out the news. I sat here all night." He Tian smiled bitterly, but didn't complain. People from the government can find him and cooperate, which will be of great benefit to him in the future. After all, he does not want to be called the godfather of the underworld. Let these people owe their favors, it will be beneficial to him without any harm. If they go dark, they will never be on the stage. Only by bleaching their own identity can they go further. That's it. Wang Feng nodded, naturally understanding what He Tian meant. Zhuhai City is too big, and the police station alone will definitely not get much useful information. As the underground king of Zhuhai City, He Tian has so many eye lines and his efficiency is definitely better than all of them. "Hi, is there any news?" Wang Feng asked at this time. "Oh, since you've already come, let's sit down and talk." He Tian took Wang Feng and sat beside him. Many of the people present knew Wang Feng's identity, so when they saw him coming at this moment, they all showed kind eyes and nodded slightly. Don't look at them just nodding, but the amount of news contained in it makes those who have never seen Wang Feng take a breath. How sacred is this young man? So many people nod to him, and most of these people are their immediate superiors. "Don't care about me, continue to talk about your own," Wang Feng said, and then he didn't avoid suspicion, and directly put a high-end Hessian cigarette into his mouth. "This time something like this has happened. We really can't condone it. We must give the criminals the most severe blow." At this time, Yao Yuan spoke with a fierce expression on his face. He is the secretary of the Zhuhai Municipal Party Committee and the #1 leader, so of course he is now the leader of everyone here. "Have you found the other party's satellite positioning?" At this moment, Yao Cheng asked. "I found it, but our people went there and there was nothing," a government official said with a very ugly expression. "The other party is very cunning. They change their number after making a phone call. When they start to arrest people, they will already run away. For the whole night, they were almost always played around again by the other party, and there was no way at all. Minister Flower, how is your arrangement?" At this time, Yao Yuan turned his gaze to a middle-aged man wearing a camouflage uniform and asked. This person is the Minister of the Armed Forces Department of Zhuhai City, in charge of the armed forces. Hearing what Yao Yuan said at the moment, he also responded, "Every key exit in Zhuhai City has been deployed. As long as the opponent appears, we will be able to get news in no time." "Yeah." Yao Yuan nodded, and then said, "How much time does the other party give us?" When he said this, he was obviously a little angry. "There are less than 2 hours left," another official said with a very ugly face. "The criminals are not ordinary people this time. The other party has given an accurate time. If they don't hand over people and money within the specified time, they can only collect the body from the chief of the police. How are the few people caught yesterday? Yao Yuan asked again. Now several of them have been closely monitored by us, and no one can approach them. Zhang Qinkei said at this moment, his face equally ugly. He has only just taken office as the deputy bureau, and now such a thing has happened in the bureau, so many people have a skeptical attitude towards him, so now he wants to explain the matter and can't explain it, and he is confused. Please pay attention to this matter. If anyone with suspicious identity approaches them, they can be killed on the spot. I give you this right. Yao Cheng said, a powerful aura of a superior erupted from his body. Yes. Zhang Cheng gave a standard military salute, and then left the room. Snapped. Yao Yuan slapped the conference table and shouted, this matter is related to the reputation of our entire municipal bureau system, so we must all take action. We must catch the suspect in the shortest time. If you can't catch it, all will be unarmed for me and return to the field. Yes. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Everyone in the conference room uttered a loud voice, and then they all went back to their posts and got busy. Junior brother, what do you think of this matter? At this moment, He Tian turned his head and said to Wang Feng, I feel that the other party came here prepared this time. It is very likely that they came to meet the escaped prisoner, but in the end they didn't receive it and were caught back, so they took the police station out of shame and anger. Director, and doing such crazy things on this basis. Wang Feng opened his mouth, and He Tian nodded with deep approval, and said, I think so too. Couldn't your people find out the least bit of news? Wang Feng asked suspiciously. The other party is obviously not an ordinary person. My subordinates are just a bunch of gangsters waiting to die. It is very likely that they won't recognize the other party, so I didn't have much hope. He Tian shook his head. It doesn't look good this time. Oh, wait a minute. With a sigh, Wang Feng took a puff of cigarette fiercely, and the whole city bureau acted to find no one. What could he do? Although he prides himself on his skill and ability to see through, at most this perspective is more than 100 meters away. Wherever he goes to find someone, now he can only pray that those people will not be too mad. Don't worry, your father will definitely be fine. At this moment, Wang Feng patted Tang Ero who was in despair, and said softly. On the side, He Tian just glanced at the two of them ambiguously, then lowered his head, but said nothing. My younger brother, it seems that it is not simple, the beautiful women around him are one after another, but they are much better than him. Report, they are calling again. Suddenly a great voice rang in the conference room, attracting everyone's attention. Quickly, transfer me to outside. Yao Yuan yelled, and everyone stopped what they were doing at this moment, without making a sound. The huge conference room was a bit terrifyingly quiet at the moment, and the sound of needles landing might be clear and audible. Hey, the phone was connected, and a cold laughter came out first. How did I prepare the money you prepared? The voice on the phone was still very cold, even with a hint of joking. We have prepared the money. I don't know how the hostages are. Yao Yuan said, suppressing his voice very calmly. Humph, don't play tricks. You want to catch me with the you sent. You should save the effort. If I were you, you would honestly prepare the money and exchange hostages with us. There is not much time left for you. The call ended here, and there was a blind tone on the other side. Quickly, use satellite to track the location of the number. At this moment, an official shouted. In fact, there are professionals who are already tracking the opponent's location without him speaking. Before 30 seconds, a person sitting in front of the computer spoke and said, their location is in the Hangzhou district. A small team, the prisoner is in the Hangzhou district, you can do it at a constant speed. The Minister of the Armed Forces Department Hua said to an intercom with a very loud voice. Yes. A clear voice came from the intercom and then there was no sound. About 3 minutes later, a discouraged voice came from the walkie-talkie, report to Minister, we did not see anyone. Grass. Hearing this, Minister Hua also burst into a foul language, smashing the walkie-talkie directly onto the ground, turning it into pieces. A team of more than a dozen heavily armed special police officers can't catch a few people. This is simply a rice bucket. Secretary, what should we do now? At this time, Minister Hua set his sights on Yao Yuan. Hearing Minister Hua's words, Yao Yuan didn't speak, but his complexion became more and more ugly. With so many people, he couldn't catch a few criminals. It was a naked face slap. Not seeing each other several times in a row is enough to show that they are not ordinary people, and their skills and brains are not comparable to ordinary people. That is to say, there are no outsiders here, otherwise if this matter is spread, their gang will have no face to go out to meet people again. Uncle Yao, let me say something, can't you? At this time, Wang Feng slowly stood up and said slowly. Hearing what he said, everyone in the entire conference room turned their eyes on him, with doubts that so many people couldn't deal with them. What can Wang Feng do? What can you do? Yao Yuan said in a deep voice at this moment. He is naturally very clear about Wang Feng's identity. If the ghosts are willing to act because of Wang Feng, it shouldn't be a big problem to catch those people. After all, although he didn't understand the energy of ghosts and sorrows, he knew that if he shot, the entire Huaxia might tremble a few times. At that level, Yao Yuan is no longer able to reach him. Since the other party is asking for money, then we can give them money. Wang Feng slowly said, but it made everyone present in an uproar. Although the city bureau can spend 100 million, they never thought about preparing. After all, this time the other party arrested the chief of the police station, and they would never compromise. For such illegal and criminal activities, the most severe crackdown must be implemented. Maybe you have misunderstood it. Wang Feng was also taken aback when he saw the reaction of the people present, and then continued, I am not really giving them money. We must save people, but the money will definitely not be given. What I mean is to stop dealing with them, and just agree to meet. What? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the people present made another uproar. To save people without giving money, who will be responsible if the ticket is torn up? Specifically, what should I do? At this time, Yao Yuan's palm pressed down, preventing everyone from doubting, and asked in a deep voice. For Wang Feng, he has some confidence, maybe there is really something to do. Promise to meet with each other, and then subdue them right after the meeting. Wang Feng said with a sonorous and powerful voice, not like telling lies. Then what if the ticket is torn apart? It was Minister Hua who said this, and he didn't know Wang Feng. Don't worry about this, because I will connect with them at that time. The most important thing now is to meet them first, and then directly give the thunder blow. Wang Feng opened his mouth, causing all the people present to take a breath. Air conditioning. This is said to be light, after all, people are in the hands of the other party, and if something goes wrong, they can be responsible for all of them. Then you mean you took action against them? At this time, Minister Hua asked again, with doubts in his tone. Wang Feng doesn't look strong at all, and his skin is not dark. At first glance, he doesn't look like someone with a lot of skill, so he sneers at Wang Feng's opinion a bit. If there are not others here, they have already directly said the ugly words. Don't you believe in my skill? Wang Feng smiled slightly when he heard Minister Hua's words, and then set his gaze on Minister Hua's body and narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing Wang Feng's gaze, Minister Hua's heart jumped, as if locked in by the gaze of a poisonous snake, and the pores all over his body were about to be tied up. At this moment, he only saw another official whisper a few words in his ear, his face immediately changed, and the person immediately got up from the chair. It turns out that you are Wang Feng who subdued the robbers a few days ago. I told you how to look familiar. Minister Hua suddenly stood up, his attitude turned 180 degrees, with a smile on his face. He had always felt that Wang Feng was a little familiar before, but it was because he was anxious that he couldn't remember it for a while. After being reminded by the person just now, he discovered that it was Wang Feng who was speaking to him turned out to be the jewelry trader. He has seen how fierce Wang Feng in the video is. It is by no means ordinary people. Even his most powerful armed police may only be beaten when they encounter him. For such a person, he still questioned the opponent's skill, so at this moment he spoke with a tone of apologetics. Secretary, I think Wang Feng's proposal is feasible, and I agree. Minister Hua said, and then the look in Wang Feng's eyes was full of enthusiasm. As the Minister of the Armed Forces, he had good skills, but facing the more powerful Wang Feng, he felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. It's almost human nature that the weak worship the strong, even a high-ranking minister Flower still can't avoid it. I agree. At this time, someone spoke again, but he was someone who knew Wang Feng. I agree too. Within a few seconds, almost half of the people in the huge conference room agreed with Wang Feng's proposal. Those criminals are very cunning. If you don't see them, there is really no way to deal with them. Then Wang Feng, tell me about your plan. Seeing that most people have agreed with Wang Feng's opinion, Yao Yuan naturally has no opinion. The plan is very simple. I will take people to the joints, and then you will send people to ambush hundreds of meters away. Finally, we rescued the people and you just grab them. Wang Feng said, his voice calm. Since you have all made a decision, then do as you said. At this moment, Yao Yuan spoke, and then turned his gaze to Minister Hua, and said, Minister Hua, you can provide them with some flexibility. They are all skilled, and then they take people to ambush in a predetermined place. No problem. Minister Hua nodded without objection. After that, everyone discussed some details, and until everything had been finalized, they waited quietly for the other party's call. There is not much time left for them now. If they don't agree with the other party's plan, it is still two different things whether they can see people later. The atmosphere in the huge conference room was very depressing. No one spoke, even Wang Feng squinted slightly, leaning back on the chair. After about an hour, the harsh phone call finally awakened everyone. At this moment, everyone pricked their ears and looked at the phone that made the sound. The phone was picked up and transferred directly to an outside line. How is it? Have you considered it? There was a voice on the phone, with a gloomy meaning, that the person before was right. We have prepared the money, and we decided to change. After taking a deep breath, Yao Yuan also said slowly, okay, since you are so knowledgeable about current affairs, then bring our people and money to the dock to meet. Remember, you can only come with a maximum of 6 people. One more, you wait for the dead body. After speaking, the phone was directly hung up, and all the people present changed their faces. They had discussed many plans before, but they did not expect that the place where the other party asked to meet was actually the pier. Siege from all sides must be very easy to catch the opponent www.wuxiaspot.com, but if you escape by the sea, it can be troublesome. Secretary, what can we do now? Minister Hua said, with scared sweat on his forehead. No matter what the outcome is, this trip is a must, brother, let's go. At this time, Wang Feng got up from his chair and lifted the 2 boxes in front of him. The other party asks for money. If they go empty-handed, it is obviously impossible, so these boxes are used to confuse their eyes. Okay. He Tian didn't say anything when he heard Wang Feng's words, and grabbed the other 2 boxes. This time the opponent is an unknown master, so why does Wang Feng call He Tian together? You must know that He Tian's skill is even more terrifying than him. On the one hand, it is to protect oneself from death, and on the other hand it is to ensure the maximum success of this operation. As for the 4 people that Minister Hua called him, he really hadn't paid attention to them. Even if these people were special forces, they were not their opponents, so Wang Feng's reliance was himself and He Tian. Your most important task is to protect the safety of the hostages. Don't think about other things, have you heard it clearly? Outside the police station, Minister Hua spoke to 4 people in camouflage uniforms, with a harsh tone. These people are the ones he picked out from his team with the most powerful skills, and they are also the power he can best use now. If they can't be saved, he won't have the face to see people. Understood? The 4 people all spoke together, standing straight, not squinting. People can't be saved, you don't need to come back, remember. Minister Hua's voice increased a little again, exuding a fierce aura. Remember. The 4 people spoke together again, and their momentum rose to the extreme. Go and bring those 5 people out. Minister Hua said to the other special police officers at this time. Yes. Several people nodded, then turned around and walked out of the police station. It didn't take a minute, 5 people with handcuffs and ankle chains were taken out by them. These few people were the ones who were caught back yesterday. It was just because of arresting a few of them that Tang Ero's father was robbed overnight and such a big thing happened. 5 of them were all caused by Wang Feng to faint, so at this moment, 3 of them were all trembling. They were people who had seen Wang Feng, so they felt fear when they saw Wang Feng here, and they approached a few of them silently, indicating that Wang Feng wanted to kill them. It's just that their mouths have been glued together, and they can't make any noises, so they can only look at Wang Feng with horrified eyes. The handover of personnel was quickly completed, and Wang Feng did not pay attention to them, and got directly into a special police car. Following him, He Tian and the other 4 special police officers were the ones who actually handed over, and the follow-up troops followed in other cars. Wang Feng, this time the hope lies with you. Outside the car, Yao Yuan spoke with earnestness. Don't worry, as long as I have a chance, I will definitely rescue people. Wang Feng said, and then slowly lowered the car window. And just when his car window was about to be lowered, he saw the Tang Ero standing in front of the police station. At this moment, Tang Ero looked very weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her away, no longer the slightest arrogance before. Although she didn't say anything to Wang Feng could see the glimmer of hope in her eyes. Go. In the car, Wang Feng spoke slowly, and then the car started. Under the attention of many people, the special police car that Wang Feng and the others were in drove out of the police station, and then took a road leading directly to the terminal. Zhuhai City is a coastal city, so naturally they know exactly where the pier is, and because this time it is an action by the city bureau, their anti-riot vehicles are completely unimpeded all the way down, with special open passages. More than a dozen special police cars are driving like a long dragon, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. There are even many citizens who are constantly taking pictures with their mobile phones, and their faces are full of curiosity. Okay, let the people behind disperse, no need to follow. Wang Feng slowly spoke in the car, and a special police officer sitting in front nodded, and then said something to the walkie-talkie. After a few minutes, Wang Feng and his car finally arrived at the dock, where someone was already waiting for them in advance. Wang Feng took the lead to get out of the car, and Hishan and the others were with him. None of them escorted a criminal and followed Wang Feng. At the dock near the sea, 4 people looked at Wang Feng and the others, with a sneer on their faces. Behind them was a person with a black hijab covering his head. The clothes he was wearing were police uniforms. I think it should be Tang Ero's father. There were 5 people in total, 4 of whom were suspects. The head was a middle-aged man with a beard. Looking at him, Wang Feng felt a sense of fright. If expected, this person should be the one who called the police station several times. Wang Feng, be careful, they are not ordinary people. At this time, He Tian's low voice sounded in Wang Feng's ear, with a trace of solemnity. Nodding slightly, Wang Feng did not speak either, but walked towards each other with 2 big boxes. Seeing that the person who met him was right in front of him, the 5 people Wang Feng and the others were holding also showed excitement and were constantly struggling. Honestly, if you don't want to die, you can mess around. Wang Feng glanced at them coldly, his tone was cold, and the 5 of them were frightened at once. Unexpectedly, the huge police station sent a little boy to come. Is there really no one to use? At this time, the man headed by the other party spoke, his tone full of arrogance. Stop talking nonsense, talk about how to trade. Wang Feng said coldly, his expression also becoming gloomy. Because at this moment, he used perspective to see that there were at least 10 people hidden under the sea water of the pier, all of whom were wearing diving equipment, and they were not aware of it. If it weren't for him to see through, he wouldn't know that there are hidden people here. These people are really insidious, they have already set up traps here, just waiting for them to jump. Maybe in their hearts, they didn't even think about letting them leave here alive. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's heart was very gloomy, but his face was calm. Before trading, throw away the weapons in your hands, otherwise I won't believe you. The man continued to speak, his tone very gloomy. If you want us to put down our weapons, yes, but your weapons must be put down at the same time. Otherwise, I don't think the transaction will continue anymore. Wang Feng said, his voice calm. Now they all have guns on their bodies. If they encounter this thing, they will die. If there is a war, who knows who will get the bullet? Although we are not good people, but this little trick is still disdainful. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the man sneered, and then winked at several people around him, and all of them suddenly the gun in his hand fell to the ground. Of course, even though their gun was dropped on the ground, one of them still used a shimmering knife against Tang Erow's father's neck. It's your turn now, the bearded man said, not afraid that Wang Feng and the others would shoot suddenly. First throw out the gun on your waist. Wang Feng said, but the man's complexion changed slightly. You must know that the gun he wore on his waist was a miniature pistol. Most people would not notice it at all. He could not remember how many missions he had completed with this pocket pistol. Before he thought of this one, he let Wang Feng show it. The murderous intent was violent in his heart, and the man had to snorted coldly at this time, then stretched his hand to his waist and threw out the miniature pistol. Seeing this scene, the 4 special police officers brought by Wang Feng changed their complexions, and their whole bodies were wet with sweat. They didn't know that the person still had a pistol. If they waited until they also dropped the weapon, they would definitely become a living target. At this moment, they saw Wang Feng's face changed a little. Does this person have a pair of fiery eyes? Can this be found? It's time for you to put down your weapons now, the man with a beard faced said, making no secret of his murderous intentions. Put down the weapon. Upon hearing the other party's words, Wang Feng then touched his hand to his waist and took out the pistol Yao Yuan gave him. Of course, at the moment his head turned back, there was an extremely small sound in his mouth. There are still people in the sea. His voice was very small. Almost none of the 4 special police officers heard him except himself, nor did he notice that Wang Feng had spoken. Of course, Wang Feng was not worried because he knew that He Tian must have heard exactly what he said. What? After taking a deep look at Wang Feng, He Tian also slowly dropped the gun in his hand to the ground. Everything was done in one breath. When they dropped their weapons on the ground, both Wang Feng and He Tian had returned to their normal colors. Open the box first. At this moment, the man spoke again, his face cold. Hearing what he said, Wang Feng didn't hesitate to open a box in his hand, revealing the US dollars inside. Of course, these dollars are just a few sheets on the top, and all of them are white paper to confuse the other party. Open the others too. The other party spoke again. Afterwards, Wang Feng opened several other boxes one after another, all of which were in US dollars. On the surface, it seemed that all of them were money. Seeing this scene, the bearded man showed a smile on his face, and then returned to coldness. Okay, it's time to change. As he said, he grabbed Tang Erow's father from behind and tore off the black hijab on his head. The person he was holding, Wang Feng had seen, was the last time he was in Xinjiang building with the people from the municipal bureau, but what Wang Feng didn't think about was that this person turned out to be the father of the mad woman Tang Erow. At this moment, he didn't have any panic on his face, and he even had a very energetic vision. He could become the chief of the police station, and his determination alone was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Pay the money with one hand, and change with the other, the man said, and then pushed Tang Qiaoguang forward. On Wang Feng's side, Wang Feng didn't hesitate. He walked towards this bearded man with 2 boxes www.wuxiaspot.com, and there were 5 of them who were with him. This is just like the gang bosses in the movie Meet for a Deal, the atmosphere is very tense. Bring the box here first. The man continued, looking at Wang Feng with sharp eyes. Staring at him like this, Wang Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he directly pushed the 2 boxes in his hands from the ground behind him. Check to see if there are any problems. Hearing this middle-aged man's words, the other 3 people did not hesitate. 2 of them squatted down directly to check the dollar bills in the box. It's just that at this moment, something happened suddenly. The face of the bearded man became extremely hideous at this moment. His hand touched his lower back, took out a shimmering knife, and was about to stab Tang Qiaoguang at once. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng also had a cold expression, and he drew a low voice, I'm looking for death. In fact, he had already noticed this man's every move. At this moment, seeing him suddenly violent, Wang Feng also reacted in an instant. He saw his palm quickly protruding out, and he immediately took the palm of the middle-aged man. Catch it hard. Click. Faced with such a brutal and wicked person, Wang Feng did not show any mercy, and directly twisted the hand from which he took out the knife. Even when he twisted the man's arm, he pulled Tang Qiaoguang tightly, and instantly pulled him to the ground, and his clothes had torn open a big hole. What? Seeing that Wang Feng's speed was so fast that he couldn't see clearly, the middle-aged man's complexion also changed drastically, and he hit Wang Feng with a punch. It's just that although his strength is strong, Wang Feng is even more ruthless. Wang Feng hit the middle-aged man's chest with one punch, at least several of his ribs were broken. Puff. The sound of the knife penetrating the flesh and blood sounded, and Wang Feng threw a cold knife directly out of his hand, hitting the neck of the standing gangster. This person originally wanted to attack them, but Wang Feng was so fast that he had already noticed this person. The knife was something he had hidden in his sleeves a long time ago, as the most important thing to take the other's life. At this moment, the blow really worked, and it was directly inserted into the opponent's neck, and he didn't even want to live. The man obviously didn't expect the opponent's skill to be so terrifying. He was already dying before he had time to shoot. He firmly grasped his neck with both hands, his face was horrified, and the back of his body leaned back unwillingly. Everything that Wang Feng was in was all completed in the clouds and flowing water, and the time it took was probably less than 5 seconds in total. In these 5 seconds, the 4 special police officers had also responded, and they pushed the people they were holding to one side, and the group surrounded Tang Qiaoguang. Their task is to save the hostages, and the rest is not something they need to consider. Do it. The beard-faced man who made Wang Feng fly out with a punch suddenly shouted, and then he saw bubbles constantly popping up in the sea, apparently notifying the people hidden in the sea. Hide it first. At this moment, He Tian, who had already reacted, had knocked the 2 people who had bowed their heads to inspect the box to the ground, and he didn't know whether it was dead or alive. Puff. He Tian's words just fell, and he saw that a scary blood hole had appeared on Wang Feng's shoulder at this moment. Quickly go. Before he could deal with the bearded man, Wang Feng grabbed the robbers they had brought in front of a physical shield, and turned and left. The moment He Tian spoke, he already felt a great sense of crisis. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, it might not have hit his shoulder, but his head. Here, not only those people in the sea are hidden, there are snipers in other places. Wang Feng's perspective is limited, and there is no sniper hiding nearby. Wang Feng grabbed a robber as a backing to look for shelter, and He Tian and the other 4 special police also grabbed the remaining few people in their hands, all hiding behind a container. Blood was constantly flowing from his shoulders, and Wang Feng's complexion became abnormally pale. This time the bullet hit the shoulder that he had just recovered from, and this time the sniper rifle bullet was even more terrifying. It had an explosive function and was a blasting round. Therefore, even if Wang Feng didn't have to look at it, he knew that his arm was abolished, and even the bones in his flesh and blood had been blown to pieces. Do you have anything? Seeing Wang Feng's expression, He Tian asked with a look of concern. I'm fine, go quickly. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. But just when he just stood up, another crisis suddenly locked him, and he did not hesitate to block the person he was carrying in front of him. Boom! As if a cloud of blood exploded, the person carrying Wang Feng had a big hole in his chest at the moment, and the blood soaked Wang Feng's face and was killed. Grass mud horse, there are other snipers. At this moment, He Tian cursed out loud without any image, and didn't dare to show up again. Although he has good skills and even more amazing movement speed, there are at least 2 snipers hiding nearby at this moment. No matter how ruthless he is definitely not a bullet. If this is let the bullet hit, he will die too. Suddenly, behind the container shook violently, and it was a person running out of the sea that shot. Wang Feng, you take the people away first, and I will attract their attention. He Tian spoke at this moment, and then he also brought a person and rushed out. There was an indescribable panic in the eyes of the person he was holding, but it was of no avail. At this moment, they were sacrificed and treated as a physical shield. Go. Seeing that He Tian had already rushed out, Wang Feng had no time to think about it. He grabbed the person in his hand and rushed out. There were more than a dozen people with guns and live ammunition behind him. Staying here, it was just waiting for death. Remembering the direction in which the sniper rifle was opened just now, Wang Feng blocked his body with a man and rushed out. With the help of perspective, Wang Feng saw a sniper lying on a container almost 200 meters away. He was the one who just shot. Holding the meat shield, Wang Feng hid behind another container. Then, he picked up a stone from the ground, and the person rushed out of the container. Call out? Like a bullet fired at a high speed, Wang Feng threw the stone in his hand at this moment, and immediately hit the sniper lying on the container. More than 200 meters away, Wang Feng was able to hit the opponent, enough to imagine how fierce the force he had just used, and completely used all his strength. A scream came from the container. At this moment, Wang Feng no longer hesitated. Instead, he made a gesture to the 4 special police officers. They all understood immediately, and they kept moving back with Tang Qiaoguang. Not long after walking out, Wang Feng met with the special police team of the follow-up troops. These people were hidden not far away, so they all rushed over when they heard the gunshots. Looking at them, Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, because his task was finally completed. The handover of personnel was completed in a blink of an eye. Tang Qiaoguang was quickly pushed into a bulletproof car, and then the car shot out almost at a speed of 200 miles. Did not stay here. Quickly rush in, there are still people inside. At this time, the special police who came in a car with Wang Feng and the others spoke, and then they also got another submachine gun and rushed in directly with the large group. Hundreds of special police officers rushed in with their finger submachine guns at this moment, leaving a few here to look after Wang Feng. Seeing that Tang Qiaoguang had been safely sent away, Wang Feng also felt his head dizzy, and then he just fell to the ground, unconscious. The wound on his arm is really too big. Although the battle has only lasted less than a minute since the beginning of the battle, Wang Feng has already shed too much blood. If he hadn't been firm in his will, he might have fainted a long time ago. When Wang Feng woke up, he didn't know how long it was. In short, there was a strong smell of disinfectant water that filled his nose. He was already lying on the hospital bed. By his side, there was a little nurse who turned her back to him and didn't know what she was packing up. It was Wang Feng's cough that attracted the little nurse and turned around. Just looking at this nurse, Wang Feng felt dizzy in his head. This nurse turned out to be Xia Xiaomei. Ever since he took Xia Xiaomei last time, Wang Feng has always felt ashamed, because he didn't know that Xia Xiaomei was still a virgin, and if he knew, he would not have done anything like that. Therefore, after leaving her last time, Wang Feng never thought of contacting her because he didn't know how to face this woman. He already had Bai Yongxiu. If he went outside to hook up with a woman, he would feel that he was too inhuman. What happened last time can only be said to be an accident. He did not stand Xia Xiaomei's seduction. Husband, you finally woke up. Looking at Wang Feng who had opened her eyes, Xia Xiaomei's face flashed with excitement, and then she didn't care about packing up her things, and she fell into Wang Feng's arms. Being called her husband by her, Wang Feng really didn't know how to speak, especially the excitement in Xia Xiaomei's eyes was definitely not a pretense, so he couldn't bear to push her away at this moment. Get up quickly, my shoulder is going to hurt to death. Wang Feng said, grinning with pain, because at this moment Xia Xiaomei put one hand on his injured left shoulder, and all the strength fell on the wound. What? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Xia Xiaomei bounced off Wang Feng's body just like a reflex, and asked with a caring look, then what's wrong with you? It's okay now, maybe something will happen later. Wang Feng said, then let out a long sigh, looked at Xia Xiaomei, and asked, is my injury saved? Wang Feng's voice was very calm, but when it fell into Xia Xiaomei's ears, 2 tears appeared on her cheeks. Wang Feng's injury this time was different from the previous one, it was a gunshot wound, but this time his bones were completely broken. Rebirth of a broken bone that was lost, no hospital can do it now, so in a sense, Wang Feng's left hand is completely abolished, and it is impossible to even move it. The hospital only helped him deal with the wound now, and the follow-up treatment still needs to wait for other experts to come and discuss it. This time, Wang Feng was doing this to save talents, so his injuries were taken care of by the Municipal Bureau of the entire Zhuhai City. www.wuxiaspot.com. Now we have hired orthopedic experts from the capital and are already on his way. Don't worry, we have found a suitable fake bone for you. We can perform the operation on you after the expert comes. Don't worry, you can recover. Xia Xiaomei opened her mouth, but tears shed even more. No matter how good the fake bones are, they are still inferior to the real bones of flesh and blood. She is completely comforting Wang Feng. Hey, hearing Xia Xiaomei's words, Wang Feng understood. His left hand could almost be regarded as useless. The bones were completely broken and there was no way to pick it up. Even if it was connected with fake bones in the end, it was useless, so he couldn't help but smile at this thought. This time, he did not expect that he would suffer such a severe injury, but did he regret it? In fact, he didn't regret it later. He didn't know. He promised Tang Ero to save people, but the cost of saving people was too great. His left hand was completely abolished. Even the current hospital has no way to do it. After the bones are connected, without the slightest strength, how different is this and not connecting? Thinking of this, all his faces were filled with wry smiles. This time, he was overturned in the gutter, and his left hand was completely scrapped. It's just that regret is useless now, and Tang Ero didn't blame Tang Ero in his heart, because this was something he had promised himself, and since it was something he had already said, he can only blame himself for being injured. Well, you go out first, I want to be alone. Wang Feng said with a sad voice. No, I won't go out, I'm afraid you can't think about it. Xia Xiaomei shook her head, her tone very firm. Then it's up to you. After saying that, Wang Feng closed his eyes directly and started to operate qi gathering technique. About 10 minutes later, Wang Feng's eyes opened again, but this time there was a touch of despair in his eyes. Qi gathering technique, completely unable to sense the existence of his left hand, which means that his left hand will no longer follow the truth. The increase in qi bursts out a powerful force. Is the left hand really abolished like this? Finally, there was a touch of misery on Wang Feng's face. Don't worry, your left hand will be fine. Seeing the bleak color on Wang Feng's face, Xia Xiaomei also hurriedly fell into Wang Feng's arms. Her tears had already wetted Wang Feng's clothes. Although he sighed in his heart, Wang Feng quickly adjusted his mentality. He gently patted Xia Xiaomei's back with his right hand and said, don't worry about me anymore. Even if my left hand is useless, you can live very easily in this lifetime. Wang Feng's words are absolutely true. His perspective ability is not about the left hand, so as long as his perspective ability is still there, he will still use endless money. It's just a pity that he will not be able to continue to strengthen his left hand in the future. This is a huge shortcoming of the United States and China. Yes. Xia Xiaomei suddenly raised her head when she heard Wang Feng's words, her eyes flushed a bit, and said, you are right, even if your left hand is gone, you are my husband. I will never leave you. After speaking, Xia Xiaomei seemed to feel that she was too explicit, and her cheeks turned red all at once. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng was also taken aback, and then he was very moved in his heart. This woman was so stupid, Wang Feng didn't know where he was better. Gently caressing Xia Xiaomei's back, Wang Feng slowly said, Xiaomei, I already have a girlfriend. I said I can't give you the happiness you want. While you are still young, find someone to marry you, right? When he said this, Wang Feng couldn't help turning his head away. He really didn't want to let the girl down, but he was still a little unhappy when he gave her away cruelly. This is the case with men. Women who have had a relationship with him don't want to let go, but Wang Feng understands that he can't delay others. This is a kind of disguised harm to her and himself. Don't you really like me at all? Xia Xiaomei's body stiffened when she heard Wang Feng's words, and then she trembled slightly. It's not that I don't like it, I just don't want to delay you. Upon hearing Xia Xiaomei's words, Wang Feng responded, but he didn't know how to deal with this matter. You didn't delay me, I have fallen in love with you. Xia Xiaomei was obviously delighted when she heard Wang Feng's words, and then said, don't worry, I will never interfere with your actions, nor will I stop you and your daughter. Friends, I just hope you have my place in your heart. After speaking, Xia Xiaomei lay on Wang Feng again, clutching Wang Feng's clothes tightly with her hands, as if she was afraid that he would slip away suddenly. It didn't take long for Wang Feng to feel his trousers pull Xia Xiaomei apart, and a pair of cold hands had tightly held his baby. The body became stiff in an instant, and Wang Feng didn't expect Xia Xiaomei to be so bold that she would dare to catch her baby here. Wang Feng, my heart belongs to you, and my body belongs to you. Don't want to get rid of me in your whole life. As she said, Xia Xiaomei suddenly lowered her head. Then, Wang Feng felt that his lower body was wrapped in a mass of warmth, and he almost yelled in surprise. The strange stimulation constantly impacted Wang Feng's mind. Wang Feng had never enjoyed such a treatment. At this moment, he only felt that his soul was about to fly. Xia Xiaomei's movements were very jerky. It seemed that it was the first time to do such a thing. It was just because of his jerky that Wang Feng felt unprecedented stimulation. He had heard other people talk about this before, but he had never thought of asking his own woman to do such a thing. Now Xia Xiaomei took the initiative, but it made Wang Fengshuang upset. Because of the irritation, Wang Feng did not persist in 5 minutes before completely disarming and surrendering, and delivered a thick essence to Xia Xiaomei's mouth. Ahem. Xia Xiaomei coughed violently, her face flushed. Wang Feng's sudden injection of her was not prepared at all, so she was choked at this moment. Are you okay? Seeing Xia Xiaomei's appearance, Wang Feng also looked embarrassed. I'm okay. After staring at Wang Feng fiercely, Xia Xiaomei took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped the white liquid off the corner of her mouth, and then said, you don't want to get rid of me in your entire life. She pushed the medicine rack before walking outside. After she left, Wang Feng smiled bitterly and pulled his trousers up. He wanted to send Xia Xiaomei away before, but something wonderful would happen to him. I have to say that Xia Xiaomei is simply a stunner, not to mention that she is a virgin, she is still willing to do such a thing. Therefore, now Wang Feng didn't want to send her out. After all, Xia Xiaomei had said that all of her was her own. He was reluctant to let go of such a woman. Thinking of letting her go, she would do these things to other men. Wang Feng was very upset. He laughed at himself, and Wang Feng stopped thinking about these things, because no one knows what things will become in the future, and now he can only take one step at a time. Not long after Xia Xiaomei left, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and many people came in, led by Yao Yuan and a group of people from the city government. This time, Wang Feng paid a huge price to save people, so at this moment, most of their faces are full of shame. A good person has become a disabled person. I believe that this is unacceptable to anyone. Are you feeling better? Yao Yuan said, with concern on his face. I'm fine. Wang Feng said, and then swept across everyone, his eyes calm. How is my brother now? Wang Feng didn't know anything after he fainted, so He Tian didn't know what was going on. He only suffered a few minor injuries and it was not a major problem, and all the criminals have now been arrested, and none of them escaped. Yao Yuan said, his complexion getting heavier, because he could see that although Wang Feng didn't blame them, his tone was not good. Wang Feng's back was very clear to him. If the ghost sees sorrow and becomes angry because of it, it is possible that any one of them will be unable to escape the blame. That's good. Wang Feng nodded, and then said, I am tired and want to rest. You should go back first. This. Hearing Wang Feng's words, all the people present showed embarrassment. They came so many people hadn't spoken yet, and others had already started seeing off guests again. It's just that Wang Feng became like this for their business, so they dare not say a word at this time. Wang Feng, don't worry, there are experts on your way to your injury, and you will be restored to the original at that time. Yao Yuan said, looking ashamed. And you don't have to worry. This time you helped our city bureau catch the robbers. We will give you 1 million reward funds. This is what you deserve. Uncle Yao, do you really think I went there for the money? Wang Feng said, then turned his head back. I was entrusted by others, so I don't need any rewards, and I'm not short of money, so this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. I will think of my injury. Method. After speaking, Wang Feng waved his hand to all of them and said, okay, I really want to rest, you don't bother me anymore. Ugh. Seeing Wang Feng like this, Yao Yuan sighed in his heart, but it was not good to say more, because he could see that Wang Feng's mood was very bad, and it was obviously not a good thing to stimulate him at this time. Then you have a good rest, and I will see you later. After that, Yao Yuan turned and left. And along with him, there are other government officials. Of course, everyone left, but 2 people still stayed here. One was Tang Ero who begged Wang Feng to take action, and the other was Tang Ero's father Tang Qiaguang. Wang Feng. By Tang Qiaguang's side, Tang Ero was ashamed and deeply self-blame. She begged Wang Feng to take action, and her father rescued him, but he killed Wang Feng miserably. All of his arms were scrapped because of this. They had thoroughly understood Wang Feng's injury, and it was an incurable injury. Even if the fake bone was connected, she would no longer move as freely as a normal person. Tang Ero cried many times when she thought that Wang Feng had become this way because of herself. Although Wang Feng bullied her many times, looking at Wang Feng's appearance now, she still felt the tingling pain in her heart. If it hadn't been for her to ask Wang Feng to take the shot, Wang Feng would not be like this. He was permanently disabled. For any normal person, it might be an unacceptable blow. I'm fine. Wang Feng looked at Tang Ero, who was full of self-blame, and sighed, I don't blame you. This time I only blame me for being too careless. I need a good rest now. Go out first. After saying that, Wang Feng turned his head away. Although he said that Tang Ero was not blamed, how could it be the same in his heart? www.wuxiaspot.com. To be honest, at this moment, he really regretted it. He didn't agree to Tang Ero's request, and he wouldn't be what he is now. One of his own left arms was so scrapped, it will not be cured in the future. Hearing Wang Feng's words and looking at Wang Feng's movements, tears came directly in Tang Ero's eyes. She could see that Wang Feng was really to blame her. I'm sorry. Tang Ero said, her voice choked, and more tears kept falling like a broken rain curtain. Seeing this scene, Tang Qiaoguang also sighed in his heart. After he was rescued, he realized that Wang Feng was actually asking for his daughter. Therefore, his current mood is not much different from that of Tang Ero, and he is full of shame for Wang Feng. If it were not for him, Wang Feng would not completely scrap his left arm. Wang Feng, take a good rest. Don't worry. I will let people heal your hands. If domestic experts can't, I will invite famous international experts. In short, I will try to cure your arms. I guaranteed by my personality. After speaking, Tang Qiaoguang directly dragged Tang Ero away from here, never looking back. This time the incident was caused by him, so Wang Feng has to bear most of the responsibility for his injury. Now he is thinking about how to go back and contact those renowned experts. Dad, do you think he will forgive me? Outside the ward, Tang Ero said, grabbing her father. Oh, I don't know. Tang Qiaoguang sighed, looked at his panicked daughter, and said, whether he forgive us or not, we all owe him. Now let's leave here and talk, don't stimulate him. After looking back at the ward where Wang Feng was staying, Tang Ero left here with his father. Grass. In the ward, after everyone had left, Wang Feng cursed. He was in a good mood before, but after seeing so many people visiting him, he felt that his mood was unusually bad. The left arm is completely abolished. From now on he will be a disabled person. This disability will accompany him for a lifetime. When he thinks of this, his mood will not get better. After taking a long breath, Wang Feng wanted to cultivate, but he couldn't do it anyway, because his mood was really uneasy. Wang Feng. At this time, another woman appeared at the door, but it was Bei Yongxiu. At this moment, she was holding some fruits in her hands, and her face was covered with tears. In fact, she had already received the news and came here, but Wang Feng hadn't regained consciousness at the time, and no one except the nurse wanted to see him. Before, she happened to go out to buy things and didn't come in the first time. Now looking at Wang Feng who was lying on the hospital bed, Bei Yongxiu only felt her heart ache like a knife, and she couldn't help her tears. Sister Shui. A smile appeared on Wang Feng's face when he saw the woman standing at the door. At this moment, his violent heart gradually settled down, as if Bei Yongxiu had a peaceful atmosphere on his body, making him unable to get angry. This is the most beautiful woman Wang Feng has ever seen, and he is also his current girlfriend. He would never be angry with his Shui sister who was angry with him. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu took almost 3 steps and took 2 steps, and immediately came to Wang Feng's body, holding Wang Feng's mind in her arms. Wang Feng, don't worry, I have already used the family's advantage to hire the most famous orthopedic doctor in the world to treat you, and you must not give up. Bei Yongxiu said. His voice became very choked. Like Tang Ero, she blames herself very much, because it is not only Tang Ero who wanted Wang Feng to take action, but also her share, so Wang Feng has become like this now. Apart from actively helping him with treatment, she is the only one who can. It was a warm embrace for Wang Feng. I didn't say to give up. Wang Feng said, but his voice was a little weird, because at the moment his head was almost placed between her 2 peaks by Bei Yongxiu. The 2 groups squeezed softly and constantly on Wang Feng's face, causing an immediate reaction from below Wang Feng. Sister Shui, now I still have injuries, don't you need to seduce me like this? Wang Feng's heart kept screaming, but he didn't ask Bei Yongxiu to let go, because being held in her arms, Wang Feng felt an unprecedented warm feeling. This feeling was given by no woman except his mother. At this moment, he was like being hugged by an older sister, and there was no violent intention in his heart. Even as Bei Yongxiu's palm touched Wang Feng's head lightly, his desires gradually dissipated. He could feel that Sister Shui cared about himself, so he did not destroy this rare share. Warmth. As long as you actively participate in the treatment, there is still hope for your injury to be healed. We must not give up, no, Bei Yongxiu said, her voice very soft. Yeah. Wang Feng nodded, then took a deep breath, and directly arched his head in Bei Yongxiu's arms. Ahem. At this moment, there was a coughing sound from the door of the ward, which immediately awakened both Bei Yongxiu and Wang Feng. The person who came was He Tian, and the cold-faced old man who followed him behind, it was the ghost who was sad. The last time Wang Feng was wounded by a gunshot, it was Gui Jianshao who came to help him heal, so looking at him, Wang Feng also had hope in his heart. With regard to the current medical conditions, Wang Feng has no confidence at all, because he also understands that it is almost impossible to regenerate a broken bone. What orthopedics experts and fake bones are all nonsense. The shoulder is the key bone hub of the arm. If a fake bone is installed, how much effect can it have? So Wang Feng didn't believe it at all. But now when he sees ghosts and sorrows, his heart is full of turmoil. Ghosts and sorrows are the most famous genius doctor in China, and even figures like the chief come to him for treatment. Maybe he has some way to heal his arm. Junior brother. Seeing Wang Feng lying on the bed, He Tian also called out hastily. Brother. Wang Feng also called out when He Tian said. He Tian's situation is indeed better than that of him, but now he still has one arm hanging, and it should be a serious injury. My injury is okay. He Tian smiled when Wang Feng looked at his gauze arm, and said, I just let the stray bullet hit it. It will be better in a few days. Master. At this time, He Tian seemed to have thought of something again, and quickly turned around to look at the ghost and said, Master, can the injury of the brother be cured? Let's take a look first. Gui Jianshao is still the same as before, with no smile on his face, but his purpose of coming here today is really to treat Wang Feng's injury, so he didn't say much at this moment. He walked directly to the bed and took apart the gauze wrapped around Wang Feng's shoulder. The process of dismantling the gauze is naturally extremely painful, because the more the gauze is removed to the back, the blood has clotted into the gauze, and every time the ghost is moved, Wang Feng's complexion will turn pale. It's just that Wang Feng was clenching his teeth at this moment, and he didn't make a sound. Before half a minute, the gauze on Wang Feng's shoulder was finally completely removed, and his wound was completely exposed to their sight. What? Seeing the terrifying blood hole on Wang Feng's shoulder, Bei Yongxiu directly covered his mouth and made an incredibly sound. The shoulder was almost completely pierced, and it was connected to Wang Feng's left arm with a bit of flesh and blood. Even Bei Yongxiu suspected that if he pulled it hard, Wang Feng's arm would be torn off. Brother, you hold on, master must have a way. He Tian also looked solemn when he saw Wang Feng's scary wound, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead for Wang Feng. Master, do I still have treatment? Although the wound felt very intense and painful, Wang Feng asked. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Gui Jianshao did not speak, but frowned deeply. It was almost a minute before he breathed out and said, it can be cured, but it is very troublesome. Then master, hurry up and save him. He Tian was also surprised when he heard the words of the ghost. His master never tells lies. If he says that he can be cured, then he can definitely be cured. I want to shoot, yes, but I have the conditions. Gui Jianshao said, and then slowly stood up straight. At this moment, he became very unpredictable, and his whole aura was almost impossible to look at. What conditions? It was Wang Feng who spoke. He was a little excited when he heard that he was saved, and almost sat up from the bed. The conditions are very simple, that is, you become my true disciple, and I can heal you by practicing my martial arts. If not, I won't make a move. Gui Jianshao opened his mouth and glanced at Wang Feng, slowly retracted his gaze. Originally, the goal he set for Wang Feng was to wait until Wang Feng's strength reached his inner strength before he was accepted as a disciple, but now Wang Feng's injury is too serious. If you don't hurry up, wait until his flesh and blood heals, no matter how he treats him. To no avail. The reason why he was silent for a minute just now was actually considering this issue. He had just been accepted as a disciple by outside Jin. This had actually broken a big case. If it weren't for Wang Feng's previous performance that made him very satisfied, he could walk away at this moment without paying attention to Wang Feng. When the ghost saw sorrow, the whole room became silent for an instant, and He Tian did not expect that his master would accept Wang Feng as his disciple now. Knowing that he had been an outer disciple for more than 10 years under the sect of Gui Jianshao, and he was not capable of becoming a closed disciple, so he was very surprised at this moment. And Bei Yongxiu on the side was confused, because she didn't even know what happened. The disciple has not yet reached the inner strength. After a long time, Wang Feng spoke, with a shame on his face. Although you haven't reached the inner strength, but now you already have the cultivation base of the external strength. With time, I believe you can achieve the cultivation base of the inner strength. Gui Jianshao opened his mouth, and then said, now worship me as a teacher, and I will do it for you. If you do not worship, I will be helpless. Speaking of this, the meaning is already very obvious, that is, when the ghost sees sorrow, he must accept Wang Feng as a closed disciple in advance, and he will treat him if he does not worship. At this time, Wang Feng went through the ghosts and sorrows in advance, and then carefully operated the exercises, and found that his cultivation level had indeed broken through to the external force, and the shackles that hindered him did not know when it had disappeared. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Brother, help me up. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly spoke, causing He Tian to react. Okay. Seeing that Wang Feng was really going to be his master, He Tian also hurriedly came to Wang Feng's side and helped him up from the bed. Coming from the bed to the ground with difficulty, Wang Feng's legs knelt on the ground at once. Seeing this scene, He Tian's face showed a look of embarrassment. Now Wang Feng is still injured, and his left hand is almost completely hanging on his shoulder. At this moment, with his huge movement, the blood is flowing smoothly. It flows out over the shoulder. But in just a few seconds, Wang Feng's medical coat was completely stained with blood. Wang Feng. Seeing this scene, Bei Yongxiu also yelled anxiously, because she didn't even know what happened. She wanted to help Wang Feng get up, but was stopped by Wang Feng. There was a respectful expression on his face. Wang Feng didn't care about his shoulder problem. Instead, he endured the severe pain and knocked his head to the ground. Since you are going to apprentice, the ceremony of apprenticeship must not be bad, and all this is not prevented, even the complexion has not changed. Just watching Wang Feng endure the severe pain and doze himself off, there is a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He hasn't agreed with how many people want to be his disciples. Now he is completely breaking the sex regulations in accepting disciples. After a bang, there was more blood flowing out of Wang Feng's shoulders, and his forehead was even more red, showing how hard he had just applied. It's just that Wang Feng didn't hesitate, and it was the second one to knock down. After knocking 3 people in a row, Wang Feng only felt his head dizzy. If it hadn't been for some day to hold his right shoulder, he might have fallen to the ground at this moment. Wang Feng, to see the master. Wang Feng said in a very respectful voice. Yeah. Hearing what Wang Feng said, Gui Jianshao nodded slightly, then put his hand on top of Wang Feng's head and said slowly, I am the 80th generation disciple of the Shenling sect. Now since you worship me for master, that is the 81st generation disciple of my Shenling sect, are you willing? When the ghost was sad, he was very solemn, and Wang Feng nodded without hesitation and said, I am willing. Then get up. You will be my true disciple from now on. I will teach you the orthodox method of cultivation. After that, Gui Jianshao took out a token from his arms and said, This is the guardian of my God's gate. You can use this token to walk the rivers and lakes in the future. With that, Gui Jianshao put the token in his hand in front of Wang Feng. The token is made of pure jade, crystal clear, with the word God written on it, which is very public. Not to mention the meaning behind this token, the value of this token itself is probably inestimable. This is a piece of glass jade carving. If it is put out for auction, the price will be sky high. Junior brother, quickly put the token on. Seeing Wang Feng who was in a daze, He Tian pushed him quickly. He Tian has worked hard for this imperial service for more than 10 years, but his aptitude is so bad that he is not qualified to obtain it. Now that Wang Feng has obtained the imperial service of the gods, he also feels to be very envious. From this moment on, Wang Feng was already regarded as the true closed disciple of the ghosts, and the number of people in China who dared to move him would not exceed 10 fingers. Thank you, master. Wang Feng said solemnly, and then carefully took the token from Guijian's sorrow. Help him up first. Gui Jianshao said at this time, but He Tian didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly corrected Wang Feng's body. Sorrowful hands kept falling on Wang Feng's chest, and then Wang Feng felt his shoulders numb, but the blood was temporarily stopped. After He Tian was gently put on the bed, Wang Feng also cast his eyes on Gui Jianshao. He remembered that Gui Jianshao said that he wanted to teach his orthodox cultivation method. Wang Feng had already seen the benefits of qi gathering technique, so he was really looking forward to this orthodox cultivation method. The injury you want to heal, I can't do it alone. Gui Jianshao opened his mouth, then put his hand in his arms, and then found out a yellowed ancient book, said, The above is the core cultivation method of this school, you first look at it, and then you will learn it. With that said, Gui Jianshao put his hand in Wang Feng's hand, and then his eyes fell on Bei Yongxiu's body, frowning slightly. You don't need to let her out, she's her girlfriend, she's all her own. Wang Feng realized that he wanted to let Bei Yongxiu go out, so he said quickly. He nodded slightly. Gui Jianshao did not say more, but closed his eyes slightly. Holding the ancient book in his right hand, Wang Feng only felt his heart beating violently. He has never been so excited since he was born. Turning the ancient book gently, Wang Feng also looked at it attentively, and beside him, watching Wang Feng had already opened the ancient book, He Tian also quickly turned his head away. He is not a closed disciple of Gui Jianshao, and he is naturally not qualified to watch the core practice of Shenlingmen. Although Gui Jianshao is closing his eyes now, he knows that the master must always pay attention to everything. 99 Gui Yuan Dafa. Modern characters written in ancient times, so Wang Feng immediately recognized the name of this technique. A qi gathering technique has already benefited him a lot. Now this Jujugiwen Dafa is obviously even more powerful. Abandoning all other ideas, Wang Feng devoted himself to the ancient book. About 10 minutes later, Wang Feng finished reading the ancient book, put the ancient book away, and Wang Feng began to practice the 99 return to Yuan Dafa. Wang Feng had never come into contact with this exercise before, and after watching him, he also understood that this exercise was unpredictable, and it was definitely at least 10 times more difficult than practicing qi gathering. That is, he is now more flexible than normal people, otherwise he might not understand. Not feeling any severe pain, nor any interruption, Wang Feng soon entered the realm of nothingness and selflessness. A faint halo enveloped Wang Feng's body. At this moment, he became dignified and solemn, almost like a statue of a Buddha, and Bei Yongxiu was stunned. Of course, she didn't practice any exercises, she could only see that Wang Feng's temperament seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. She had never seen that dusty temperament in anyone. After a full half an hour, Wang Feng's closed eyes slowly opened. At this moment, he only felt refreshed, and even the pain on his left shoulder seemed to be reduced countless times. Learned. As Wang Feng opened his eyes, Gui Jian's eyes slowly opened. Yes. Wang Feng slowly nodded his head when he heard the ghosts, but he was surprised when the ghosts saw the sorrow. When he first handed over the cultivation method of qi gathering technique to Wang Feng also learned it in a very short time. Now Wang Feng spent only half an hour in front of him to put the more inscrutable 9 and 9 homes in front of him. Yuan Dafa learned, this comprehension ability is really abnormal. This can't be faked, so at this moment, he was very shocked, and at the same time he became more determined to accept Wang Feng as a disciple. Although Wang Feng's current strength is still very weak, he has only just started. Who knows what heights he will achieve in the future, Wang Feng still has a long time to cultivate slowly. Since you can, then you will start to operate the exercises, and then use all the strength in your body to gather at your shoulders, and I will treat you. While talking, 3 golden needles appeared in Gui Jiansur's hands, which seemed to be gold. Casting things. I will use the good fortune needle in our Shenlingmen. This is our original creation and does not belong to any Chinese medicine school, so you have to look carefully. Gui Jianshao said, and his face showed a solemn look. I understand. Wang Feng nodded heavily, and then started running the 9-9 return to Yuan Dafa that he had just learned. 1 stitch to lock the air, 2 stitches lock God, 3 needles for good luck. 3 loud shouts were spit out from Gui Jian's sorrow, and then Wang Feng felt that his body became abnormally stiff at this moment, making it impossible to even move. The 3 golden needles in Gui Jianshao's hand have all been pierced between his arm and his collarbone, all in some important acupuncture points. Don't be distracted, run the exercises with all your strength. The voice of ghosts and sorrows sounded in Wang Feng's ears, and then Wang Feng thought more, running the exercises wholeheartedly. Whether the hand can heal or not depends on this time, so how dare Wang Feng be distracted at this critical time. At this moment, Gui Jianshao's body exploded with an extremely powerful aura, and his palms continued to fall on various important acupuncture points on Wang Feng's body, almost inconceivable. And as his movements violent, Wang Feng also felt his body become warm, and all the accumulated infuriating energy was madly used towards his shoulders. The left shoulder was originally extremely violent, but now he felt a little numb, and even his left hand, which was completely unconscious, felt slightly. The huge blood hole on his shoulder was completely covered by the white light at this moment. This light was too dazzling, even Bei Yongxiu was clearly visible at this moment. Everything seems to have happened in the world of mythology, and the incurable injuries have undergone tremendous changes at this moment. Wang Feng felt his power flow faster and faster, completely out of his control, and as his power passed, he felt his left shoulder getting hotter and hotter, like losing a hot red soldering iron, same as above. Gui Jian's sorrowful hand continued to fall on Wang Feng's body without a trace of pause. His movements were so fast that when it was almost there, Bei Yongxiu felt like vomiting at his movements. Even He Tian, who is beside Wang Feng, feels his head is dizzy when looking at the master's hand at the moment, that is, his strength is strong, and he is about to reach his inner strength, and this can be bearable. But even so, he could only see some vague trajectories, and he didn't know exactly what acupuncture point the ghost's hand fell on. His body was getting hotter, and Wang Feng felt that his body seemed to ignite spontaneously at any time, but under such circumstances, he was aware that his left hand seemed to slowly regain consciousness. This discovery made Wang Feng extremely happy, and then continued to run the 9-9 return to Yuan Dafa frantically. It took almost an hour to treat Wang Feng. When Gui Jianshao stopped all his actions, Wang Feng fell on the bed and fainted. At this moment, the blood hole in his left shoulder has been replaced by flesh and blood. Even the bones inside have grown perfectly, and the broken bones are now connected together, completing the impossible in the history of medicine. Things done. Of course, in order to save Wang Feng, the ghost has paid a huge price to see the sorrow. Originally, he had a lot of gray hair on his head. Now when he saves Wang Feng, his gray hair has increased a lot, almost completely gray hair. He looked even older. After removing the golden needle from Wang Feng's body, he also let out a long breath, and then just sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regain his strength. At this time, almost 2 hours passed before Wang Feng opened his eyes faintly and moved his left hand. Wang Feng found that his left hand had completely regained consciousness. After moving, he felt completely, not the slightest discomfort. Looking at his left shoulder, the flesh and blood had fully grown out. Using the perspective, Wang Feng could see that the bones in his flesh and blood were also connected together. Moreover, he felt even more shocked that the nerves contained in his flesh and blood were also perfectly connected together, which was simply a miracle. It was impossible to heal the wound, and it was now completely healed without any sequelae. This made Wang Feng even more yearning for the ghostly medical skills. Taking off the blood-stained clothes, Wang Feng also turned up from the bed at once, but he was stunned when he was taking off his clothes. Because at this moment, his body is very scary, only skin and bones are left, and the skinny shape is almost completely exposed. If he was not sure that he was still alive, Wang Feng would doubt whether he had become a ghost at this moment. Is this still your own body? Doubts appeared in Wang Feng's heart, and he couldn't believe that what he saw was himself. Don't worry. At this moment, Gui Jianshao opened his eyes and slowly stood up from the ground. Glancing at Wang Feng, who was only skinny, he slowly said, "Healing your injury, I only played a guiding role, and it is the hidden power contained in your flesh and blood that really helps you recover from the injury, regardless of external force. How strong, but your own body plays the most important role. You can also understand that the strength that you lost is used to restore your shoulders. Gui Jianxiao opened his mouth, explaining very clearly. Will it hurt? Wang Feng asked with some worry. There won't be too much harm. In the later time, you eat more high nutrient things, or even some natural treasures, these things can help you recover. I understand. Wang Feng nodded, his worries slowly disappeared. It's not easy to understand the words of a ghost. It's like his body is a container, and the power of his flesh and blood is equivalent to the water in it. Now that the water is used up, just continue to pour water into it. You take a good rest, I'm going back. After saying that, Gui Jianxiao stood up and left, and He Tian also quickly followed. He Tian could see that the master paid a great price in order to save Wang Feng, and it was not like what he said only played a guiding role. The hair went white so much in an hour, it would be a to believe what he said. Of course, Wang Feng has actually seen the tremendous changes in ghosts and sorrows, but he does not know how to thank him now. He has become his disciple. The only thing he can use to thank the other party is to cultivate harder and strive as soon as possible. Become a master of internal strength. Sister Shui, what's the matter with you? At this moment, Wang Feng put his gaze on Bai Yongxiu and asked. In the past 2 hours, the shock on Bai Yongxiu's face has never disappeared, so even if He Tian has left with Gui Jianxiao, she is still immersed in the unbelievable shock. What she saw today is simply the most unbelievable sight she has seen in her life. Is this still the place where she lives? First, he worshipped some old man from the spiritual door as a teacher, and then Wang Feng practiced some exercises, and then Wang Feng's injury that could not be cured completely recovered. If this is a TV show, she can still accept it, because everything is false. But now, all this happened in front of her for real, and she still saw it with her own eyes throughout the process, so she couldn't help but believe it. What? Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Bai Yongxiu responded. However, when she saw Wang Feng's skinny body, she was shocked, and said, What's wrong with you? How come you become like this? With that said, she was not afraid, rushing up and grabbing Wang Feng's shoulder. It's really good. Seeing Wang Feng's shoulders like a normal person, Bai Yongxiu only felt that his worldview had completely collapsed at this moment, and the whole person was in a daze. Of course it's okay. My body is okay. It's just a temporary loss of strength. It will be able to recover after a while. Wang Feng said, then smiled, and said, Sister Shui, you first find me a set of heart diseases. Come here, let's leave the hospital and go home. Good. Although her worldview completely collapsed at this moment, to see Wang Feng recover, that is better news than anything else. Soon Bai Yongxiu found a new set of medical clothes, and then asked a little uncertainly, Is your injury really healed? Of course it's fine. Wang Feng smiled, then lifted his left hand and moved. Okay. Seeing that Wang Feng is really good, Bai Yongxiu doesn't want him to stay in the hospital anymore. After all, the hospital is not a good place. Who wants to live here every day? And she can take care of Wang Feng better when she comes home, and she doesn't have to be afraid of others to disturb him. It was more than half an hour after returning home, Wang Feng's car had already been sent back, and now the family except him is Bai Yongxiu. Because Wang Feng's body is very weak now, Bai Yongxiu hurried out after giving a few words. It didn't take half an hour. She returned with a cart of things. Seeing the precious medicinal materials and various meats in the cart, Wang Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Isn't this something stored for the winter? Sister Shui, don't you need to be so exaggerated? Wang Feng said. What do you know? Your master has said that your body is very weak now. If you don't make it back soon, how can you be a normal person? So don't stand up, and help move these things back. Bai Yun Shui said, and then wiped the sweat from her forehead with her snow-white palm, which was obviously exhausted. Originally, the aura of medicinal materials He Tian gave to Wang Feng last time was enough to make Wang Feng slowly recover, but now Bai Yongxiu has already pulled these things back. Wang Feng can't let her return it again. So now Wang Feng was moved besides being touched in his heart, and he didn't expect Sister Shui to be so empathetic. It took 10 minutes to move things. After all the things were moved, Wang Feng lay down on the sofa all of a sudden. This time his whole body strength was used to make up for the gap in his shoulders, so after moving these things, he was more tired than he had done a whole day of heavy work before. There is no real energy in the body, even the strength is small and pitiful, and it feels difficult to move it, just like a dying person, and he can't use his energy. Now it can be called his weakest moment. Call. Beside Wang Feng, Bai Yongxiu also let out a long sigh, and then lay down beside Wang Feng with a fragrant wind. For a long time, she was so tired that she was flushed with sweat at the moment. Looking at her, Wang Feng felt a little ashamed. A big man himself made her tired. Sister Shui, you lie down and I will give you a massage. Wang Feng said, then sat up from the sofa and patted his leg. Oh. Hearing what Wang Feng said, Bai Yongxiu nodded obediently, and then placed his head on Wang Feng's lap, staring at Wang Feng in a daze. Wang Feng's face is undoubtedly thinner now than before, and he can even see the bulging bones, but it is such an ordinary face that Bai Yongxiu is fascinated by it. A comfortable feeling came from her shoulders, and Bai Yongxiu couldn't help but let out a sigh of Hearing this voice, Wang Feng's heart trembled, and the movements in his hands couldn't help but froze. Sister Shui was really tempting. Hearing the sound from her own mouth, Bai Yongxiu's face was quickly covered with a blush, and then she immediately turned her head away. It was really shameful that she made such a sound. Bei Yongxiu may be too tired today, so as Wang Feng pressed his shoulder, she actually fell asleep on Wang Feng's lap. Looking at Bei Yongxiu with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Feng's heart gradually calmed down. The palm of his hand gently stroked her face, and Wang Feng's face also showed a smile. Bei Yongxiu's face was very smooth and tender, as if it were made of water, and the hand felt very beautiful. With bursts of warmth coming from the palm of his hand, Wang Feng also felt unprecedented satisfaction. What else can he ask for to have Sister Shui with him in this life? That's enough. Gently put Sister Shui's head on the sofa, and Wang Feng also embraced her all at once and put it on her bed. Looking at Bei Yongxiu who was sleeping, Wang Feng felt infinite tenderness in his heart, and then softly kissed her forehead like a dragonfly before leaving her room. The most important task before him now is to restore his body first. She is skinny, meaning that Sister Shui doesn't dislike him. If she goes out, she won't be treated as a ghost. He Tian took out a piece of the treasure that He Tian gave to him at will, and Wang Feng put it directly into his mouth. The taste was almost the same as before, just like chewing dead wood sticks, but after eating such a dark thing, Wang Feng didn't even blink. After swallowing all the scum from his mouth into his stomach, Wang Feng exhaled a long breath and sat cross-legged on the bed. Now that he has obtained the core technique of Shenlingman, he naturally doesn't need to practice qi gathering technique anymore. Qi gathering technique is obviously something that has just been introduced, and the advanced theory of 99 Giwen Dafa that he only learned before is far more advanced than qi gathering technique, so now he has already used it. The method of cultivation was directly abandoned. People always look forward. Now that he has something good, he certainly won't be so stupid to use the very inefficient qi gathering technique. After practicing for a whole night, when Wang Feng woke up the next day, he only felt that his body seemed to have become a lot thicker. This feeling appeared directly in his mind. It was very strange. He opened his clothes and Wang Feng could see that his dry body was recovering quickly. Although it still looked very thin, it was already very thin compared to yesterday. Much better. In the kitchen, there was a clanging sound of metal hitting www.wuxiaspot.com, but Bei Yongxiu was busy nervously inside. Standing at the door of the kitchen, Wang Feng was funny in his heart, but he didn't bother her, because he could see that Bei Yongxiu could not cook at all, and she seemed to be unable to cut a bone with a knife. But looking at her busy figure, Wang Feng felt the fulfillment in his heart. This is like a real home, right? After stopping for 5 minutes, Wang Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he called out Sister Shui. Bei Yongxiu was startled when he heard Wang Feng's voice, and the kitchen knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. Let me come. Seeing Bei Yongxiu with a panic face, Wang Feng smiled, then came to her and took the kitchen knife over, and said, let me do such rough work. No. Seeing that Wang Feng's hand had caught the kitchen knife, Bei Yongxiu firmly grasped the handle of the kitchen knife, and said, I have learned several ways to make soup on the internet. Weak, let me take care of you. Speaking, her face showed a bit of a grieved look, and said, do you dislike me for not doing well? How come? Seeing the grievance on Bei Yongxiu's face, Wang Feng was also panicked, and then he took his hand back and said, I mean I will help you smash these bones. You still make the soup yourself. Really? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu's face was somewhat suspicious. Of course, when did I lie to you? Wang Feng said without embarrassment. Then you can help me split it. These bones are just like stones, and they can't be cut. As he said, Bei Yongxiu took the chopper in his hand to Wang Feng's hand. The bones are indeed very hard, but you must always use your strength, Wang Feng thought very silently in his heart. Thinking about it, Wang Feng finally chopped the ribs on the cutting board into several pieces. Sister Shui, all right. Putting down the kitchen knife, Wang Feng turned his gaze on Bei Yongxiu and the messy kitchen. Then you go out as soon as I'm done, and I'll call you when I'm done. Bei Yongxiu pushed Wang Feng directly out of the kitchen. With a wry smile on his face, Wang Feng did not continue to cling, because he was afraid that if he continued to rob her, he might really hurt her. However, Wang Feng's heart was still very moved. It was a rare thing for a daughter to cook soup for herself. It also showed that Sister Shui had begun to slowly change for herself. Shaking his head, Wang Feng stopped staying here, but returned to his room. Picking up the phone and looking at it, the battery was dead, the screen went blank, and the battery was replaced neatly. Wang Feng saw 6 missed calls on it. The first 5 were from Tang Erou's crazy woman, and the last one was from Wang Feng's eldest brother Gu Ping. Without answering Tang Erou's call, Wang Feng directly dialed Gu Ping's number. The phone was quickly connected, and Gu Ping's tired but surprised voice came. Third brother, my mother's bone marrow has been matched yesterday, and the bone marrow transplant operation was successfully performed last night. Hihi, that's a good thing. Wang Feng also smiled when he heard Gu Ping's words. This is the case in this society. The rich is the uncle, even the hospital only recognizes money. If you don't have money, don't even think about seeing a doctor. If you don't get rid of you, you'll already be incense. Thinking of removing a piece of heart disease in brother's heart, Wang Feng's tone became more relaxed. Brother, you will take good care of your auntie at home at this time. There should be some time before the jewelry store opens. Don't worry about it here. I'm not worried about the jewelry business, it's really. He seemed to be embarrassed when he said this and couldn't continue. Brother, let's just say what you have. There is nothing wrong with our brothers. Wang Feng heard the change in Gu Ping's tone and said carelessly. That's it. I told you about the money you gave me, so my mother always wanted to see you. Do you think you have time to come here recently? Gu Ping's voice seemed a little bit like this. Ashamed. He knew that Wang Feng was very busy, but he couldn't help but listen to his mother's words. So now he is in a dilemma. It's simple, aren't we QQ friends? You can just find a notebook and directly video with me. This is similar to meeting. Wang Feng said with a smile. Yeah, how did I forget this? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Gu Ping just woke up like a dream, and said, then I will hang up the phone first, and I will go down and get my notebook. As he spoke, Wang Feng heard a blind tone coming from the phone. Throwing the phone on the bed, Wang Feng took out a notebook he hadn't used for a long time under the bed. This notebook was bought by his parents when he was in college. When he was in college, he used it to play games. What kind of little movie to watch? As he graduated, he used the computer less frequently, especially after returning to Zhuhai City again. He was busy cultivating, and there was no time to play on the computer. Turning on the computer, it is dead. Charge the computer. Wang Feng also connected to the Wi-Fi smoothly, and then turned on his QQ. There are very few friends on QQ, except for some of his classmates who are his relatives. Most people Wang Feng don't bother to add them. After waiting for almost 3 minutes, Gu Ping's QQ jumped, and a video played. After accepting the video invitation, Wang Feng also saw a pale woman appearing in front of the computer. Next to this woman was Gu Ping, who had been separated from Wang Feng for many days. At this moment, Gu Ping's eye sockets were a little red, and his eye circles were as black as a national treasure. He obviously didn't sleep all night. Hello, auntie. Looking at the woman in the video, Wang Feng also greeted with a smile. You are the classmate, Xia Ping said. Wang Feng saw Gu Ping's mother, and the woman also saw Wang Feng in the video. Yes, my eldest brother and I have been brothers since college, and now we all work in the same place. Wang Feng said. Thank you for your money this time, I got my life back. What we owe you will definitely repay you. Gu Ping's mother said, and then seemed to struggle to sit up. That is, Gu Ping pressed her on the bed by her side, otherwise she had to sit up. Auntie doesn't need to say that. It is my duty to help my brother, and I am not doing anything to repay, so you can recover from the illness with peace of mind. Wang Feng smiled and said quickly, 1 million is not a small sum, and our family can't repay it at all, so I decided to betroth my daughter to you. Gu Ping's mother said, but Wang Feng almost overturned the computer in fright. What is the situation with Nima? Gu Ping has a younger sister, Wang Feng, who knows it. Even Wang Feng heard Gu Ping mention it many times during the school. He still remembers the proud look when he mentioned his sister. But, Gu Ping's sister is too young, right? When they were in college, his sister was still in junior high school, and now even 2 or 3 years have passed, she was just in high school, right? Auntie, don't scare me anymore. This million is only what I lent to my elder brother. He is fully capable of repaying it, so you don't need to say any more. Wang Feng said, but he refused. Wang Feng didn't know what to say about beating her daughter to himself. Yes, Mom, my third brother already has a girlfriend, so don't talk about it anymore. In the video, Gu Ping was also on the sidelines to discourage him. He didn't know that his mother had such thoughts. No. Hearing Gu Ping and Wang Feng's words, the woman yelled and said, it is his business that he has a girlfriend, and it is our business to repay us. Our family now has nothing, except for you. My sister was betrothed to him. We really have nothing to repay. And, while speaking, Gu Ping's mother put her eyes on Wang Feng and said, your third brother is a good person at first sight. Your sister will definitely not suffer from following him. Mom, you. Gu Ping was obviously at a loss when he heard his mother's words. If he had known his mother's thinking like this, he would definitely not tell Wang Feng. If someone else has a girlfriend, he still sends his own daughter to someone else's hands. What's the matter? Although Gu Ping believed in Wang Feng's personality and knew his personality, he still didn't want to let his sister be the wife of others. You don't need to say more, I have already decided on this matter. Hearing her son's words, the woman raised her eyebrows, and then she smiled at Wang Feng in the video and said, Xiao Feng, I will leave my daughter to you. You must treat her well. With that said, she said another sentence and turned off the video, and then turned her head away. The video was finally closed, but Wang Feng was really speechless. Gu Ping's mother was too strong, right? Do you really think this is the old society when you betroth your daughter to yourself? If he had known that she was playing such a bad idea, he would not take the video. Gu Ping's mother is really Tai Chi, right? Wang Feng, The video closed, but Gu Ping's QQ jumped again, sending a somewhat helpless message. Big brother, don't worry, I don't mean anything to your sister, don't take it to heart. As he said, Wang Feng also sent a smiling face behind. Oh, forget it, you can do it first, I'll get off. As he said, Gu Ping's QQ directly turned grey. Rubbing his temples, Wang Feng also felt speechless, but just after a video, a wife came out, although any man would like to see this. But the key point is that the sister paper sent by the other party is Gu Ping's sister, and Wang Feng will not attack her no matter how animals are. With a wry smile, Wang Feng was about to close the computer, but at this moment, his QQ avatar jumped again. Looking at the name, it was Wang Feng who had known a netizen who had been acquainted for several years, named Shimizu Yulian, a girl. Speaking of this girl, Wang Feng is still a bit speechless, because this is a person he knows in the game. When he was in college, he played a game called The Devil Dragon. The game was mixed in it well. It was also by chance that he saw this person be beaten by several people, and felt sympathy. Those who beat her were killed. But even after he rescued this woman, the woman got around him and kept following behind his ass, seeking his protection. Originally, Wang Feng didn't want to pay attention to this incident, but after knowing that the other party was a girl, he agreed to it. www.wuxiaspot.com. Just like that, the girl kept running with Wang Feng's ass, and was still playing. They formed a couple inside, and for a while, the game friends in Wang Feng were envious. It was a few years ago. If it hadn't been for her QQ message, Wang Feng would have almost forgotten it. Open the QQ window, just write a message. Husband, are you here? Cursed in his heart, Wang Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes. He is no longer the Wang Feng who used to fool around, so he doesn't catch a cold anymore for the name of the husband in the game. Online chatting is completely unscrupulous. After that age, Wang Feng naturally did not believe it. Now that he has a beautiful sister Shui, he will naturally no longer think about this game wife. They hadn't seen it anyway, and the ghost knew if she was of Sister Feng's type. Although he didn't catch a cold in his heart, he still replied, what's the matter? After all, it was a husband and wife scene, and Wang Feng couldn't ignore the news. Are you there? Seeing Wang Feng's news, Shimizu Elaine quickly responded with an exaggerated expression. Come on, what's the matter? Wang Feng replied a few words. You haven't played the game for several months. Have you forgotten me? Shimizu Yulian returned another message to Wang Feng, followed by a series of grievances, and the time was not even used. 10 seconds. If you don't say anything, I'll get off. Wang Feng was too lazy to talk to her, and directly replied with a somewhat ruthless sentence. I want to come to you. Shimizu Elaine returned the message again, with a lot of pitiful expressions. You no longer stay at home, why do you rush to me? Wang Feng replied with a puzzled expression. Husband, I want to run away from home. Qing Shui Lianyi returned news to Wang Feng within a few seconds. Why ran away from home? Well, and why did you come to me? That's it, my family is going to force me to go on a blind date. I really can't find anyone to go to, so I have to find you. Qing Shui Ripple replied, with a lot of pitiful expressions. Damn. Wang Feng cursed, and then began to type again. This went to me. I didn't open the asylum. I don't have time now, I go to work every day, you should go to others. Wang Feng replied. Husband, don't you want me anymore? Qing Shui Lianyi replied, and then followed. Now my family does not want me, even you do not want me. If you don't take me in, I will have to jump off the building. Send here, there are a lot of grievances and pitiful expressions behind. Are you sick? Wang Feng replied, and then he wanted to close the computer. But at this moment, I suddenly received a video invitation, which was caused by Qing Shui Ripples. He was strange, but Wang Feng still accepted the video. He had never seen his wife in the game. He was still a little curious. The video was connected quickly, but the video was not about beauties, but some very small people and cars, and the video was still shaking constantly, which was on the top of the building. Damn it, this is not really going to jump off the building, right? Wang Feng was shocked. Believe it now? If you don't take me in, I will jump from here immediately, and then you will never see me. The video closed, and Shimizu Elaine sent another message. It's just that this time she said, Wang Feng has already believed a little bit. Who will stand on the top of the building if Nima is okay? Although Wang Feng didn't have any feelings for his wife of this game, Wang Feng still couldn't bear it when she seemed to really want to seek death. Isn't there a good saying that saving one's life is better than building a 7th level Buddha? So in the end, Wang Feng could only return a piece of news, and said, do you really have no one else to go to? A few puzzled expressions followed. No. Shimizu Elaine returned quickly, with only 2 words. Then why are you here to surrender to me? Are you not afraid that I am a bad guy who abducts women? Don't be afraid, because you are my husband, I believe you. Shimizu Elaine answered again, and Wang Feng could think of the playful color on her face at this moment. But when he thought that this woman might be an old woman or something, Wang Feng still trembled and sent a message, saying, I can let you come to me, but after you come, I can only find someone. As for the other jobs, don't think about it. Okay, then you quickly tell me your address. Shimizu Elaine spoke, seemingly a little anxious. Finally, Wang Feng still sent her the address, but the only address he gave was Zhuhai City. As for the specific address, Wang Feng would not give her. You live in Zhuhai City. After seeing Wang Feng's news, Shimizu Yulian sent Wang Feng a few words and exaggerated expressions. Any questions? No, I live in Qianjiao City next to Zhuhai City. I didn't expect us to be so close. I will come to Zhuhai City right now. You are waiting for me. With that, her profile picture quickly turned gray, but when Wang Feng was about to close the computer, her profile picture lit up again, and a message was sent. You haven't told me your cell phone number yet. Rolling his eyes, Wang Feng was a good person this time, and he sent her his number. Husband, goodbye. There was a kiss expression behind her. At this point, her head became gray and it didn't light up. After taking a long breath, Wang Feng could finally close the computer with peace of mind. As for the wife of the game, he quickly forgot about it. The wife in the game is nothing but a real wife, so he won't believe it. Now there are only 2 women he really recognizes. One is Sister Shui, and the other is the closest relationship he has had with him. Xia Xiaomei. Thinking of Xia Xiaomei, Wang Feng's brow wrinkled again. Although this woman said not to disturb herself, Wang Feng couldn't always hide her behind her back, right? It's just that he really doesn't know how to deal with this matter now, and he is confused. Wang Feng, come out for breakfast. At this time, Bei Yongxu's voice rang outside the door, making Wang Feng's heart warm. Putting all the bad emotions behind, Wang Feng's face also put a smile on. Breakfast is very simple, just a soup. There is no cooking smell in the kitchen, but there is a paste smell mixed with a smell that Wang Feng can't smell. Doubtful in his mind, Wang Feng also looked at the bowl of soup on the table. Several pieces of meat and bones appeared in the soup, which were the ribs that Wang Feng had cut off before. The color of the ribs should have been cooked, but the soup in the bowl is really something that Wang Feng can't compliment. This is hot, it is a bit dark, and it looks a bit suspicious of sewage. Quickly taste the soup I made for you. At this time, Bei Yongxiu spoke cheerfully, supporting her chin with both hands, looking at Wang Feng eagerly. Although she didn't want to drink this soup, Sister Shui prepared it for herself all morning, so how could Wang Feng refuse it? Picking up the soup spoon, Wang Feng took a spoonful, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a feeling in his heart that a martyr regarded death as home. With a cruel heart, Wang Feng poured the soup in the spoon into his mouth, frowned at that moment, and then immediately stretched it out again. Sister Shui, I didn't expect your craft to be so good, Wang Feng said with a smile on his face. But when he said this again, his stomach tumbling unwillingly, where is the soup? Not to mention the saltiness, there was a disgusting taste mixed with it, and there was no hint of ribs. Wang Feng didn't know how she made the soup. But this was something she prepared specially for herself, even if it was poison, Wang Feng would take it without hesitation. It's so delicious. When she heard Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu's face almost showed a bit of joy. After all, this was the first time she did it. When Wang Feng praised her so, she still felt like she was as sweet as honey. Of course, Wang Feng said, and then took a spoonful of soup with a spoon and poured it into his mouth. Then I will try it too, Bei Yongxiu said, and then took a spoonful of soup with her own spoon and poured it into her mouth. She moved quickly, and it was too late for Wang Feng to stop it. Originally, she was full of joy, and she naively thought that what she had made was delicious, but when a spoonful of soup was put in her mouth, her face immediately became extremely weird. After a second, she spouted everything from her mouth and exclaimed, "What kind of soup is this? Why is it so awful?" "Where it's awful, I think it's delicious," Wang Feng said, still with a smile on his face. "I'm sorry. Knowing that the things I made were very awful, and they weren't even food for people, so at this moment Bei Yongxiu's face was also a little wronged. But soon she seemed to think of something again, and said to Wang Feng, "You spit out the ones you drink. Why should I vomit?" Wang Feng was asked in a daze. "This is too bad to drink, I suspect it is poisonous, you spit it out quickly." Bei Yongxiu almost cried anxiously. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly grabbed her hand and said affectionately, "Sister Shui, no matter what flavor you make, I will think it is the most delicious thing in the world." You. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu could only feel the extremely moved in her heart, and there were unstoppable tears in her eyes. "You spit it out, I'm afraid this soup is really poisonous," Bei Yongxiu called out loudly. "Don't say this is not poisonous, even if it is really poisonous, I will drink it without hesitation," Wang Feng said, his voice very solemn. "Why are you so stupid?" "I'm not stupid, because I am not only drinking soup, but also what you like," Wang Feng said, not caring at all. "Why are you treating me so nicely?" Bei Yongxiu suddenly threw himself into Wang Feng's arms and burst into tears. "You are my girlfriend, I naturally want to be nice to you, don't cry." Wang Feng caught Bei Yongxiu and gently patted her back with his palm. "Wang Feng, I love you." In Wang Feng's arms, Bei Yongxiu called out loudly, but it made Wang Feng's face more smile. After a long period of comfort, Bei Yongxiu's crying sounded lessened, but her eyes were a little flushed now, and Wang Feng's heart was aching when she watched. Sister Shui www.wuxiaspot.com. You can't cry in front of me from now on, you see you become ugly when you cry. Wang Feng scratched Bei Yongxiu's nose and said. "Then I'm ugly, don't you want me?" Bei Yongxiu asked, seeming to have a tendency to cry again. "How could it be? Even if Sister Shui became an old lady, I wouldn't want you." Wang Feng embraced Bei Yongxiu in his arms again, tenderly. The two were playing love cards here, but at this moment, the door of the villa was opened, and Tang Ero came back with a haggard face, looking very tired, and it seemed that he hadn't slept all night. "You." Tang Ero was taken aback when she saw the two people hugging each other, and pointed at the two Wang Feng. When she saw her best friend came back, Bei Yongxiu was also upset, and she broke away from Wang Feng's arms. "Airo." Seeing Tang Airo, Bei Yongxiu called out. "Why are you here?" Suddenly, Tang Ero yelled, and the two Wang Feng who had done it looked at each other, not knowing that this is our own home. "Is it possible for us to live on the street no longer? This is our own home, where are we no longer here?" At this moment, Bei Yongxiu asked, obviously also a little confused. "You left sneakily yesterday, and you didn't answer when I called on your cell phone. I thought you were missing. Now the police in Zhuhai City are looking for you, and even the reward notice has been posted," Tang Ero said, shocking both Wang Feng. "They just left the hospital and went home. How could they cause such a big shock?" "My phone ran out of power yesterday," Wang Feng confessed truthfully. "Mine seems to be too," Bei Yongxiu said with a flushed face, as if he was a little cautious. "You." Hearing the same answers from two people, Tang Ero really felt a sense of powerlessness. The two left without saying goodbye. All of them thought they were taken away again, and the world was looking for them. Where are they? But who would have thought that the two of them would have gone home a long time ago, and nothing happened? But how can Wang Feng be discharged from the hospital at will with such a serious injury? Thinking of this, Tang Ero also put his gaze on Wang Feng's shoulder, but, following her gaze, she was like a clay sculpture and wood sculpture, standing there, even her mouth could lay an egg. She swears that she definitely did not seem to be unbelievable now. She had seen Wang Feng's injury with her own eyes. There was a huge blood hole in her entire arm, and even the current medical conditions could not be completely cured. Yesterday, she shed tears several times guilty and blamed for this incident, but now, Wang Feng's left shoulder is nothing at all, no wounds at all. Overnight, the wound healed miraculously, and Tang Ero couldn't believe her eyes. Because Wang Feng is now wearing a vest and both arms are exposed, the place of his wounds yesterday was naturally revealed. Stunned for a full minute, Tang Ero seemed to wake up from a dream, and said, "Sorry, I confessed to the wrong door." With that, she was about to exit the villa door. "Ai Ro, what's the matter with you?" Seeing her girlfriend as if she had lost her soul, Bei Yongxiu hurriedly pulled her back. This is her home, how could she admit the wrong door? And if she really admits the wrong door, how could her key open the door? "Are you Xiaoxiu?" Tang Ero asked very suspiciously while being pulled by Bei Yongxiu. "Yeah, you don't even know me anymore, do you?" Bei Yongxiu was also startled when she heard Tang Ero's words. Her expression was a little pale. She is the only girlfriend. If she doesn't recognize herself, then she really couldn't accept it. Then who is he? Suddenly, Tang Ero pointed her finger at Wang Feng. Her eyes became a little frightened. Tang Ero has been a criminal police officer for a year or two. She has seen many dead people, of all types, but she has never been so frightened as she is now. The wound is so big that it is completely healed overnight. Isn't this what a ghost is? Could it be that Wang Feng died yesterday, and now he has become a ghost to claim his life? Thinking of this, Tang Ero's expression turned pale in an instant. He is Wang Feng, don't you know it? Seeing Tang Ero's unusually pale face, Bei Yongxiu also grabbed her tightly, and his voice changed a little. Tang Ero didn't even know them anymore, which made her unable to accept this fact. "No, he is not Wang Feng." Suddenly, Tang Ero shouted, her mind completely lost. "Hey, why are you crazy woman?" At this moment, Wang Feng stood up and said very speechlessly, "She's such a living person." She actually looked at herself with such horrified eyes. "What do these mean? I warn you, don't come close to me." Watching Wang Feng stand up, Tang Ero actually took out the pistol on her waist and pointed it at Wang Feng with a look of horror. "Nima." Seeing the gun in Tang Ero's hand, Wang Feng cursed in her heart. This mad woman nearly scrapped her left arm to help her. Now she has finally recovered. She actually pointed the gun at herself again, even if she was Wang Feng was in a good mood before, but now he has become extremely bad. "Ai Ro, what are you doing? Hurry up and put the gun down." Seeing the gun in Tang Ero's hand, Bei Yongxiu was immediately taken aback, and she didn't even bother to drag her, and directly blocked Wang Feng with her body. In front of. "He is not a human, he is a ghost." Looking at Bei Yongxiu and Wang Feng, Tang Ero yelled like crazy. "Ai Ro, be more sober, he is Wang Feng, who lives with us." Bei Yongxiu yelled, not knowing how his best friend became like this at this moment. Could it be that she has a tendency to mental illness? No, he is absolutely impossible to be Wang Feng. "Xiaoxiu, come here quickly, he is a ghost, he will harm you." Tang Ero yelled, the gun in his hand was not put down at all. "Wipe." Seeing Tang Ero's mental illness, Wang Feng also felt that his head was about to explode. This mad woman didn't want to thank him, and even treated himself with this attitude. His heart was instantly broken. However, Wang Feng can also roughly think of why she became like this, because since she came back, most of her eyes fell on his shoulders, so she would naturally think that he was not Wang Feng. The hospital couldn't treat such a big wound, and now he is not only healed, but even the wound hasn't been left behind. How could she believe it? Even if Bei Yongxiu hadn't witnessed everything, I'm afraid Bei Yongxiu would not dare to say that he knew him. "Sister Shui, please explain to her, I don't bother to say it." Ignoring Tang Ero, Wang Feng left this sentence and then turned and walked into the living room. "Ai Ro, listen to me." After Wang Feng left, Bei Yongxiu really explained it to Tang Ero carefully. About 10 minutes later, Tang Ero finally came to the living room with Bei Yongxiu with a suspicious look. Bei Yongxiu's explanation was nothing short of a fantasy, so she was acting on TV, so how could Tang Ero believe it? Just listening to Bei Yongxiu's words was rigorous. She didn't think Wang Feng was a ghost. After all, she was very familiar with Xiaoxiu and knew she would not lie to herself. "Are you really Wang Feng?" Tang Ero asked in a low voice, staring at Wang Feng, who was staring at the TV in a daze. "Hehe, I'm not Wang Feng. Could it be that you are Wang Feng?" Wang Feng glanced at her sideways and said, "My injury is completely healed, so you don't need to care about it anymore." Call. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Tang Ero let out a long breath, and finally pinched Bei Yongxiu's body with her palm, until Bei Yongxiu let out a scream, then she took the gun in her hand. "Up. Ai Ro, what are you doing for pinching me?" Angrily glanced at Tang Ero, Bei Yongxiu was also rubbing her white arm gently. "I want to see if I'm dreaming right now," Tang Ero said, making Bei Yongxiu almost fall to the ground. "Doubt if it is a dream, just pinch yourself, why pinch me?" "Wang Feng, is what Xiaoxiu said is true?" What kind of weird technique are you really practicing? At this moment, Tang Ero sat on the sofa opposite Wang Feng with a look of doubt. If you think it is true, then it is true. If you think it is false, then he is also false. Okay, you can rest here for yourself, and I will rest too. Wang Feng left a sentence and turned around. He walked into his room. It was very troublesome to explain the matter of cultivating. Even Wang Feng didn't know how to tell them. Before contacting them, Wang Feng didn't even know that there was such a method. Therefore, he was a little difficult to accept at first, let alone an atheist criminal like Tang Ero. Anyway, the explanation is not clear, so he will not explain it at all. Finding a piece of medicinal material with sufficient spiritual energy, Wang Feng put it directly into his mouth. Today's breakfast, the taste is really unforgettable for him in his life, so now he still eats a piece of heaven and earth treasure, and sits like this quietly recovered from the bed. At noon, Bei Yongxiu did not cook anymore, but went out to buy some high-nutrition things. After confirming that Wang Feng was okay, the girl Tang Ero also hurriedly left the villa, seeming to be going out to pass the news. Therefore, Wang Feng, who ate this lunch, was in a good mood. After another half-day of cultivating in the afternoon, Wang Feng did not go anywhere. On this day, Bei Yongxiu did not go to work either, so she stayed with him and stayed at home for a day. After a day of cultivation, Wang Feng's improvement was even greater. Although he still looked very thin, he was undoubtedly better than when he just came back. At least his current body looks a little thin, but he won't be considered a ghost anymore. The dinner was still prepared by Bei Yongxiu, but before Wang Feng had a meal, his phone rang and looked at it. It was a strange number that he had never seen before. After answering the phone, a sweet voice came out. "Husband, I have arrived in Zhuhai City, where are you?" "What?" Hearing the voice on the phone, Wang Feng was so scared that the phone almost fell to the ground, because his voice was not too small, and Bei Yongxiu had heard it. At this moment, Sister Shui was staring at him with a dangerous look. He is all hairy. "Who are you? Do I know you? I think you called the wrong number? I'm crazy, goodbye." Without waiting for the other party to speak again, Wang Feng spoke up like a cannonball, and just hung up the phone, and turned off the phone. This Nima, who actually made such a joke with herself, almost killed her brother. "Who?" At this time, Bei Yongxiu asked in a low voice. Although she was lowering her head at the moment, Wang Feng saw that her ears had been erected, and her tone was sour. "Calm, I don't know, it may be a neurosis," Wang Feng said. His face was calm, and he couldn't see any strangeness. "Really don't know." Bei Yongxiu looked up, obviously not convinced. "Of course, there is a big beauty like Sister Shui here, how could I still know others? Could it be that Sister Shui is jealous?" Wang Feng said amusedly. "It's yours, hurry up and eat." When she heard Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu laughed and cursed, but her heart was as sweet as honey. It seems that he still holds the highest position in his heart. Soon after the dinner was cleaned up, Wang Feng and Sister Shui said good night and went to their room. Now he was at the critical time of recovering his body. Of course he could not slack off, and Bei Yongxiu also knew the fact that Wang Feng was practicing, and did not say much. He put a piece of charcoal into his mouth again, and Wang Feng quickly entered the cultivation of concentration. However, after cultivating for about 2 hours, his eyes suddenly opened and turned on the phone. Wang Feng also remembered who had called him. This morning, the game wife said to come to him. She is from Qianzhou City next to Zhuhai City. According to the distance, she should have arrived by now. Before, Wang Feng thought who was joking with him again, but looking back now, he understands that the call was probably from his gaming wife. Before coming, she said she was going to commit suicide by jumping off the building, and she had scolded her for being insane before. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Wang Feng's forehead. She came here specifically to find herself, and she even scolded her openly before. Would she not want to commit suicide, right? Wipe. He cursed in his heart. Wang Feng didn't hesitate, and quickly dialed the call to the call log. They all say that saving a life is better than building a 7th level Buddha. I wanted to save her, but when she came, he scolded her and turned off the phone cruelly. If she could not think of committing suicide, Wang Feng would not forgive herself. Inside the phone, a bell rang, and Wang Feng could not help but let out a long breath when he heard the sound. The phone could still be connected, and there should be no problems. "Husband." The phone was connected, and there was a very haggard voice, weak, but listening to her voice, it should not be too old, it would not be an old lady or something. "Sorry, I forgot about your visit to Zhuhai City before. Where are you? I will come to you right away." Apologize flashed across his face. Wang Feng asked. "I don't know where this is, I'm on the riverside." On the phone, the female voice became more haggard, and Wang Feng's heart couldn't help but pull. Others came to him so far, but they left her to dry for 2 or 3 hours. Fortunately, she didn't have an accident, otherwise the sin would be serious. Zhang, the whole Zhuhai City is one, so without asking the location carefully, Wang Feng directly said, "Wait for me there," and he hung up the phone. When he arrived in the garage, Wang Feng drove his Lamborghini out of Zukan 1. About 10 minutes later, he came to the river. It's just that the dam on the river is too long. It must be more than 10 kilometers away. If you are looking for a woman who has never met, when will you find it? So Wang Feng parked the car on the side of the road and called Shimizu Yulian again. "Where are you?" "I'm by the river right now, I haven't seen you," Wang Feng said, looking around. "I'm On the phone, Shimizu Elan said some signs to Wang Feng, and then added another sentence, I am wearing purple clothes, you can see me when you come. Having said this, the phone was hung up, and Wang Feng got into his car again. As the car drove slowly forward, Wang Feng's gaze swept across the river. He had the ability to see through, so he didn't need to be careful to identify it. As long as he was close, he could see what the people were wearing, even without clothes. Can see. The car drove very slowly. About 10 minutes later, Wang Feng finally saw a shop sign that Qingshui Yulian told him on the phone. Looking around, Wang Feng saw a purple-clothed woman squatting on the ground by the river. However, at this moment, there was more than one person beside her, and several other well-dressed young people were surrounding her. Humph. With a cold snort, Wang Feng also stopped the car and walked towards them. Hey, I think your little girl has been squatting here for more than an hour. I'm afraid it will be homeless? I think this is how you go with your brother. I promise to provide you with a place to live, and it will make you cool. Oh. Beside the woman in purple, a young man wearing a few ripped jeans said, trying to reach out and grab the woman's hair in purple. Hearing what he said, the young people around him also laughed loudly, very arrogant. In the surroundings, although some people saw several big men bullying a woman, no one dared to come up. This society is like this. Everyone is afraid of getting into trouble. These gangsters are not a good thing at first sight. This kind of trouble took to myself. It's just that he didn't wait until his hand touched his hair, but the purple-clothed woman raised her head all of a sudden, revealing a face of the country and the city hidden by her hair. It's just that her face was a little cold at the moment, and said, if you don't want to die, you can mess around. Her voice was very cold, as if the surrounding air had dropped a few points out of thin air. Hearing her words, the hand that wanted to reach out to touch her hair couldn't help stiffening. Grass, does my brother Lu want any woman? I think you are giving you a face, don't shame you? The cursed, his expression a little ugly. I actually scared a woman, so I wiped it. But I have to say that this beauty is so beautiful, she has never seen such a beautiful piece. When he thought of this, his heart couldn't help but become hot. If he could have a good night with such a beautiful woman, he would be willing to live 10 years less. It disappears from my eyes immediately, or you won't be able to leave if you want to go for a while. The beauty in purple clothes said coldly, and then lowered her head. Grass, who do you think my brother Lu is? Today, you have to follow me if you go, or follow me if you don't. I don't believe that I can't control you anymore. While talking, this man named Brother Lu I'm going to grab the purple woman's hair again. It was just that he hadn't waited until his hand fell on the other's hair, but a very discordant voice rang from behind them. A few big men here bullying a weak woman, are you ashamed? The voice was not too loud, but with a deep contempt, making Lu Ji and several gangsters all turn their heads at the same time. They just waited until they saw Wang Feng's weak and innocent look, but they all laughed slyly, and the beautiful women ridiculed them, and now even a weak scholar dared to ignore them. If you don't teach him a lesson, you really don't know how many eyes Wan Jaima opened. Who is your TM? A little beside Brother Lu said with a very arrogant tone. Don't care who I am, let the woman go, and I can let you go. Wang Feng said, his voice gradually calmed down. Now his body is still in the moment of recovery. If he doesn't do it or try not to do it, after all, saving a little strength will be able to return to normal appearance as soon as possible. Grass, who do you think you are, dare to talk to us like this and beat him up? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Brother Liu's complexion became very ugly, and he greeted the three younger brothers next to him and turned towards him. Wang Feng rushed. Originally, Wang Feng didn't plan to do it, but these people were so reluctant to let them go, but they were so stubborn. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's eyes gradually changed from calm to sharp, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, let this kid pretend to be B. I'm afraid I'll be beaten this time. Not far away, several young people saw this scene and sneered. Those gangsters are not easy to provoke at first sight. This stunned young man rushed up without knowing it, and if he was beaten, it was all deserved. Too weak. Wang Feng shook his head and didn't pay attention to them at all. Although he is not in his heyday and his strength has shrunk a little, it is still a matter of dealing with a few street hooligans. Boom. It was like a jump ball hitting the wall, and the little who rushed in the front was directly knocked out by Wang Feng with a punch. Puff. The sound of falling into the water sounded, and the little directly let Wang Feng jump over the dam with one fist, and finally fell into the river. My grass, I'm not dazzled, am I? Not far away, those people who had mocked Wang Feng before had their eyes widened at the moment, as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't help rubbing their eyes. With one punch, people can fly 7 or 8 meters away. Is this really a human? Seeing that Wang Feng was so fierce, then Brother Lu and the others were shocked, and stopped about 2 meters in front of Wang Feng. Although his brother Lu is just a street gangster, he has also seen real gangsters fight, but the strength of those people is far less than this seemingly weak and inexperienced person. A punch will knock an adult of more than 100 caddies away 7 or 8 meters away. Is this still a human? At this moment, all of them scared Wang Feng and didn't dare to rush forward. Who are you? You are so skilled, you are definitely not an ordinary person. At this moment, Brother Lu spoke with a quack. After hearing what he said, a smile flashed across Wang Feng's face and said, I said I am your father, don't you believe it? Grass mud horse. Hearing Wang Feng's words, this Brother Lu also screamed, and his younger brothers rushed up. One of them was very powerful, and they all said that 2 fists were hard to beat 4 hands. He did not believe that this person could one person deals with a few of them. It's just that he really underestimated Wang Feng, and saw Wang Feng's head shook slightly, and then a few people followed that little brother's footsteps and let Wang Feng rush into the river. Isn't this a TV show? At this moment, a cry of exclamation came from nearby, and many people had already noticed the situation here. One punch and fly. What is his fist made of? How can the power be so terrifying? Ignoring the surprised and incomprehensible gazes around, Wang Feng walked directly in front of the same dumbfounded purple-clothed woman. Are you Shimizu Elan? Wang Feng said, with doubts. Well, who are you? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the purple-clothed woman nodded, but her face was obviously wary, and she took her leg back. I'm the one you're looking for. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Wang Feng said, his gaze sweeping slowly across the purple-clothed woman. Before seeing his gaming wife, Wang Feng thought that the other party might be some kind of old lady. No matter how good it is, it should be some kind of female cock. After all, how many beautiful women can there be in the game world? What he didn't expect at all was that his gaming wife would be such a superb beauty, with a face of melon seeds, completely natural, and a dark straight black hair casually scattered on both sides, with bursts of fragrance. And at the moment she was squatting on the ground, her eyes were a little red, and she shook her body slightly when the wind blew, and hugged her legs tightly. The weather nowadays has come to the end of autumn, and there is a chill, and I left her here for 2 or 3 hours at once. It is very likely that it was frozen. Thinking of this, Wang Feng was also full of apologies. Such a big beauty waited for more than 2 hours without fear of the cold, and he was really sorry. And because of the haggardness on her face, there is a soft beauty, people can't wait to put her in the arms for a good affection. Sorry, I forgot about your coming here before, sorry. Wang Feng said in an apologetic voice. Husband. However, when he finished speaking, suddenly, the purple-clothed woman stood up from the ground and fell into his arms. The woman's speed was so fast that even Wang Feng did not respond, and could only be held by her like a puppet. What's the situation? My grass. Not far away, the young people onlookers stared with envy and hatred. The beauty that can be hugged by saving the gangster returns. Where can I find this good thing? Now they only hate that time can't be reversed. Nima is a miserable loss. Put the clothes on first. As he said, Wang Feng took off his suit and put it on the purple-clothed woman. The weather is so cold now, why don't you go find some thicker clothes to wear? Wang Feng said, his voice slowly softened. After all, this matter was his fault. I'm afraid you can't find me when you come. The purple-clothed woman buried her head in Wang Feng's chest and whispered. Are you a fool? Wang Feng was a little speechless. I'm just afraid I can't find you. The purple-clothed woman said, and then she couldn't help but tighten the hand that grabbed Wang Feng's back. In front of his chest, the two groups of Wang Feng with soft tops were a little dark and refreshing, and there was also a reaction below, but now there are so many people around him, he dare not do anything to the purple-clothed woman. Can you let me go first? Wang Feng said, his expression a little embarrassed, because he found that the reaction below him was getting bigger and bigger, and it had reached the woman's lower abdomen. After all, this was the first time the two met, and he was so embarrassed. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's face was a little embarrassed. No, my legs are numb. The purple-clothed woman said, her face flushed, and she had discovered what was against her. You wouldn't just squat here for more than 2 hours, would you? Hearing her words, Wang Feng's eyes widened, a little weird. Yeah, the purple-clothed woman said, and then the hand holding Wang Feng's waist tightened again. Following her movements, Wang Feng felt that his lower body's reaction was getting bigger and bigger, almost pushing into the flesh of her lower abdomen, and he could even feel the heat from the other's body. This Nima can be lost. But this woman said that her legs were weak, so Wang Feng couldn't push her away, right? And let a great beauty hug herself like this, not many people around her envy her. Having said that, he didn't suffer from this anyway, so he let the purple-clothed woman hold him. After holding for almost 5 minutes, Wang Feng had endured dozens of weird gazes, and then slowly said, now you can stand by yourself. It's okay, the purple-clothed woman said, and then reluctantly let go of Wang Feng. Taking a peek at Wang Feng, the woman's face was flushed, as if she had drunk alcohol, and was more like a little girl in love. It was very different from when she scolded those little gangsters before. What about your salute? Although the red face of the woman made Wang Feng's heart beat, he still hadn't forgotten what was going on. I didn't salute. The woman shook her head, and then strongly wrapped her suit on her body. Forget it, I'll find you a place to live first. Wang Feng shook his head, then turned and walked under the dam. Behind him, the purple-clothed woman also quickly chased up, as if afraid that Wang Feng would throw her away. Seeing that Wang Feng was already on the street, the purple-clothed woman quickly grabbed Wang Feng's hand and said, I have a car, let's take my car. She thought Wang Feng was going to hire a taxi, so she stopped him. You have a car. Wang Feng was also slightly surprised when he heard the words of the purple-clothed woman. That's my car. The woman in purple nodded, and then pointed to a red Ferrari not far away. Seeing this red Ferrari, Wang Feng was also stunned. Then he glanced at the woman in purple. Ferrari, they are all millions of luxury sports cars. It seems that my wife of the game is not simple, and even can afford Ferraris. Looking at his Lamborghini across the road, Wang Feng said nothing, and directly took the Ferrari car key from the purple-clothed woman. Driving a red Ferrari in a purple dress, Wang Feng rushed directly into the traffic. By the way, what's your name? I seem to remember what it was called. Zili. In the car, Wang Feng said, his expression a little embarrassed. You don't even remember my name. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the purple-clothed woman's eyes were red, as if she was about to cry. My memory is a bit poor, I can't remember it for a while. Wang Feng responded with a smile, but he said in his heart, I was fooling around with time in the game. Who remembered your name specially? My name is Zisha, you can call me Salsa, or, you can call my wife. After speaking, his small voice, Wang Feng, was almost inaudible, just like the sound of a mosquito shaking its wings. Then I'll call you Sasha. Wang Feng gave a dry smile, not called a wife. Although Zisha is a superb beauty, Wang Feng is not the kind of person who calls his wife a wife when she sees a woman. After all, the term wife is not just a title, but a responsibility. When he has not decided to take on that responsibility, he will not open his mouth indiscriminately. He can mess around in the game, but in reality, he is still the real Wang Feng. You can call it whatever you want, I won't mind. After hearing Wang Feng's words, although Zisha was smiling in response, her disappointment was slowly hidden by her. What are you doing with your stomach? At this moment, Wang Feng noticed Zisha's strangeness and asked suspiciously. Zisha's face turned red, and then she said embarrassedly, I'm hungry. You haven't eaten yet, are you? Wang Feng glared, somewhat inconceivable. No. Zisha shook her head, and then said, I left home in the morning, because I was in a hurry to see you, I didn't eat anything. You stupid woman. Wang Feng scolded, but didn't really mean to scold her. After all, she was doing this for herself. Driving a Ferrari, Wang Feng took her to a hotel. She hadn't eaten for a whole day, and she was really able to survive. After ordering a large table to eat, Wang Feng watched her eat it alone, but he didn't move anything. Maybe Zisha was really hungry, so at the moment she was eating without any ladylikenesss. It was a sweeping trend. A waitress on the side looked a little funny, but didn't laugh. Those who can come here for a big meal are really rich people. If she accidentally causes dissatisfaction from the guests, she may not be able to keep her job. So at this moment, he was holding back his laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh. His face flashed. You eat slowly, no one will grab it from you? Looking at Zisha's terrifying food, Wang Feng also shook his head helplessly. In such a short time, she has eaten at least 5 or 6 of more than 10 dishes, and Wang Feng even wondered how her little belly could hold so many things. Okay, I'm full. After about 10 minutes, Zisha finally touched her flat belly with satisfaction, with a look of contentment on her face. Waiter, come and check out. Wang Feng waved to the waitress not far away. Okay. The waitress said with a professional smile on her face, and then said, Sir, you spent a total of 12,200 yuan, save the fraction, and charge you 12,000. Swipe my card. At this moment, Zisha took out a bank card from her wallet and said to the waitress, this. Seeing the bank card in Zisha's hand, the waitress glanced at Wang Feng again, obviously embarrassed. Forget it, let's brush her. Wang Feng said flatly, but he was a little embarrassed, because he had just touched his pocket and found that his wallet hadn't been carried with him. It might have been in his car. If Zisha doesn't give the money, he has to explain it to others. 12,000 is a lot of money for ordinary people, even months of wages, but Wang Feng is not worse than that little money, and this Zisha can drive millions of Ferraris, and it will not be worse than that. A little. Okay, 2, please wait a moment. The waitress took the bank card from Zisha, and finally turned and walked outside. Only when she walked to the door, she made a small disdainful voice, it's shameless to bring beautiful women out for dinner without money. Her voice was very small, but Wang Feng's hearing was so sharp that she naturally heard it, but now he really can't afford to pay, nor can he refute others. If your mouth is on someone's face, just say what you like. Sha, don't worry, I will give you this 10,002. I will invite you after this meal. Wang Feng turned around and said to Zisha, you don't need to pay it back. Zisha shook her head when she heard Wang Feng's words, and said, I don't need a meal, and I am your wife. Isn't my money yours? Your situation I probably know something about you, so I won't ask you for money. Do you know my situation? Wang Feng was taken aback when he heard her, and said, what do you know about me? I know you don't have much money in your hands, so I don't need you to support me, I'll just raise you. Said this, Zisha's face was a little flushed, she seemed to be shy. Bao Yang said she was like this, and she was really courageous. I'll go. Hearing her words, Wang Feng was very speechless. Although it is a wonderful thing to have beautiful women in UU reading www.uukangshu.com, Wang Feng would never go to the kind of soft meal made. There is no money to make, but Wang Feng absolutely looks down on selling his flesh to exchange for money. He is not that kind of person. How do you know that I have no money? Wang Feng asked again. Of course I know that you have no money. Zisha said with a confident face, I asked your brother about you and know some of your situation, and if you have money, how can you still be a bad guy in the game? Equipment. So don't worry, I will support you in the future. As she said, Zisha's face still showed happiness. Seeing her like this, Wang Feng's eyes widened, and he really didn't know what to say. How much do games have to do with reality? Do I have to invest money to play a game? But what she said is indeed true. A month ago, Wang Feng was still a pauper with nothing. He wanted money and no money, status and status. It could be said that what he wanted was nothing. If she said this a month ago, Wang Feng would still be excited for a while, but now, his heart is very calm, asking for money. He can make tens of millions at any time. Why not worry about not having money? Aren't you upset? Seeing Wang Feng not speaking, Zisha showed a cautious look, thinking that what she said had hit Wang Feng's dignity. However, contrary to her expectations, Wang Feng quickly laughed and said, "You said you want to support me. I don't know how much you give me a month. I will give you 500,000 yuan a month. If it is not enough, I can add it up," Zisha said, as if afraid that Wang Summit would refuse. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng was also a little surprised. He didn't think that Zisha was still a rich little woman, and she said that she would support her. "Then do you know what you have to do to support me?" Wang Feng didn't say rejection, still smiling. This girl is so cute. Wang Feng feels sorry for himself without teasing her. Of course I want to eat together, play together, and then live together. Seeing Wang Feng didn't seem to mean to reject her, Zhi also showed a smile on her face. This girl is so courageous. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng felt a little unbelievable, but he continued, "What do you do if you live together? Do you know?" When he said this, Wang Feng's eyes were clearly smirking, and Zisha's face turned red after a slap. "Of course I know," Zisha said. Her voice was very small, and then her voice became smaller, almost the same as when it was in the car, just like a mosquito flying. "Don't worry. I'm still a virgin," Zhi whispered, her face all shy. "I wipe it." Hearing what she said, Wang Feng was truly shocked to speak. A virgin spent 500,000 a month to support herself, which is simply a good thing from the sky. Beautiful women slept with them and posted money. This is a rare thing that Nima is hard to find even with a lantern. And from the previous words, Wang Feng could be regarded as seeing that, even if she continued to add more than 500,000, she would not refuse. Isn't this woman's head sick? Wang Feng couldn't help thinking. Aren't you willing? Seeing Wang Feng's complexion changed, Zhi seemed to become a little nervous. Don't worry, brother, I have feet and hands. I just need to support myself. You don't need to support you. He stretched out his hands and rubbed Zisha's faces on both sides, and Wang Feng was also speechless. You stupid woman, it's not like you to take care of others. You are just giving people money. Wang Feng said, shaking his head. Then I'm willing to give it to you, Zisha said, her little mouth pouted, almost able to hang an oil bottle. In the end, Wang Feng really defeated her, and she was willing to do things like giving money to others. What was she thinking about? Sir, your card. Fortunately, the waitress came back at this time, breaking the embarrassing situation. After receiving the gem, Wang Feng quickly rushed out of the private room. This woman is really a Tai Chi product, and she spends money to post herself. Is there any kind of arrogance in her brother? Shocked all over, there are beautiful women upside down? Zhi is undoubtedly a superb beauty. In terms of appearance, she should be on the same level as Sueja Tang-ero and others. It can only be said that each has its own advantages. The true top beauties have their own kind of beauty, and Wang Feng really can't tell which one is better. Husband, wait for me. In the hotel, Zisha quickly chased her out, because she yelled her husband again, which attracted the attention of many people. In the end, Zisha grabbed Wang Feng's arm and hugged it in her arms, as if afraid that Wang Feng would escape like this. Fortunately, there are no acquaintances around, otherwise Wang Feng would have to make a hole in the ground. There was a Xia Xiaomei called her husband before, but now she ran out of another named her husband. Is it possible that she really has something to attract beautiful women? No matter what Wang Feng thinks, he really can't think of why they are so clinging to himself. Let's go, I'll find you a place to live. Ignoring the weird gazes around, Wang Feng pulled her into the Ferrari. Where do you want to live? Wang Feng asked when he started the car. I want to live in your house, Zhi said. Her hand holding Wang Feng was not released. Fortunately, it is late at night and there are fewer cars on the road. Otherwise, if she is dragged like this, Wang Feng is really worried that he will have an affectionate kiss with other people's cars. No, Wang Feng said. His tone was very firm, and said, I can't take you to my home. I can arrange for you wherever you want to live in other places, but my home can't. Wang Feng shook his head and refused directly. What a joke, I lived well with Sister Shui, how could I take her back, unless his head was amused. What are you doing? Zisha seemed very aggrieved when she heard Wang Feng's tone, and her eyes were red again. It's not that I can't take you to my house, but I can't do it now. Seeing her tearful look, Wang Feng slowly softened his tone. Then do you mean that I will be able to go in the future? After hearing Wang Feng's words, Zisha changed her aggrieved appearance, her face was full of excitement, and her face changed faster than the weather. Then let's talk about it later. Seeing her excited look, Wang Feng is really hard to say no. After all, he can't make people cry, and if he and Sister Shui get married in the future, I believe it shouldn't be a big problem if you take her back to have a look. Finally, Wang Feng took her to the door of a 5-star hotel and got out of the car. This Zisha looked like a member of a rich family, and Wang Feng was not worried that he would not be able to live here. After all, she was willing to take out 500,000 yuan a month, and she was able to afford a few thousand yuan a night. Okay, you go in, I'm going back too. Returning the car key to him, Wang Feng pushed the door and got out of the car. Unexpectedly, as he got out of the car, he felt a warm and shy hug her from behind. The two groups softly pressed against his back, and it felt really wonderful. What's the matter? Wang Feng said, without looking back. You can't go yet, you have to go in with me, Ziaisha said, holding Wang Feng firmly. But I have to go home and sleep in a hurry. I'll be at work tomorrow. Wang Feng responded indiscriminately. I don't care, if you don't accompany me in, I won't live here, I will go back to your house with you. Zisha's voice was very stubborn, and the persecuting Wang Feng finally had to agree to her. Anyway, it was just to accompany her in. Maybe she was afraid or possible. It is normal for a weak woman who has no power to restrain her to come to a strange city. After opening the room, Wang Feng accompanied her into the room, but the money for opening the room was still Zisha's, so Wang Feng still remembers the enviable eyes of the man who opened the room for them. This buddy is awesome. He brought a top-quality girl to open a house without paying for himself. Why didn't you encounter such good things? Compared with this person, it is really a huge gap. Okay, don't be afraid now, I'm going back. Zisha was sent into the room, but Wang Feng stood at the door and said, Are you so anxious? Zisha turned around and looked at Wang Feng with a look of puzzlement. I have something to go home. Wang Feng dealt with it casually. That won't work, you have to wait a while before you can leave. With that, Zisha stretched out her tender little hand directly, and immediately pulled Wang Feng in. Aren't you asking me? Zisha closed the door, and Wang Feng immediately pretended to have a frightened expression. Haha, this lady is going to QJ you today, are you afraid? While talking, Wang Feng directly pushed Zisha onto the bed and straddled him on his waist. Zisha's buttocks sat on Wang Feng's waist all of a sudden, making Wang Feng's eyes widened. This Nima, this girl is so courageous, she is like a lunatic. However, feeling the wonderful feeling from the other side's buttocks, Wang Feng immediately reacted. A superb beauty sitting on her waist in such an ambiguous posture, if Wang Feng has not responded, then he is not a man. Haha, I'm not quarreling with you, I'll take a shower first, don't run, or don't blame me for finding your house. As if not seeing Wang Feng's change, Zisha left a ruthless remark, and then quickly charged into the bathroom. Looking at her back, Wang Feng really smiled bitterly. This game wife is really Tai Chi, as if there is a muscle missing in her head, and Wang Feng still has a feeling of being in the mist. But he didn't mean to mess around. After all, he was not familiar with Zisha at all, and he didn't do anything extraordinary with strangers. And once it is done, it is a real crime. For Zisha, in addition to the amazing feeling, he was amazing. After all, the other party's appearance was considered to be at the level of confidant, but if he said love, Wang Feng still couldn't reach that level. It is a common problem for every man to like beautiful women. After all, no one will not yearn for good things. They just watched her rush into the bathroom, but Wang Feng didn't know what she was going to do. Without using perspective, Wang Feng just lay on the bed like this, gradually falling into sleepiness. Most of the people in the middle of the night were sleeping, but he was still walking around with Zisha. Now it was past 12 o'clock, and he felt sleepy. In a daze, Wang Feng didn't know how long he had been lying here. In short, he was awakened by a tingling sensation. When he opened his eyes, Wang Feng saw a stunning face less than 1 centimeter away from him. At this moment, Zisha was tickling Wang Feng's face with her own hair. Seeing her, Wang Feng did not speak, just staring at www.wuxiaspot.com at such a close distance. Wang Feng was able to see the other party's face, Zisha's face completely, and it was very clean, and the powder was completely red. Flawless, no traces of makeup. Even with her head facing Wang Feng could smell the fragrance from the other's hair. Wang Feng looked at Zisha in a trance, and Zisha also stared at Wang Feng with wide eyes. It seemed a little surprised that Wang Feng suddenly woke up. Boo! After about a minute, Wang Feng finally responded, but at this moment, Zisha lowered her head and kissed him on the cheek, then jumped out of the bed. In the past, Wang Feng forced others to kiss others, but now he has let others kiss him forcefully, even though it is just his own face. It is unbearable. How can he find a place back? Originally, Wang Feng sat up to hold Zisha, but before he could take a shot, he was stunned and his eyes widened. Because at this moment, Zisha is almost standing in front of her naked, with 3-point underwear and lace. On the top are 2 towering double peaks, at least half of the white flesh is exposed. Those pieces of cloth underwear can't cover it at all, and the bottom is even more terrible. She turned out to be wearing one that can only block private parts. The thong, the white body, was completely exposed in front of Wang Feng, making Wang Feng stunned. Guru? After swallowing hard, Wang Feng immediately broke through the clouds under Wang Feng, almost not breaking his pants. Does it look good? Suddenly, the crimson-faced Zisha turned around in front of Wang Feng, and asked in an extremely shy tone. It looks good. This sentence was almost subconsciously answered by Wang Feng. Ziaisha is already a top-notch in her looks, and her figure is not to say, tall in typical oriental beauty. In fact, what really made Wang Feng's blood boil was that she was wearing underwear, which completely seduced Wang Feng's desire. Seduce yourself as soon as you meet. What is the situation? Want to touch it? Ziaisha still asked with a shy expression without seeing Wang Feng's increasingly red gaze. Roar. Wang Feng's mouth uttered a low growl like a wild beast, and her will was almost confused. A superb big beauty wore a lingerie to seduce him in front of him. Isn't she afraid of accident? This is simply playing with fire. Wang Feng's consciousness was constantly fighting between heaven and man. In the end, it was his will that defeated his desire. When he stretched out his hand and pulled it hard, Zisha immediately let him fall to the bed. Wrapped her irritated and shy with a bedding, Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Girl, do you know that you are seduced me to commit a crime? Wang Feng said in a low voice while suppressing the struggling Zisha. Isn't this what you said you want to see me wearing this? Suddenly, Ziai Sha spoke with a face full of confusion. When I heard what she said, Wang Feng was even more puzzled. When did I say I wanted to watch it? When did I say that? I don't have any impression at all. Wang Feng asked suspiciously. It was when you talked to me before, you said you want to see me wearing underwear. Said this, Zisha was already flushed. She closed her eyes and dared not look at Wang Feng. Rub. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng recalled that he had actually molested her in this way when chatting before, but he had already forgotten about it, but she didn't expect that she would still remember it. Then I just lied to you to play, don't seduce me in the future, otherwise. Said this, Wang Feng paused, and said, I am a normal man, not Lu Ziawai, so I said that you should be able to understandable. I don't understand. Ziai Sha shook her head, and then whispered, this is my voluntary. My body is reserved for you. I'm grass. Hearing this, Wang Feng's body shook and he almost couldn't hold it. A superb big beauty behaved like a gentleman. I believe that as long as it is a normal man, he will have ideas. However, Wang Feng really doesn't dare to mess around. Mary is good, but he hasn't thought about taking Zisha. After all, he is not one of those nasty men. Since he dares to possess others, he must take responsibility. A Xia Xiaomei has already done him. Somewhat at a loss, if there is more Zisha, he really doesn't dare to think about it anymore. Happiness? Turning Zisha over and slapped her fiercely, Wang Feng let her go and said, I already have a girlfriend, so don't seduce me. I may not be what you want to find. That person. After speaking, Wang Feng stood up and said, it's late now, I'm going back. In the end, Wang Feng left here cruelly. In fact, he was not unwilling to be able to have a relationship with beautiful women. It was just that he hadn't reached the point of shamelessness. She just met with Zisha just now and she seduce herself like this. Wang Feng's thoughts almost can't keep up with her. Who knows what she thinks? Shaking his head, Wang Feng didn't stay here at all and left the hotel quickly. In the room, seeing Wang Feng leaving, Zisha stiffened and her eyes were a little red. Wang Feng hit her. She didn't blame anything. What really touched her heart was actually Wang Feng's words that I had a girlfriend. Isn't he his wife? How can he find a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Zisha's heart was filled with grievances. She came to him so far and got such a result. She really couldn't accept it. She herself didn't know when she had fallen in love with Wang Feng. Perhaps it was because he saved herself in the game at the beginning, or the lingering love words that she said in the following years. In short, in her heart, she had already regarded Wang Feng as her own man, otherwise she would not have called her husband for so many years. And it was precisely because of Wang Feng's existence that in reality she didn't know how many suitors she had rejected. She even refused the blind date arranged by her family and went to Zhuhai City to find Wang Feng. When she came to Wang Feng, she had already made up her mind. As long as Wang Feng was not an old man or a pervert, she could accept it. In fact, Wang Feng's appearance today made her more attached to Wang Feng. She knew that her heart had been tied to Wang Feng's body, and Wang Feng's various indicators made her very satisfied. In the game, Wang Feng protected her for several years. Now she just wants to protect him in reverse, but she didn't think she got the answer. Does he already have a girlfriend? The muttering voice spit out from Zisha's mouth, and then she couldn't help but tears from her eyes, making the bedding wet. She is not reconciled. Her husband actually already has a girlfriend. She cannot accept this result. Since she was a child, what she had fancy never ran away, and she came here full of joy, but was struck by such a thunder, and she was extremely wronged. What originally belonged to her has now become someone else's. It feels like her own treasure was suddenly taken away by someone one day. She was unwilling to do so, and her heart was very painful. After crying for more than 10 minutes, she stopped crying. Her attachment to Wang Feng was too serious, otherwise she would not have come to satisfy his evil wish. No, I must take her back. Suddenly, Zisha's eyes showed a strong confidence. With her own conditions, she did not believe that there were women who could be her competitors. Wang Feng will definitely belong to her in the end. What she could get by fancy in the past, now she also wants to get it in her own hands. I imagined that Wang Feng would walk into the marriage hall happily in the future. Her expression was a little better. She is a superb beauty and rich. Even if Wang Feng doesn't work, she can support him. She doesn't believe it. Women can be their own competitors. Walking out of the hotel, Wang Feng also thought of what he had just said. It seemed cruel, but he already had Bei Yongxiu now, and he really didn't want to do something to be sorry for Sister Shui. There are so many temptations in the colorful world. If every beauty he wants to have a relationship, then he will not want to do other things in his life, and go to sleep with the beauty every day. Knowing Zisha was just out of good intentions, but he never thought that there would be today. If there were no Bei Yongxiu, he would have no hesitation to overthrow Zisha before. It's just, she appeared too late. In the game, I followed myself every day, QQ called my husband's wife every day, and now Wang Feng could only say goodbye to her. Looking back at the hotel, Wang Feng also sighed deeply, putting the reluctance in his heart to the deepest part of his heart. Originally, he was still thinking about how to settle her, but she was a child of a rich family, and some of them were money. Hiring a taxi on the side of the road, Wang Feng went directly to the riverside. His car was still there, and the money was there. Without money, he might not be able to go home until dawn. and if Zisha didn't make a move today, he would still make a fool of himself. Thinking of the time when Zisha solemnly said to support herself, Wang Feng's mouth didn't know when a smile appeared. When he came to his car, Wang Feng took out the money from it and handed it to the driver. Then he drove his Lamborghini home. It was late at night, and there were not a few people on the road and there were few cars, so Wang Feng almost drove back at a speed close to 300 miles. It only took a few minutes before he reached the door of the villa in Zukan number 1. He didn't know how many times he was speeding down the road. But he was not afraid. Anyway, he knew Tang Ero, and he only needed a word. Nothing happened. When he drove the car into the garage, Wang Feng found that the lights in the villa were still on. When he went out, he remembered to turn off the lights. Why was it still on? Could it be that Sister Xue found out that she was out and waited for herself? Thinking of this, Wang Feng's face also showed a touch of apology and opened the door. Contrary to Wang Feng's expectation, Bei Yongxiu in the villa did not get up, opened the door, and he saw Tang Ero with a tired face sitting on the sofa, bowed his head as if processing some information on the coffee table. Ahem. Pretending to cough, Wang Feng immediately successfully aroused Tang Ero's idea. However, Tang Ero's reaction was a little scary. Hearing an abnormal movement, she even pulled out the gun from her waist. Wang Feng even wondered if her gun would suddenly go wrong. It's me, Wang Feng said, before sitting directly on the sofa. You only came back in the middle of the night, what did you do? Tang Ero breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at Wang Feng, and then put the gun back. Why do I go out? You have to worry about it. Wang Feng glared at her, and then took a sip of the water on the table. After running for so long at night, he was already thirsty. www.wuxiaspot.com. No drink. At this time, only Tang Ero yelled, but it was too late. Why? Could it be that you poisoned your face? Wang Feng smashed his mouth and asked with some confusion. No, that's the water I drink, how can you drink it? Tang Ero said with a flushed face and lowered her head. I thought it was a big deal. What are you afraid of with the water you drank? I even kissed your mouth and care about it. Wang Feng said indifferently. But when he finished speaking, he suddenly reacted back. When he looked up, he immediately saw Tang Ero's murderous look. Haha, I missed my tongue, I missed my tongue. Wang Feng said with a dry smile. You only came back this night, did you go out and fool around? At this moment, Tang Ero asked, looking at Wang Feng with a suspicious look. Yeah, I just fooled around. Why? You want to catch me? Wang Feng shrugged and lay on the soft sofa indifferently. You asked me if I went fooling around, so you are still here this night. Did you go out to hook up with a wild man? At this moment, Wang Feng said suddenly. No. Contrary to Wang Feng's expectation, Tang Ero didn't scold him or bit him. Tang Ero rubbed her temple vigorously and said, I'm dealing with the case. What case? It still needs to be dealt with all night long. Wang Feng asked with some confusion. As a policeman, there are indeed many things that need to be done, but this is not enough to deal with most of the night without sleeping? It's the people you caught the other day. We have got amazing hidden news from them. Tang Ero said, her expression a little ugly. Could it be that what is wrong with those people? Hearing Tang Ero's words, Wang Feng also sat up, the smile on his face gradually reduced. Yes, they not only have problems, but they also have huge problems. If it weren't for us to torture a confession, we might not get such important news. Tang Ero said, but Wang Feng was taken aback. Could it be that there was something else in it? Hidden? What the is going on? Tell me. Wang Feng asked again after taking another sip of the water that Tang Ero had drunk. Tang Ero glanced at the shameless Wang Feng. Tang Ero did not accuse him, only saw her sort out the files on the coffee table, and then said quietly, the people we caught are not ordinary people at all, they belong to a person called Skynet's organization, and their purpose of coming to our Zhuhai city is not to embarrass us, they want to develop the drug trade here. Tang Ero spoke, her expression very ugly. Skynet? What kind of organization is this? Wang Feng said with a face full of doubt. He had never heard of any Skynet organization. In his entire life, he has only wandered around his hometown and Zhuhai city and other limited places, and he didn't really know the outside world very well. Skynet is a mysterious organization. As far as qualifications are concerned, they should be attributed to the killer organization. Our Huaxia police have already noticed this organization, but we didn't expect that their minions have reached Zhuhai city. If it weren't for you once, we wouldn't find such important news. What about their stronghold here? Their strongholds naturally let us take it in one go, but there are still a few places that have received the wind and ran away in advance, so you should pay attention to it in the recent period. I am afraid that Skynet will specifically target you. Do you care about me? Suddenly, Wang Feng laughed. I have no time to joke with you. Tang Ero gave Wang Feng a fierce look, and said, although our police will always pay attention to their movements, some of them will always escape our eyeliner, so you must be careful. I'm afraid what will they do to silence their mouths? So serious. Hearing Tang Ero's words, Wang Feng's expression was also solemn. If he was only targeted at him, of course he would not have much fear. After all, with his skill, ordinary assassins were really not his opponents. But if it's not just him, but also the people around him, it will be troublesome. He knows martial arts, but Sister Xue can't. Don't worry too much. Since they realize that we have found them, they will surely converge. So don't worry too much. Of course, if you are not at ease, you can also apply for a special police team to protect you. Seeing Wang Feng's solemn expression, Tang Ero added another sentence. No need. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng directly refused. If someone can't guard against him with his skills, even a special police officer would have little effect. Moreover, Wang Feng didn't want Sister Shui to be surrounded by special police all day long, which would cause great trouble in normal life. I will pay attention to it myself. If they dare to move me, I will let them come back and forth. Wang Feng said. 2 dangerous rays of light shot from his eyes. By the way, now that they have discovered my existence, can your police hide the information about me and Sister Shui? I'm afraid that someone with a heart will use this to make trouble. Wang Feng said very solemnly. Don't worry about this, I will do it tomorrow, but you still have to be careful. After all, the other party is a mysterious killer organization. Even our police don't know how terrible they are. Okay, you don't need to care about this, I'm going to bed, and you should be busy yourself. Putting all the worries in his heart, Wang Feng returned to his room. When he was an ordinary person, he didn't know anything, but now that Tang Ero said that there is a killer organization called Skynet, it really exists. The current situation is that he is in the light and the enemy is in the dark. The only way to deal with it is that break statically. Nothing happened to Quandang. If they really wanted to do something, Wang Feng wouldn't mind sending them to report. After a cold laugh, Wang Feng stopped thinking about it. Instead, he closed his eyes while lying on the bed. He practiced for a day during the day and ran with Zisha for so long at night. He was really a little sleepy now, so he simply went to sleep. Let's talk about it. When Wang Feng woke up, he was awakened by a sound of sorrows. When he used the perspective, Wang Feng was stunned, because he didn't know when the door was pushed open. A man was looking down, sneakingly groping for something beside the bed. Because he was afraid that he would wake people up by some action, Wang Feng did not see who had entered, but pretended to sleep. Tang Ero said before that maybe the assassin organization had noticed him. Could it be that someone is here now? Shisuo's voice is still ringing, and he hasn't moved for more than 10 minutes. Because of his excellent hearing, Wang Feng can hear the other party's breathing and the faint heartbeat. What kind of killer is this? Such a dish, so long without doing it? Could it be that he came in to make soy sauce? Finally, about half an hour later, the killer by the bed finally moved, but what Wang Feng didn't expect at all was that the killer climbed onto his bed. What made Wang Feng stunned was actually still behind. As the assassin climbed onto the bed, Wang Feng finally saw his appearance. However, looking at this person, Wang Feng almost fainted, because this person was not a killer, but Tang Ero? Damn it, why is this woman crawling on her bed? In Wang Feng's heart, there were all doubts, but he didn't remind her. He wanted to see what this crazy woman was going to do. Tang Ero climbed onto Wang Feng's bed. At this moment, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot, as if she was about to jump out. After truly confirming that Wang Feng was really asleep, she was relieved, and finally lifted Wang Feng's quilt and got in at once. Because Tang Ero had been staying by the bed for more than half an hour, as soon as she got into the bed, Wang Feng felt a cold wind come in. He still didn't make any movements, as if he was truly asleep. How did Tang Ero climb onto her bed? Could it be that she had admitted the wrong place? Wang Feng couldn't figure it out, but he didn't remind him that if Tang Ero wanted to sleep with himself, he would be very happy. Although he regretted not pushing Zisha down earlier, it would be a great thing if Tang Ero, a violent policewoman, could sleep with him for one night. How many men dream to spend a good night with beautiful women? Tang Ero got into the bed and then put the bed down, but perhaps because she was too shy, she actually slept half a meter away from Wang Feng. Wang Feng's bed is very wide, and it is no problem for 5 or 6 people to sleep, so when she lies so far, Wang Feng can't even feel the heat of her. But being so close, Wang Feng could hear her violent heartbeat. Could this girl really come to fulfill the reward? He couldn't help but think. Now that he was on his bed, Wang Feng was fearless, pretending to turn over, and put one hand directly on Tang Ero's waist. As for his foot, it was resting on her leg, like an unintentional turning over. What? Feeling Wang Feng's movements, Tang Ero almost screamed loudly, and her body became stiff and she dared not move. The rich fragrance mixed with the fragrance of the shower gel continuously penetrated into Wang Feng's nose, making him quite enjoy. This crazy woman should have taken a shower. Heat was constantly coming from her hands and legs, and Wang Feng could feel how stiff Tang Ero's body was at this moment. I see how long you can pretend. With a smile in his heart, Wang Feng's hand moved directly, and finally landed on Tang Ero's towering twin peaks. Her twin peaks are almost the largest among women Wang Feng has ever seen, and there is also a D, so when Wang Feng's hand fell on it, he immediately felt a limp feeling. That feeling is so wonderful, he wants to ravage it severely. The body was trembling slightly. Tang Ero did not dare to pat Wang Feng's hand away at this moment, although he had already decided to dedicate himself to Wang Feng. But when she got into the bed, she regretted it. Her body should be for her future man. How could she be the Wang Feng? For Wang Feng, she didn't know how she felt, saying he was broken. He sometimes helped himself solve big problems, and even risked his life to save his father. But when Wang Feng thought of kissing herself forcibly before, she was very angry. Her first kiss was ruthlessly taken away by the bastard. Others said how wonderful the first kiss was, but she didn't feel anything. So she was very unwilling. Bantu. Suddenly, Wang Feng's mouth murmured softly, and then Tang Ero discovered that his twin peaks had caused Wang Feng's hand to rub. With a flushed face, Tang Ero almost kicked Wang Feng out of bed. This stinky hooligan, dreaming of bullying herself www.wuxiaspot.com wife. Suddenly, there was another sound in Wang Feng's mouth. This time, he was even more exaggerated. He even moved his body directly, and the whole person hugged Tang Ero from the side. At this moment, Wang Feng was like an octopus, hugging Tang Ero completely, making Tang Ero's complexion flushed, almost dripping blood. Wang Feng. At this moment, Tang Ero didn't understand that the was not asleep at all, and changed the way to touch herself. Her voice was very heavy, almost gritted her teeth. Hey, I didn't expect my Zyro Yura to feel so good. At this moment, Wang Feng's voice rang in Tang Ero's ear, with a smirk. While talking, Tang Ero felt her big white rabbit rub the again. And at this moment, she also felt a hard object pressing against her ass, making her face flushed and almost roaring. But now that Bei Yongxiu is at home, she does not dare to call out, because once he is called out, what would Xiaoxiu think of her? I sneaked into Wang Feng's room in the middle of the night and got into his bed. Anyway, it was her problem. Good fragrance. Suddenly, Wang Feng's humble voice sounded in Tang Ero's ear again, and Tang Ero even heard Wang Feng's nose inhaling deeply. Rogue. Bei Yongxiu cursed in a low voice, and then her body was stiff again, because she felt that her twin peaks had been caught by both hands of Wang Feng at this moment. Moreover, these two hands are still constantly making mischief, making her ashamed in addition to anger. Since she can remember, her place has not been touched by others, and Wang Feng, dared to mess around, but she has to say that with Wang Feng's caress, she also felt an unprecedented wonderful feeling in her heart. The legs couldn't help being clamped tightly. Tang Ero still had some sense, and whispered, "Let go. Don't let it go," Wang Feng said, and then began to rub it vigorously. Let go, I can't take it anymore," Tang Ero said. Her voice has become like Jiaoyan. Hearing her voice, Wang Feng's heart shook, and the underneath became even harder. Zisha was seduced by Zisha, but now this woman ran to her bed again. Is she really a monk? He is a man, or a man who couldn't be more normal, so at this moment his desires were almost unconcealed. He just wanted to rectify Tang Ero on the spot. With more and more force in his hands, Tang Ero's voice also became more and more ecstasy. A man and a woman, completely hugged together at this moment, exuding the most primitive lavish voice. "Come on if you want to come, my mother is yours tonight." Suddenly, Tang Ero was violent, but she didn't kick Wang Feng down, because she lifted the quilt and straddled Wang Feng's waist. Anyway, she has already given up. She came today to repay her favor. If that is the case, it is better to settle it happily. After letting Wang Feng caress for so long, her desire has already overcome her reason. At this moment, she just wants to. The zipper of Wang Feng's trousers was opened, and then he saw Tang Ero unfolding her bathrobe directly, without wearing anything underneath. Then, a warm and moist feeling spread to all parts of Wang Feng's body. The feeling was really wonderful, as if it made Wang Feng's soul drift out of the sky. The fluttering feeling in that almost made Wang Feng vent like a rainbow, and the posture of female upper and lower male was really exciting. But just in the next second, a cold sweat appeared on Wang Feng's forehead, and the bottom almost disappeared, because he actually heard the sound of cold breath from Tang Ero's mouth. And when he first entered, Wang Feng still felt a sense of obstruction. When he looked down, Wang Feng was stunned, because he saw the red blood. Boom! With a bomb in his head, Wang Feng never thought that Tang Ero was also a virgin. If he knew she was also a virgin, Wang Feng should kick her off. Your head was kicked by the donkey, and a virgin even climbed onto her bed. This Nima is a mess again. You. Looking at Tang Ero, Wang Feng couldn't really say anything. This is my volition, and it has nothing to do with you. Tang Ero's cold voice came, and then she let out bursts of cold air. It took a few minutes before Wang Feng felt that Tang Ero started to press again, and the tightness made Wang Feng immediately return to the peak of his glory. It was already like this anyway, and there was no way to make up, so Wang Feng sat up directly in a low growl, pressing Tang Ero on the bed. In the dark night sky, in the quiet villa, two white bodies were tightly entwined at the moment, and the scene was very explosive. Because she was afraid of letting Bei Yongxiu find out, Tang Ero's voice was suppressed to an extremely low level. It was precisely because of this that Wang Feng felt the unprecedented excitement, and therefore worked harder. About an hour later, Wang Feng disarmed and surrendered. Under him, Tang Ero was already like a puddle of mud, not wanting to move. It was pretty cool before, but Wang Feng is so great, he has persisted for so long. Doesn't it mean that normal people only have a few minutes? Why is this so suddenly? Lying on Tang Ero's soft twin peaks, Wang Feng was also full of satisfaction, which was really exciting. Get up, I'm leaving. At this moment, Tang Ero drank and wanted to get out of bed, but Wang Feng didn't let her do her wish, and once again occupied her. There was no way to let her go. Then you have to be satisfied, I'll say it again. Wang Feng said, sprinting again. It was nearly an hour before Wang Feng sent an essence into his body in Tang Ero's constant begging for mercy. 2 times in a row, Wang Feng was too tired, so he just fell asleep on Tang Ero's body like this. The essence that had been hidden for so long was finally released, so Wang Feng slept very well. When he woke up the next day, Wang Feng found that Tang Ero had disappeared and should have been gone. Looking at the messy big bed, Wang Feng couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Didn't it mean that there is no virgin in this era? Why did you meet 2 in a row? And apart from Xia Xiaomei and Tang Ero, Zisha and Sister Shui are also virgins. It seems impossible to say that there are no virgins in this era. But when Wang Feng switched his mind, he realized that they are all from a big family, and which one has no big background. Under such a big environment, their vision is so high and scary, how can ordinary men get into their eyes? Wang Feng shook his head, and then didn't get up, and went to sleep again. Now he has nothing to do anyway. Last night and Tang Ero almost ended the battle at dawn. He has slept for less than 3 hours. A few more hours passed, until Wang Feng felt that he could no longer sleep. He opened his eyes, outside, the sun shining in, and Wang Feng's whole body was warm. Without washing, he walked to the bed, pulled out the big box He Tian gave him, took out a piece of medicinal materials from it, and put it into his mouth. With his current condition, it should take only 2 or 3 days to be able to completely recovered. There is no concept of time in practice. Wang Feng opened his eyes and caused a ringing of the phone to wake up. He took the phone and he was slightly taken aback, because the call was from Sister Shui. Could something happen? After thinking about it, Wang Feng finally connected the call without hesitation. Sister Shui, what's the matter? Wang Feng asked. That's it. A woman came to the jewelry shop and pointed out that she wanted to find you, Bei Yongxiu said, making Wang Feng stunned again. He didn't know a few women in Zhuhai City, so why would anyone find him? Who is it? I remember no one told me to find me. Wang Feng said with some confusion. I don't know either. She said that she is your classmate or a beautiful woman. When she said this, Bei Yongxiu's voice also became a little sour. Wipe. Hearing that it was a beautiful woman, Wang Feng couldn't raise any happy thoughts, because he had already heard that the beautiful and generous Sister Shui was already jealous. Then wait a minute, I'll be here soon. Hanging up the phone, Wang Feng was not cultivating either, and after a quick wash, he drove his Lamborghini to the jewelry line. Since having the ability to see through, this beauty seems to have increased. Zukan number 1 is not very far from the jewelry store, so Wang Feng has been in front of the jewelry store in almost 20 minutes. Only when he just stopped the car, he had a numb scalp and turned around and left, because he already understood which beauty came to him. At the entrance of the jewelry store, there was a red Ferrari parked at the moment, but it was not the same car he drove last night. And at the door of the jewelry store, there are 2 top beauties looking down and talking. One is the gentle and beautiful Bei Yongxiu, and the other is the unabashed Zisha. Nima, how did she find here? There was something bad in her heart, and Wang Feng really didn't want to get out of the car because he was afraid that Zisha had shaken everything out. What would Sister Shui think about a beauty who you don't know calls her husband? Here, he's here. Originally, Wang Feng was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, Bei Yongxiu suddenly pointed his finger at Wang Feng's car, causing Wang Feng's face to change immediately. This luck is really bad, right? Although he hasn't gotten out of the car, Wang Feng has already felt a huge trouble. Now that they had been found out by them, Wang Feng would naturally not be able to slip away, so after a slight change in his complexion, he quickly sorted out his mood and walked on with a smile. This Nima must not admit it, and yes, it cannot be admitted to death. There was a spirit in his heart that dead pigs were not afraid of boiling water. Wang Feng bit his scalp and waved to the 2 of them, and then walked over. Really you? Looking at Wang Feng, Zisha looked at Wang Feng from top to bottom like a scanning mirror, only to see that his heart was hairy. Yesterday, Zisha thought that Wang Feng's family was normal and wanted to support him, but who could have thought that Wang Feng had such a deep foundation? Driving a luxury car that is more advanced than hers, this is like a person with no money? Thinking about what happened yesterday, Ziaishe's complexion was also slightly red, but she soon changed back, because she had discovered that Bei Yongxiu's eyes were very different when looking at Wang Feng. With that look, it seemed that there was only Wang Feng in it, and there was nothing left. Zisha was also a woman and was very sensitive to these, so she had already understood many things with just one look. Which classmate are you? Why can't I remember? When Wang Feng came to the front of the 2 of Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng was full of nonsense, as if he didn't know Zisha at all. www.wuxiaspot.com and heard what Wang Feng said. Ziaishe's face also flashed grievances, but fortunately, there were people everywhere here, and she did not come out. My husband is so bad that he didn't know him, and it was so irritating to find him so far away. Wang Feng, isn't she the same table you used in college? How could you not know? Seeing the doubt on Wang Feng's face, Bei Yongxiu already believed it true. Because Wang Feng's gaze was indeed deeply puzzled, she didn't see anything, so she came, thinking that Wang Feng really didn't know this beauty who looked like her. It can only be said that Wang Feng's acting skills are too high, and there is no way to identify it. My desk mate. Hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Wang Feng pretended to look at Zisha carefully, and then he covered his mouth, showing an incredible color, and said, Are you the same little one you used to be? Fat girl. Wang Feng's tone and movements were so exaggerated that Zisha was stunned. When was she a fat girl? What little fat girl? Ziaishe asked suspiciously. Khan, I thought who was looking for me, it was you. What's wrong? What's the matter? Then, Wang Feng pulled Zisha to his side and said to Bei Yongxiu, Sister Shui, she may be if you have something to do with me, please go ahead and I will talk to her over there. Having said that, Wang Feng didn't care whether Zisha was willing or not, and directly dragged her to a place more than 10 meters away. Why did you find it? Without Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng spoke directly, looking at Zisha with an unkind expression. What's the matter? Looking at Wang Feng angrily, Ziaishe's face was also a little ugly. Didn't I say you don't want you to come to me? Why did you come? And, how do you know you can find me here? Who gave you the news? What did who provide the news? Zisha's face was very puzzled, she didn't even know what Wang Feng was doing. Then how did you come? Seeing Ziaishe's face in doubt, Wang Feng asked again. Of course I drove by myself. Could it be that you thought I came on foot? Zisha glanced at Wang Feng, but what he said made Wang Feng roll his eyes helplessly. Dare to say that for so long, it is completely playing the piano to the cow. Stop being sloppy, I said. How do you know I am here? Wang Feng's complexion couldn't help sinking, and even his voice became cold. Of course I know, I saw you appearing here in the video, so I found it, and the husband in the video is so handsome. Have you learned Kung Fu? Thinking of the video I saw, Zisha couldn't help but show a little star in her eyes. Women all adore heroes, especially her kind of lady who doesn't go out. She didn't expect that her husband in this game is so powerful, subduing the gangsters with her bare hands, just like she is acting on TV. I haven't learned it. Wang Feng said, but he couldn't say anything. The video had already been widely disseminated. Since she saw this by herself, can't Wang Feng say that it is her problem? Then, did you say anything nonsense? After saying this, Wang Feng's complexion couldn't help but sink. If Nima said she was his wife in front of Sister Shui, Wang Feng could hardly imagine what kind of shock Bai Yongxiu would be hit. No. Seeing Wang Feng's terrifying expression, Ziaisha shook her head and said, I can see that beauty is your girlfriend, right? Yes. Wang Feng began, then stood up straight and glanced at the Belle's jewelry store. His eyes flashed with nostalgia, and said, I hope I don't come to disturb my life. I will marry Sister Shui, and then as long as I live, I don't want me to be disturbed. Wang Feng's words were very unfeeling, and Zisha almost cried out. Doesn't she really have no place in her heart? Originally, she wanted to come here to find Wang Feng, but she did not expect to meet Wang Feng's genuine girlfriend. Originally, she was still thinking last night that she must Wang Feng from Wang Feng's girlfriend. But after seeing Bai Yongxiu today, her confidence was shaken, because Bai Yongxiu's appearance is comparable to hers. If she puts her temperament together, Bai Yongxiu might be even better. Besides, Bai Yongxiu is gentle and generous. After being in contact for such a short time, she really couldn't find a place to defeat Bai Yongxiu. Thinking of this, she was all discouraged in her heart. She never thought that her husband would have a superb girlfriend like Bai Yongxiu. If she is a man, let her choose a marriage partner. I am afraid she will also choose Bai Yun. Snow White? Such a perfect woman has almost no shortcomings. She can't even hurt her with such a person, because she can't handle it. But watching Wang Feng give it away, she was still not reconciled. She had been enamored with Wang Feng for several years, and now she only hated that it was too late to start and let others take the lead. If time can be reversed, even if she is not studying, she will have to run to find Wang Feng before talking. It is too late to come now. Looking at Wang Feng, Ziaisha felt a deep sense of loss in her heart. The person she liked was right in front of her, but he did not belong to her. Moreover, listening to Wang Feng, she could fully understand how important Bai Yongxiu was to Wang Feng. Did you hear that? Wang Feng asked, looking at Zisha in a daze. Although this is cruel to Zisha, the long-term pain is not as good as the short-term pain. This matter will be resolved sooner or later, so Wang Feng now has to be cruel. Wang Feng will not hurt Bai Yongxiu, let alone leave her, so his current choice is Sister Shui. I heard it. She was extremely disappointed in her heart, but Zisha still didn't want Wang Feng to be embarrassed, so she nodded decadently. She was defeated, it was a complete defeat. Competing with Bai Yongxiu, she did not have the slightest advantage. Her family background was very substantial, and it could even be said that she would eat and drink for a lifetime. But Bai Yongxiu was able to control such a large jewelry shop, and she was not like a person short of money, so no matter what aspect she was speaking, she could not defeat Bai Yongxiu. Frustration swept her mind. At this moment, her eyes couldn't help but turn red, and she burst into tears. Everything, I just blame myself for being too late. There is a good saying that time will never wait for people. It will not change because of who, and it will not be reversed. If time can be reversed, I am afraid the world has long been chaotic. Okay, you go, don't come again in the future. Without looking at Ziaisha's pitiful eyes, Wang Feng gritted his teeth. However, after he uttered this sentence, his heart stabbed violently, but what he said was the water poured out, and he would definitely not take it back. You. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Ziaisha's tears still couldn't hold back, and she was pitying. This man is so cruel that he made such a beautiful woman cry, and he didn't know how to cherish her. At this moment, some passers-by began to comment, and looking at Wang Feng's eyes, it was like looking at another person with a bad heart same. This buddy simply doesn't know the blessing in the blessing. Another passing young man said. His tone was full of jealousy. If it were not for legal restraint, they would really wish to rush to kill Wang Feng at this moment, and then embrace the beauty in their arms. What a beautiful beauty, she made this man cry, she was a jerk. Wang Feng, what are you doing? At this moment, Bai Yongxiu rushed out from the jewelry store, his eyes widening. Originally, she thought that Wang Feng was really at the same table with this beauty, but when she inadvertently looked outside, she saw that the person who came to Wang Feng was crying. Zisha's appearance can be called an overwhelming state. No matter where such a person goes, it is the focus of the crowd, but it is such a superb beauty who actually cried in front of Wang Feng. So at this moment, when Bei Yongxiu spoke, her voice was completely reprimanding. A man actually made a woman cry. No matter what, that was a man's problem. Seeing Bei Yongxiu came out, Wang Feng was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because of you, Sister Shui, right? Come. Bringing Zi Sarah into her arms, Bei Yongxiu's eyes on Wang Feng were also full of danger. Tell sister, how this bullied you, I will definitely help you fix him. Lightly patting Zisha's back, Bei Yongxiu also showed the dangerous look of the old hen protecting the chick. You. After hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Zisha in her arms finally couldn't help crying loudly, attracting the attention of many people. Hehe, Sister Shui, I'll take one step first. Seeing the machine gun-like gazes of everyone around him, Wang Feng also laughed dryly, and wanted to drive away. But at this moment, Bei Yongxiu shouted loudly, stop. Bei Yongxiu's voice is not small, even with anger. Since he knew Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng has never seen her like this, so at this moment he really didn't dare to slip away, so he had to look back at Bei Yun. Snow, you made people cry, first apologize before you speak. Bei Yongxiu said, and then gently patted Zisha's back with her hand, with a gentle look. Wang Feng was speechless for a while, not knowing what to say. Rejecting a superb beauty who likes herself, Sister Shui is not happy, and she even has to apologize herself. It's really not easy to be a man. It doesn't matter to him, I just cried when thinking of sad things. At this moment, Zisha spoke, raising her tearful face. Forget it, I'll fix you in a while. Seeing Zisha's face with pear blossoms and rain, Bei Yongxiu also hugged her and walked into the jewelry store. Let's talk, what's wrong with you? Bei Yongxiu questioned Wang Feng and the three of them at the back of the jewelry store. It's really nothing to do with him. It's because I thought of my grandma who had just passed away, and I was overwhelmed with sadness. At this time, Zisha grabbed Bei Yongxiu's hand and said in a low voice. Bei Yongxiu's face flushed when she heard Zisha's words, dare to believe that she made a mistake. Sorry, I thought he was bullying you. Instead of holding Zisha's hand, Bei Yongxiu also said apologetically. After all, her grandmother had just passed away, so crying seemed reasonable. However, when saying this, Bei Yongxiu still stared at Wang Feng fiercely. It doesn't matter if others are heartbroken, you don't need to comfort you, but you turn around and leave. It's really a bastard. No, he didn't bully me, it's my own reason. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Zisha said, not daring to look up at Wang Feng. And hearing her explanation, Wang Feng couldn't help showing a wry smile, and he was even more apologetic. It's really embarrassing for her to protect herself by talking nonsense. It's okay, you can treat this as your own home in the future. With me, Wang Feng will definitely not dare to bully you. Bei Yongxiu said, as if he regarded Zisha as his own. Hearing Sister Shui's words, Wang Feng couldn't help cursing in his heart. He just wanted to send Zisha away so desperately. He didn't expect that Bei Yongxiu would overthrow all his previous efforts and put him to nothing. Sister Shui, you don't know that you are completely introducing a wolf into the room. Wang Feng smiled bitterly, but he didn't dare to talk nonsense because he could do bad things again. And Zisha just cried because of his words. He didn't want to make people cry anymore. It is said that a man who makes women cry is definitely not a good man, so Wang Feng is determined to be that good man. Sure enough, after hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Zisha couldn't help showing a smile on her face, saying, great, no wonder I felt so kind when I saw my sister before, so you are really a good person. With that said, Zisha immediately rushed into Bei Yongxiu's arms and hugged her with a very cordial appearance, as if she had met her long-lost relatives. Okay, can you tell me what is going on? Looking at Zisha's face with a smile, Bei Yongxiu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's like this. At this moment, Zisha spoke and began to talk endlessly. Wang Feng is a little bit eye-catching about her origins, because the family is forcing a blind date to come to his game husband. However, upon hearing this narrative at the moment, Wang Feng had to stare wide and almost fell to the ground. A rich daughter came to find herself because she escaped from marriage, but after Zisha's current random remarks, she abruptly changed from being a rich daughter to the incarnation of her parents in a car accident, and the last grandmother also died. Sad story. And when she spoke with her distraught eyes, even Wang Feng almost let her fool it. Wang Feng thought that his acting skills were already very high, but now it seems that Zisha is not let down at all. After some narration, she has completely transformed into a miserable orphan with a net worth of tens of millions and the death of all her relatives. Because her last relative, Grandma, died some time ago, she thought of coming to her former table mate and looking for a job, but she didn't expect that the previous conversation with Wang Feng would arouse her past sadness. Then I cried out. Girl, this year's Oscar is yours. Wang Feng was full of cows and almost fainted on the ground. Zisha's ability to make up stories was terrifying. Seeing Bei Yongxiu's sympathetic gaze, Wang Feng knew that Sister Shui had completely fooled Zisha's miserable story. Unexpectedly your fate is so miserable, don't worry, since you have already come, this is your real home, and we will be the best sisters in the future. Bei Yongxiu said sympathetically, and then tenderly embraced Zisha into the arms. Grass. After a few seconds, Wang Feng cursed in his heart, it's over. With the way Zisha seduced herself last night, Wang Feng could not guarantee that he would be planted in her hands. He is a normal man and not Lu Ziawei. If he can't stand her seduction, he will be finished. What? Then sister, can I just stay in the store and work in the future? If you don't take me in, I will just starve to death on the street. Seeing that Bei Yongxiu had completely confused the story she had made up, Zisha he also took the opportunity to ask, with a pitiful face. Since she can't Wang Feng from Bei Yongxiu's hands, she can only start from another direction. In short, she will never give up on the man she likes. Even if she shared Wang Feng with Bei Yongxiu, she would not just leave like this. In her heart, Wang Feng was already above all else. Okay, if you want to stay here, just stay here. Anyway, we are also short of staff. Hearing Ziaisha's words, Bei Yongxiu agreed without thinking about it. For such a ill-fated girl, even the last relative in the world is gone. If she does not take her in, she really can't think of how far she will fall in the future. Of course, if Bei Yongxiu can look at this matter with normal thinking, many flaws will definitely be found. First of all, she has a net worth of tens of millions. Even if she is not working for a lifetime, she will be enough to survive. How could she starve to death on the street? This flaw is really real. Is too big. Sister Shui, why don't we think about it again? At this moment, Wang Feng spoke, naturally knowing that Sister Shui had been fooled. You shut up. But when Wang Feng just spoke, he was stunned by Bei Yongxiu's reprimand. Is it so easy to cultivate women's feelings? It's just been a while since I saw each other. My elbows have already started to turn outside. Then tell me, I'll take a break. With a dry laugh, Wang Feng quickly sat on the sofa not far away. Zisha's ability to make up stories was terrifying. Wang Feng didn't know what shocking words she would make in a while. Come. Taking advantage of the strength in his legs, he sat down before talking, or he would fall to the ground all of a sudden. That would be shameful. I don't live in Zhuhai City, and I am now homeless. Sister, can I live with you? At this time, Zisha spoke again, but was shocked by Wang Feng who had just drank a sip of water. With a sound of, the water in the mouth was sprayed out. This is all about gaining an inch. This. Bei Yongxiu was also a little embarrassed when he heard Zisha's words. Although there are still rooms in the villa, she, Tang Ero and Wang Feng are already living in the villa. If you live in another one, I'm afraid it will happen in the future. Some trouble. But looking at Zisha's pitiful, as if crying again, she was still softened and said, since you have no place to live, then live with me first. There are still many empty rooms anyway. Yongxiu said. She actually agreed. Fucked. Hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Wang Feng's whole body collapsed suddenly. Originally, Zisha wanted to go to the villa yesterday and he refused directly, but now Bei Yongxiu would take the initiative to lead her back. A villa is empty, and a beautiful woman in lingerie comes to you to seduce you and put on all kinds of crime-inducing poses. Thinking of this, Wang Feng can no longer think about it. He knew that he was afraid that Zisha, the wolf, would really live with them. Thank you, elder sister. After saying that, Ziaisha opened her mouth and kissed Bei Yongxiu's face. Her face was kind, and said, I will pay the rent on time, and I will definitely not default. What are you talking about? Since we are all good sisters now, how could I still collect your money? And sister, I am not short of that little money. You can rest assured to live with us. Ziaisha seemed to have come out of her grief completely, and Bei Yongxiu's face also showed a soft smile. But when her gaze fell on Wang Feng, she thought about it, but she still said, I want to tell you that Wang Feng also lives with us now. Would you mind it? No, I don't mind. Ziaisha shook her head repeatedly when she heard Bei Yongxiu's words. How could she mind if she was too late to get close to Wang Feng? Unexpectedly, it would be so easy to enter Wang Feng's home. Zisha now had a smile of conspiracy in her eyes. I don't want this lady to go to your house, now I am not going the same way. Thinking of this, Ziaisha also looked back at Wang Feng proudly. By the way, I haven't asked my sister what your name is. At this time, Zisha returned to that kind of cordial appearance, just like Bei Yongxiu's closest sister. My name is Bei Yongxiu, what is your name? Bei Yongxiu said with a smile. My name is Zisha, purple, and a plant on the top of the sand. Zisha responded sweetly. Then I will call you Salsa from now on. Bei Yongxiu said, and then took Zisha's hand intimately. Then I will call you Sister Shui from now on, you should be older than us. Well, I'm one term higher than Wang Feng, and I should be older than you? Bei Yongxiu nodded, accepting the title comfortably. Then Sister Shui will take me out to meet other people first. Ziaisha pulled Bei Yongxiu up from the sofa. Well, let's go. Bei Yongxiu nodded, and then walked to the jewelry store with Zisha. Rub. After they left, Wang Feng sat up, frowning, and even Sister Shui agreed to let Zisha move in. Wang Feng could no longer refute anymore. He could see it, and now he was afraid that nothing would work anymore. Sister Shui had completely confused Zisha. He hadn't noticed that Zisha had such talent as acting before. If she didn't become an actress, it would be a great loss for the show business. Sister Shui, you have hurt me this time. Wang Feng smiled bitterly, but he knew that he was going to be seduced by the girl Zisha in the future. Even Shui's sister, who has always been clever and wise, followed her way. Wang Feng didn't know how much suffering would be left in the future. On this day, Wang Feng did not go back, but served as a waiter in the store for a day. Although the person introduced by He Tian last time has been in place, the current performance of Beth Jewelry is increasing every day and the turnover is in the past. It's several times. There are even embarrassing scenes of insufficient waiters, and even jewelry is out of stock. It seems that adding a store is imperative. The new store is already under renovation, and I believe it will be able to open normally in a few months. By the end of the day's work, Wang Feng got into his car. Now that Bai Yongxiu and Zisha are as close as sisters, she naturally sat in her car, and Wang Feng was left alone. Because it was the first day that Zisha stayed in the villa, they did not rush back after getting off work. Instead, they drove to the Tianyu Hotel under Bai's, saying that they were picking up the dust for Zisha. At the beginning, when Wang Feng just moved into the villa, he didn't have this kind of treatment. I have to say that there is still a gap between people. When they arrived at the Tianyu Hotel, Bai Yongxiu took them directly to the top VIP private room. After that, she even called Tang Ero and asked her to come and celebrate together. Thinking of Tang Ero, Wang Feng didn't know what to do. Although he and Tang Ero often had troubles, he had already eaten Tang Ero last night. Moreover, what Wang Feng did not expect was that www.wuxiaspot.com Tang Ero, a mad woman, was still a virgin. Thinking of the absurd night last night, Wang Feng was upset. Taking away the first night of others, he is now a little scared to face Tang Ero, responsible for her? But what about Sister Shui? It is nice to step on a few boats, but it is also a huge trouble to solve it. Fortunately, Sister Shui still doesn't know what happened to him. Otherwise, Wang Feng can't imagine what Sister Shui would be angry about because of this. Because the police action was so big last time that all the lawbreakers did not dare to move out at this critical point, so Tang Ero really took time off for the past 2 days. Someone will be responsible for Skynet's affairs, not her. So after receiving the call, Tang Ero drove the police car to the Tianyu Hotel within half an hour. Wow, you are Sister Ai Ro. At this moment, Zi Sha saw Tang Ai Ro who had just walked in, and couldn't help but shine. A Bai Yongxiu has already caused her to suffer a blow, but now Tang Ero's appearance is actually comparable to hers, and the 2 plump masses on Tang Ero's chest even lowered her head in shame. Compared with her, his big white rabbit is completely outrageous. Unexpectedly, her husband in this game was living with 2 superb beauties. At this moment, Zisha couldn't help being jealous. You are what Zioxu said, right? Looking at Zisha, Tang Ero also showed a smile on her face. It's just that she just took a step, and her brows wrinkled. Wang Feng was so terrifying last night that she made her lower body red and swollen. Many people asked her if she was sick when she went to work today. 2 times for nearly 2 hours, she really didn't understand why Wang Feng was such a livestock. That is to say, she has been training all the year round, and her physique is much stronger than that of ordinary girls. Otherwise, she would have doubted whether she would faint suddenly last night. Wang Feng's stuff was so fierce that she still had lingering fears in retrospect. She glanced at Wang Feng with a calm face. She didn't show anything, because it was her voluntary. Don't blame Wang Feng. Taking an awkward step, she finally sat beside Wang Feng, because there was still a vacant seat beside him. A fragrant wind hit. Wang Feng couldn't help but cast his gaze. Although Tang Ero's temper was not very good, Wang Feng had to admit that she was indeed a superb beauty, and she didn't know if she had been developed by herself. She now seems to have added a bit more mature charm than before, like a big ripe apple, making him want to rush to take a bite. Look carefully again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Feeling Wang Feng's aggressive gaze, Tang Ero also said coldly, try it. A smile flashed across Wang Feng's face, not afraid of her at all. But I have to say that even though Tang Ero looks cold on the outside, she was incredibly crazy on the bed. She even dared to use the posture of a female upper and lower male for the first time. Hey, can you put the hatred of the 2 of you behind first? Now we are here to celebrate, not to see the 2 of you fighting each other. Seeing that the 2 of you seem to have broken out again, Bai Yongxiu said quickly. It's okay, I don't have the same knowledge as him. Tang Ero spoke when she heard Bai Yongxiu's words, and then retracted her gaze, as if she was a man and Wang Feng was a woman. Sister Ai Ro, I heard that you are a criminal police officer. Do you have a particularly good skill? At this time, Zi Sha spoke with an interested look. My skill is okay, it's just a little better than the average punk. Tang Ero said and smiled. Wow, can you also teach me 2 tricks? I especially want to learn Kung Fu. After saying that, Zisha made 2 gestures by herself, and she looked very cute. Hehe, I'll teach you some anti-wolf skills when I have time in the future. With that, Tang Ero turned his gaze to Wang Feng's body again. The implication is very obvious, that is, the wolf against Wang Feng. Rub? Feeling Tang Ero's gaze, Wang Feng was also very frustrated. How could this sound aimed at me? But soon he showed a smile again, teaching Zisha martial arts to defend himself. Then your wishful thinking is also considered wrong. Let's eat first. At this moment, Bai Yongxiu spoke and called a waitress at the door. Bring up the most expensive and best things in our hotel, and 2 more bottles of red wine. Yes. The waitress had already received the manager's order, so no matter what Bai Yongxiu's requirements were, she had to provide them with satisfaction. You go down first. After giving the order, Bai Yongxiu withdrew his gaze and started chatting with Zisha and the others about the women's topic. Wang Feng is naturally not qualified to intervene in women's topics, so now he is like a spectator, watching them talk about various happy topics. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the 3 of them, Wang Feng didn't know when smiles appeared on Wang Feng's face. The three women, either like themselves or already have that kind of substantial relationship with them, are the closest women. It would be great if they could live with them forever. Thinking of this, Wang Feng suddenly woke up. How could he have such a thought? He was shocked. This is not an ancient society. There are no 3 wives and 4 concubines. Today's policy can only be monogamy. Even if I finally stay with them, I can only marry one of them. Therefore, there is actually only one person who can actually receive the testimony from Wang Feng, and it is impossible for Wang Feng to have many clones even if he likes the others. If he can't get the marriage certificate, can he hope to keep them? Thinking of this, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh. He was too naive. If he wanted it, they would definitely not. Why are you giggling? Tang Ero said coldly at this moment. It's nothing, just thought of some funny things. Wang Feng said, not caring about Tang Ero's cold tone. To others, Tang Ero is just a hedgehog that cannot be touched, but Wang Feng is not afraid of her at all, because Wang Feng has a secret weapon to deal with her. The efficiency of the hotel's food service is very fast, and all the things brought up are high-value things. This is the most high-end catering in Tianyu Hotel. Ordinary people may not be able to afford it after a year of hard work. Because the body still needs energy to recover, Wang Feng has a big appetite, and almost half of his food is eaten into his mouth. Looking at his terrifying eating, the women present couldn't help but froze. How long has it been since they had eaten? After drinking a large glass of red wine comfortably, Wang Feng just lay down on the leather chair and said, "What are you doing looking at me? Eat your own." Grunt. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the 3 women couldn't help swallowing, and then looked at a messy table of food. Even if he eats too much, he can drink this high-end red wine like water, and he will kill a glass in 1 sip, which is really not particular. Wang Feng, can you be a gentleman when you eat in the future? There is also Sister Sasha here. At this time, Bei Yongxiu gave Wang Feng a strange look and said, "It's okay, she won't mind." Wang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and said indifferently, "Yeah, I don't mind. Just do whatever he likes." At this time, Zisha quickly agreed. Although she has seen many elegant people, she still likes them more than Wang Feng. Wang Feng. At least Wang Feng is not pretentious, right? Even, Wang Feng was willing to eat her, but she could only think about it in her own heart, but didn't dare to say it. A Bei Yongxiu is already Wang Feng's real girlfriend, but how she looks at Tang Ero seems to have something to do with her husband. Although the relationship between the 2 people is noisy, she always feels something unusual, but this feeling may go wrong after all, so she didn't think much about it. Anyway, her main goal now is to establish a good relationship with Bei Yongxiu first. Since she is not robbing Bei Yongxiu, she should always stand firm first, right? She also saw that Wang Feng was completely obedient to Bei Yongxiu's words, so befriending Bei Yongxiu has a lot of benefits. Moreover, the enthusiasm shown by Bei Yongxiu also made Zi Aisha very useful. When she was at home, she was nothing more than people with various purposes approaching her. Therefore, compared with them, she is more willing to become best friends with Bei Yongxiu. Of course, in addition to Bei Yongxiu, Tang Ero now has to be added. There is absolutely nothing false about these 3 women in a drama. Wang Feng has no place to interrupt now, and can only listen to their Twitter discussions. After eating, the 3 of them didn't seem to have any plans to go back. Instead, they held hands and said, "Wang Feng, the 3 of us are going to go shopping in a while, so you will be responsible for helping us carry things." The speaker was Bei Yongxiu. Wang Feng would naturally not refuse her request, and he never thought of rejecting her. Now Skynet has been eyeing her, so he will follow Bei Yongxiu wherever she goes. No problem. So Wang Feng had already agreed with almost no consideration. Then let's go quickly. Seeing that Wang Feng had already agreed, Bei Yongxiu smiled, and then kindly took Zisha and Tang Ero to the elevator. Along the way, they bought whatever they wanted, and didn't treat money as the same thing. They were not the children of ordinary people, so everyone could be called a rich little woman. But Wang Feng, who followed them, suffered. He was covered with various bags and hung around his neck. If you hang a few more pieces, Wang Feng's face may be invisible. Of course, because Wang Feng is the result of a few of them, seeing Wang Feng actually help 3 beauties with things, the male compatriots can't wait to share the pain with Wang Feng. It's a pity that it is not my turn for such a good thing. The 3 top beauties traveled together, which can be said to have earned enough eyeballs, and Wang Feng's vanity has also been greatly satisfied, so although he is now regarded as a coolie for transporting things, there is still a smile on his face. "Sister Shui, let's take a break first." At this moment, Zisha spoke and looked back at Wang Feng, who was wearing a bag. Her face flashed unbearable. They had been shopping with excitement before, and they had never thought that Wang Feng was about to become a shelf now, so Zi Aisha still couldn't bear to say, "Okay." When she heard Zisha's words, Bei Yongxiu didn't say much, but randomly found a fast food restaurant on the side of the road and walked in. Putting all the bags aside, Wang Feng finally let out a long sigh. It's been almost an hour of shopping. He was really tired with so many things alone. That is to say, his body is far from comparable to normal people, otherwise, he has to get tired now. Tired. At this time, Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com. Zisha came to Wang Feng with a glass of Coke, and handed the Coke to Wang Feng's hand. "Thank you." Looking at Zisha gratefully, Wang Feng directly took the Coke and drank it. After a cup of Coke, Wang Feng suddenly felt much better. At the same time, he was very grateful to Zisha. It's still good for this girl, knowing that her brother is tired, and she took the initiative to give herself something to drink. Zisha, here. At this moment, Zisha looked at Bei Yongxiu and waved to her, and finally abandoned Wang Feng without hesitation and walked towards the two of them. Looking at what he had thrown on the stool, Wang Feng also walked towards the three of them, because at this moment almost all the men in the fast food restaurant had their eyes on the three of them, and some even carried the light of licentiousness. For these men, Wang Feng certainly wouldn't let them get close to Sister Shui and them, so he sat directly in an empty place beside Tang Ero. Hey, these ladies, I am the project manager of Longyuan Real Estate. I don't know if I have the opportunity to invite some of you to have a drink. At this moment, a pot-bellied man walked towards Bei Yongxiu and the others. Pretend to be elegant. Being too beautiful may not be a good thing, and it will cause a lot of unnecessary troubles, as it is now. Vomit? Seeing this middle-aged man, Zisha immediately made a look of vomiting. Although she was obedient to Wang Feng, she did not pretend to be a color to other men. She could tell at a glance that this man was she had any thoughts, so she waved her hand impatiently and said, Uncle, do you think we even have money to drink water? Hearing Zisha's words, the middle-aged man immediately turned red, like pig liver. However, after sweeping away Ziaisha's stunning features, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, I didn't mean that, I just want to invite you to have a drink. His voice was very flat, and he didn't seem to be angry because of Zisha, but when he lowered his head, his mouth cracked with a smile. Humph, the smelly girl makes you and me cross, you will know how good I am after a while. Oh, what's the matter with your uncle? We don't know you, so you should stay where you are cool. We have already been invited. Is there a problem with your eyes? At this time, Zisha didn't care. His mouth is maddening. Really? The middle-aged man swept past the coke drunk from Bei Yongxiu and the others, and then turned his gaze to Wang Feng's body. Then he said with a little disdain, what I asked you to drink, naturally it's not such cheap things. I am a member here, and I can invite you to drink 1,000 drinks. When he said this, he couldn't help holding his chest up, and seemed very proud. Just a few little girls who had never seen the world before, he didn't believe that these people would not be moved by his financial resources. He couldn't remember how many beautiful girls fell under his money. Just waiting for him to fall, Bei Yongxiu and the others almost all looked at them again with a foolish look. This person is really sick and doesn't want to care about him, so he has to post it. Does he really think he is? Not a character? Don't say it's a cup of 1,000, even if it's a cup of 10,000, they don't look at it. It's disgusting to mess with a bad pen. So after hearing this man's words, Zisha also lost interest in talking with him, but looked at Wang Feng and said, this man has affected my appetite, please help me to drive him away. As she said, she turned her head away and didn't look at the middle-aged man at all. On the other hand, Bei Yongxiu and two of them, although they didn't say anything, their complexions were the same. Thinking of this, Wang Feng also showed a smile on his face, and then stood up. Uncle, since you are willing to invite them to drink 1,000 drinks, should you also invite me to drink such high-end goods? Wang Feng said, his tone very relaxed. Which green onion are you? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man glanced at him, his tone even more disdainful. Such beautiful three top beauties, even inviting them to drink coke, it is really poor. Then which green onion are you? Wang Feng asked, looking at him sideways. I am the project manager of Longyuan Real Estate. How can an ordinary person like you be comparable? If you know me, go away quickly. Hehe. Hearing this, Wang Feng showed a smile on his face. Even the chairman of Longyuan Real Estate let him get into the prison, and a dog-legged voice was so arrogant. So at this moment, his face is already slightly cold, disturbing Sister Shui and the others. He is already very upset. What kind of identity does this person use to suppress him? Do you really think I am bullying? I remember your boss has gone to jail, right? Wang Feng said, making this middle-aged man a moment's start, not understanding what Wang Feng was going to do. Does this have anything to do with you? Although the middle-aged man was a little shocked that Wang Feng knew about it, but now there are so many people around him watching him, he still bites his head. Of course it does matter. Wang Feng said, and then glanced at the middle-aged man with disdain, and said, because I got him in, a little Longyuan real estate manager even dared to stand in front of me. Do you believe that I will bankrupt your company immediately? At this moment, Wang Feng's tone was very arrogant, even more arrogant than the middle-aged man before. The people around who were planning to watch the excitement also made Wang Feng's words shocked and made an uproar. Although Longyuan Real Estate is not a top-notch company in Zhuhai City, its reputation is also very big. What is the identity of this young man who threatened to bring down a real estate company? General real estate companies are all afflicted with the underworld. If you want to move them, I'm afraid you have to weigh the consequences. Who are you? Hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man was also taken aback. The boss went to jail. Naturally, what happened to him? I heard that he had provoked someone who could not be provoked. With such a tragic end, even the government officials who had an affair with him did not dare to come forward, fearing that they would suffer. So at this moment, the middle-aged man's forehead was slightly sweaty, which really frightened Wang Feng. He originally thought that Wang Feng was just an ordinary person, but now it seems that whether he can safely leave here today is a problem. Who am I? Haven't I made it very clear? If you want to hook up with a woman, you have to keep your eyes open, otherwise you don't know what's going on when you suddenly die on the street. Wang Feng patted the middle-aged man's head very well. That way, it's like a boss teaching his own little brother. You. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face became very red, and he wanted to attack but didn't dare, because he really couldn't figure out whether what Wang Feng said was true. Feeling the contemptuous gazes around him, he really couldn't hold his face down and turned and left. He could only say to Wang Feng with a sullen face, "Okay, wait for me." With that, he took out the phone directly, and then dialed the number of their new chairman. Wang Feng did not refuse his call, because it was not worth it to be angry with such a small person. Since he wanted to pretend to be forced, let him pretend. "Hello, chairman." The middle-aged man's tone suddenly became harder when he got on the phone. That's the case. Now someone says that we are going to bankrupt our company. You must come and take a look. I'm in a fast food restaurant on XX Street. After speaking, the middle-aged man hung up the phone, and then looked at Wang Feng provocatively, and said, "You will be ashamed for a while. Then I have to see who is the shame." Wang Feng shrugged indifferently, and then ignored the middle-aged man, but leaned back on the chair to rest. Longyuan Real Estate now has Meng Dongxiu's father in, and you can imagine who the chairman is. Sister Shui, I won't cause any trouble, am I? Seeing that the middle-aged man had notified their chairman, Ziai She asked with some worry. Of course, she herself is not afraid of anything. She has never heard of Longyuan Real Estate. Naturally, she is not afraid of an unknown company, and even she only needs a phone call to bring it down, reaching what Wang Feng said before look like. It's just that now she is an orphan with both parents dead and no relatives. Naturally, she will not make random calls at this time. Wouldn't it be all exposed if that way? Don't worry, there will be no problem. After patting Zisha's hand, Bei Yongxiu's face was also very relaxed. In this Longyuan Real Estate, she had seen Wang Feng put that Meng Yufei into prison with her own eyes, and Meng Dongxiu was even more afraid that Wang Feng would die, so she was naturally not afraid of any problems. It will be shameful for a while. It must be this middle-aged man. Thinking of this, she still sympathizes with this middle-aged man. You said that where the manager is not good, you must belong to this Longyuan Real Estate, which is really self-inflicted. Go to the side and don't be an eyesore here. At this time, Wang Feng said impatiently, making the middle-aged person anxious, but he didn't dare to get angry. You are waiting for me, the middle-aged man said, but the consequences really bitterly sat down in an empty seat not far away. Call me if you can't solve it. At this moment, Tang Ero spoke, her face very cold. In any case, the middle-aged man called the chairman, and she also had her responsibility. If Wang Feng really couldn't solve the trouble, she had to take action. She is a criminal police officer in Zhuhai City. She carries a gun at all times, so she doesn't believe that she throws the gun outside. Who else dares to trouble them? Do I need you to take action? Wang Feng glanced at Tang Ero, then retracted his gaze. It doesn't need the best. Tang Ero said, her tone getting colder. After the events of last night, she really didn't know how to face Wang Feng, so she could only use such a cold look. Now she actually regretted it. When her head became hot, she actually did something irreparable, and she was very confused now. After sitting in the fast food restaurant for almost 20 minutes, the revolving door was pushed open, and a young man came here with a few people dressed as bodyguards. Seeing the incoming person, the middle-aged man immediately showed a flattering smile and hurriedly greeted him. Chairman, who on earth said to destroy our Longyuan Real Estate and call him out for a look? Meng Dongxiu said. His tone was a little angry. He had just accepted the company and was threatened by others. www.wuxiaspot.com. He really couldn't swallow this breath. They are there. Seeing Meng Dongxiu's anger on his face, the middle-aged man also showed joy, and then pointed his finger in the direction where Wang Feng and the others were. Let's go and take a look. Meng Dongxiu said, but he looked like a boss, very majestic. Which one said to break us? Meng Dongxiu said cursingly, and walked towards the table where Wang Feng and the others were. It was just that he hadn't waited until he approached Wang Feng and the others, but he was stunned, because he saw that Wang Feng had stood up at the moment, looking at him with an unkind expression. Wang Feng, his impression is too deep. It can even be said that Wang Feng is a nightmare in his life. He has had nightmares many times recently. Grass mud horse. In my heart, I scolded the project manager all the time. Meng Dongxiu really hated him. You must provoke Wang Feng, the evil god. Lao Tzu was too late to avoid him, but you actually brought me back, Grass. Unexpectedly, you are very prestigious now. Wang Feng said, and then glanced at the bodyguards he had brought with him. Haha. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Meng Dongxiu's face was pale in fright, and he laughed twice, and said, I just passed by here, I will leave immediately. As he said, he turned around and was about to leave, but Wang Feng said coldly at this time, and said, if you walk out of this door today, I promise you will end up worse than your father. Puff. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Meng Dongxiu was so scared that he knelt directly on the ground. Brother, please let me go. I don't know it is you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't dare to come. Meng Dongxiu really scared Wang Feng at this moment and knelt on the ground. Wang Feng's footsteps hugged his legs, tears streaming down. Seeing this scene, the people around were spectacles falling to the ground. The people who had just regained their prestige are kneeling now. What is the situation? As for the middle-aged man named Meng Dongxiu, now his face is pale, because he has realized the seriousness of the matter. What Wang Feng said was absolutely true. He turned out to be the one who got rid of their boss. It's over. This is what the middle-aged man is thinking at the moment. Meng Dongxiu, do you mean that if it wasn't me today, you would definitely be here? Wang Feng said, but kicked the cartilaginous head aside with one kick. No, no. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Meng Dongxiu hurriedly said, it's all because of this bitch's instigation. It's me it. Big brother, please let me go. Meng Dongxiu said, and then he slapped me violently. Sweeping to my face, it was all swollen. Now he is really afraid of Wang Feng. He knows that what Wang Feng said is absolutely true. He has the ability to kill himself and fight against him. That is to find death. What should you do then? You should be clear in your heart. Not too lazy to see Meng Dongxiu this cartilage, Wang Feng sat on the chair again. I know. Meng Dongxiu nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice, and then said to the bodyguards he had brought, beat this so hard for me to kill me. Yes. The bosses told the bodyguards to listen, so in the next second, the middle-aged man who was still conspiring before let them knock them to the ground and let out a scream like a pig. In less than half a minute, the middle-aged man had been beaten with blood in his mouth and nose, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and it was horrible to watch. It's almost done. Wang Feng said, letting those bodyguards stop. He didn't want any murder that had something to do with him. Meng Dongxiu, you should take care of your own dog in the future. If I see something like this happen again, I can't guarantee that you can live safely. After that, Wang Feng stood up again and said to Bei Yongxiusen personally said, let's go back. Deserve it. Looking at the miserable middle-aged man, Ziai Sha took a bite, and then left the fast food restaurant with Wang Feng and the others. But after Wang Feng left with someone, Meng Dongxiu collapsed on the ground all of a sudden. He was really afraid of death just now, and he was afraid that Wang Feng would really kill him suddenly. With Wang Feng's method, even if he killed himself, I am afraid that he would not have the slightest problem, because his background is too deep. The grass and mud horse is all because of you. Thinking that this manager had harmed him, Meng Dongxiu immediately sat up and kicked the middle-aged man a few feet before he gave up. From today, you will no longer be the manager of our Longyuan real estate. Don't let me see you again in the future, or I will kill you. After that, Meng Dongxiu gave the middle-aged man a fierce look. This led to his few bodyguards and quickly left here. Unexpectedly, you are so powerful, everyone called by others is afraid of you. After leaving the fast food restaurant a long way, Zisha elbowed him beside Wang Feng. It's just an insignificant little person. Wang Feng said flatly. Cut, it sounds like you are very good. Zisha gave Wang Feng a disdainful look, and then quickly ran to Bei Yongxiu's side, and kindly took her hand. After walking outside for about half an hour, Wang Feng got into his car with a large bag. Today, he was so tired that he would never be able to go shopping with them anymore. It was too tiring, harder than fighting. Wow, I didn't expect you to live in a villa. In front of Villa 11 in Zukan No. 1, Zisha spoke in surprise. It was hard to believe that Wang Feng and the others lived in such a high-end villa. Qianzhou City is almost the same as Zhuhai City. If you want to buy a villa like this, no one wants to buy it for tens of millions. In other words, Wang Feng and the others have money and don't worry about it at all. Screaming, since you can afford to drive a Ferrari, you must have money at home. Looking at the fussed Zisha, Wang Feng said silently, cut, it's not mine to have money. Zisha immediately noticed the language disorder in her words, and quickly stopped. Fortunately, now Bei Yongxiu hasn't noticed her, or she has to be exposed. Glancing at Wang Feng, Ziai Sha and Bei Yongxiu got into the villa. Because it was very late now, Wang Feng returned to his room to rest after a few sentences. Still putting a piece of heaven and earth treasure in his mouth, Wang Feng fell into the cultivation. It was just that he hadn't waited for 2 hours of cultivation, but he was awakened by a low scream. When he opened his eyes, Wang Feng felt helpless. This Zisha was indeed here. She wanted to live in. There must be no good things. Now it is fulfilled. You don't sleep in your own room most of the night. What are you doing here? Wang Feng asked, without moving his body. Do you sleep in this posture at night? It scares me to death. Zisha was a little pale when she saw Wang Feng talking. She originally thought that Wang Feng was already asleep, but she was shocked when she sneaked in to see Wang Feng in such a posture. That's the posture, is there a problem? Wang Feng said, and then his eyes fell on Zisha. Although the light was not turned on in the room now, Wang Feng could see at a glance that Ziai Sha was wearing Bei Yongxiu's usual silk pajamas. Under the pajamas, there was a hot and delicate body. No problem, Ziai Sha said, and then her tone became a little twisted, and said, husband, I'm afraid to sleep alone at night, can I just sleep with you tonight? Don't be arguing with me here. It's almost the same as using your excuse to fool children. Letting you live in a villa is already my limit. If you are seduce me like this, don't blame me for kicking you out. Wang Feng said. He refused directly, and there was no room for relaxation. Do you think I'm good looking, my husband? Suddenly, Wang Feng heard the sound of his clothes falling on the ground, and when he saw it, Wang Feng's face turned red. Because this Zisha is now wearing a new set of underwear, it is completely unclothed, so he immediately set up the tent below. Although he had intentions to reject Zisha, she stood in front of him like this at the moment, with an extremely seductive look, which was really unbearable for Wang Feng. If it is a normal person, it may be better, because the lights are not turned on, and the street lights outside are not very clear. But because he has the ability to see through, the dark night has no effect on him at all, so he became eager. This is simply challenging his bottom line. Husband, I'm yours tonight. At this moment, Zisha spoke, her voice also full of temptation, almost making Wang Feng unable to hold her back. Tang arrow was only eaten last night. If he eats another Zisha today, Wang Feng will feel that he no longer has the face to see Sister Shui. So even though his physical reaction is severe now, he still speaks coldly. Give you 5 seconds to put on your pajamas, or I will immediately tell Sister Shui and them to come down, then I will see how you continue here. Live. Humph, are you still a man? You even refuse to be a beautiful woman like me. Are you not good? At this time, Zisha spoke dissatisfied, but she still reluctantly changed her pajamas. Put it on. It's good to have a relationship with Wang Feng, and even if Wang Feng wants to get rid of her, she won't do it. But if Wang Feng really insisted on insisting, she really has nothing to do. There is still a glimmer of hope for staying here, and leaving here is to fall into the abyss. Can I do it? That's my business. Don't seduce me in the middle of the night from now on, or I won't be used to you, Wang Feng said, and then stopped practicing, went straight into his own quilt and took his own. The head is covered. He was afraid that if he glanced at the Zisha that Ranjun picked, he couldn't help but vent his animal desires. Seeing Wang Feng had slipped into the quilt and ignored herself, Zisha couldn't help but stomped her feet, then hummed twice and left the room dissatisfied. But when she walked out of Wang Feng's room and closed the door, she snickered twice and said to herself, one day, you will fall into my hands. Her voice was very small, but Wang Feng's hearing was so keen that she heard it all at once. Didn't it mean that rich daughters always guard against strange men? But this Zisha seems to wish to give her body to herself. www.wuxiaspot.com. Fortunately, she held it back at a critical moment, otherwise something uncomfortable for children might have happened now. It seems that I can't get too close to her, or if she accidentally seduce her, Wang Feng is afraid that something will happen to Sister Shui. He had already happened to Xia Xiaomei and Tang Ero that something that shouldn't have happened. He didn't even think about how to explain it. If there was another Zisha, he wouldn't dare to think about it anymore. After having a nightmare, Wang Feng asked Sister Shui to wake up the next day. I'm out for breakfast. Bei Yongxiu's voice sounded outside the door, and Wang Feng turned over from the bed and sat up quickly, opening the door quickly. It's so early, Wang Feng said, and then he smelled the fragrance wafting in the room and couldn't help sniffing his nose. It's still early, it's almost 9 o'clock in the morning, hurry up and have breakfast, and do something with me, Bei Yongxiu said, and then directly dragged Wang Feng into the kitchen. At this moment, Zisha had already started eating again. Seeing that she was eating the loving breakfast that Sister Shui had prepared for herself, Wang Feng didn't hesitate to sit down and enjoy it. Sister Shui, what are you going to do today? Wang Feng asked after taking a bite of breakfast. Of course I went to the new store. I heard that the new store has been renovated. Let's go over and check it out today, Bei Yongxiu said, and Wang Feng was also slightly taken aback. Indeed, Bei's Jewelry Co. is indeed about to open a new store, but Wang Feng does not even know where the place is, only knows that it is in a prime location. That's it. Wang Feng nodded, and then began to eat breakfast. Eating breakfast and washing up, it was about 11 o'clock before Wang Feng and Sister Shui went out. Because Tang Ero had already gone out to handle official duties, in the end Wang Feng and the two had to bring the oil bottle, Zisha. Driving the Audi TT with Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng finally found the location of the new store under the guidance of Bei Yongxiu. The place where the new store is located, the traffic is very convenient, surrounded by commercial areas, the daily flow of people is very large, and the new store only occupies 6 facades, which is at least 3 times larger than the current Beixian jewelry store. I'm afraid it will be no problem to use it as a small supermarket. It can be seen that Yao Cheng still spent a lot of time looking for this place, but the rent of this store is also very scary, tens of millions a year, which is something that many people dare not like. The decoration of the shop is nearing completion, and the workers have begun to move construction tools out of it. Walking into the shop, even if Wang Feng had been prepared for a long time, he was shocked. The decoration of this shop is really luxurious, it is like walking into the palace, everywhere is magnificent. There are crystal lamps hanging everywhere, the floor is non-slip tempered glass, and a layer of golden gold is covered under the glass. The walls are inlaid with real emeralds, reflecting the dazzling light, which is too luxurious. Up. The golden light illuminates the whole house, as if it is in a golden ocean. How much does it cost to decorate this kind of decoration? At this moment, there was only one noun flashing in Wang Feng's heart, that was high-end. Even the decoration of a 5-star hotel is insignificant compared to here. Although it is very wasteful to use gold to pave the ground, doesn't this reflect the wealth of Beixian jewelry from the other side? If it is a normal person who wants to buy jewelry, one is a luxuriously decorated jewelry store that looks like a palace, and the other is an ordinary jewelry store. Naturally, it goes without saying how to choose. Sister Shui, is the real gold under our feet? Wang Feng asked. Of course. Bei Yongxiu nodded and said, since I have decided to build this place into the new headquarters of Bei's jewelry store, of course I can't chill. How about it? Are you satisfied? Bei Yongxiu's voice, with a smile, also meant to offer treasure to Wang Feng. Satisfied? I am so satisfied. Wang Feng patted his palms, and then said, then how much did it cost to decorate here? It's probably close to 20 million. Bei Yongxiu said. His face showed a slight hesitation, and he couldn't see the slightest pain. Enough domineering. Hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Wang Feng couldn't help but stretch out his thumbs. Just decorating a jewelry shop would cost so much money. Sister Shui was really willing to pay for it. By the way, has brother Yao been here? No, I have notified him, it should be coming soon, Bei Yongxiu said. As soon as the words fell, a shrill brake sounded outside the door. It was Yao Cheng's sporty sports car, saying that Cao would be there when he arrived. Unexpectedly, the two of you are so fast. The door opened and Yao Cheng got out of it. He found the location of this store, but from finding the store to signing the contract, it was also his first time here. Seeing this decorated place like a palace, he was also shocked, and said with a shocked expression, "Isn't I here in the palace?" Hehe, don't talk about you, brother Yao, I was shocked just now. Seeing the shock on Yao Cheng's face, Wang Feng also said with a wry smile, "Hey, what are you two doing? Let's go first and have a look before we talk." Seeing that both of them were surprised by her own handwriting, Bei Yongxiu was a little happy in her heart, but she still spoke. The store has indeed been renovated, and there are only a few details that need to be dealt with. The first is the recruitment problem. For such a large store, there must be at least dozens of personnel, and security personnel also need to be recruited. The ground is covered with gold. If this does not recruit some powerful security guards, Wang Feng is really worried. The camera has been installed and the major problem is gone. As long as the personnel are in place, it can be opened at any time. Having invested more than 200 million in the storefront, now it is finally time to show its claws. By the way, Sister Shui, I think the store doesn't even have a decent plaque. Wouldn't it just open like this? At this moment, Wang Feng asked inadvertently. If you don't talk about this question, I almost forgot. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu seemed to remember something, and quickly walked in and took out the writing brush and paper. I'm calling you here today, the first is to check and accept here, and the second is to let you nominate for the signboard. Bei Yongxiu said, looking at Wang Feng and Yao Cheng. For companies with financial resources, the signs will sometimes be written by real calligraphers to increase visibility. But where is the piece of material between Wang Feng and Yao Cheng? So when they heard Bei Yongxiu's words, they both shook their heads together. Sister Shui, although I am also a college student, but if you want me to nominate for the jewelry store, then forget it. My calligraphy is simply not something that people can read. Wang Feng shook his head and refused. Yeah, Xiaoxiu, don't embarrass us. If you really want to be nominated, just find a famous calligrapher. We really can't do this. Yao Cheng also agreed, shaking his head. No, you have to nominate yourself. Since this jewelry shop was jointly opened by us, you have to write it yourself. No matter how well the calligrapher writes, it is not written by us. So, write it to me quickly. Having said this, Bei Yongxiu's voice couldn't help but increase a bit, and his eyes swept away from Wang Feng and Yao Cheng with unkind eyes. It feels like if you don't write, don't even want to get out of this door today. Okay, I'll write. Under Bei Yongxiu's almost threatening gaze, Wang Feng compromised. Anyway, he knew that his brush was poorly written, so he had completed the task. With the brush calligraphy that he had practiced for the past few months, he was afraid of their jokes. Then I will give it a try. Seeing that Wang Feng had already compromised, Yao Cheng naturally had no reason to stick to it. Anyway, if he didn't look good, it was not what they needed to care about. Holding the brush and dipping it in ink, Wang Feng was about to start, and at this moment, Bei Yongxiu suddenly spoke up again. And many more. What's the matter? Wang Feng asked Bei Yongxiu suspiciously. The jewelry store does not write about beis, but exchanges for Suifeng. Bei Yongxiu said, interrupting the two of them. Well, why do you want to change? Isn't Beixian good? Yao Cheng asked at this moment. Of course I have to change it. Bei's jewelry store is my personal property and does not belong to my family. So if it is really big, it can't be named after Bei's, just replace it with Suifeng. Bei Yongxiu said, and the back color is a little red, lower your head. The word Suifeng, Wang Feng naturally understood what it meant. One was one of his own names, and the other was the word snow taken from Bei Yongxiu. Add them together, isn't it Suifeng? Ahem. At this time, Yao Cheng had already reacted and coughed twice quickly. Xiaoxiu, you see, I also have a stake in this jewelry business, why don't I have my name? Yao Cheng said, laughing constantly. If you are willing to invest 100 million, your name will naturally be added. Bei Yongxiu said, her complexion even more ruddy. That's fine. Hearing that it was 100 million, Yao Cheng immediately stopped talking about it. 100 million, even if it was selling iron, he couldn't get it out. He has invested 30 million yuan, which is most of his savings. If you give another 100 million yuan, he won't be able to get it out if he is killed. However, there is no problem with additional investment. It's 100 million, I don't have one, but I am willing to continue to invest another 20 million, and the total amount will reach 50 million, which will be used as startup capital. Yao Cheng said, his expression slowly becoming serious. After all, this amount of money is not a small amount, and everyone will be painful. This is the maximum that Yao Cheng gave after thinking about it for a long time. No matter how much, he is gone. He kept what his father said in his heart. As long as he got on the big ship of Wang Feng, he might be on the same footing from now on, so there will be additional investment now. Adding 20 million. Wang Feng was also surprised when he heard Yao Cheng's words. Yes, with such a large store, it is always good to have a little more startup capital. It is hard to guarantee that there will be no accidents. Yao Cheng nodded, not like telling lies. That's okay, I'll let someone print a new contract in a while and distribute the shares again. Seeing Yao Cheng's firm attitude, Wang Feng didn't say much. After all, for such a large jewelry store, there may be real money to be spent at that time. Precaution is the powerful way. No, since I am willing to invest money in it, I believe that you don't need to print the contract. I know you won't cheat me. Yao Cheng shook his head and refused Wang Feng's words. That's okay, then we can distribute the dividends proportionally. Wang Feng started with a surprised look at Yao Cheng. Invest 20 million more and don't need a contract. If he pits him, he has no way to get the money back. He was willing to trust himself so much. Wang Feng was also a little grateful. Of course, Wang Feng would definitely not do it if he cheated him 20 million. Yao Cheng has helped him a lot and he has been truly recognized as a friend. For enemies www.wuxiaspot.com Wang Feng can cheat them and even blackmail them, but for friends, Wang Feng will do more as well, because in this society, it is a very lucky thing to make true friends. People's heart is separated from the belly, saying that they are friends, and they may stab you in the back whenever they can. Therefore, Yao Cheng trusts himself so much, so how can Wang Feng cheat him? No way, no way. Zisha suddenly spoke up when he heard Wang Feng and the three of them talking. Her voice was not small. What can't you do? Wang Feng asked Zisha a puzzled look. The three of you have invested, and I want to invest in it, and I also want to pay dividends. It looked like a little girl who saw money open. For adults, don't interrupt your children, it's none of your business. Wang Feng said, blowing his beard and staring, making Zisha half to death. Since the store hasn't opened yet, if she can take a little share at this time, even if Wang Feng drives her away, there will be no way. Because at that time she already had enough reason to stay here. Sister Shui, I want to invest too. You can help me to talk about him. Seeing Wang Feng's refusal, Ziaisha immediately turned her gaze on Bei Yongxiu, shaking her shoulders and said coquettishly, this. Bei Yongxiu is also a little embarrassed at the moment. It is reasonable to say that when a company or enterprise is to open, investors have to wait and see and make sure that it makes money before making a move. Like Zisha, she just throws money here with her eyes closed. If she loses money, what will she do? It's really a lot of money to be willful. Zisha, it's not that I don't want you to invest, but now I can't be sure whether the jewelry store will really make money, or else you should wait until the store opens, right? Can't bear to let Zisha swim in the muddy water, Bei Yongxiu said kindly. Zisha's life experience made Bei Yongxiu very sympathetic, so Bei Yongxiu was sincere for Zisha. No, I have to invest. I still have a little money in my hand. Although it can't be of much help, there is still no big problem to help a little, Zisha said, and then she was afraid that Bei Yongxiu would not agree. Hurriedly pretended to be pitiful and said, Sister Shui, if you don't let me invest, I can only leave here alone, and then you will never see me again. I have to say that Zisha's acting skills are very superb. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Bei Yongxiu was really shaken. This was just getting acquainted with this good sister. She didn't want to let her go alone. She couldn't bear it in her heart. Bei Yongxiu, who came from a big family, had few sincere friends since she was a child, either approaching purposefully, or a pervert who came to talk after taking a fancy to her appearance, so she really didn't want Zisha to leave her. All right, but you can't vote. Before the word too much was spoken, Bei Yongxiu directly interrupted Zisha's words and said, Sister Shui, don't worry, I only voted for 20 million yuan, which is a very small part of the shares. Will hinder you or something. Ziaisha spoke in excitement, and there was a hint of cunning in her eyes. This sentimental card really worked. 20 million. Hearing her words, not only Bei Yongxiu, even Wang Feng was shocked. He knew that Zisha had a good life and should be the daughter of everyone, but she only invested 20 million. Is there really no place to spend more money? Will this be too much? Bei Yongxiu said embarrassedly. No, after my parents died, I sold the company they left behind. It sold for almost 30 million yuan. I still have savings. You don't have to worry about me, Sister Shui, Zisha said, lying. Without blinking. Well, I will draw up the contract in a while and allocate the shares first. Seeing that Zisha didn't seem to be lying, Bei Yongxiu finally agreed. Although not more than 20 million has much to do with it, the startup capital of more than 200 million is completely enough. She has already decided that she will never use Zisha's 20 million, just share her shares. Anyway, they are all her own sisters. Of course, she won't be stingy. She doesn't care much about the money. This is somewhat similar to Wang Feng, who would rather suffer a loss than let his friends suffer. Great, Sister Shui, you are so kind to me. Seeing that Bei Yongxiu had agreed to her request, Ziaisha was also excited and hugged Bei Yongxiu's neck and pressed her face fiercely. Kissed. Wipe, it was my kiss. Seeing Zisha's relative Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng couldn't help but feel a little envious. He was extremely unhappy. This is simply the dove occupying the magpie's nest. Okay, let's get up to business first. After patted Ziaisha on the shoulder, Bei Yongxiu couldn't help but smile on her face. Then you guys, let me go to the bathroom, Zisha said, and then ran into the backstage of the jewelry store. In a place where Wang Feng and the others could not see, Zisha was able to find out her own phone. This time she went out, and all the money she brought was only 5 million. If she was asked to spend 20 million, that's for sure impossible. So when she found the number she wanted to dial, she dialed it directly. The phone was quickly connected. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, with concern. Sha, where did your girl go? If you don't come back quickly, your mother and I are almost worried. A worried voice came out on the phone, and Aisha's face was also unhappy. Humph, if you didn't force me to go out on a blind date, could I run out? Dad, if you insist on forcing me to have a blind date, then you will never see me again in your life. Now I need money. You can transfer me 20 million first, or I will die for you to see, Aisha said, with a threatening tone. You kid, why don't you worry so much? A helpless voice came on the phone, and then, don't worry, Sasha, we won't force you to go on a blind date anymore. What will you do in the future? Neither you nor your mother will stop you. Now you should come back quickly and talk about it. Dad, don't say anything. I already have someone I like. Now I will ask you a question, give money or not? Zisha stared, as if facing her father. What do you want money for? A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. 20 million is not a small sum for anyone, so Zisha's father has to ask clearly. Don't worry about this. Anyway, I need 20 million. I will only give you 5 minutes. If I can't receive the money, then you are ready to wait for me to collect the dead body. After that, Aisha didn't pay attention to herself anymore. Dad, he just hung up the phone. This is an dignified reason to stay by Wang Feng's side, so why would she have to get 20 million? Oh, this child. At this moment, in a villa in Qianzhou City, a middle-aged man sighed and slowly put down the phone in his hand. The daughter ran away from home. In the final analysis, there are also their reasons. If they didn't force her daughter to go on a blind date, could she leave? Now they don't even know where Zisha is, so they are naturally extremely worried. He has called Zisha dozens of times, but every time he is hung up directly, he feels very helpless. My daughter must hate herself very much now, right? The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and looked a little bitter. Is it Sasha's call? The door was pushed open, and a panicked middle-aged beauty came out. This woman is Zisha's mother. At this moment, she hasn't slept for many days, and she looks tired. Although she has the charm of a mature woman, she is still very worried after knowing that her daughter has been missing for many days. Almost all of Qianzhou City has searched for places where Zisha likes to go, and there is still no human shadow. So no matter how mature a woman is, she will look tired if she hasn't been sleeping these days. Yes. Looking at his wife, the middle-aged man spoke, and then slowly stood up. The daughter said she urgently needs 20 million. If we don't give the money within 5 minutes, he will die to us. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, he was speechless to his daughter. Threatening his parents, it was impossible for Zisha to think of it, but I have to say that the two of them really eat this set. They are the daughter of Zisha, who has loved her since she was a child, so she is spoiled. Although 20 million is a lot of money, compared with the daughter's life, let alone 20 million, they have to pay 50 million. Then what are you trying to do? Don't transfer the money quickly. Do you want our daughter to die? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, this beautiful woman also rushed up all at once, her tone full of anger. I blame you. If you don't mention the blind date, how could your daughter run away from home? So Zisha's mother is also very hostile to her husband. My good daughter, she is nowhere to be seen now, and I blame you as a father. Don't be angry, am I just about to transfer money to her? The middle-aged man said, then turned on the computer and transferred 20 million to Zisha. After the money was transferred, he rubbed his temples, sat on the chair, and lost 20 million. He didn't think there was anything, he was just worried about how his daughter was going. Did my daughter say anything? Seeing that the money had already passed, the middle-aged beautiful woman gradually calmed down and asked. She said she told us not to force her to have a blind date, or she would never come back. I blame me for this incident. The middle-aged man said, apologizing on his face. Seeing that his daughter was older, although he didn't say anything, he was also worried. That's why he found some young talents for her, but how could he know that when he talked about a blind date, Zisha ran away from home? Isn't she planning to not marry forever? You're ashamed to say, if your daughter doesn't come back, you just wait to divorce your old lady. The old lady won't take care of you. Upon hearing the middle-aged man, the beautiful woman also shouted loudly, and the door was shaking. Don't worry, since my daughter asks us for money, it shouldn't be a big deal, and she said before that she already has someone she likes. Why have I never heard of this person? Sasha has someone you like. When she heard her husband's words, the beautiful woman also widened her eyes with an incredible face. It's no wonder that this time she is so resistant to a blind date, and she already has someone she loves. It's just that Sasha rarely goes out since graduation. They never heard their daughter talk about having someone they like? Could it be that she went out and found it this time? No, I still have to increase the effort to find Salsa. I'm afraid she was deceived. The middle-aged beautiful woman said with a worried look on her face. Don't worry about this, I will definitely explain it to you. This kid is really unnerving. Seeing the 20 million account information displayed on the mobile phone www.wuxiaspot.com, Aisha's face also showed a smile. It seems that parents still care about their own daughter. Now that she had the money, she certainly wouldn't have the slightest worries anymore and walked out smilingly. Outside, Wang Feng and Yao Cheng have begun to nominate for the jewelry store. Yao Cheng is a member of the government, so most of them are autographs. Therefore, the characters he wrote are much more beautiful than Wang Feng's, and every stroke is very neat. On the other hand, Wang Feng, although he is doing his best to write, he still writes crookedly, and he doesn't look like someone eating this bowl of rice. A trace of sweat has flowed out of his forehead, because he is now devoted to the paper wholeheartedly. Even if the writing is rotten, Wang Feng must devote all of his mind. There are 5 characters in total. Yao Chang wrote them in less than 1 minute, while Wang Feng wrote these 5 characters in 5 minutes. His actions were very slow, as if he hadn't eaten. Like the old man, Bei Yongxiu who looked at them were all anxious. Just writing a few words is like this. As for call. After the last word line was written, Wang Feng finally let out a long sigh. His forehead was already covered with sweat. Putting his whole body and mind into his mind, he only felt abnormally tired at this moment, not as easy as running 100 miles with a total of 100 caddies. He didn't know why this happened. At this moment, he only felt his head groggy, as if he was going to fall asleep at any time. Brother, isn't it just a few words? How come you are like this? Yao Chang couldn't help but smile when Wang Feng had finished writing, but he was stunned before his smile disappeared. Looking at the words written by Wang Feng with confidence. The 5 characters written by Wang Feng are indeed very untidy, even worse than those written by elementary students, but these simple 5 characters made Yao Chang's head roar just now. At this moment, he only felt as if there were thousands of troops and horses rushing towards him again, and that huge pressure made his breathing become hurried. Looking at the 5 characters written by Wang Feng, although they were unfair and unsightly, the power contained in the fonts shocked him extremely. The font is crooked, but the writing is vigorous and powerful, as if it is deeply rooted on the paper. Every stroke and stroke are so natural. Impossible. Suddenly, Yao Chang yelled, his face full of incredible. As a government official, he usually has contact with some real calligraphers, but although the characters of those calligraphers are also beautiful, they are far inferior to Wang Feng's. Wang Feng's characters can already be said to have gods, and the universe is hidden in the characters. This is the realm that those truly great calligraphers have. However, Wang Feng's characters are crooked, and he doesn't look like a big calligrapher, but the power hidden in this typeface is real. At this moment, Yao Chang believed what Wang Feng had said before. He really didn't know how to write, but if this pair was presented to those self-proclaimed calligraphers, they would only be ashamed. There is a spirit in the words. Yao Chang couldn't think of how Wang Feng did it. No wonder he took so long to write these words. This is the realm that the top calligraphers have. After reading Wang Feng's handwriting, Yao Chang looked at his own handwriting, but he felt very rubbish, which was simply unsightly. Although neat, it's just like that, and it's far from reaching the point where the word is hidden. The gap is really too big. He will definitely not reach the state of Wang Feng for 10 years. Brother, I'm really convinced. If I didn't know that you are younger than me, I would doubt that you are the kind of person who is too old to die, Yao Chang said, with sincere admiration in his tone. What kind of word is this? It's so scary, I feel like I can't breathe anymore. At this moment, Ziaisha spoke, lightly clutching her chest, her face lingering in fear. Wang Feng, how did you do it? Bei Yongxiu also asked at this moment. I don't know. Anyway, I just write with my heart. How about? Isn't it rubbish? Wang Feng was also a little embarrassed when he glanced at his crooked characters. However, I haven't written the calligraphy with brush for several years. It is the best to be able to write like this. No. Bei Yongxiu shook his head, and then said, I have seen the characters of real great calligraphers. Compared with the characters you just wrote, their characters are far inferior. If you take this character out, maybe it can be auctioned as a collection. So exaggerated. Wang Feng was startled when he heard Bei Yongxiu's words. Of course he couldn't see what he had written, he just found it ugly. But Sister Shui had such a high evaluation of herself, which shocked Wang Feng. At the level of a primary school student, he can still be called a master calligrapher? This is completely nonsense. Brother, you may not be able to see anything by yourself, but your word already contains a certain kind of mental impact. The value is so great that I am ashamed of it. Yao Chang opened his mouth and explained. Really? Seeing all 3 of them were shocked, Wang Feng still didn't believe it. I just wrote it with my heart. Can I reach the realm that Yao Chang said? I have decided, so I will use these 5 characters written by Wang Feng. At this time, Bei Yongxiu grabbed the 5 characters written by Wang Feng in his hand and said loudly, Huh. Wang Feng was shocked when he heard her words. His writing was so ugly that it was comparable to a primary school student. If it were used as a sign, it wouldn't make people laugh out loud. Just let them see it. They all know each other after all, but it's shameful that such a big jewelry store uses these broken characters written by itself. Wang Feng was even able to think of those who would pass by here in the future when they saw these words written by him, showing a sneer on his face. Well, I also think it is good to use this, I agree. At this time, Yao Chang smiled and said, I feel good too, just use this. Ziaisha also quickly followed. At this time, all 3 of the 4 had agreed to use the words written by Wang Feng as signs, even if Wang Feng was unwilling. His words were no longer useful at this time. It's up to you. Anyway, it's not my person who will be lost then, it's our jewelry business. Wang Feng said without saying more, looking like a rascal. Okay, since there are no major problems here, let's check and accept it first. Bei Yongxiu said at this time, as if he was a normal boss. The handover of work is naturally very smooth. The decoration here has almost been completed, and the shop can be opened only when the personnel are in place. Sister Shui, don't you know if you have all the people? Wang Feng asked after the decoration workers had left. Last time, it was so difficult even for Beth Jewelry to recruit people, so Wang Feng was really worried. Not yet, although there are a lot of applicants, but I am not satisfied with that, so let's take this matter slowly. Since we want to develop this place into a headquarters, we should not rush it. Con, what a big deal, Xiaoxiu, you don't have to worry about personnel issues. I know a classmate who specializes in personnel affairs. Since I can't recruit suitable people, I think it's better to recruit some graduated female students. Talents have just stepped out of society, and it is the moment of enthusiasm that you can try. Hearing Yao Cheng's words, Bei Yongxiu pondered for a moment, but still agreed. Yao Cheng's words are right, young people are full of energy, which is incomparable to the older generation. Older people just think about how to get their salary, and it's good if they don't make mistakes. However, young people have just stepped out of society when they have nothing and have no foundation. Therefore, if we can provide them with such employment opportunities, I believe they will be very happy to work hard. Anyway, there are not many idiots in this era, and it is a good choice to get to the top with a little training. Then I'll leave it to you. I will try to recruit all the people in the shortest time. It will take almost 30. It's okay. I'll contact my classmates later, so don't worry. Now that the employees have settled down, they can be regarded as suffering from Bei Yongxiu's heart, but at this moment she still looked at Wang Feng with some embarrassment and said, Wang Feng, do you have any way to find security? The incident of the last robbery brought Belle's Jewelry to the cusp of the storm. Basically, no security guards dare to come to them to apply for a job, because the last time Zhang Dehan was the best example. They are not willing to work with their lives. You don't need to worry about this, I will find a way. Wang Feng said, basically agreeing. The problem of finding security is indeed a difficult problem. He must be looking for someone who is good at skill and in all aspects. And this, He Tian can help him. Because she wanted to print the signboard, Bei Yongxiu didn't go with Wang Feng, and slipped away with her new girlfriend, Zisha, and left Wang Feng on the street alone. Fortunately, Yao Cheng acted as a good man in the end and became his driver. Brother, where do you want? I will take you there. Yao Cheng asked when he sat in Yao Kang's car. Go to Xiniang building, I'll find someone there. Wang Feng said, and then lay on his seat. Yao Cheng drove very fast, completely ignoring the traffic rules. His license plate was an internal government license, and the traffic police paid special attention to it and would not come to stop it. So this made Wang Feng's heart moved and said, Brother Yao, can't you also help me complete the government's internal car license? This little problem, brother must have done it for you? Yao Cheng said. He didn't take this as a matter at all. As his prince, he waved his hand, and there are not many people who do things for him. A lot. By the way, who is that girl today? You are pretty lucky. Yao Cheng asked with a smirk. That girl is a game wife of mine, and she is entangled with me now. To Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng did not dare to tell the truth, but in front of the man, Wang Feng said it indifferently. Damn it. Hearing what Wang Feng said, Yao Cheng almost didn't drive the car into the ditch. The two top beauties actually liked Wang Feng. Is there any reason for this? And looking at the appearance of Bei Yongxiu and Zisha, they are obviously close friends who can no longer be intimate. They like one person at the same time, so they can get along so harmoniously? Don't make a mistake, Sister Shui doesn't know my relationship with Zisha. Wang Feng smiled bitterly, and then couldn't help rubbing his temples. Boy, you are strong. Yao Cheng stretched out his thumb, admiring his face. www.wuxiaspot.com. What is strong? I feel that things are very tricky now. I am afraid that one day it will be exposed suddenly. Wang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Don't get cheap and sell well. At the same time, there are two big beauties who like you. This is a blessing for how many generations to cultivate. I think my brother is so handsome and charming, and he is still a bachelor. Beautiful Zisha, just let my brother get it. Yao Cheng said with a laugh. Fuck off. Wang Feng replied irritably. After spending about 10 minutes, Yao Cheng had already sent Wang Feng to the door of Xiniang building. Looking at this 50-story building, Wang Feng shook his head and walked in. The younger brother at the door had already known Wang Feng, so instead of stopping Wang Feng, he respectfully led the way, fearing that Wang Feng would be KO if he was upset. Senior brother he. As soon as he walked off the elevator, Wang Feng saw He Tian as before. He had already been waiting here. Junior brother, you are recovering well, you are almost like a normal person so soon. He Tian smiled and looked in a good mood. Indeed, although Wang Feng still feels a little weak now, he is really not much different from a normal person from the outside. Brother he, I came to you today just to ask you for one thing. Wang Feng said straightforwardly as he walked out of the elevator. Come on, I know that you kid has nothing to do with me. Let's go, what's the matter? He Tian asked with a smile. It's not a big deal, I just want to ask you a few people. Wang Feng said flatly. Huh. He Tian raised his eyebrows when he heard Wang Feng's words, revealing murderous intent, and said, Is there anyone who doesn't open his eyes to provoke you? As his junior, Wang Feng is now in charge of his own people, so He Tian naturally thought of that place all at once. Senior brother he, don't get me wrong, things are not what you think. I'm here to ask you who are good and clean. I wonder if there is any problem. Are you going to take the younger brother too? He Tian looked at Wang Feng with interest and was a little surprised when he heard Wang Feng's words. Of course not. The underworld is not the way I want to go. I want people for our jewelry business. Because of the last time, most people dare not apply for security guards anymore, so I wondered if I could here are a few people to replace it first. Wang Feng shook his head, then said. He Tian smiled slightly when he heard Wang Feng's words, and said, I am not without people, but these people are carrying their lives in their hands. As you said, people with real clean foundations, I really can't get them out. Understand that if you enter our business, there will be a clean person. Wang Feng's brows frowned slightly, and he was a little helpless. It is really not that easy to find security. If you want to find someone in the underworld, you may find someone, but Wang Feng has already considered it. What He Tian said now. If you want people with good skills and clean foundations, there are probably only those retired soldiers, but where can Wang Feng look for such people for a while? It doesn't matter if they have life, but as long as they obey the order, they can even use their bodies to block bullets when necessary. If they can't meet this requirement, don't recommend it to me. Wang Feng opened his mouth and made concessions. Then you let me think about it. He Tian frowned slightly and thought. It's not that there are people who obey orders, and there are even a lot of them, but if they have to use their bodies to block bullets, there may not be a few people who would be willing. After all, if they are not careful, they will die. About a minute later, He Tian suddenly took out the phone, said bring them and hung up. After a while, you will first see if these people are satisfied or not. If they are not satisfied, I will change them for you. He Tian said, and then led Wang Feng into the large conference room on the top floor. About 2 minutes later, the door was pushed open, and about 7 or 8 people were brought here by a little brother. Several people, all in black suits, looked like black little brothers, and looking at them, Wang Feng could still feel bursts of cold air emanating from their bodies. Wang Feng believed that even if they had never really killed anyone, they must have seen blood, not the kind of person who was afraid of killing people. Junior brother, you are satisfied or dissatisfied with these few? As he said, He Tian waved at them. These people are hidden powers cultivated by He Tian himself. Only a handful of people know their existence. Usually they are arranged in key places of the building as security personnel. That is, when Wang Feng opened his mouth, he would bring a few of them over in pain. If it were others, he would have refused. After all, he has worked hard to cultivate such a team. Boss. Looking at He Tian, several people said respectfully. Junior brother, you can check it yourself. He Tian said to Wang Feng, ignoring these people. Then I'm not welcome. At this time, Wang Feng stood up and looked at them. As Wang Feng's eyes fell on them, the eyes of 7 or 8 of them fell on Wang Feng's body at the same time. With coldness. Laugh and have a look. Wang Feng said, his tone relaxed. But obviously, Wang Feng's words have no effect at all for them, and they simply don't follow Wang Feng's practice. Are you deaf? Smile to me. If anyone doesn't laugh, I will let him lie down and leave here today. He Tian's face also darkened when the person who saw him didn't laugh. Haha. They didn't dare not listen to He Tian's words, so at this moment they all laughed. Just looking at their smiles, Wang Feng felt that his stomach and intestines were all tangled together. This Nima laughed more ugly than crying. If this is not clear, he thought their parents were dead. If you put them in front of the jewelry store, you still want to have customers? It's weird not to scare all away. Cao and Ima, are you dead? Smile to Laozi sincerely. At this time, He Tian also saw their smiles and suddenly cursed. He felt that the people he had cultivated would definitely meet Wang Feng's requirements, but he didn't expect that Wang Feng's first request would mess up this group of bastards. He was happy that it was a real weird thing. Haha. Hearing He Tian's words, this group of people smiled even more ugly, and they were just forcing a smile. A group of pigs. At this moment, He Tian stood up suddenly, kicked the nearest person standing in front of him with one kick, and almost didn't kick that person out. Brother He, this is actually not their business. Seeing He Tian suddenly violent, Wang Feng said quickly. Hearing what Wang Feng said, although these people still looked terrified, they still cast a grateful look at Wang Feng. They were very clear about the boss's personality. He could kill them even if he didn't move, so Wang Feng said, let them have a feeling of walking back from a ghost gate. I was given a coffin face, otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. He Tian pressed a cold and cruel word, and then turned his head away. Seeing He Tian stopped talking, Wang Feng turned his gaze to these people again. Although the smiles of these people were a bit scary, Wang Feng believed that as long as he was alone, he could show a sincere smile. Isn't there a good thing to say? In the beginning of human nature, no matter how evil a person is, there will always be a touch of kindness in his heart, but it is more or less. What is the purpose of you guys being thugs now? Looking at a few people, Wang Feng straightened his expression and asked. This gentleman, we are security guards, not thugs. At this moment, a person responded and Wang Feng was taken aback. Who doesn't know that you are thugs, and that you are security guards? Is there any difference? Feeling helpless, Wang Feng didn't care, and then said, then what is your purpose as a security guard? Don't say that you have no purpose in doing this job. This. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the faces of these people were embarrassed, and they turned their eyes to He Tian. They are Hishan people, and now Wang Feng asked them what their purpose was for staying here. If this is nonsense, it would be strange that their boss would not kill them. Just say what you want, I won't deal with you. He Tian said without looking back as if he could sense the eyes of these people. Yes. Hearing He Tian's words, these people all opened the chatterbox and began to say that they were here for security purposes. In this era of money and materialism, all jobs are for making money, so the purpose of a few of them is very simple, all for making money. Money is not omnipotent, but no money is absolutely impossible. If you have money, you can do what you want, but if you don't have money, you may starve to death on the streets. This is the reality of society. Well, since you are all for making money, it will be easier. Hearing the answers from several of them, Wang Feng smiled slightly and said, then if I give you a choice, one is to stay here as a security guard. It is possible to die at any time, and the other one is going to our jewelry store as a security guard. I can give you more money, as long as you protect the safety of the jewelry store. I don't know this choice, are you satisfied? Wang Feng's eyes flashed slightly, looking at these embarrassed people. Don't worry, brother has already promised to hand you over to me, so from now on, you are my people and have nothing to do with him. Follow me and leave. I can provide you with a security, but much safer work. The treatment is not a problem. Brother, he can provide you with it. I am willing to double it. You should consider this question first, and then give me a reply in 1 minute. Wang Feng's words have been fully understood. I believe that as long as these people are not fools, they will definitely understand what to do. One is a security guard who takes their lives to work, and the other is a security guard who maintains law and order, and the treatment is doubled. How to choose this? Wang Feng believes that they will give himself a satisfactory answer. The voices of the few people who started talking in low voices did not last for a minute, but only half a minute. All of them were willing to follow Wang Feng. The life of licking blood with the knife's edge is certainly stimulating, but if it is not forced by life, no one is willing to live with his head tied to the waistband. Now Wang Feng undoubtedly takes them out of the sea of suffering. We have decided, and we are willing to follow you. At this moment, a person in the lead said, looking like this, it should represent the meaning of several others. Very good. Wang Feng nodded, then smiled, and said, you have made a choice that a normal person should make. Now, can you give me a smile again? Haha. Hearing Wang Feng's words, several people really laughed, but this time the laugh was much better than before, at least it seemed to be much more sincere. You should have a sincere smile. Haven't you heard the saying that customers are God? What you did today is the security guard of the jewelry store. If you laugh and scare people away, don't blame me for giving you boom away, you know, this can be tied to your income. Wang Feng said, with a hint of playfulness on his face. These people are not all evil, but staying here all year round, they have already developed a cold temperament, but it is a bit troublesome. We understand. Several people said, smiling again. This time the smile looked a little more natural than the previous one, which made Wang Feng very satisfied. Okay, you go down first, I will arrange for you in a while. Wang Feng said, and then sent a few of them out. Senior brother He, won't you be reluctant? After everyone had left, Wang Feng sat next to He Tian and asked with a smile. He, just a good person. They have been following me for several years. Now they can follow you. It is their side spirit. I hope you can treat them well in the future. He Tian said in a tone of voice. With emotion. This is natural. For my own people, of course I will not treat them badly. Wang Feng grinned, but he was a little speechless. It sounds so ambiguous. Okay, since I'm here, I have something to give you. Suddenly He Tian stood up, patted Wang Feng on the shoulder and said, how embarrassing is this? Wang Feng rubbed his hands, but his eyes gleamed. It doesn't count as people, there are still things to give away, and there are such good things in this world. Although He Tian is only a sad outside disciple, he has been standing at the peak of the underworld in Zhuhai City for several years, so the things he took out were definitely not ordinary things. I don't know what it is. Wang Feng said, but there was a hint of hope on his face. When you see it, you will understand. He Tian smiled slightly and didn't say much, but walked towards the office where he usually stays. Calling the two guards at the door away, He Tian led Wang Feng into the office. Sit down first and wait for me to fetch the things for you. He Tian greeted him casually, but he walked towards a safe. The safe was quickly opened by him, and he took out a yellowed book from it, which looked like it for some years. This is a book I bought from an old man when I was traveling in China. It recorded a martial arts trick. I had practiced this trick. It was very powerful. It was only in the later stage. Because of my insufficient strength, I can't practice, but you are still young and still have a chance, so I will give you this book. He Tian said, and sat beside Wang Feng. Then I'll take a look. Wang Feng said, and took the simple yellow book into his hands carelessly. The pages of the book exude a musty smell, it should be very old, and it is written with a pen, and it should be something copied in modern times. Wuzhong is called, Xingyiquan, and the following details how to practice successfully. Just looking at these words, Wang Feng felt a little familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had heard of it. Do you feel familiar? He Tian said at this moment, smiling at Wang Feng. Yes, it's a bit familiar. Wang Feng nodded. These are the moves in Tai Chi in this era. The moves in Tai Chi have long since disappeared. Even if they are really spread, they are just fake styles. They don't have much power at all. The moves he holds are the most orthodox Xingyiquan. He Tian spoke, and then there was a trace of reminiscence on his face, saying, when I saw this book, I thought it was fake, but after I practiced the tricks in it, I found it. It is completely suitable for those of us to cultivate, so I spent 100,000 yuan to buy this thing from that person. So that's the case. Wang Feng nodded, expressing his understanding. I am afraid that this is also the case that the person who didn't know how valuable the contents of this book is. There is more than 100,000, so He Tian made a big profit. After all, this is what the ancestors left behind, the essence of the essence, and the value cannot be measured. Senior brother gave me such a valuable thing. Wang Feng said, a little surprised. It's of little use if I keep it. I'm afraid I won't be able to cultivate the inner strength in my entire life, so I can't fully practice this Xing'ai Quan, or you can hold it more effectively. He Tian said. Grudgingly I laughed, but it was a bit bitter. It feels like a dying person guarding Jinshin Yinshin but unable to use it. It is strange that it is not bitter. Is it really so difficult to cultivate? Wang Feng's tone was even more surprised. He Tian's strength had been experienced before, but he couldn't practice this Xing'ai Quan. How difficult should that be? You can understand by looking at it yourself. He Tian said, then closed his eyes and started to practice by Wang Feng's side. Seeing that he had already practiced, Wang Feng didn't bother either. Instead, he opened the back of the book and began to read it in detail. Since practicing, Wang Feng's memory has become very outstanding, so his reading speed is very fast. It only took about half an hour, and he has thoroughly recorded the contents of the book clearly in his mind. Although I dare not say that I am not forgetting, I shouldn't forget anything important in a short time. When he closed the book, Wang Feng also let out a long sigh. He Tian was right. This Xing'ai Quan is not only difficult to practice, but also extremely difficult. The requirements for physical conditions are very high, and it is more important for cultivation. The requirements are strict. It is possible to cultivate to a low level if it reaches the external strength, and only when it reaches the internal strength can the subsequent moves be practiced, and the state after the internal strength can thoroughly practice this Xing'ai Quan. That is to say, if you want to truly learn Xing'ai Quan, you must achieve a cultivation base that is stronger than your internal energy. I am afraid that only people like Gai Jianshao can have that kind of cultivation base. With He Tian's current cultivation base, his Xing'ai Quan is nothing more than a small accomplishment. It can also be said that he just touched the fur, because the really powerful ones are all recorded in the back, just like an auction, and the last one appeared. Things are the finale. The ancestor's imagination was too powerful, and it was impossible for him to let Wang Feng create the exercises. After all, a exercise method may have been realized by several generations or even dozens of generations. This is their painstaking efforts and is invaluable. Have you finished reading? He Tian slowly opened his eyes and said calmly. Yeah. Wang Feng nodded, and then asked, Brother, can you show me this Xing'ai Quan first? Yes, but I just touched the threshold of this technique. There are some shortcomings, so just skip it. He Tian stood up as he said. Xing'ai Quan pays attention to one word, that is, yi. How fast are people's thinking? Even the supercomputers in the world are far less capable of computing than people's thinking. People say they have so many thoughts that they can skip many thoughts instantly, and they are incredibly fast. And the final form of this Xing'ai Quan is that one's actions can truly keep up with the operation of one's own thinking, reaching the point where human thoughts are one, which is extremely terrifying. If people's movements can keep up with their own thinking, then it is almost incredible. So another form of this Xing'ai Quan is that it runs very, very fast, even to the point where other people's eyes can't react to it. There is a saying, everything in the world is only fast and not broken. The ancestors have put a lot of effort in this aspect, and this has created terrible martial arts such as Xing'ai Quan. Be optimistic about you, now I'll show you Xing'ai Quan. At this time, He Tian had already arrived in the empty space in the middle of the office, posing as if he was a horse stepping. But in the next second, Wang Feng noticed that his eyes flashed, and then He Tian's figure had disappeared, and only a series of afterimages could be seen. The paper kept flying up and was hung by a strong wind. At this moment, He Tian's speed was so fast that even if Wang Feng had supervision, he could only see his afterimages. It's too fast. Wang Feng exclaimed, very unbelievable. It only touched the threshold of Xing'ai Quan. It was so terrifying. If it were the ultimate, how terrifying would it be? If this is when you are fighting with others, with this movement speed, I am afraid that your opponent will not be able to touch you. If the strength of both sides is similar, and one person has such a speed, the result of the battle can be imagined. Soon, it's almost inconceivable. Even the track and field athletes in the Olympics are far from reaching He Tian's current speed, and Wang Feng's eyes are dazzled and stinging. This is what Xing'ai Quan looks like after practicing. With this extreme speed, you can inflict a fatal blow on the enemy. At this time, He Tian stopped in front of Wang Feng, bringing a gust of wind, and almost didn't take Wang Feng from the sofa. Blow to the ground. After this crazy speed movement, He Tian didn't blush or beat his heart. He didn't seem to be overworked at all. Brother, did the master also practice Xing'ai Quan? At this moment, Wang Feng remembered the terrifying speed he showed when he first saw a ghost and sorrow. At the beginning he thought he had seen a ghost. Could human beings have such a terrifying movement speed? The master has naturally practiced. At the beginning, I got this kung fu and comprehended it with the master. Fortunately back then, I was able to cultivate to this level with the guidance of the master. Otherwise, do you think I can practice with my stupid head? He Tian rolled his eyes helplessly, and then sat beside Wang Feng calmly. Until this time, the documents and papers that were wasted in the air due to the violent wind fell to the ground. At this moment, the huge office was in a mess, like a thief. External Jin cultivation base can cultivate this Xing'ai Quan to have this terrifying speed. What level can the inner strength have afterwards? Wang Feng opened his mouth, his face palpitated. I'm not sure about this, but I've heard from the master that if you learn the corresponding part of Xing'ai Quan after reaching internal strength, you can increase your speed again www.wuxiaspot.com and your attack power will be greatly enhanced. He Tian said, with a trace of yearning in his eyes. Brother, can't you be promoted to inner strength in your life? Seeing the longing in He Tian's eyes, Wang Feng asked unwillingly. Brother, you don't know anything. In our cultivation world, if you have not reached your internal strength after more than 30, you will hardly make much progress in this life, because at that time the bones have already been shaped and want to improve. It's as hard as climbing to the sky, He Tian said with a wry smile on his face. Once, he thought that he had a great opportunity to promote his internal strength and become a true disciple of the ghosts, but with the precipitation of the years, his persistence has long been lost. He is already 34 years old, and it is impossible to get into his inner strength again. Maybe there is no 10% chance. Even the surviving Huatuo of Guijian Soro couldn't help him, so he gave up slowly. The Xing'ai Quan is now in front of him, but he can't practice. This is a kind of sadness. Can the bones be changed? Wang Feng asked. Bone is something that has existed since birth. Can you change it? This is not flesh and blood. It is the basic structure of a person. The master can't help it, so don't think too much. He Tianbei said, waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to talk about this topic. This is the pain in his heart, that is, when Wang Feng, the junior brother, talked to him, he was not angry. If others, he would have been furious. After all, this was exposing his scars. Let's take your time, maybe we can do anything in the future, Wang Feng said, without saying more. Although he didn't have a long contact with He Tian, Wang Feng had already accepted this brother with all his heart. Given his pain, if there is a chance, Wang Feng really wants to help him.